Blue Star, Tianwu Province, Qing City. Ollie, you only have this one younger brother. He will take the college entrance examination next year. In your current condition, you can no longer cultivate. You know very well that even if you had never been in that car accident, you have no talent for martial cultivation, whereas your brother's martial talent is only crade. Even if that subsidy were given to you, you still could not enter the ranks and become a first-rank martial artist. Your brother is different. With this allowance, he will definitely be able to enter the ranks and become a first-rank martial artist. A middle-aged woman spoke earnestly to the young man lying on the hospital bed. The young man on the bed stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant. Your mother worked so hard to raise you and has never treated you badly. When your brother becomes a martial artist in the future, you will also have face. Seeing that the young man still remained silent, she spoke once more. What the hell, where on earth have I ended up? The young man's consciousness gradually returned. Glancing at the surrounding environment, he muttered instinctively. He remembered that just moments ago on his way to discuss business, a dump truck suddenly rushed out as he passed an intersection. After a violent, intimate contact, with it his vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already here. Was this a hospital? Ollie, you're no longer a child. As an elder brother, you should think more for your younger brother. I hope you can understand your mother's painstaking intentions. Seeing that he responded irrelevantly, the woman spoke again. At this moment, a sharp pain seared through his head and a vast flood of memories surged into his mind. All kinds of information poured into his mind in one torrent. There were even memories of when he was only a few months old. The agony was so intense that his facial muscles twisted. Only after a long while did he finally understand who this woman before him was, and what she meant. This was no longer the world he came from. This was a high martial world known as Blue Star. Since the revival of spiritual energy hundreds of years ago, heaven and earth had undergone drastic changes. All life on Blue Star could absorb spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Humans could absorb spiritual energy, and naturally other animals could as well. Thus all manner of animals on Blue Star began mutating. As time passed, new species that threatened human survival emerged across Blue Star, ferocious beasts. To resist the invasion of these ferocious beasts, some people developed a complete cultivation system. From then on, humanity stepped into an era of universal high martial prowess. The middle-aged woman before him was none other than his mother. More precisely, his adoptive mother, Chen Huifang. The original owner's name was Zhang Li. His parents had died in battle years ago, sacrificing themselves to repel a ferocious beast invasion. They left behind only him, who grew up in an orphanage. When he was 1 year old, Chen Huifang and her husband adopted him from the orphanage. The year after they brought him home, they had a son of their own. What followed could only be described as a cliched melodrama. The couple doted excessively on their biological child. Since childhood, all the good food went to his younger brother, all the fun things as well. Zhang Li could only stand aside and watch. Whenever he made the slightest mistake, he would be beaten and scolded. Growing up in such a family, the original owner's personality became extremely timid. Whatever he did, he was cautious and deferential. As they grew older, his younger brother Zhang Hong seemed to realize that this elder brother was adopted. He began to look down on him in every possible way. The two were only a year apart in age. Yet in order to ensure their biological son would not be bullied at school, the adoptive parents had Zhang Li repeat a grade, so he and Zhang Hong could be in the same year. At school, Zhang Hong never treated him as an elder brother, but more like a servant, ordering him about in all sorts. He would even join other classmates in mocking him as a useless waste without martial talent. At home, whether it was washing clothes or doing homework, almost everything was pushed onto him. His parents simply turned a blind eye to all of this. What they said to him most often was, "Your brother is still young and doesn't understand. As the elder, you should yield more and take better care of him." When he turned 18, there was a subsidy granted solely to him. It was a state allowance from Xia in recognition of him as the child of a martyr. By a cruel coincidence, just a few days before his 18th birthday, he was sent flying by a speeding car while crossing the street. He thought he was going to die, yet unexpectedly his adoptive parents actually sent him to the hospital for treatment. They kept saying that as long as he was fine, nothing else mattered, and did not bother to pursue the Hitandran driver at all. Thus the scene at the beginning came to be. As a transmigrator, he hardly needed to think to know who had orchestrated this car accident. The reason the original owner did not die on the spot was very likely also part of their deliberate arrangement. They feared killing him outright. If he truly died, this subsidy would never fall into their hands. Now he was already a cripple. What a dog-blooded plot. How was he supposed to break this situation? He had finally managed to transmigrate only to almost become a vegetable right from the start. Just as he was thinking of how to respond, the door of the ward was pushed open. A youth of about 16 or 17, his hair was styled in a gaudy fashion, and he carried himself with a slovenly cocky air. This was his cheap younger brother Zhang Hong. "Zhang Li, this is the agreement to transfer your subsidy. As long as you sign here, it's done. For trash like you, keeping such a subsidy is just a waste of resources." Zhang Hong entered, took out a contract, and casually tossed it beside him. "Even if they gave it to you now, it would be useless. In your current state, receiving it would only be a waste." He sneered as he looked at Zhang Li lying on the hospital bed. Hurry up and sign this so things will at least be a bit easier for you. Seeing that he did not move at all, he urged again. His tone was full of impatience. Ollie, don't be angry. Your brother is still young and doesn't understand. In your current condition, even if you are discharged, those subsidies won't be of use to you. Rather than wasting them, it's better to let your brother use them. In the future, your father and I, as well as you, will all have to rely on your brother. Shen Huifeng tugged at Zhang Hong, signaling him not to act recklessly, then explained. This outrageous mother and son truly disgusted him. They could even utter such shameless words. If he could move right now, he would have already gotten up and slapped the two of them. Had this family been planning from the moment they adopted the original owner to claim this 18-year subsidy? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Just what kind of martyr subsidy was this that they would resort to such painstaking schemes? Mom, why are you wasting words on this piece of trash? We came today to inform you not to negotiate. Whether you agree or not, you will agree. You were nothing but a dog our family raised. If you don't sign, then just stay here in the hospital and wait to die. We have fed you for 18 years, do you really think? Seeing that Zhang Li still remained unmoved, Zhang Hong threatened again. Shen Huifeng hurriedly cut him off, trying to stop him from continuing. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Li's mind. Ding! Detection shows the host's life is under threat. System activating. His heart leapt with joy. The standard equipment of a transmigrator, the system, had truly arrived. Ding! System activation successful. The villain cultivation system is at your service. Newbie gift pack is being issued. Do you wish to claim it? Ha. My system has arrived. You're damn, what the hell? Why did my mouth suddenly go out of control? The words that just blurted out left Zhang Li stunned. Damn, this system is toxic. Zhang Li signed this immediately. Do you think we're joking? Seeing the other party unmoved, Zhang Hong's face immediately darkened. He ignored the person in front of him. System accept. Ding, newbie gift pack is being delivered. Host obtains grade martial arts talent. Body enhancement obtained once. However, after the system gift pack was successfully delivered, he did not feel any improvement. Could it be a fake system? He couldn't help but wonder. In the novels, when one obtains a talent, there are signs. Why was he so calm? Reward is being distributed. Host, prepare yourself. The system seemed to sense his thoughts, and its voice echoed in his mind. As soon as the words were spoken, he felt a warm current surge within his body. The warmth traveled continuously through his body, rapidly strengthening it. The broken bones within his body began to repair themselves under the effect of this energy. His entire being felt as if reborn. The pain in his body instantly vanished. He could clearly perceive the spiritual energy in the air. His physical senses became extremely acute. Yet the warm current still had not ended. It continued to wander through his body. At this moment, he could feel the cells within him greedily devouring. In less than a minute, a dull thud echoed in his mind. He broke through and became a martial artist. He became a first-grade, first-level martial artist. This was just the beginning. The energy still surged within him. First grade, second level. First grade, third level. He advanced one level almost every few seconds. When all the energy was consumed, his cultivation reached first grade, fifth level. From start to finish, it took less than a minute. He had transformed directly from an ordinary person into a first grade, fifth level martial artist. Body enhancement complete. The system's voice sounded again. Perhaps due to the system, the two people beside him did not notice anything at all. What are you staring at? Sign it now, or it'll notify the hospital to stop treatment immediately. Having been ignored after speaking for so long, Zhang Hong was completely furious. Slap. I'll sign your mother. Why should I give my stuff to you? He sat up from the bed and slapped the other across. The force of the slap was enormous, sending the other flying and crashing heavily against the hospital room wall. Ding, your arrogant attitude fits the villain persona. Villain points 200. After slapping the other, the system's voice rang in his mind. I'm upholding justice. How is that fitting the villain persona? Upholding justice. Do you understand? Zhang Li was a bit dissatisfied and shouted at the system in his mind. However, the system had no response. Zhang Hong's right cheek was visibly swelling as he looked incredulously at the person still sitting on the hospital bed. How is this possible? Wasn't he crippled? He was about to break through to the first-grade martial artist level. How could this trash have slapped him flying with one blow? Zhang Li, you trash, how dare you hit me? He'll kill you. Zhang Hong scrambled up from the floor and charged at him. Shut up. I'm hitting you exactly. The other's movements seemed as slow as a snail in his eyes. Slap. Another heavy slap landed on Zhang Hong's left cheek. Boom. This time the force was even greater. Two teeth flew out of the other's mouth. Didn't you have grasped the essence of being a villain? Hit people right in the face. Villain points 200. The system's voice left Zhang Li speechless. This is called self-defense. Self-defense, okay. Shen Huifeng beside him widened her eyes, never expecting that he would actually resort to violence. Is this still the usually submissive Zhang Li? Didn't the doctor say he was paralyzed from the waist down and would spend the rest of his life in bed? How could he suddenly stand up? Ollie, how could you hit your younger brother? He's still young. Can't you be more tolerant? His words may be harsh, but he is still your brother. She quickly tried to persuade him. Hearing these words, Zhang Li felt a tightness in his chest. In the past, no matter how excessively his cheap younger brother behaved, they would only say this one sentence. Your younger brother is still young, can't you be more tolerant? He's just a child, what bad intentions could he have? Thinking of this, he felt it was a waste for the original host. What a bunch of utter trash. I'm not his ancestor, why should I give in to him? If you know your words are harsh, then shut up. Slap. He slapped Chun Huifang across the face. She fell heavily to the ground. Chun Huifang covered her face. Since she wasn't a martial artist, her physical constitution was naturally inferior to Zhang Hong's. That slap nearly knocked her unconscious. She stared at him in shock, completely unable to believe that he would even dare to hit her. Laughing to death. As a villain, how could you be morally blackmailed? You have no morals at all. Villain points 500. Damn, is the system insulting him? Zhang Li, do you have any conscience? I raised you with so much hardship, how dare you hit me? Back then, if it weren't for me, how could you have grown up? She glared at him, venomously cursing under her breath. Hearing her words, Zhang Li felt a surge of nausea. In the original host's memories from childhood to adulthood, they relied on this "I raised you" line to morally blackmail him for over a decade. Don't use that to morally blackmail me. From childhood to now, has your family ever treated me as a human? I asked to go back to the orphanage, but did you allow it? Don't think I don't know your little schemes. Slap. Another slap hit her face. The original host couldn't endure the abuse from this family and wanted to sneak back to the orphanage. As a result, he was locked in a dark room and beaten so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for several days. Refuse moral blackmail, enjoy a comfortable life. Villain points 300. Hit someone. Seeing that he showed no mercy at all, Chun Huifang flopped to the ground and began shouting loudly. Perhaps the hospital room had good soundproofing, or maybe there were hardly any people in this hospital. She shouted for a long time, still no one answered. At this moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Did that little bastard sign it? Damn, staying here one day costs over 300 yuan. Should have just taken him home earlier and wasted this money here. Once he signed, sever relations immediately. Wasting so much of my money. The grumbling voice came in before the person entered. Zhang Li looked toward the sound. The person entering was his foster father, Zhang Defa. He pushed the door open and saw his son and wife both collapsed on the ground with clear slap marks on their faces. He paused in astonishment. Wife, what happened? Did someone come in and cause trouble? He hurriedly went to Chun Huifang's side, helped her up, and asked. It's him, it's that little bastard who hit me. You have to stand up for me. And our son, this beast, also injured him. Seeing her husband arrive, she instantly acted pitiful, hugging him and crying. Zhang Defa's expression changed. He helped Zhang Hong up from the corner and stared at Zhang Li with dark eyes. Little bastard, you've grown some nerve daring to hit people. Who gave you the guts? Damn, seems I've been too kind to you all. Saying this, he pulled the belt from his pants, stepped toward him, and said viciously. Should have let the car kill you, you heartless little beast. The belt in his hand swung down toward Zhang Li's body. Watching the belt coming at him, he reached out lightly and caught the other end. A first-grade martial artist was no longer comparable to ordinary people. The other's movement just now seemed slower than a snail in his eyes. You. Seeing his movement easily blocked, he reacted instantly. You're healed. Damn, you dare to pretend to be sick in front of me, costing me so much money. Then remembering the money he had spent on the fee just now, he cursed again. Zhang Li watched him coldly. With one hand gripping the belt, he yanked it hard. He pulled the other off balance. Slap. A fierce slap landed on Zhang Defa's face, followed by a curse. Old fool, don't act arrogant in front of me. You've loved hitting me with a belt since I was little. Now it's your turn to experience it. He thought of this man in the original host's memories. Every time he was in a bad mood, he would come home and give him a vicious beating. While beating him, not only did no one stop him, but his cheap little brother would cheer on the sidelines. Meanwhile, his foster mother Chun Huifang watched coldly, muttering curses under her breath. Oh right, and my dear little brother, weren't you the one who loved cheering? Zhang Li strode over to Zhang Hong, seized him by the collar, and yanked him over. Weren't you enjoying cheering from the sidelines? Now clap and cheer for me. With that, he raised the leather belt in his hand and struck Zhang Defa heavily. Ah, you little bastard, how dare you hit me? The other man screamed in agony before launching into a stream of curses. The strength of a first-rank fifth-stage martial artist was now fully displayed. With a single blow, the belt tore through the victim's clothes. This sight made Zhang Hong standing nearby flinch. Clap. Weren't you so fond of clapping and cheering? If you don't perform well, the belt will be aimed at you next. Zhang Li sneered, observing the man's terrified expression. He then struck his so-called foster father again, with the belt drawing blood and splitting the skin. Casting a cold glance at Zhang Hong, the latter trembled quickly, began clapping, and stammered. Good. Good. Well done. Slap. The belt lashed across his body. You. Caught off guard, he crashed to the floor, glaring venomously at Zhang Li. Not enthusiastic enough. Is that how you used to cheer? Zhang Li said calmly, his flat tone barely concealing the chill beneath. Frightened, Zhang Hong quickly clapped and cheered, desperate to avoid another beating. Well done. Beat him to death. I've hated him for ages. This sent Zhang Defa into a rage. Being beaten while his beloved son cheered from the sidelines was more agonizing than death itself. Ah, you little bastard, you'll die a miserable death. I should have killed you back then. After just 3 strikes, the searing pain contorted his face as he spewed venomous curses. Slap. Another lash of the belt. Ollie, he's your father. He raised you from childhood. How can you be so cruel? He's old now. I don't need your allowance anymore. Please stop hitting him. Even if he's wrong, he's still your father. He raised you for over a decade. If nothing else, he has his toils. Chun Huifeng pleaded, fear flickering in her eyes. Seeing that direct confrontation failed, she resorted to emotional manipulation. If you know he's wrong, then shut the hell up. He raised the belt and struck her with a sharp crack. He felt no bond with this family whatsoever. He wasn't the original owner. How absurd to think they could guilt-trip him. The entire ward echoed with the trio's curses and screams. Zhang Li showed no mercy. This outburst was for the original owner. Half an hour later, the 3 lay sprawled on the floor, their bodies crisscrossed with bloody welts. Ding! A gentleman seeks revenge even after 10 years. But as a villain, you're no gentleman. You settle scores on the spot. Villain points 800. Why all the lengthy preambles? Just to show off. Ignoring the system's notification, Zhang Li said coldly, don't look at me like that. It's the laws of Daxiao that are saving you. He glared at their murderous expressions. To him, this family's outrageous moral blackmail was nothing but a joke. He wasn't the original owner. He had no emotional ties to these people. The reason he didn't kill them outright, as in those novels, was his ignorance of this world's rules and laws. He dared not recklessly cross any lines lest he end up sewing machines in prison before even getting a taste of life. Besides, keeping them alive meant more opportunities to farm villain points. At this thought, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Hehehe. He quickly covered his mouth. What the hell? How could I make such a sound? Damn it, I'm the protagonist. I'm the hero. That damn system is cursing the system. Inwardly, he walked to the bedside and picked up the agreement that had been tossed there. Flipping through it, his suspicions were confirmed. On the later pages, there was a formal document severing parental ties. A cold laugh escaped him. It seemed this family had already planned everything out. He could imagine that if this were the original owner after signing, he would have been abandoned in the hospital to fend for himself. He tore out the subsidy transfer agreement from the front, leaving only the severance document. Picking up a pen from the table, he signed his name on it. You wanted to sever ties with me. Now you have your wish. Their signatures were already on the document pre-signed. Hearing this, Zhang Defa's face turned ashen. Ollie, even if we were unkind, we're still your elders. He's your only brother. You grew up together. Chun Huifeng tried to salvage the situation. If the ties were cut now, they wouldn't even get a sip of that subsidy. But they were powerless. Slap. He struck her across the face. I'm the only child in my family. My parents died in battle. Don't claim kinship with me. You. That slap finally made them face reality. One more word, and he'll gladly give you another lesson. He clapped his hands nonchalantly, as if he hadn't just been the one throwing punches. The 3 of them cowered, too terrified to speak. Helplessly, they watched him sign the severance document, not daring to utter a single word. Zhang Li glanced at the 3 on the floor, suppressed the urge to kill them, and turned to leave the ward. Once outside the hospital, an inexplicable lightness washed over him, as if a shackle had been lifted. He looked back at the building he had just exited. It wasn't a proper hospital at all, but a tiny clinic. A cold sneer crossed his face as he turned and walked. Ding! Facing the foster parents who raised you for over a decade, you decisively severed ties to pave the way for future revenge. A fundamental villain trait. Villain points 1000. Damn system, are you ever going to shut up? But there was no response. Host has accumulated 3000 villain points. Villain rank upgraded to cannon fodder. Villain trait unlocked. He opened the status panel to examine this new rank. Villain rank cannon fodder. You are the lowest of the low, the disgrace of the villain world, born to be XP fodder for others. In a novel, you'd barely survive 1 chapter. Strive to level up and maybe last 2. Cannon fodder trait. As a cannon fodder villain, you're not entirely useless. When slapping someone, your strength, Zhang Li's mouth twitched. This effect was so absurd he was speechless. There wasn't even an explanation for what villain points were used for. Wasn't a cannon fodder exactly the type to slap people in public only to be crushed by the protagonist? The kind of minor character who couldn't even last a chapter. But this wasn't a novel. Where was the protagonist supposed to come from? His final conclusion: the system was insane, and deeply so. He dismissed the system from his mind. Today was his 18th birthday, and he had no intention of returning to his former home. First, he would check on the subsidy that family coveted so much. According to the original owner's memories, at 18, one had to go to the Spirit Martial Hall to claim this allowance. The hall was established by Daxiao, which also developed the initial cultivation system. All who broke through to martial artist status needed to register here for better management. Various techniques could also be purchased through the Spirit Martial Hall. The Lingwu Hall stood in the center of Qingqing City, a magnificent edifice that commanded attention. On the front of the building, 3 bold and vigorous characters exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. The entrance was thronged with an endless stream of people. No sooner had Zhang Li arrived at the door than a man surrounded him. Young man, are you here to register as a martial artist? 3,000 and I guarantee your certification will succeed. The middle-aged man who appeared somewhat sleazy spoke in a low voice. No, I'm not here to register as a martial artist. He waved his hand, refusing while attempting to sidestep away. Good heavens, different world, same scalper. Besides helping with certification, I also have various medicines and techniques here, all genuine, at employee prices. Seeing his refusal, the man spoke again, opening his trench coat. Inside the coat hung various bottles and jars along with some items resembling USB drives. How about it, little brother? See anything you like. This blood chi powder. Everyone who's used it sings its praises. Take it today, and you'll pass the certification tomorrow. Seeing that the other remained unmoved, he pulled out a storage card from inside. An A-rank breathing technique suitable for martial artists below the 3rd rank. Don't be fooled by the A-rank, its effects are comparable to a crank. I copied it secretly from the inside. Glancing sideways at the Lingwu Hall nearby, he lowered his voice. The reason I sell it as a rank is to avoid detection. You know how it is. This is the last copy. You should also know that ordinary storage cards can't be copied too many times. Miss this chance, and it's gone. I can see that your blood and chi are vigorous, but there's not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation around you. That means you must not have a breathing technique. This one is perfect for you. How much is this breathing technique? Hearing about the breathing technique, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask. He had no choice. Though the system had forcibly elevated him to a first-rank martial artist, he still lacked any cultivation techniques. The man's eyes were indeed sharp. Without a breathing technique, he couldn't absorb spiritual energy, so naturally, there was no spiritual power fluctuation around his body. This fellow might well be a martial artist. Zhang Li looked him up and down. Since they were at the entrance of Lingwu Hall, the man wouldn't dare do anything to him. At school there were breathing techniques, but only the most basic A-rank ones. However, one had to pay a fee to learn them. His cheap foster parents claimed it was a waste of money. An A-rank talent was no different from a pig's, and learning a breathing technique would be a waste. They refused to pay for him. He was the only student who didn't know any breathing technique. Even those in the ordinary classes learned one. Even if they couldn't break through, it could strengthen their bodies. I see that you young man have an extraordinary bone structure and exceptional talent. You are destined to become a martial artist. This breathing technique is exactly the first step on your path to the pinnacle. Seeing his interest, the man perked up and showered him with praise. Zhang Li's body trembled upon hearing these. He felt he had heard something like this somewhere before. This last copy of the breathing technique. 5,000, I'll sell it cheap to you just to build a good karma. Damn, why don't you just rob me? The breathing technique at our school is only 500. 5,000 was already a month's salary for many people. Some families couldn't even earn 5,000 in a month. This is a crank breathing technique. Do you think I'm some street swindler? We scalpers have our integrity, you know. Do you know how much a crank breathing technique costs at Lingwu Hall? The man immediately took offense and retorted. Then go find your next destined one. Farewell. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Li turned to walk toward Lingwu Hall. Little brother, let's talk this out. Business is about bargaining. I set the price and you can counter. How about you give it a try? The scalper, seeing that he was about to lose his first customer of the day, quickly stopped him. 50. Zhang Li casually threw out a number. Just after leaving the hospital, he had fumbled through his pockets and found only 100 yuan left. He named a price. It wasn't really for the breathing technique. He had his eye on the storage card. From the original owner's memories, he knew that a storage card was somewhat like the skill transfer jade slips he had read about in cultivation novels. Curious, he wanted to study it. Why don't you just rob me? The storage card alone costs 100, and even though it can only be imprinted with a technique one more time, 50 is absolutely not enough. Then forget it. Goodbye. He turned to leave. Little brother, your price is too low. Give me a bit more. This is a crank breathing technique. If you don't learn it, you could resell it for hundreds of thousands. I only have 60 yuan on me, and that's all. Besides, I haven't achieved a rank yet, so I can't even use this storage card. Who knows if it's real or fake? Zhang Li pulled 60 yuan from his pocket and showed it to the man. He wasn't wrong. The storage card could only be used after reaching a rank, not before becoming a martial artist. Fine, 60 it is. Consider it making a friend. The scalper gritted his teeth and reached for the money. No, I need to keep 10 for food. In that case, he'll throw in a bottle of spirit gathering powder. A bottle like this costs 100 at the pharmacy. Saying so, the man pulled a porcelain bottle from his clothes and along with the storage card shoved them into Zhang Li's hand, pocketing the 60 yuan. I haven't agreed to buy, and this is coercion. They'll call the enforcers of Lingwu Hall. The man's body froze. He turned to look at him, gritting his teeth. They'll give you another bottle of spirit gathering powder just to get my first sale of the day. Another small porcelain bottle was shoved into his hand, and then the man vanished in a flash. Made another 60. Tomorrow he'll go dig through the trash again. These unwanted storage cards sure work well. The man glanced at the 60 yuan in his hand, then at Zhang Li not far away, snickered, and disappeared. Zhang Li stared at the 2 bottles of spirit gathering powder and the storage card in his hand, lost in thought. He dared not consume the 2 bottles of spirit gathering powder. Who knew what was actually in those bottles? The likelihood of poison was low since poison cost money too. He picked up the storage card and pressed it against his forehead. Although he suspected there was no breathing technique inside, he still wanted to test it. The moment it touched his forehead, no technique appeared. Only an extremely faint trace of energy entered his... Normally, when learning a technique from a storage card, you just press it to your forehead, and the technique enters your sea of consciousness. But this one gave nothing, yet his face showed no disappointment. What Zhang Li really wanted was the storage card itself. Such a card could not only copy techniques, but also serve as a one-time spiritual energy reservoir. But before he could rejoice, the storage card in his hand shattered into specks of light and vanished. Damn it. I thought I'd get a storage card, but I was blind. Staring at the vanished card, he couldn't help cursing. It was indeed a storage card, but one that had completely... The only reason it appeared intact was the faint wisp of spiritual energy lingering inside. He looked at the 2 porcelain bottles in his hand, and felt even more inclined to throw them away. Having spent 60 yuan on 2 bottles, he felt like dying. Ding detected that the spiritual energy entering your body contains a fragmentary breathing technique. Would you like to spend villain points to learn it? Just as he finished cursing, the system's voice rang in his mind. Fragmentary breathing technique. In Daxia, techniques that did not reach a rank were all called ungraded. There really is a breathing technique, even if incomplete. It's better than nothing. Having a system made all the difference. He hadn't sensed the cultivation technique within the spirit storage card at all. Though it was merely a fragment of a breathing method, it was more than sufficient for Zhang Li. He had only 40 yuan left in his pocket now. He also discovered the use of villain points. They could actually be used to learn cultivation techniques. Learn. Ding, spending 1,000 villain points successfully repaired the incomplete breathing method. As the system's voice chimed in, a route for the breathing method appeared in his mind. As he practiced it, the spiritual energy in the air slowly gathered around him. A faint ripple of spiritual power emanated from his body. Detected that the host has learned a cultivation technique. Do you wish to spend villain points to improve its proficiency? It can do that. Initially, he thought villain points were just a tally. It turned out he was ignorant. He hadn't expected them to have so many uses. Yes. As soon as he spoke, he felt the breathing method operate much faster than before, as if he had been practicing it for years. Spending 500 villain points, the nameless breathing method has been elevated to the perfect stage. Zhang Li felt that he no longer needed to deliberately cultivate it. With every breath, spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. It began to strengthen his body bit by bit. Only by constantly strengthening the body could it hold more blood and qi. Spiritual energy fortified the body, which then contained more blood and qi, and the blood and qi in turn nourished the body. This was the cultivation system. Blood and qi surging like a rainbow. That was the meaning. The higher the cultivation, the more vigorous the blood and qi within. System, what grade is this breathing method? Unranked breathing method. Damn. Spending 1,500 villain points for only an unranked... Despite his displeasure, he finally had a breathing method of his own. After sorting everything out, he headed straight for the main hall of the Spirit Martial Hall. Hello, I'm here to collect the subsidy for the child of a fallen warrior. Upon entering, he saw a staff member and asked, please take the elevator over there to the 3rd floor. There's a dedicated area for subsidies. Hearing that he was the child of a fallen warrior, the staff member showed immediate respect. They all knew well that fallen warriors were those who had sacrificed their lives defending Daxia during the beast invasions. These warriors deserve the respect of every person in Daxia. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, he turned and walked toward the elevator. On the 3rd floor of the Spirit Martial Hall, he arrived at an office area. Zhang Li stepped forward. Hello, I'm here to collect the subsidy for the child of a fallen warrior. This way, please. We'll need to verify your identity. A strikingly beautiful woman stood up and led him to a nearby room. Inside the room was a complex instrument. The woman guided him to it, took a blood sample, and extracted the entire instrument began to operate, lights flashing continuously. DNA matching. Eventually information appeared on a screen. Zhang Yuan, mid-stage 3rd-rank warrior, served as a squad leader in the Spirit Martial Hall's Town Spirit Army during Daxia calendar year 203. At Qingli Town, he resisted the beast invasion single-handedly, slaying 10 3rd-rank beasts, 30 2nd-rank beasts, countless 1st-rank beasts, and perished alongside a 4th-rank beast at the age of 27. Zhao Dongqin, early-stage 2nd-rank warrior during Daxia calendar year 203, placed her 1-month-old son in an orphanage before heading to Qingli Town without hesitation. She fought desperately against the beast invasion, single-handedly killing 9 2nd-rank beasts and 23 1st-rank beasts, dying from exhaustion at the age of 26. Their valiant sacrifice successfully enabled hundreds of people in Qingli Town to evacuate. They left behind one son, a DNA comparison complete perfect match. Zhang Li was deeply shaken by the content displayed on the screen. Though he was a transmigrator, seeing the original owner's parents resist the beast invasion stirred great emotion within him. In just a few dozen words, he could sense the brutal intensity of that time. At the same time, he sneered, inwardly thinking of those despicable foster parents. How dare they covet, and what right did they have to tarnish the achievements of fallen warriors? They probably didn't know that such things couldn't be transferred through agreements. He believed that even if the subsidy transfer agreement had been signed, the Spirit Marshal Hall would never let them have it. This seemed like a subsidy, but was more of a responsibility. How could they ever understand that? Hello, Mr. Zhang. Your parents sacrificed their lives resisting the beast invasion. We extend our deepest condolences. They deserve the respect and gratitude of everyone. This is the legacy your parents left for you. As he stood stunned, the woman spoke softly, holding a document-like item. The beast your parents killed have been converted into Daxia currency, totaling 3,035,000 yuan. Their savings in the Daxia bank amounted to 328,000 yuan. The total is 3,368,000 yuan. Please sign here. She pointed to a signature area and handed him a pen. Without any hesitation, Zhang Li signed his name. This is your card, a Daxia bank card issued in your name. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID. Additionally, this is a residence left by your parents. After their sacrifice, it was preserved by the Spirit Marshal Hall and is now being handed over to you upon reaching adulthood. After he signed, the woman handed him a black card and a document, then spoke softly again. As the child of fallen warriors, the Spirit Marshal Hall offers 3 compensation options. If you have cultivation talent and are certified as a warrior by the Spirit Marshal Hall, you can receive an additional 10 spirit purification pills per month beyond the normal living expenses. Once you successfully reach a rank, the higher your level, the more spirit purification pills you can receive monthly from the Spirit Marshal Hall. If you lack martial talent and choose to attend a regular university, the Spirit Marshal Hall will cover all tuition and expenses during your studies, plus provide 3,000 yuan monthly for living costs until graduation. After graduation, you'll also be arranged with a suitable job. If your academic performance is poor and you don't get into university, you can receive a one-time compensation of 1 million Daxia yuan from the Spirit Marshal Hall. Listening to the 3 options, his jaw dropped. No wonder that family had tried so hard to get their hands on this subsidy. Even for an ordinary family, just taking the 1 million yuan would ensure a worry-free life. In this world, most people's monthly salary was only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. I choose the first option. These 3 options had thoroughly considered his entire future. This alone was enough to make countless warriors willing to fight and defend Daxia without hesitation. After making his choice, Zhang Li completed the registration there. As he left the 3rd floor, the beautiful woman who had assisted him gave him a card saying he could contact the Spirit Marshal Hall if he faced difficulties. As the child of fallen warriors, they could provide some assistance. He then completed his warrior certification at the Spirit Marshal Hall. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. You've been certified as a warrior. Here is your warrior certificate. After certification, the staff at the Spirit Marshal Hall issued him proof of his warrior strength. However, all this information was kept confidential. Unless he revealed it himself, no one except a very few staff members at the Spirit Marshal Hall would know. Here are your spirit purification pills for this month. Please take them. A small porcelain bottle was handed over. Zhang Li opened it and saw 15 spirit purification pills inside. These pills could accelerate body tempering for warriors below the 3rd rank. Just one of these pills cost several thousand yuan outside. He still didn't have a cultivation technique, only a barely adequate breathing method. Where can I purchase cultivation techniques here? Now that he was a minor tycoon, he wanted to secure a cultivation technique. Since you're registered as a warrior with the Spirit Marshal Hall, you can log into our official website and choose a technique. The spirit storage card will be mailed to your home. Okay, thank you. Zhang Li expressed his thanks and left the Spirit Marshal Hall. Old Zhang, why were you so polite to a 1st-rank warrior? Does he have some significant background? Another person approached and teased the staff member who had assisted Zhang Li. The man glanced at him and said slowly, "He's the child of fallen warriors. Both his parents died in that beast tide back then. What were their names?" The man fell silent, gazing at the departing figure, and after a long pause asked. Zhang Li walked out of the Lingwu Hall, a swell of emotion surging within him. Truly, he was the chosen one. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over how to sustain his life from then on. Yet in the next instant, he found himself not only wealthy, but also endowed with a house. Following the address, he returned to the residence left by his original parents. It was a somewhat dilapidated neighborhood. As he inserted the key and swung open the door, a family portrait instantly greeted his eyes. A photograph of a couple holding a baby. The man in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Li, about 70% similar. He approached the photo, bowed deeply to the 2 figures, and murmured under his breath, "Your son's misfortune. I will avenge it for you." His voice was barely audible even to himself. Afterward, he began to survey his surroundings. The room was thick with dust, untouched for many years. Most of the furniture was draped in white cloth, clearly arranged by the Lingwu Hall. The entire day, Zhang Li cleaned the house from top to bottom. The space was modest, 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Yet the decor exuded warmth, a testament to the original parents' love for life. He disposed of all the unusable appliances and replaced them with new ones. Gazing at the transformed scene, it felt like a dream. In his previous life, he had been a beast of burden in a company, earning a meager few thousand yuan a month, exhausted day after day. Now in the blink of an eye, he had become a millionaire with a home of his own. Even if he did nothing now, he could live the rest of his days in comfort. Yet since he had come to this world, wouldn't it be a waste not to experience a different life? After all the chores, dusk had fallen. He ate a simple meal and then retired to bed. The events of the day had left him utterly exhausted, and at last he accepted the reality of his transmigration. Now Zhang Li was only 18, and naturally he had to attend school. In any world, studying and acquiring knowledge were the shortcuts to success. Moreover, he was already a martial artist. At this stage, only within the school could he obtain further guidance. The night passed without incident. The next morning he rose early, tidied himself up briefly. Following the memories of his original self, he headed toward the school. He attended Qingqing one high school in Qingqing City, currently a sophomore about to step into his junior year. If not for that pair of abominable foster parents, he would already be a senior. He arrived at class 3 of grade 11. His seat was at the very back of the classroom, where he had always been a mere unnoticed presence. Yo, isn't this our classmate Zhang Li? Why didn't you come to school with your master today? The master the student referred to was naturally Zhang Hong. The entire Qingqing one high school knew about it. Zhang Li cast a faint glance at the speaker, said nothing, and walked toward his seat. Seeing that he was ignored, the other immediately grew enraged. Tisk, 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 you've been away for a day, and now you've got a temper. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? With that he stomped a foot on Zhang Li's stool, his tone exceedingly arrogant. Zhang Li had a memory of this person, Lin Liqiang, a bully in the class who preyed on the weak. But Zhang Li had no idea about his background or strength. In the original self's timid nature, he had always been the victim in the classroom. The others in the room remained silent, wearing expressions of amusement and schadenfreude. Such scenes had become routine for everyone. Although Lin Liqiang was not yet a ranked martial artist, he was unmatched by most in class 3. Zhang Li shot him a glance and asked calmly, "Is your family a great clan?" "What great clan?" Lin Liqiang was taken aback, blurting out instinctively. Slap. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Boom. His body crashed into a row of desks, finally slamming against the wall before coming to a halt. A clear handprint was imprinted on his right cheek. Zhang Li dusted off his hands and said disdainfully, with no background, "What are you being so arrogant for?" "Ding, excellent, you've learned to steer clear of the 4 great surnames. Yi Lin Xiao Chu, by inquiring beforehand. Your bullying of the weak and fear of the strong has been honed to perfection. You've got the villainous vibe. Villain points 200. Damn it. I am the weak one, okay? No, I am the underdog." The system's monologue was beyond ridicule. It simply ignored the facts and only looked at the results. "Zhang Li, how dare you hit me?" Lin Liqiang stood up, covering his face, cursing through gritted teeth. He grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at Zhang Li. Zhang Li did not dodge. He reached out and caught the stool with ease. It felt weightless in his hand. He tossed the stool aside, approached Lin Liqiang, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Boom! He slammed him heavily onto the ground. The impact stunned Lin Liqiang senseless. Zhang Li crouched beside him, patted his face, and said flatly, "Now do you believe I dare to hit you? If you don't believe me, I can give you another demonstration." With that he reached for the collar again. Without waiting for a reply, he delivered another heavy slam. Boom! This time, every student in the classroom felt the floor tremble. It wasn't just the ground. Their hearts quivered as well. This display left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Was this still the same Zhang Li? Had he been possessed? Since when had he become so fierce, daring to lay hands on Lin Liqiang? Ding, you've learned the rudiments of overwhelming power. A true villain, when faced with absolute strength, never talks, only acts. Grinding the opponent into the ground with sheer force. Villain points 400. Just as Zhang Li was about to continue, he suddenly stood up and scurried away in a fluster. "Zhang Li, I'm going to fucking kill you today." Lin Liqiang grabbed a desk from the side, cursing as he chased after him. Crack! The classroom door was pushed open. "Teacher, save me." Zhang Li darted behind the newcomer, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Lin Liqiang, now red-hot with rage, was solely focused on exacting revenge. He didn't even see who had entered. He hurled the desk toward the door with all his might. The person who entered hadn't even grasped the situation before a desk came flying at him. He intended to dodge, but then remembered someone was behind him. He clenched a single fist. Boom! The desk shattered instantly. After blocking the desk, he roared, "Lin Liqiang, what do you think you're doing? Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too." Lin Liqiang was beyond caring. He had never suffered such humiliation. He didn't care who was in front of him. Even if it were his own father blocking his way, he would still vent this fury. He grabbed another desk and hurled it at Zhang Li again. Boom! This time it wasn't the sound of the desk hitting, but the teacher's foot sending Lin Liqiang flying. The boy's entire body was sent crashing backward again, slamming into the wall before stopping. The teacher said slowly, "Lin Liqiang, you've grown quite capable, haven't you? Bullying students is one thing, but now you dare to attack a teacher." Though his tone was calm, the anger beneath was unmistakable. "Ah." This finally snapped Lin Liqiang back, but before he could explain, Zhang Li, standing behind the teacher, spoke up in a trembling, cautious voice. "Teacher, this is my fault. When I entered the classroom, Lin was talking to me, and I didn't hear him, which upset him. That's what led to this. Please don't blame Lin." Although he tried to humiliate me by using his face to slap my hand, we're all classmates. I won't hold it against him. Ding. You really are a natural-born scoundrel turning the tables like that. Villain points 200. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Li's mind. Lin Liqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the other. He was about to say something when he was abruptly cut off. Both of you come to my office. The rest of you study on your own. After speaking, he left the classroom. Zhang Li trotted obediently behind him. He had sensed with his first-rank martial artist perception that someone had arrived at the classroom door. That was why he had rushed toward the door. The teacher who entered was Qiming, the head teacher of Class 3, a martial artist at the peak of the first rank. Lu Liqiang had no choice but to follow them out of the classroom. Assaulting a teacher at school would result in a serious demerit. If the circumstances were severe, it could even lead to expulsion. Holy crap, since when did Zhang Li get so fierce? Did you guys just see that? Lu Liqiang couldn't even put up any resistance against him. Did I wake up too early? I must be dreaming. Is this still the same Zhang Li who was always bullied? And he seems like a completely different person. Just as they were discussing, the classroom door was pushed open again. A man strode in and shouted arrogantly, "Zhang Li, get the hell out here." Instantly the classroom fell silent. Where's Zhang Li? Tell him to get the hell out here. Seeing no one respond, he cursed again. Zhang Li just had a conflict with Lin Liqiang, and they were both called to the office by the teacher. A student sitting near the front murmured softly. Realizing that Zhang Li wasn't in the classroom, the man spat on the ground and turned to leave. Who is that guy? Should keep your voice down. That's Li Chao from Elite Class 2. I heard he's already broken through to the first rank. What does he want with Zhang Li? Who knows? It's none of our business. Stop talking, or we might get into trouble. The classroom fell silent. Only the rustling of pages could be heard. In the office. After bringing the two into the office, Qiming said slowly, "Lin Liqiang, have you been treating my words as wind in your ears, bullying your classmates? How many times have I told you? You never listened to a word. If I hadn't happened to come across this, do you know how serious the consequences of your actions would be? Your parents sent you to school to study hard, not to bully your classmates." It wasn't that Qiming was being unreasonable in his reprimand. In the class, Zhang Li was the kind of person everyone dared to bully. His personality was too weak. Even when bullied, he never dared to speak up. That was why he had brought them both to the office, considering Zhang Li's self-esteem. Facing the teacher's rebuke, Lin Liqiang felt deeply indignant. "Teacher and I. Enough. Apologize to Zhang Li and we'll call it even." Qiming cut him off directly. The reason he didn't impose a harsh punishment was that he knew very well as a teacher, if he were too strict, now the other party might vent his anger on Zhang Li. Zhang Li lowered his head and said in a panicked tone, "Teacher, please don't blame classmate Lin. I should be the one apologizing to him. This whole thing is my fault." If I had heard what classmate Lin said, he wouldn't have gotten angry and lost his temper. If he hadn't gotten angry, he wouldn't have wanted to humiliate me nor thrown the classroom desk at me. And he wouldn't have broken over a dozen desks and stools in the classroom trying to hit me, nor would he have picked up a desk and thrown it at the teacher. It's all because I hid behind the teacher and the teacher blocked the desk he threw, so he couldn't vent his anger and ended up attacking the teacher. So classmate Lin hitting the teacher is all my fault. I apologize. If I hadn't hidden behind the teacher wouldn't have been hit by the desk. As he spoke, he kept glancing at Lin Liqiang beside him. At first, when Qiming heard Zhang Li taking all the blame, he felt a pang of discomfort. This child's personality was too weak. Even when bullied, he still said it was his fault. But as he listened, his expression grew increasingly troubled. When he heard that over a dozen desks had been smashed by this fellow, his face darkened instantly. That's right, more than a dozen desks in the classroom were broken. This couldn't be settled with just an apology. Those desks had to be paid for. When he heard that this guy had attacked him to vent his anger, his face turned ashen, almost dripping with fury. Looking at Zhang Li, whose eyes held a hint of fear, he sighed inwardly and said slowly, "Zhang Li, this isn't your fault. It's his mistake. Don't always take everything onto yourself." Lin Liqiang, standing nearby, ground his teeth in fury and said bitterly, "Teacher, and this is all his fault." Zhang Li started it. Before he could finish, he was cut off. Qiming scolded, "That's enough. Even now you still want to lie. What's your cultivation level? What's Zhang Li's? Would he dare to hit you? Look at how Zhang Li admits his mistakes, and then look at your attitude." "Teacher and I." He tried to say something else, but was interrupted again. "Enough. Write a 3,000 character self-criticism and turn it in tomorrow. Also, you'll pay for the damaged desks and chairs in the classroom. For attacking a teacher, you'll receive a major demerit. Say one more word, and it won't be just a demerit. No, none. Since you have no objections, go back to the classroom and study." Ding. Despicable. As a villain, you're utterly despicable. Retreating to advance, successfully framing someone else, and getting off scot-free. Villain points 300. The system's voice rang in Zhang Li's mind once more. The corner of his mouth twitched. He always felt that the system was cursing him every time. Damn it, you're a villain-raising system. Can't you have some professional ethics? Yet no matter how much he cursed, the system remained silent. Lin Liqiang shot Zhang Li a glare and left the office with hatred. Today not only was he beaten, but he also had to pay for the damages. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain himself. The teacher simply wouldn't believe him. Besides, Kaiming's final words had made him afraid to say anything more. If he angered the teacher and got expelled, there would be no place to appeal. He had indeed attacked the teacher. That was a fact. In the office, only Zhang Li remained standing there. Seeing that he hadn't left, and Qiming thought he was afraid of retaliation. So he tried to comfort him. Zhang Li is there. He won't dare to bother you again. If he bullies you again, come tell me. Don't worry. He's already been given a major demerit. If he commits any more mistakes during the probation period, he'll be expelled. He definitely won't dare. Zhang Li shook his head and said slowly, it's not about that, teacher. I want to apply for a transfer to the elite class. Applying to transfer to the elite class. Are you insane? You can't even perform the breathing technique yet. And do you know how much the monthly food supplement costs for the elite class? Not to mention, will your family agree? These were all facts. Participating in the elite class assessment, not to mention whether the application would pass, the monthly food supplement alone cost several thousand. For an ordinary family, it was an enormous expense. Poverty cultivates literature, wealth cultivates martial arts. This was true in any world. Initially, the school required 500 for learning the breathing technique. Zhang Li's adoptive parents refused to give him the money and forbade him from learning. And Qiming, as his homeroom teacher, intended to cover the 500 for him. After all, which student in this day and age didn't learn the breathing technique? Even those without martial arts talent could strengthen their bodies by learning the breathing technique. However, when Zhang Li's adoptive parents found out, they made a scene at the school. They claimed they knew their child's condition well, that his body was simply not suited for the breathing technique, and if any accident occurred, who would be responsible? A whole list of reasons. In the end, the school apologized to his adoptive parents, and the matter was dropped. From then on, no teacher at the school dared to suggest Zhang Li learn the breathing technique. As a result, many classes on martial arts cultivation were simply inaccessible. The original owner in such a family was too cowardly and dared not resist in the slightest. To prevent him from learning the breathing technique at home, they didn't even let him access television or the internet. At school, for this bizarre reason, almost no one spoke to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Li sneered inwardly. They did this simply because they feared Zhang Li had martial talent, and after learning the breathing technique, they would no longer be able to control him. Thus, the initial talent test claiming he had no martial talent was now clearly just a deception. The original owner had no idea what his true talent was. In fact, it was easy to understand. Zhang Li's biological parents were both second- and third-rank martial artists. How could their child have no cultivation talent? This was merely an excuse to prevent him from learning the breathing technique. Even if your family agrees, with no prior martial arts training, and not even knowing the breathing technique, the school won't approve your application. And Qiming spoke earnestly. He knew very well that Zhang Li's desire to join the elite class likely stemmed from a wish to grow stronger and avoid being bullied. But those admitted to the elite class were invariably students with exceptional talent and strength. Teacher, I still want, Zhang Li said with utmost certainty. Think it over yourself. I can only submit the application to the school. Whether you pass the elite class assessment is up to you. Many people are desperate to get into the elite class. Your application may not necessarily be approved. After all, you don't meet their criteria. Whether it works out depends on the school. Getting an auditing spot in the elite class isn't easy. Although the school allows every student to apply, each elite class only has 6 spots. Our school only has 2 elite classes. You can imagine how difficult it is. Everything Qiming said was true. The elite class was specially established by the school, which invested vast resources. Students in the elite class were exceptionally talented. All students in the school aspired to enter the elite class. To recoup the resources consumed by the elite class, the school created auditing spots. Although anyone could apply, the school had its own set of criteria. In the elite class, both training facilities and everything else were nearly the best. Moreover, the teachers guiding the elite class were high-rank martial artists hired at high salaries. Even those with less aptitude could achieve tremendous improvement in the elite class. This was why so many students wanted to apply for the elite class. Many parents were willing to spend a fortune to buy an application slot. Zhang Li paused, understanding what the teacher meant, and quickly explained, Teacher, and I'm not talking about applying for an I want to apply for the elite class elimination tournament. As for the breathing technique, I've obtained one before. It might not be as good as the school's, but I've basically mastered it. And I'm already 18 and my family can't control me anymore. As for the expenses, I can handle them myself. He didn't ask the teacher to purchase a new breathing technique, wanting to make himself believable and earn the chance for the elite class assessment. Nor did he mention that he was a martyr's child with subsidies. In this unfamiliar world, there were inevitably ill-intentioned people. Even his adoptive parents coveted his subsidies, let alone others. It was better to reveal as little as possible. As for his martial talent, he couldn't hide it. What? The elite class elimination tournament. And Qiming thought he had misheard and asked incredulously, Do you know what strength is required for the elimination tournament? Teacher knows you want to enter the elite class, but this elimination tournament is not as simple as you think. Students in the elite class are almost all ranked. Going there is no different from seeking death. The so-called elite class elimination tournament was different from the auditing spots. It required challenging a student in the elite class, and not the last-ranked student. One had to select a student from the top 20 of the elite class to challenge. In the elite class, the top 20 were almost all first-rank martial artists. I know, teacher, rest assured. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't propose participating in the elimination tournament. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, his tone still resolute. What can I say? This elimination tournament is too dangerous for you. And Qiming still wanted to persuade him, sympathizing with the usually timid youth. He had some understanding of Zhang Li's family situation. He had once gently spoken to Zhang Li's adoptive parents, but that family not only refused to listen, but nearly reported him to the principal. Teacher, please trust me. Let me try, or I won't be able to let it go. Seeing the teacher still trying to dissuade him, Zhang Li spoke again. Alright, I'll write an application for you, but the school probably won't agree to your participation. He finally nodded reluctantly. Thank you, teacher. And Zhang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. And Qiming waved his hand and said, think it through yourself. Also understand that entering the elite class means high tuition fees. I know, teacher, rest assured. He'll figure something out. His persistent desire to enter the elite class stemmed from the original owner's memory, which contained almost no knowledge of martial arts. He was like a hollow shell possessing only a crude breathing technique. He had no cultivation method whatsoever. In combat, he relied solely on brute force. Although he could purchase cultivation methods from the Spirit Martial Hall, without the guidance of a professional martial arts teacher, it would be like building a cart behind closed doors. Alright, let's go. Return to class first. And Qiming said no more. With a sigh, the two walked out of the office. When he returned to the classroom, the damaged items had been cleared away and new desks had been brought in. Lin Liqiang glared at Zhang Li as he entered. If looks could kill, he would have annihilated him many times over. Having been beaten for nothing and given a demerit, Lin Liqiang hissed venomously as Zhang Li passed by. Zhang Li, just you wait. Teacher, Lin Liqiang is threatening me. Zhang Li turned and shouted loudly towards the doorway. At that moment, and Qiming was just entering the classroom. Lin Liqiang, did I let you off too lightly? Lin Liqiang's heart jolted. Damn. He hadn't noticed the teacher was right at the door. He cursed inwardly. Teacher and misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Zhang Li and I were just joking, he quickly explained. It better be. If it happens again, you know the consequences. Lin Liqiang slunk back to his seat, having thoroughly resented Zhang Li. Zhang Li, please return to your seat. The students in the classroom were equally astonished. Zhang Li today seemed truly different from before. It was as if they were seeing him for the first time. The way they looked at him had changed. Zhang Li returned to his seat. His place was in the far corner at the back with no deskmate, and usually few people spoke. As he sat down, the bespectacled boy in front of him, a reserved type, turned around and whispered. Zhang Li, while you were at the teacher's office, someone from the elite class came looking for you. That guy was really arrogant. Zhang Li knew this person, Zhou Pingyang. In the original owner's memories, he was one of the few who had spoken with him, and could be considered a friend. As for why they became friends, the original owner's memories held no clues. Perhaps it was that legendary round head. Thanks, I will. Zhou Pingyang nodded, straightened up, and began to listen to the lesson. By the way, I heard from the others that it was elite class too, and the guy was called Li Chao. You seem different today. Impressive. After a moment, he turned around again and added a few words. Zhang Li nodded and thanked him, and Qiming had already begun the day's lesson. The regular class focused on cultural subjects with 2 hours of martial arts training each day. Because in the college entrance exam, even if you took the literary track, the physical fitness test offered bonus points. It was similar to the physical education exams in his original world. However, in this world, the physical fitness test was more important. It accounted for 20% of the total score. If one passed the cultural subjects but failed the physical test, many universities would not admit them. Not to mention, in this high martial world, even if you didn't go to school and just delivered food, employers demanded good physical fitness. When the bell rang for the end of class, and Qiming announced a piece of news. We'll soon be entering the 3rd year. If any of you wish to apply for the elite class audit quota, you can sign up with. Alright, class dismissed. After the announcement, he left the classroom. The room instantly erupted into chatter. Wow, the elite class audit quota for this year is opening up again. What's there to get excited about? What does the elite class audit quota have to do with you? Does your family have the money to? Exactly. The elite class audit quota has nothing to do with us. Every year hundreds of students apply, but only a handful get through. Each application costs at least $1 million. To get into the elite class, you either have talent, money, or connect. We poor students with nothing shouldn't even dream about it. Damn, thanks for the pep talk. My heart just got poisoned. Some were excited, others poured cold water. They had a point. If one had talent, they would have been placed in the elite class upon entering high school. Zhang Li, are you going to apply? Zhou Pingyang turned around and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt it was inappropriate, and quickly added, sorry, I didn't mean that. He was one of the few who knew about Zhang Li's family situation. Back when the school asked for tuition for the breathing technique, he had intended to pay for Zhang Li. But then his parents had a falling out, and he said nothing more. It's fine. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't want to apply for the audit quota. Zhang Li waved his hand unconcerned. Actually, I don't want to apply either. My talent isn't great. They say that in the elite class audit, students often get bullied, and looked down upon. Zhou Pingyang murmured. Hearing him mutter, Zhang Li was about to comfort him, saying that the application required a lot of money, but before he could speak, the other said again, "But my dad insists on applying for me. I'd rather be here in our class, where it's freer. He told me to apply since freshman year, but I refused. I kept saying no. But now that we're about to enter senior year, he says I have to agree whether I like it or not. No matter how I explain, he won't listen. He just won't agree, and he seems to have found someone. He even said he'd spend 10 million to get me into the elite class. If the principal disagrees, he'll donate another 5 million to the school. Zhang Li, what should I do? Why don't you apply too? He'll have my dad pay for it." The guy seemed to be talking to him, but also to himself, muttering, Zhang Li was at a loss for words. "Sorry, I didn't know your family was this rich. Zhang Li, what do you think? If you agree, you'll talk to my dad as soon as I get home. If he disagrees, he'll run away from home." Knowing my dad, he'll definitely agree. It's just a few million more, and he doesn't care about that small change. Zhou Pingyang seemed oblivious to the expression on the other's face, and continued talking. Zhang Li felt terrible. Damn, he had thought 3 million from the subsidies made him rich. Listen to that. Was that even human speech? What did he mean by just a few million more? What did he mean by he doesn't care about that small change? In the original owner's memories, he had never known that this guy's family was so wealthy. No need. Which class are you planning to apply for? I intend to enter the elite class, but not through the application route. Zhang Li resisted the temptation and probably class 2, since class 1 requires not only money, but also martial talent. You said you're not going the application route. How will you get into the elite class? Zhou Pingyang was puzzled. The elite class elimination tournament. I plan to participate in that. Since he had decided, there was no need to hide it. Zhou Pingyang was stunned. You haven't even learned the breathing technique. Isn't that too? Don't worry, I have a plan. Maybe we'll end up in the same class again. Zhang Li said carelessly. But I heard that in the elimination tournament you have to challenge one of the top 20 in the class. Isn't that too hard? They've all reached the ranked stage. He was worried, and for good reason. In his memory, Zhang Li hadn't even reached the first awakening stage. Before reaching the ranked stage, they were collectively called awakeners. The stages were also divided into 1 to 9. Did you have some kind of adventure like finding a heavenly treasure at the bottom of a cliff in those novels? He suddenly thought of Zhang Li's fight with Lin Liqiang that morning, where he had pinned him to the ground, and that came to mind. Something like that. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone. Zhang Li had wanted to say stop reading novels, but then he realized he couldn't come up with a better explanation. So he went along with it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But can you tell me, is there also a beautiful statue of a girl in? Once he confirms, what Pingyang's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. He quickly asked, "Read fewer novels. It was just an ordinary heavenly treasure. After eating it, I became like this. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. I'm afraid of being taken for dissection." The guy patted his chest and said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Will you look down on me?" After his assurance, Zhou Pingyang asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Zhang Li was curious. Just as he was about to say something, the bell rang for the end of school, and he didn't press further. During the morning class, Zhang Li couldn't focus his mind, preoccupied with thoughts of why the students from Elite Class 2 were looking for him. If anyone at school had a grudge against him, it was undoubtedly his younger brother. This guy is from ordinary class 1 and has always wanted to enter the elite class. Previously, he probably sought his subsidy for that very reason. It was clear without thinking that the trouble caused by the elite class 2 students was for a reason. In the elite class, all the students were likely of a higher caliber. Until noon, when classes ended, that guy named Li Chao never showed up. The afternoon consisted of 2 martial arts classes. The martial arts teacher Zheng Guohua was in the training room overseeing the students as they practiced standing post. This is the most fundamental physical training. During your physical training, the significance of your breathing technique will become evident. The breathing technique allows for a continuous absorption of spiritual energy to strengthen your body and refine your blood. Once your blood is fully refined, you will reach the threshold of the entry level. Don't think that a higher grade breathing technique means a faster cultivation speed. At your current level, even if you were given an grade breathing technique, without a robust physical constitution, you cannot withstand the terrifying impact of spiritual energy. What suits you best is the best. Once the blood refinement is complete, you enter the first tier, and before that you are in the awakening phase, also known as the blood solidification stage. After entering the first tier, spiritual power begins to refine your bones, and a first tier warrior is also known as the bone refinement stage. When all the bones in your body are refined, you will break through to the second tier, known as the organs refinement stage. Each tier you advance brings about earth-shattering changes in strength. The process of physical enhancement is lengthy. That student over there has stabilized his stance. Zheng Guohua monitored the student's training while imparting knowledge about martial arts. Today was Zhang Li's first time practicing standing post. During regular martial arts classes, he was always alone in the classroom. Zheng Guohua, upon seeing Zhang Li, was not overly surprised. He explained the basic movements of standing post without asking if Zhang Li had a breathing technique. It was assumed that anyone attending martial arts classes must possess a breathing technique. As he practiced the breathing technique, even though it was only an ordinary one, he could feel his body continuously absorbing spiritual energy. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy entering his body and merging with his blood, gradually strengthening. This is the essence of the breathing technique. No matter how high a warrior's level, they cannot do without the breathing technique. After standing for several minutes, Zhang Li felt a warm current circulating within him. With each circuit, the feeling of fatigue diminished. This warm current, refined from spiritual energy, eased his exhaustion, bringing him an inexplicable sense of comfort. This sensation was indescribable, captivating him. At this moment, he was in the bone refinement stage, as described by his teacher. The warm current gradually strengthened his entire skeletal structure. 20 minutes passed. Of the 40 students in the class, half could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The longer you stand, the more benefits it brings to your body. The process of strengthening your body is one of continually breaking through your physical limits. At this moment, it is a contest between body and will. Only if your will surpasses your body can you break through your limits. Zheng Guohua encouraged the students who were still persevering. Students who have fallen, don't just lie there. Cultivate your breathing technique. Your body needs to absorb spiritual energy for enhancement right now. Those who had been lying on the ground, gasping, immediately sat cross-legged to practice their breathing techniques. Unlike the others, Zhang Li relished this feeling of standing post training. Clearing his mind, he felt his body gradually growing stronger. It was an exhilarating feeling. 30 minutes. In the entire martial arts training room, only 5 students remained standing. Lin Liqiang was among them. He occasionally glanced in Zhang Li's direction. He couldn't believe that someone who had never practiced standing post could be better than him. At this point, he had already forgotten about the incident in the classroom that morning. However, he was left disappointed. At this moment, Zhang Li's face didn't even glisten with sweat. With his eyes closed, he wore an expression of utter enjoyment. He himself was close to giving up. He absolutely could not lose to someone he deemed a useless novice who had never trained. He kept motivating himself. His sweat had already soaked his clothes. Thud! Another student could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Zheng Guohua checked the time on his watch, nodding in satisfaction. Generally speaking, for students who have yet to reach entry level, managing to stand for 30 minutes is already quite impressive. His gaze turned to Zhang Li, and he saw no trace of fatigue on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if this student was really standing post for the first time. In a martial arts class, each session lasts an hour. Even among elite students, only a few can endure for. In contrast, the other 3 were already drenched in sweat, their expressions twisted in agony, as if they were enduring immense suffering. At this moment, Lin Liqiang felt that every second felt longer than an hour. This fatigue blurred his vision, and his body began to sway. No, I can still hold on. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I can't stand post longer than you. Looking at Zhang Li again, he cursed inwardly. In the next moment, his vision darkened. He fainted. Zheng Guohua approached him, moved him aside, and praised him, saying, Lin, you did very well. You held on for 31 minutes, comparable to some students in the elite class. With Lin Liqiang's collapse, the other 3 could no longer hold on either. They all fell to the ground, gasping for air. Just as Zheng Guohua had said, this was the contest of will against the body. Meanwhile, Zhang Li remained as calm as ever, his expression completely serene, standing quietly. The standing post was quite similar to the horse stance from his original world, albeit with slightly more intricate movements. It was a training method that maximized the Buddhist potential. This form of standing post was known by everyone in the Great Xia, and was a common physical training method. Regardless of how high one's cultivation level, standing post training is effective for all. The students who had already rested watched Zhang Li incredulous as he continued training. 35 minutes. 37 minutes. Zheng Guohua occasionally glanced at the watch in his hand, silently calculating how much longer the other could endure. 40 minutes. Zhang Li remained unfazed. No one spoke, they all quietly watched. Lin Liqiang, having regained consciousness, looked extremely pale. He had thought that even if he were inferior to Zhang Li, he wouldn't be that far off. He even believed that his earlier defeat was due to his lack of preparedness. Now it seemed he had overestimated himself. 45 minutes had passed. Even among elite students, those who could endure for 45 minutes were few. One must understand that most of the students in the elite class had already succeeded in entering the first tier. 50 minutes had passed. Not only the students in the training room, but even Zheng Guohua widened his eyes, swallowing hard. This had surpassed 90% of the elite class students. No one spoke, all eager to see how much longer the other could hold on. Yet there was not a single bead of sweat on Zhang Li's face. It was evident that he didn't even feel fatigue, nor had he reached his physical limits. What kind of monster is this? Everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Li, wanting to see where his limits lay. Even Zheng Guohua was no exception. Time ticked by second by second. Within the training room, no one spoke a word. Even the students had forgotten their own practice, utterly captivated. The first martial arts class had already ended, yet no one left. Students from other classes dismissed for a break noticed the crowd around class 3 and wondered what they were watching. Curiosity drew them over. The martial arts training hall was divided into several zones, each assigned to a regular class, all of which were standard level groups. "What are you looking at?" someone asked in curiosity. "Should keep your voice down." "We're watching a prodigy," replied a student from class 3 without turning around. Following their gaze, the newcomer let out a scoff. "A prodigy? Isn't he just standing there? What's the fuss? Don't speak if you don't understand. He's been in that stance for an hour now." "Really? An hour? Is he from the elite class?" "No, he's from our class. This is his first time doing the stance. He never attended martial arts class before." "That's a bit much, buddy. There's no way someone in this school has never had martial arts training. Believe what you want." Clearly the student couldn't be bothered to argue, his gaze locked on Zhang Li, who remained in the stance. Zhang Guohua glanced at his watch. 1 hour and 10 minutes had passed. There was still no sweat on the young man's face. Terrifying physical resilience. Was this even humanly possible? What level of cultivation could he be at? During the stance, there was no detectable fluctuation of spiritual energy within him. The crowd of students grew larger. Unlike other courses, the afternoon martial arts classes, 2 sessions, had no fixed schedule and were all the students from the ordinary class, instead of engaging in physical training, had gathered around here. "Zhang Hong, didn't you promise to bring me a nailing pill this week? When will you give it to me?" Not far away, a young man and woman walked in from the side. The girl looked at the boy beside her, speaking with some Schwerer, "Don't be anxious. I won't break my promise to you. There's a bit of an unexpected issue now, but it should be. With these nailing pills we can both enter the ranks. Then who knows, we might even get into the elite class." Zhang Hong, seeing the girl's displeased expression, quickly patted his chest in assurance. "You're so kind," the girl cooed. This nearly made him float on air. The two walked over while chatting. Seeing many students gathered there, they couldn't help but feel curious. "Hey Zhang Hong, isn't that your good-for-nothing brother?" The girl spotted Zhang Li in the middle of the crowd at once. Zhang Hong followed her gaze. He thought he was seeing things, then came to the edge of the crowd. "It's been over an hour, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Isn't he even better than those in the elite class?" "Can't say he's better than everyone in the elite class, but he's already surpassed 90% of them. When did class 3 produce such a genius? I have no memory of this at all." Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Zhang Hong's face instantly darkened. How could a nobody deserve such praise from so many people? This made him extremely annoyed. "I remember now, isn't he the brother of that Zhang Hong from class 1? Now that you mention it, I recall too. The one who never spoke much and was always bossed around by Zhang Hong." The 2 boys who were speaking turned around, saw Zhang Hong, and quickly asked him, "Zhang Hong, your brother is amazing. He's been standing in a horse stance for an hour. What's his cultivation level? Has he already succeeded in entering the ranks and become a first-rank martial artist?" "Very likely. If he weren't a first-rank martial artist, how could he hold a stance for so long?" Before Zhang Hong could answer, another person said with certainty. Hearing others praise him, he felt like he had swallowed a fly, but he said nothing. Recalling Zhang Li's sudden change the day before, he still felt a trace of fear in his heart. The girl beside him, however, was displeased and said contemptuously, "He's just a good-for-nothing. What's all the fuss about? Standing in a stance is nothing. You're all acting like you've never seen the world. It's hilarious." In response to the girl's remarks, one person glanced at her and sneered. "And who do we have here? Isn't it the simp Zhang Hong and the player Li Xuemei? If you've seen the world so much, you try it. If he's a good-for-nothing, what does that make you? The worst of the worst. Can you stand in a stance for over an hour without breaking a sweat? Give it up. She can't even manage half an hour. Only a simp would take her seriously," another person chimed in. The exchange among the 3 drew the attention of those around, who all turned to look. "Isn't he just Zhang Hong's servant? No matter how capable he is, he's still like a dog, doing whatever he's told. He brings us tea and water every day. I said you haven't seen the world and you don't like it." Li Xuemei, seeing their mockery, grew even more scornful. These words silenced the crowd. The girl was telling the truth. Zhang Li indeed came to school with Zhang Hong every day, acting like a servant, fetching meals from the cafeteria for this couple. He did his homework, was bossed around, and was never treated as an older brother. Li Xuemei, relying on Zhang Hong, also ordered him about. Seeing that no one spoke, the girl grew even more smug. "Let me show you what the person you're all praising is like in front of me. Move aside." With that, she demanded the gathered crowd make way for her. "Xiaoxua," Zhang Hong called out, trying to stop her. But he was unaware of Zhang Li's recent transformation. In the end, it was too late. Li Xuemei swaggered into the middle of the crowd. "Classmate, please don't disturb someone's training." Zhang Guohua, seeing someone approach, warned her. Yet as if she hadn't heard, she walked up to Zhang Li. She reached out and slapped him on the head. Smack! The sound was particularly loud. Everyone's eyes widened. Oh, no one had expected the girl to be so bold. Zhang Hong's heart trembled, and a surge of fear rose within him. Zhang Li, who had been deeply immersed in his stance training, was abruptly jolted awake. Earlier, as he entered the stance training and the breathing techniques circulated within him, he seemed to find a subtle balance between the stance and the breathing method. Just as the fatigue in his body appeared, the blood and qi within him surged forth. Then the breathing technique began to absorb spiritual energy from the air, strengthening his body. This formed a delicate cycle. He entered a particularly mysterious state, and the voices of those around him gradually faded, blocked out by this wondrous condition. However, he had been in this state for less than 10 minutes when he was forcibly interrupted. A wave of anger surged within him. He withdrew from that mysterious state and slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a cold glint flashed in them, chilling Li Xuemei to the bone. His gaze filled her with an inexplicable fear. Forcing down her fear, recalling what had happened before, she said, "What are you looking at? Believe me, I'll have Zhang Hong deal with you. You've got some nerve skipping out on getting my lunch today." Zhang Li opened his eyes, saw the woman before him, furrowed his brow with deep disdain. He knew her. She was the goddess of his worthless younger brother who had always bossed the original Zhang Li around. Like Zhang Hong, she never treated him as a human being. Just as her words implied, whenever the original dared to resist, she would have Zhang Hong beat him. The original was a weakling, having never even attended martial arts training, no match for them. "Did you hear me? Deaf?" Li Xuemei, seeing no response, shouted again. As she spoke, she smugly glanced at the boys who had just, "Xiao Xue, let's go." Zhang Hong pushed through the crowd, approached her, reached out to pull her, his expression anxious. He didn't dare look at Zhang Li as he spoke. The impression from yesterday was too vivid. Li Xuemei shook off his hand and scolded, "Go. This useless brother of yours is ignoring me. Can't you see? Beat him up." Even Zheng Guohua, standing by, frowned at this. Were these two insane? He was about to say. A sharp crack rang out. A dark shadow flew through the air. Onlookers, seeing it, hurtling toward them quick. With a thud, something hit the ground. "Zhang Li, you're asking for death." Zhang Hong roared. But before his words, another sharp crack echoed. Another shadow flew. A dull thud followed. "Up!" A scream of agony rose. Only then did the crowd realize the two flying figures were Li Xuemei and Zhang. The scream came from Li Xuemei as Zhang Hong, when slapped, had crashed right into her. "Zhang Li, how dare you hit me? Zhang Hong, are you blind? Get him. I want him dead. Beat him to death." Li Xuemei covered her face, her expression twisted. "Zhang Li fighting on campus. You're expelled." Zhang Hong, also holding his face, didn't dare meet Zhang Li's eyes, but threatened viciously. Zhang Li walked slowly to them and said calmly, "Who saw me hit you? Didn't you and your Casanova say I didn't bring you lunch? Since you haven't eaten, I've brought you a taste of hard." Ding, as a villain seeing arrogance in others, you must be even more arrogant. Villain points 400. Hearing the system's voice, he felt a surge of joy just thinking about how to farm more points when someone delivered themselves. Zhang Li looked at them with a mocking gaze. "Expel me. What gives you the nerve? You interrupted my cultivation, and you still dare to trouble me." Crack, crack. Two more slaps landed hard on Li Xuemei and Zhang Hong's faces. "Teacher, they interrupted my cultivation. I had just entered a state resembling enlightenment, and within 10 minutes, I was about to break through, but they ruined it." Zhang Li turned to Zheng Guohua and said with a hint of grievance, "Ding, as a villain, being specious and striking first is essential. You've grasped the basics." Villain points 400. Enlightenment. No wonder. At the word enlightenment, Zheng Guohua's eyes lit up, instantly understanding why he had stood still for so long. Enlightenment. Damn, he entered an enlightenment state. Really? They say enlightenment requires immense martial talent. Impossible. What's Zhang Li's martial talent? The surrounding students were shocked at the word enlightenment. Martial talent was a comprehensive measure of aptitude and insight. To enter enlightenment, his combined talent and insight rating must be at least grade, someone speculated. Zheng Guohua knew well that such an enlightenment state was rare and invaluable. Anyone who entered it could multiply their strength geometrically. Some can even rise a whole realm overnight. That's the terror of enlightenment. Do you two know the consequences of disturbing a classmate's cultivation? Interrupting someone's cultivation is a martial artist's cardinal sin. Even if he crippled you, it would be your own fault. Do you understand how precious enlightenment is? Many people never experience it in a lifetime. He then turned to the pair covering their faces and scolded them. Zhang Hong, holding his face, glared at Zhang Li with resentment, but said nothing. "Teacher, can I really cripple them?" Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Without waiting for an answer, he approached them and struck left and right. Crack, 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 crack. 4 or 5 slaps in a row nearly knocked them unconscious. As he slapped them, he cursed, "Hear that? Even the teacher says if I killed you now, you deserve it. How dare you gesture at me? You think I'm scared?" Their faces instantly swelled like pig heads. Under the system's enhancement, Zhang Hong lost 2 more of his few remaining teeth. Li Xuemei fared worse, spitting out 4 teeth. Using the teacher's words to stand on moral high ground, settling private scores with ruthless strikes. Villain points 400. Who gave you the guts to ruin my enlightenment? Feeling slaps weren't enough, he raised his foot and kicked them in the abdomen. With one kick, they flew into the wall behind. Zhang Li'll kill you. Zhang Hong, never humiliated like this, tried to rise, his voice venomous. Damn it, I'm being too nice. Boom. A kick to his chest sent him flying over 10 meters. Showing no mercy to his younger brother, beating him mercilessly. Villain points 300. Zhang Li, I'm in extreme cases. Your classmates. If you seriously hurt them, you'll be in trouble too. Zheng Guohua's mouth twitched as he quickly stepped in to stop him. This kid actually dared to say that. Damn it, if he didn't intervene and those two got seriously injured, he'd be held responsible. What he said was true. But since he was here as their teacher, not stopping it would make his liability even greater. You two apologize to Zhang Li now, or I won't be able to stop him later. The teacher showed no sympathy as he looked at the pig-headed pair. If it were him, he might have been even harsher. He knew too well how precious an enlightenment opportunity was. Some could even raise their cultivation by an entire rank in one such state. How terrifying was that? He hit us. Why should we apologize? Li Xuemei shouted defiantly. Teacher, she's still defiant, showing no respect for you. If she disrespects a teacher today, she'll bomb the school tomorrow. Let me educate her for you. Zhang Li walked toward Li Xuemei again. He raised his hand and slapped her. Crack. Her head slammed hard against the wall, stars flashing before her eyes as she collapsed weakly. The watching students shuddered. Was this the same Zhang Li? Had he been possessed? Creating an excuse to strike, pinning a high-sounding label on her. Very reasonable. Villain points 300. Even so, he didn't intend to stop, raising his hand for another blow. Crack. Zheng Guohua stumbled, nearly falling. The slap didn't land on her face. The teacher grabbing Zhang Li's wrist, he was shocked by the immense strength. Caught off guard, he almost got thrown off balance. Such terrifying power. Zheng Guohua was stunned. He was a second-rank martial artist, albeit only at the second stage, and had been but even so, no student should have been able to overpower him. Yet here he was nearly flung away by a single slap. Hiss, the onlookers gasped. Was this even human? What level was this guy? Even the martial arts teacher could barely block his attack. Good heavens, this guy accuses others of disrespecting their teacher with just a few words. If he wants to fight, he should just fight. Why drag me into it? Though he grumbled inwardly, he dared not voice it, as it would tarnish his image as a teacher. Zhang Li, don't be impulsive, Zheng Guohua said, hastily steadying himself. You two apologize to Zhang Li right now, and I guarantee today's matter ends here. He had no choice but to speak thus, not out of favoritism toward Zhang Li. Whether at school or elsewhere, interrupting someone during cultivation was a grave taboo. He could also sense the fury in the other's eyes. Even if this were reported to superiors, the fault would lie with these. Moreover, that brief, unintended clash earlier solidified his belief that these two should apologize. If this guy kept fighting, they'd likely be crippled. Zheng Guohua could have kicked himself. Damn it. Head casually remarked earlier that interrupting someone's cultivation warranted being beaten senseless, and it served them right. The guy took it seriously, exuding an aura of determination to beat them to a pulp. It left him utterly. Worst of all, this fellow was acting under his name. If things went south, he'd be implicated too. With that thought, he came to resent Zhang Hong and Li Xuemei. Apologize to Zhang Li now, and let's be done with it, Zheng Guohua barked at them. The two scrambled to their feet, seething with resentment, but powerless to resist. Sorry. Zhang Hong glared at Zhang Li with venomous eyes, grinding his teeth. Apologizing to Zhang Li was worse than death to him, yet he had no choice. I'm sorry, it's my fault for interrupting your cultivation, Li Xuemei said reluctantly. Zhang Li remained silent, pondering his next move. All right, this matter is settled. Dismissed. Next class is free time. Class dismissed. Zheng Guohua, relieved that Zhang Li said nothing, announced to the surrounding students. Seeing no further trouble, he declared the class over and left the training room. As Zhang Li passed Zhang Hong, he whispered, "We have a long road ahead. Let's take it slow, he." Damn it. You wretched system, are you deliberately setting me up? When did I ever have such a tone? As a villain, the basic professional ethics include threatening. You've nailed it. Villain points 300. Just you wait. Don't think I can't touch you just because you got a subsidy. What's yours will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Hong covered his face, glaring venomously. Hearing this, Zhang Li chuckled inwardly. No need to wait. Slap. He delivered a direct blow. Zhang Li, what do you mean? I already apologized. Zhang Hong, enraged, held his face. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. Someone who once groveled before him like a dog dared to insult him so. Your attitude isn't sincere enough. I don't accept your apology. Zhang Li glanced at them indifferently. Going back on your word, you've mastered it. Say one thing to another. Well done. Villain points 300. Zhang Li, I only interrupted your cultivation. You're not even hurt. Must you be so relentless? Li Xuemei pointed at him, shouting loudly. Her voice was so shrill that the students who had been about to disperse turned to look. Truly birds of a feather fly. Slap. Another strike landed on her face. Sorry, I apologized, and you're not dead. You shouldn't mind, you. She gritted her teeth, her face swollen. What? You don't accept? Good. I like your Zhang Li rubbed his palm, eyeing them with amusement. Then what do you want? Zhang Hong trembled, his tone softening. Don't know how to apologize. Need me to remind you how you used to make me grovel? Zhang Li's eyes flashed with menace, his voice eerily calm. Zhang Hong's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what the other meant. As children, he often made Zhang Li play horse. Whenever Zhang Li resisted, he'd beat and curse him, forcing him to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Remember, if not, I can help refresh your memory. Zhang Li pressed as the other remained silent. You can't do this. The teacher already said it's over. Zhang Hong said in panic. I disagree with the teacher. Got a problem with that. Slap. Another blow. All right, you two should match. He then struck Li Shuamei again. You'll be expelled for beating up classmates. Keep talking. The more defiant you are, the more excited I get. I hope you stay tough. Slap. The training room fell silent. Only the relentless sound of slaps echoed. Zhang Li controlled his strength, ensuring he wouldn't kill them. Thud. Zhang Hong finally broke, dropping to his knees. This was how he once forced the original Zhang Li to apologize. Who would have thought the tables would turn? I thought you were tougher. I hadn't even warmed up and you're already giving in, Zhang Li sneered at the kneeling figure. Boring. Next time try to be a bit more resilient. Specializing in face slapping. You're a natural-born villain. Villain points 500, total villain points 7,000. Congratulations, host. Your villain rank has risen to minor thug. Acquired minor thug villain trait. What? I leveled up. The notification thrilled him. At the cannon fodder rank, he had double slap strength. Minor thug sounded like it had a longer shelf life. Ignoring everyone in the training room, he quickly opened the system interface. First, his attribute panel appeared. Villain points 5,500. The two had just contributed 4,000 points. Good people. But he had no martial skills yet, so the points were useless for now. He decided to buy some cultivation techniques and martial arts after school. He continued scrolling. Villain rank minor thug. As a minor thug, you've escaped the fate of cannon fodder, but you're still just a 2-chapter extra. A disgrace to the villain world. Keep leveling up. Minor thug trait. As a minor thug villain, you now understand bullying the weak. Your strength doubles for every rank your opponent is below, no upper limit. Zhang Li was speechless at this effect. Damn, this really is about bullying the weak. I've got nothing to say. Does the host wish to retain the cannon fodder trait effect? The system chimed in again. Save it. Ding. Spent 500 villain points. Save successful. With that done, he felt elated, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This effect seemed useless, but was actually powerful, as long as he kept leveling up. No so-called genius of cross-rank combat could stand before him. He said nothing, and Zhang Hong dared not move. The onlookers, seeing Zhang Li's smirk, felt a chill of fear. This guy was ruthless. Beating someone like that, and still smiling. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off. Next time you act up in front of me, I'll show you I'm not just all talk. With that, he turned and left. After all, they were at school. A simple lesson sufficed. The crowd parted way as he walked past. Zhang Hong and Li Shuamei glared venomously at his retreating figure. You coward. Li Shuamei spat at the stunned Zhang Hong before storming off. The students of Class 3 looked at Zhang Li with strange, fearful eyes. The entire training room remained deathly silent. Zhang Li, well done. You should have done this long ago. I told you before to fight back, and today was truly satisfying. Zhou Pingyang gave a thumbs up, praising him. How did you come to this realization? Was it after encountering some fortuitous opportunity? You could say that. Ever since that incident, I've cut ties with them now. Zhang Li couldn't explain otherwise and spoke vaguely. Good riddance. You should have done that long ago. Look at the other students in our class. They're all afraid of you. I wish I could be like you. He pointed at the others in the training room, speaking with some envy. Zhang Li said nonchalantly, what's there to envy? Is someone bullying you? Aren't you a rich second generation? Come to think of it, your family is so wealthy, why have I never heard you mention it? Hearing this, Zhou Pingyang was stunned for a moment before quickly explaining. Huh, I don't rely on my family. The family money is my father's, not mine. As if afraid the other wouldn't believe him, he continued. I rarely ask him for money. I'm not the type to depend on my family. Zhang Li was taken aback by his reaction, then teased, don't worry, I won't borrow money from you. This guy seemed terrified of others knowing he was a rich second generation. No, that's not what I meant. Do you need to borrow money? I can lend you some. I still have over 200,000 in my monthly allowance. Is that enough? Hearing this, he explained again, pulling out a card from his pocket and handing it over. What's wrong with your thought process? You say you're afraid of others knowing you're a rich second generation, yet you didn't hesitate to offer me money. He asked curiously, what's going on in that head of yours? Was I wrong? My father's money isn't mine. If others found out I rely on my family and spend their money, how embarrassing would that be? I want to be like you, earning respect through my own efforts. Zhou Pingyang said earnestly. Zhang Li was momentarily speechless. What he said made some sense. But not really. Suddenly he recalled how this guy had asked earlier in class if others would look down on him. He asked with some confusion, do you think it's shameful for others to know your family is wealthy and that you're a rich second generation? A trace of hesitation appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. In middle school, someone picked a fight with me. My family's bodyguard saw it and beat that person up. Later, that person reported it to the teacher and called me a useless waste who only relies on his family. Then the whole class started looking down on me, saying that if I couldn't fight my own battles and relied on family, what kind of ability was that? In the end, even a girl I really liked stopped talking to me. His voice grew softer as he spoke. Damn, you had a crush in middle school. Don't you know puppy love is wrong? No, back then I just thought she was beautiful with a gentle voice, and she often helped me. Zhou Pingyang quickly waved his hands in explanation. You're not telling me that because of this you think having a wealthy family is shameful, are you? Zhang Li stopped teasing him and asked seriously. Isn't it? Relying on family for everything. How is that any different from the villains in novels? I don't want to become that kind of useless person. Watching him explain with such earnestness, Zhang Li felt speechless, as if a crow were flying over his head. He said with some exasperation, "You should stop reading those trashy online novels. Do you know how many people would love to be the useless person you're talking about?" This was another innocent youth corrupted by the internet. But it's true, a rich second generation who only relies on his family is so embarrassing. This guy was hopeless. How could there be such an eccentric rich second generation? Let's think differently. When your father gets old, who will he leave his money to? Won't it be you? The other nodded. It was meant for you from the start. So how is it shameful for you to spend it now? Others say that because they're jealous. If I were you, I'd use my family's resources to steadily improve my strength and become incredibly powerful. Then beat those who look down on you until they question their own existence. Besides, aren't they also spending their family's money to go to school? The more others envy you for something, the more they lack it. How is being a rich second generation shameful? Zhuopingyang's eyes widened as he asked uncertainly, "Is that really true?" Of course. The more arrogant you are, the more they'll fear you. If anyone says that again, just beat them up and show them that money can indeed buy arrogance. Zhang Li said with absolute certainty. Thank you, Zhang Li. For what? We're friends. Right, we're friends. Zhuopingyang nodded firmly. They said no more and began their martial arts training. After leaving the training room, Zhang Guohua returned to his office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard someone complaining inside. Are these teachers out of their minds? Daring to submit applications for people who've only awakened 1 or 2 segments. He crumpled the document in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin beside him. Then picking up another sheet from the pile, he glanced at it, crumpled it again, and threw it toward the bin. He muttered curses under his breath. Tisk, this one's even more bizarre. Doesn't even know breathing techniques yet applies for the elite class elimination tournament. Do they really think our elite class accepts any trash? The trash bin was already stuffed with crumpled paper. The newly thrown ball bounced out and landed right at the feet of Zhang Guohua, who had just entered. I heard you grumbling all the way from the door. What's wrong? He bent down, picked up the crumpled paper, and teased. He casually opened the crumpled paper he had picked up. Old Jing, you're just in time. Help me sort these out. I don't know what the regular classes are up to this year. Not only are there too many applications for the elite class elimination tournament, but they're all from overconfident students. Seeing him, the man explained indignantly. Has the elimination tournament application started again? Hearing this, Zhang Guohua immediately understood why he was so upset. As he spoke, he glanced at the crumpled paper he had just opened. It was a student's application form for the elimination tournament. Student's cultivation level has not learned breathing techniques. Seeing that line, he understood the man's frustration and chimed in, someone who doesn't even know breathing techniques. This is nothing but nonsense. Do they think the elimination tournament is child's play, eh? In our school, there's probably only one student who doesn't know breathing techniques. Just as he said this, a student's figure flashed through his mind. The only one in the entire school who didn't know breathing techniques was Zhang Li. He quickly unfolded the crumpled paper completely. Indeed, bold letters read. Name Zhang Li. Seeing this name, a smile spread across his face. He fully opened the paper, smoothed it out on the table, and flattened it. Then he handed the document to the man and said, Old Liu, I think this student has considerable strength and has a good chance of passing the elimination tournament. The school bell rang. No matter which world, once the bell rang, it was like a pot boiling over. Students rushed out. Zhang Li, now that you've cut ties with your family, do you have a place to stay? Want to come to my place? My dad bought me a villa near the school, so I could be closer. I've never even stayed there, but a dedicated maid cleans it every day. Zhuopingyang asked. He and Zhang Li walked out of the school together. Damn rich bastard. He knew the guy was wealthy, but he never imagined such outrageous extravagance. No need, I have a place not too far from school. Zhang Li grumbled inwardly, but still refused. See you tomorrow. See you. After parting ways, Zhang Li strolled leisurely toward home. His application for enrollment was still pending, but the most important thing now was to go to the Spirit Martial Hall and buy 2 cultivation techniques. He only had 1 breathing technique. On his way home, he passed an alley. At that moment, a person appeared before. Are you Zhang Li? The man stopped him and asked coldly. Zhang Li shook his head. No, you've got the wrong person. Fuck, don't pretend. The guy in the photo is you. The man took out his phone, looked at the photo, compared it, and cursed. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Li kicked him directly in the abdomen. Before the man could react, his entire body crashed heavily to the ground. You know who I am, and you still ask? After kicking him down, Zhang Li said disdainfully. Fuck, you're asking for death. I was only planning to teach you a lesson. The man got up from the ground, rubbed his stomach where he had been kicked, and cursed viciously. This guy was clearly hostile. There was no point in arguing with him at this moment. He had already blocked him on his way home. A reasoning with him now would be sheer stupidity. Zhang Li gave the man no chance to react. He launched another flying kick. Although he didn't know any martial techniques, his physical constitution was solidly at the first grade 5th stage. The man just reacted and tried to raise his arm to block, but it was just a fake move. Slap. A palm struck him directly across the face. The force of the slap was so great that he staggered. He fell on his butt. Despicable attacking by surprise. The man covered his face, staring at the other. It wasn't that Zhang Li enjoyed slapping people, it was because the force of a slap was double the power. He had no idea of the guy's strength. Slapping was the most effective attack. Sure enough, the right side of the man's face swelled up immediately. His strength was by no means small, he held nothing back with every strike. Since he didn't know the opponent's level, he could only go all out. Exploit his weakness to take his life. Another flying kick and a slap. Thud, slap, boom. It was a complete one-sided beating. In just a few minutes the man was lying on the ground, unable to fight back. Yet Zhang Li had no intention of stopping, even though the guy couldn't move. He still grabbed the man's collar with one hand, lifted him up, and prepared to perform a shoulder throw. The man's face instantly changed. He had thought that once he lost his combat ability this guy would let him go, but he didn't stop. Panicking, he blurted out, "Stop, stop, stop. You didn't ask anything, and just beat me up. Don't you want to know who's trying to cause trouble for you? Take money, solve problems. I know the rules of your trade. Don't worry, I won't let you get a bad review." With that he directly performed a shoulder throw. Boom. The man's body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Li completely ignored the system's taunts. This guy was simply insane. What rules? I'm not a thug. Someone just wants to find you. The man was dazed and confused from the throws, trying to explain. Don't say anything. I don't want you to break your word. He directly interrupted the man, lifted him again, and said firmly. After saying that, he slammed the man heavily onto the ground again. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't let you lose your credibility here. Go in peace. While beating the guy, he kept muttering, "Please let me talk. I really don't have any cred." Before he could finish another heavy slam. He felt like a punching bag, continuously beaten by this person. Whenever he tried to say something, Zhang Li gave him no chance. Every time he intended to speak or beg for mercy, he was directly interrupted. "It was Zhang Hong who told me to cause trouble for you. This morning he came to my class and asked me to teach you a lesson, offering me 200 yuan. Let me go, I'll give you the 200. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, the man seized the moment when the other was catching his breath and blurted everything out like a machine gun. Zhang Li was puzzled. "Li Chao's. Yes, it's me. This morning I went to your class to find you. If I had known you were so strong, I would never have come looking for trouble." Hearing that the other knew him, Li Chao nodded frantically. As he spoke, he took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. "Fuck, I'm only worth 200 yuan. Seeing the money in the other's hand, he directly lifted him again and slammed him heavily onto the ground. If he hadn't already entered the ranks, his bones would probably be shattered by now. "Bro, he only gave me 200. I don't have any more." Facing Zhang Li, he was completely powerless. "That's your own problem. All these years have you worked hard? Have you improved your professional skills? I'm so formidable. Do you think I care about 200 yuan? As he spoke, he put the money into his own pocket. Then he searched the man again and pulled out 300 yuan from another pocket. "I don't want your money. This 300 is just to teach you a lesson, understand?" After putting the 300 into his own pocket, he dropped this line and turned to leave. "I understand. Thank you, bro." Li Chao quickly thanked him. He felt somewhat relieved that the other wasn't a brutal person, or he might have ended up dead today. He struggled to get up from the ground and limped away into the distance. In his heart, he began to resent Zhang Hong. The reason Zhang Li let him go was that this guy was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Moreover, there was no real enmity between them. A beating was enough. In this world, killing would also land you in the sewing machine factory, i.e., prison. It was even worse than sewing machines. If the crime was serious, one's cultivation might be crippled. The fight just now had earned him over 1,000 villain points. Now he had 6,000 villain points. Back home, the first thing he did was turn on the computer. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to study cultivation techniques and martial skills. Now he had 6,000 villain points. Back home, the first thing he did was turn on the computer. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to study cultivation techniques and martial skills. The school bell rang. No matter which world, once the bell rang, it was like a pot boiling over. Students rushed out. "Zhang Li, now that you've cut ties with your family, do you have a place to stay? Want to come to my place? My dad bought me a villa near the school, so I could be closer. I've never even stayed there, but a dedicated maid cleans it every day." Zhuo Pingyang asked. He and Zhang Li walked out of the school together. Damn rich bastard. He knew the guy was wealthy, but he never imagined such outrageous extravagance. "No need, I have a place not too far from school." Zhang Li grumbled inwardly, but still refused. "See you tomorrow." "See you." After parting ways, Zhang Li strolled leisurely toward home. He turned on the computer and logged into the official website of the Spirit Martial Hall. Upon entering the site, a massive banner dominated the page. Lin Wuchen has successfully broken through to the 9th rank, adding another transcendent realm martial artist to China. Zhang Li clicked on it out of curiosity, revealing a profile of this 9th rank martial artist. Lin Wuchen, one of China's most gifted individuals, is the youngest transcendent realm martial artist with inscribed martial talent. He entered the ranks at 15, reached the 2nd rank at 16, and broke through to the 9th rank at 35. His life is a legend. He is the most promising candidate to surpass the transcendent realm and reach the fabled 10th rank, the Saint realm. This man was practically the protagonist of a novel, his life, filled with endless fortuitous encounters. At the bottom of the article a few comments were visible. All of them were praises and exclamations about his talent and strength. Zhang Li skimmed through them. The official website of the Spirit Martial Hall was filled with news about high-rank martial artists. As for the rest of the page, he couldn't access it. He found the cultivation technique option in the menu bar. The moment he clicked on it, a login prompt appeared. He had only registered his martial artist information at the Spirit Martial Hall and hadn't created his own account. Following the prompts, he registered one. He logged in successfully. The moment he entered his personal information displayed his cultivation level. Zhang Li, first rank, 5th stage martial artist. This information was only visible to him and no one else. After setting everything up, he began browsing the cultivation techniques. A first-rank martial artist had very limited permissions, and the techniques available were few. The highest grade he could see was grade. The cultivation technique grades were divided into S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Grade Martial Skill Cloud Pushing Palm requires 100 points. Grade Martial Skill Diamond Body requires 150 points. Grade Movement Technique Snow Treading Art requires 200 points. Zhang Li only looked at the grade techniques. He didn't have the authority to view higher grades. The higher the grade of the technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For a first-rank martial artist, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits, which was why he could only see grade techniques. The prices here were all in points. He randomly clicked on another martial skill and selected purchase only to be notified of insufficient points. The page then redirected to a recharge interface. 1,000 Chinese yuan could be exchanged for 1 point. Good heavens, a single grade technique cost 100,000. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Such things were unaffordable for ordinary people. And this was just grade. What would be the price for grade or a grade? Could it be in the hundreds of millions? He suddenly recalled the scalper he had encountered at the Spirit Martial Hall entrance on his first visit, who claimed to sell a grade breathing technique for 5,000. It was fortunate he had been poor and ignorant of the pricing then. He clicked on grade techniques. Even the cheapest ones cost over 10,000. His options were limited because everything was too expensive and the descriptions provided little detail. He had no idea which technique would suit him. In the end, he settled on the cloud pushing palm, the first one he had seen. This martial skill seemed perfect for him. As for other techniques, he found none suitable. A grade basic breathing technique free for first-rank martial artists. A grade basic sword art free for first-rank martial artists. A grade basic blade art free for first-rank martial artists. Grade spear art cloud-breaking spear technique requires 10 points. A grade techniques were essentially free, but anyone who had entered the ranks rarely needed them. After much hesitation, Zhang Li finally chose the grade martial skill cloud pushing palm. He also picked a movement technique snow treading art, and claimed a basic sword art and a basic breathing technique. He refrained from spending too much on techniques, believing it wasn't necessary yet. He only had over 3 million yuan. He planned to wait until he entered the elite class to see what the school offered. In less than 2 minutes, he had spent 300,000. It truly pained him. After completing the payment and entering his address on the website, he began training and stance practice at home. Elsewhere, Zhang Hong returned home with a face swollen like a pig's head. Son, what happened? Did you get into a fight at school? Who beat you like this? Chen Huifang asked with concern, seeing his swollen face. He spat hatefully. Who else? That waste Zhang Li humiliated me in front of all the students today. They'll kill him. That little bastard, how dare he? They'll go to the school tomorrow and have the teachers expel him. He's gone too far. Upon hearing it was Zhang Li, Chen Huifang flew into a rage and cursed. Wait here. Let me put some medicine on your face. Seeing her son in such a state, her eyes were filled with pain. Mom, Zhang Li must have already claimed that subsidy. Today in the training room, he clearly had a breathing technique, and he might have even entered the ranks. What? Already entered the ranks? How is that possible? Didn't he have no martial talent? Zhang Hong's words startled her. We kept him from learning the breathing technique all this time, but we still couldn't stop him. They had prevented Zhang Li from learning the breathing technique, fearing that his martial talent might allow him to learn something and become uncontrollable. And now he's already entered the ranks. It must be something good in the subsidy. Otherwise, how could he have advanced so quickly? I suspect he secretly claimed it long ago. Those things should have been mine. As he said this, Zhang Hong's gaze turned venomous. Seeing her son beaten so severely, Chen Huifang harbored a grudge. We were still too kind to him before. We shouldn't have even let him go to school. Letting him live this long was already our utmost benevolence. We should have made him sign the transfer agreement when he was young, and then thrown him into the mountains to feed the beasts. At that moment, Zhang Defa emerged from his room, and upon hearing their conversation said sinisterly, "That little bastard, what can he do even if he's entered the ranks? We raised him for 18 years. Did he think it was for nothing? Don't worry, even if he's claimed the subsidy, we'll make him spit it all back out." Zhang Hong was worried. Dad, what can we do now? He's already cut ties with us. Have you forgotten what happened in the hospital? He was like a different person. Reasoning with him was impossible. Now, whenever he saw their family, he looked like he wanted to. There were cameras in that hospital room when we were there. I found someone who gave me an idea. I've also coordinated with the hospital. The entire video footage has been handled. An ungrateful wretch like him still wants to study in peace at school. He'll be kneeling before us begging for mercy. Just wait until tomorrow. That little bastard will be cursed by everyone. Zhang Defa's eyes gleamed with venom as he sneered. The morning alarm rang, and Zhang Li sat up in bed. After a quick wash, he grabbed his school bag and headed to school. As soon as he reached the school gate, many students passing by cast strange glances at him. He didn't think much of it and walked straight into the school. Zhang Hong, isn't this brother of yours usually so submissive to you? How could he do such a thing? At that moment on the other side of the playground, a few students watched Zhang Li from a distance. That was all just a show for you. If he were really like that, how dare he treat me that way in the training room yesterday? He's just tired of pretending. At home, he doesn't hesitate to throw punches and kicks at me and my parents over the slightest disagreement. Zhang Hong said in a low voice, a sinister look in his eyes as he stared at the distant figure. Damn, that's beastly. Why don't you tell the school and get him expelled? The boys around him were all indignant. Even if he's expelled, we're still family in the end, and my parents are too soft-hearted. Zhang Hong sighed, though a flicker of mockery crossed his face. Damn, that won't do. Let's write a joint letter to the principal to get him expelled, the other suggested. A flash of venomous resentment passed through Zhang Hong's eyes. Zhang Li clearly hadn't noticed what was happening over there. But even if he had, he wouldn't have bothered. For him, the most important thing now was to cultivate and prepare for the elite class elimination match. As he reached the classroom door, he heard discussions inside. I never would have guessed he was that kind of person. Always acting like a pushover. Was it all an act? You never know a person's heart from their face. Didn't you see him forcing his own brother to kneel yesterday? Keep your voice down, or someone might hear you. Next thing you know, you might be the one kneeling. When he pushed open the door and entered the noisy classroom, fell silent instantly. The looks they gave him were the same as those from the students at the school gate. All of them were very strange. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhang Li, have you seen the news? Zhou Pingyang whispered as soon as he sat down in his seat. Zhang Li asked, somewhat confused. News? No, I haven't. What's up? Look, this was on the news last night. It's all over the school now. Everyone knows. He pulled out his phone, opened a news app, selected an article, and showed it to him. Zhang Li took the phone, a bit puzzled. Shocking. An adopted son raised for 18 years. What has he done to his parents? Below was a video. He tapped to play it. On the day of his 18th birthday, the adopted son raised for 18 years did not receive a gift immediately due to his parents' busy work. In a fit of rage, he stormed out, and while crossing the street, he was accidentally hit by a car. When his adoptive parents arrived at the hospital to see him, he blamed the incident on them. In the hospital, he even assaulted his parents and younger brother. Below is the surveillance footage that circulated from. In the footage, a young man is seen violently attacking a mother and her child. Shortly after, a middle-aged man enters from outside and also becomes a victim of the young man's fury. Zhang Li's face showed no expression. He was astonished to see this video. The footage was of him previously beating up Zhang Defa and his family in the hospital. The video was silent and the image was somewhat blurry. It was clear that the footage was captured by surveillance cameras. At the end of the video, the marketing account provided commentary. Even if you raise a dog for 18 years, it wouldn't growl at its owner. According to his adoptive parents, they saw a child standing at an orphanage when they passed by. Upon inquiry, they learned that he was abandoned by his biological parents due to health issues and left at the orphanage. The couple felt pity and decided to adopt him, showering him with care from a young age. While attending school to prevent him from being lonely, they arranged for their biological son to accompany him as a study buddy. Who would have thought that after 18 years of raising him, he would turn out to be such an ungrateful wolf? The comments below the news were filled with various insults directed at the young man in the video. People like him deserve to be abandoned by their parents. Even raised, they only harm others. The orphanage is too soft-hearted. There must be a reason for his abandonment. This couple is too kind. Raising a dog would be better than raising him. Hey, upstairs, how did the dog offend you? Can he be compared to a dog? This is simply worse than a pig or a dog. Absolutely right. Such a morally bankrupt person should be thrown out and fed to wild beasts. It's only the laws of the Daxiao that saved him, otherwise someone would have beaten him to death hundreds of times already. Seeing such a scumbag first thing in the morning really turns my stomach. Like father, like son, who knows what his biological parents are like. I heard he is still in school. The school hasn't expelled such a person, so it seems this school isn't good either. Please let me know which school it is so I can avoid it, and my child can never go to such a school. These comments were increasingly harsh. Looking at this, Zhang Li's expression remained unchanged. He knew that the family would not let this go and would definitely seek revenge against him. He just didn't expect that the form of their revenge would be like this. It was somewhat amusing to him. He had seen many such marketing videos in his previous life where the context was taken out of context. It was simply an attempt to use public opinion to have him condemned by the masses, ultimately seeking their forgiveness. This low-level moral kidnapping was laughable to Zhang Li. If he could be morally kidnapped, would he have chosen to sever ties with them? After reading the news, he returned the phone to the other party without saying a word. He was fine, but there were a few comments regarding the school. He could ignore this news, but the school probably wouldn't ignore it. I must say the marketing account he found was indeed impressive. With just a few simple words, they directed the blame towards Zhang Li and found a few keyboard warriors to guide public opinion. Everyone transformed into a voice of justice, starting various insults. They didn't care about the cause of the situation, to them. The side being bullied or the side that was injured was the vulnerable group. They were the ones who deserved protection, and as for right or wrong, they wouldn't care about that. In their eyes, those who mercilessly attacked others online with their keyboards were the so-called justice. He had seen many such incidents in his original world. These things were rampant, casually creating some hype and establishing a persona. Then they would start all kinds of bottomless operations. Zhang Li, don't worry, I'll have my dad pull some strings to see if we can get this video deleted. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Pingyang spoke to comfort him. No need, this little trick can't hurt me. He shook his head and rejected the other's suggestion. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, as well as cut oneself. He wasn't worried at all about this. Just as he was preparing to say something else, and Qi Ming arrived at the classroom door and called out, "Zhang Li, come out for a moment." Zhang Li stood up and walked outside. Pingyang looked at him leave with some concern. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, the class became lively. It really is him. I wasn't sure when I saw him in the video. It has to be him. Didn't you see our homeroom teacher call him over? It's definitely about the incident in the video. Let's keep our distance from him in the future. If he dares to hit his own parents and younger brother, what about us? The classmates were whispering among themselves. At this moment, it seemed they had forgotten that previously Zhang Li had been bullied by Zhang Hong at school. Everyone was only willing to believe what their own eyes saw. Zhang Li followed behind, and Qi Ming, neither of them speaking a word. They were not heading to the teacher's office. Glancing around, he realized this was the path to the school's grand meeting room. When we go and say what needs to be said and leave out what doesn't. This matter affects not just you but our school as well significantly. At the meeting room entrance, and Qi Ming spoke in a hushed tone. I believe in you that you wouldn't do such a thing, and that there must be a special reason behind it. Go on in. He patted Zhang Li on the shoulder. Zhang Li nodded and pushed open the meeting room door. The moment he entered, over a dozen pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Among them he recognized a few. One was Zhang Hong's homeroom teacher, another was his martial arts instructor Zheng Guohua. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man, the school principal Guo Zhongping. Seeing Zhang Li enter, he said with a genial smile, "Student Zhang Li, we've called you here today to consult you on a few matters. Principal, please ask whatever you wish." Zhang Li nodded with composed dignity, fully aware of why he was summoned. "I assume you've seen the video online. What do you have to say about it?" Guo Zhongping maintained his smile, showing no sign. "Principal, are you asking if what's shown in the video is true?" Zhang Li spoke slowly. "Yes, this matter has not only affected you, but has also cast a shadow over our school. This morning countless calls came in, all inquiring about this incident. Many media outlets are eager to visit our school to uncover the truth." He was phrasing it diplomatically. Not only had the school's phone lines been overwhelmed since dawn, but even his personal number had been somehow obtained by outsiders. It rang incessantly. When he answered, the callers would launch into a torrent of abuse without any preamble. The vitriol was so venomous that anyone with a weak heart might have collapsed on the spot. Now he dared not even turn on his phone. Even the higher educational authorities had called, expressing grave concern. Instead of denying or admitting guilt, Zhang Li proposed a condition. "Can you summon the family of 3? I wish to confront them face to face. Just say whether you did it or not. Why the need for a confrontation? Principal, don't waste words with him. Expel him immediately. Our school cannot harbor such a cancer." Before Guo Zhongping could respond, a middle-aged man seated nearby, around 40 years old, interjected bluntly. Zhang Li recognized him. He was the homeroom teacher of the general class, and also Zhang Hong's teacher Lu Chunshan. "Teacher Lu, as an educator, mind your words." Guo Zhongping frowned with displeasure. "Principal, I'm speaking the truth. You've all seen the surveillance footage. It cannot be fabricated. Moreover, I questioned my student Zhang Hong today, and he admitted it himself. They were indeed at that hospital on health. We cannot let one rotten apple spoil the reputation of our school. A person so lacking in upbringing does not deserve to remain here. I wonder how his biological parents raised him." Lu Chunshan, oblivious to the principal's growing irritation, continued. "Also this morning, several parents from my class called requesting to transfer their children." Seeing the principal's silence, he pressed on. "Teacher Lu, my parents have passed away, but that does not mean I lack upbringing." Zhang Li shot Lu Chunshan a cold glare. "If your parents knew the kind of person you've become, they'd regret ever bringing you into this world." The other sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. "Teacher Lu, will say it once more. You are a teacher. Watch her." Guo Zhongping's face flushed with anger as he barked. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Li flashed to Lu Chunshan's side and delivered a slap across his face. A sharp crack echoed through the room. Caught off guard, Lu Chunshan was sent sprawling to the floor. The entire meeting room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Zhang Li in disbelief. "That slap was from my parents. You are not worthy to mention them. Your arrogant demeanor perfectly suits your minor villain persona." Villain points 400 as Lu Chunshan sat dazed. Another slap followed. And this one is to teach you that a teacher who fails to set a proper example deserves to be struck. Zhang Li's voice was icy. Ding, reverse education, finding a reason to strike. A villain who uses his brain. I like that. Villain points 400, you little bastard. He'll kill you. Lu Chunshan snapped out of his stupor in rage that a student had slapped him twice in front of everyone. He could not tolerate such humiliation. He raised his hand to strike back. Teachers in the general classes were all ranked martial artists. Though only at the first rank 3rd or 4th tier, it was more than enough to handle a student. Lu Chunshan clenched his fist and aimed a swift punch at Zhang Li's head. Instead of dodging, Zhang Li met it with his own fist. A dull thud resounded. Lu Chunshan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Zhang Li flashed to his side again, grabbing him by the... With a swift turn, he executed a back throw. The floor trembled with the impact. Zhang Li, you have no respect for your elders. No wonder your parents abandoned you. They were worthless just like you little brat. Lu Chunshan, dazed, began cursing wildly. Zhang Li slapped him across the mouth once more. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Still haven't learned your lesson. You are not fit to mention my... Able to act, but still needing to justify yourself, aiming for the moral high ground. Villain points 400, Zhang Li, stop. He is your teacher. Zheng Guohua was the first to react, rushing over to restrain Zhang Li. By then the other teachers had snapped out of... How dare you? We thought there might be a special reason for this incident, but now it's clear the problem lies with you. A student so lacking in discipline. Principal, I recommend sending him to a reformatory. Without correction, who knows what he might become. The first to speak were 2 other homeroom teachers from the general classes. Witnessing Lu Chunshan's plight, they immediately voiced their condemnation. The calmest were the teachers from the elite classes. A flicker of shock crossed their eyes. A ranked teacher had been effortlessly overpowered and pinned to the ground. What level of strength did this student possess? They stared at Zhang Li with peculiar expressions, lost in thought. None of them joined the others in berating him. They made no move to intervene. Guo Zhongping remained silent as well, though his gaze was fixed on Zhang Li. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Student Zhang Li, while Teacher Liu's words were excessive, you have openly struck a teacher. By this act alone, the school has grounds to expel you. Do you have anything to say for yourself? His tone betrayed no emotion, neither anger nor relief. Principal, I can resolve both the incident in the video and its impact on the school's reputation. I have only one. Zhang Li spoke slowly, his expression unwavering from start to finish, as if he had never been the one to strike. He did not even glance at the teacher nursing his cheek. Principal, if you don't expel him today, he'll resign immediately. I won't stay at this school another day. I, Lu Chunshan, have taught for so many years and never suffered such humiliation. Lu Chunshan said angrily, feeling ignored. Principal, this matter truly demands an explanation for Teacher Liu. If news gets out, it will only further tarnish our school's reputation. Yes, Principal. Why keep a student who dares to strike a teacher? If every student acted like him, what would become? The other 2 teachers chimed in as well. And Qiming, standing nearby, remained silent, still lost in shock. Earlier, when Zhang Li said he wanted to join the elite class elimination tournament, he had doubted his strength. Now it seemed the other had likely achieved entry-level mastery. His strength was probably only slightly inferior to his own. He knew Lu Chunshan's capabilities well, yet Zhang Li had defeated him with ease. This young man's power was not to be underestimated. How can such an arrogant student be worthy of studying at our school? He should be sent to a reformatory for proper discipline. Since his parents chose to abandon him and pass away, we should discipline him on their behalf. Before they could continue, the principal shot them a glare. He had to intervene. Now a quick glance at Zhang Li suggested he was about to strike again. Fortunately, Zheng Guohua held him. Tell me what condition. Guo Zhongping ignored the teachers, turned to Zhang Li with curiosity, and asked. He couldn't help but wonder how the boy remained so calm, as if nothing had happened. Such composure, even He had investigated yesterday's incident, but found no useful information. However, he had some understanding of the events in the video. That was why he had summoned him to the meeting room. I have only one condition: summon that family of 3 and have the principal call. I will clarify the incident in the video face to face. As for who is right or wrong, you can judge for yourselves. He spoke calmly, seemingly unconcerned about how the school would handle him. Very well, as you say. They'll have someone notify your foster parents. Guo Zhongping agreed, picked up the phone, and arranged for the family to be fetched, also calling media contacts. The media, upon hearing it was about this incident, agreed without hesitation. They'll take a while to arrive. Have a seat and wait. Now all he needed was for everyone to come. During the wait, Zhang Li stepped out briefly and returned shortly. No one spoke in the meeting room. Lu Chunshan glared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Zhang Li would have died countless times. After half an hour, the meeting room door opened. In came media reporters. Principal Guo, hello. I'm Li Dongsheng from Qingsheng Life. A man in his 20s introduced himself, followed by a photographer carrying complex filming equipment. As Li Dongsheng introduced himself, the subsequent media also did the same, including some smaller outlets. The moment they entered, they spotted Zhang Li and glanced at him. He sat there quietly, as if oblivious to their presence. Fortunately, the meeting room was spacious enough not to feel crowded. Soon the door opened again, revealing a middle-aged couple followed by a young man. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow at the newcomers. The main players had arrived. He stood up and stretched his arms. The media turned their lenses toward the couple. Zhang Defa and Chun Huifang sneered at the sight of Zhang Li. Since everyone is here, everyone wants to know the truth behind the online video. Feel free to ask any questions. Guo Zhongping spoke first. As soon as he finished, a reporter immediately asked, Mr. Zhang, is it true that the person you assaulted in the surveillance footage is your adopted son, whom you raised for 18 years? Yes, we adopted him when he was one, seeing him pitiful and alone. The next year after adoption, we had our own child. Perhaps because of Ahong, his personality became somewhat extreme. Chun Huifang spoke first in response to the reporter's question. Abandoned as a child, he might have felt insecure, fearing losing favor after the arrival of a younger brother. That's why he acts like this. We treated him like our own son, even more caring than for our younger one. If the hospital hadn't posted the surveillance online, we wouldn't have wanted anyone to know. We don't want Ali to be cursed at. As she spoke, Qin Huifang's eyes even moistened. Zhang Li rolled his eyes. This woman would be wasted not becoming an actress. At home, he often fought with his brother over trivial matters. He couldn't stand his brother touching any toy he liked. Zhang Defa chimed in. Knowing he was abandoned by his birth parents, we were very tolerant of him, understanding his lack. Sometimes when angry, he would even threaten to cut ties with us. As for the hospital incident, it was my oversight. I had promised to buy him a birthday gift, but forgot due to work. Kids have tempers, it's nothing serious. Although we don't know who posted the video online, please delete it. We don't want Ali to suffer any harm. He was cruelly abandoned by his birth parents as a child. Now we just want... Finally, Zhang Defa bowed sincerely to the media. The reporters who had previously held a negative image of Zhang Li now saw him even more harshly. His actions seemed even more heinous, almost lawless. To treat the adoptive parents who raised him with such... The couple, instead of complaining, pleaded for him. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Li turned icy. After the group of reporters finished questioning the couple, someone turned their gaze to Zhang Li. Zhang Li, in the video, is it you who brutally struck your adoptive parents and even showed no mercy to your own younger brother? Though they had learned from the couple that the person in the video assaulting them was the very man before them, as media journalists, they still felt obliged to ask again. The procedure had to be followed. That's right, and the one who hit them. Without any hesitation, Zhang Li directly answered the media's question. They had expected him to quibble, but who would have thought had admitted so openly? The reporters were taken aback for a moment before continuing their inquiries. Why did you hit them? You just heard what they said. Your adoptive parents always treated you like their own son. How could you bring yourself to do it? First of all, let me make one thing clear, they have nothing to do with me. He replied calmly to the reporter's question. Furthermore, slap. A palm struck Zhang Defa's face. This is how I do it. Do you see it clearly? If you didn't see it clearly, I'll give you another demonstration. With that, he raised his hand. Slap. Slap. Two crisp sounds followed in succession. Zhang Hong and Chun Huifang were knocked to the ground. Now do you see how I did it? After slapping the family of three, he brushed off his hands, looked at the reporters, and asked indifferently. He had long been itching to slap the couple after what they said. Since the reporters asked, he naturally had to satisfy them. Ding, your arrogant attitude perfectly matches your persona. Villain points. 600 is move left, everyone stunned. They never imagined he would dare to act in front of so many people. And he hit them right in the face. The only word in their minds now was arrogant. This guy was far too arrogant. Even in Qiming, who had always believed in him, was a bit stunned. How had the normally timid Zhang Li become like this? Zhang Li, what did we do wrong to deserve this from you? Was it just because we didn't buy you a birthday present? Go on, kill us if you have the guts. We should never have adopted you back then. Your heartless parents abandoned you. You should have starved to death on the street. Chun Huifang covered her face, speaking with deep hatred. Slap. Zhang Li flashed to her side and struck her again. The force was immense. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Slap. Another slap, but this time landing on Zhang Defa. The two blows left them dazed. They weren't martial artists, so their physical resilience couldn't compare. A tooth fell from their mouths, evidently knocked out by the strikes. Everyone heard her. She asked me to hit her, and even told me to kill them. But I'm soft-hearted and couldn't bring myself to do it. After hitting them, he straightened his clothes, faced the media cameras, and spoke with a smile. Damn. This was too arrogant, utterly too arrogant. If any of you still don't understand how I struck them back, then feel free to speak up. I can give you a live demonstration. Seeing everyone silent, he spoke again. Zhang Li, you're lawless. A teacher nearby stammered out a sentence after a long pause. Damn, if I'd known he was this kind of scum, I'd have strangled him as a child. In all my years as a reporter, I've never met such a scumbag. You can see how dark his heart is. As they say online, he deserves to be abandoned. Should have frozen to death on the street. Parents who produce a child like this can't be any good either. Everyone sees him and send him to the Spirit Marshal Bureau. This guy is too arrogant. Someone shouted at that. A crowd of reporters surrounded Zhang Li. So many people moved to attack him, but most of these media personnel were like ordinary teachers. They were only at the 3rd or 4th rank of entry-level martial arts. Zhang Li faced them like a wolf among sheep. Bang! Anyone who dared approach was kicked flying. Though he knew no martial techniques or movement skills, relying on his superior strength and the effect of dealing with mere underlings, those weaker than him were swatted away like flies. He sent them flying directly. In an instant, the entire meeting room descended into chaos. Principal should... The martial arts teacher of the elite class looked at the mess of reporters and asked. His face showed no emotion, nor did he share the reporters' indignation toward Zhang Li. No need. As long as no one dies, let them sort it out themselves. Guo Zhongping said calmly. Principal Zhang Li is so arrogant. If we don't help now, how will the media report on our school? They'll think we're biased toward Zhang Li, and our school's reputation will be ruined. Lu Chunshan grew anxious upon hearing the principal say not to act. He didn't dare step forward himself, knowing he couldn't win against Zhang Li. Watching the media personnel being pummeled to the ground one by one, he swallowed hard. But the martial arts teacher could easily subdue him. Teacher Lu, since you're so concerned about the school's reputation, why don't you go help? And Shiming spoke up. Though he didn't know why Zhang Li had changed, he trusted his judgment. He had been Zhang Li's homeroom teacher since first year of high school. From the small details in daily life, he could tell Zhang Li wasn't someone unreasonable. There must be a special reason for this behavior. Moreover, the principal had shown no expression throughout, as if watching. This only strengthened his conviction. As a teacher, he had the skill to read people. Teacher, and he's your student. Educating someone like this only brings shame to our school. His current state is probably a result of your teaching. Lu Chunshan spoke indignantly, directly shifting the blame. Principal, someone like teacher and doesn't deserve to be a teacher if he can't even teach his own students. He then turned to Guo Zhongping. Teacher Lu makes a good point. As a role model for students, if one can't educate them properly, they don't deserve to be called a teacher. Guo Zhongping gave Lu Chunshan a deep look and spoke slowly. If we had a few more teachers like teacher, in our school's reputation would be ruined by their hands. Hearing the principal's words, Lu Chunshan felt smug and added fuel to the fire. Let's stop discussing whether he's fit to be a teacher for now. Guo Zhongping interrupted Lu Chunshan's words, his gaze fixed on the chaotic crowd. Call the Spiritual Martial Bureau immediately. He's insane. He even dared to strike us. They'll make sure he rots in prison. A media reporter lying on the ground shouted loudly. Some quickly snapped to their senses. They immediately pulled out their phones to call the police. How humiliating. A whole group of them couldn't even handle a high school student. With a loud clang, the meeting room door was pushed open. 7 or 8 people dressed in spiritual martial hall attire walked in, led by a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. He entered and swept his gaze across the room. The Spiritual Martial Bureau arrived this fast. The people inside were momentarily puzzled upon seeing him. He assaulted us. Arrest him immediately. If we hadn't stopped him, he would have killed us all. A media reporter immediately shouted. Uncle Zhao, that family called me a bastard and said my parents were no good. My parents died young, and they've been pressuring me to transfer the 3 million yuan inheritance they left me. When I refused, I fought back. Then they hired all these media outlets to force me to apologize and humiliate me. Even now, all these people, they're ganging up on a defenseless child like me. Today they're all here to pressure the school into expelling me. My parents are gone, and am left alone to suffer their insults and coercion. As soon as that man spoke, Zhang Li, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately began to cry out loudly. Tears streamed down his face. 3 million. Chen Huifeng's heart raced upon hearing those words. So the subsidy was 3 million. No wonder he was willing to sever ties with them. They also said I deserved to be abandoned by my parents, that my parents were no good either. They even tried to seize my subsidy, over a dozen spirit-absorbing pills each month, which my parents earned with their lives. Zhang Li continued loudly, not even glancing at those around him, as if pouring out all his grievances. Over a dozen spirit-absorbing pills a month. Zhang Hong's eyes widened upon hearing that. He knew the subsidies were generous, but he never imagined they were this much. A flicker of greed stirred in his heart. They adopted me, I thought, out of kindness, but on my 18th birthday, they deliberately hired someone to run me over with a car. All my life, that family never treated me like a human being. Every day after school, I had to wash their clothes, cook dinner, and even do their son's homework. If I was even a little slow, I'd get beaten and kicked. His words made the listener's eyes redden. Don't listen to his nonsense. We've treated him like our own son since he was little. We never abused him. Chen Huifeng retorted on the spot. 3 million. If people found out about the abuse, she might not get a single cent. That's right, my mom's telling the truth. We've always given him the best. And what they said is true. My mom was kind to adopt him. His parents were no good, otherwise why would they abandon him? Zhang Hong chimed in, also coveting those dozen-odd spirit-absorbing pills. He directly contradicted Zhang. Uncle Zhao, did you hear that? They're still insulting my parents. I'm useless. I can't argue with them. Life has no meaning anymore. I'm cursed to their faces, can't stay in school, and can't clear my parents' name. I should have followed my parents out of this world. Then I wouldn't have to suffer their bullying. As Zhang Li spoke, a look of despair flickered in his eyes. The man he called Uncle Zhao turned pale with rage upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound. Arrest this family of 3, he ordered coldly to his subordinates. Yes, sir. With that, one of them lunged forward in a single stride. Before the three could react, they were pinned to the ground and handcuffed. Why are you arresting us? We haven't done it. Chun Huifeng struggled against the restraint, shouting loudly. Do you spiritual martial hall people have no law? I'm not afraid of you just because you're from the bureau. If you arrest people without evidence, I'll report you to the higher-ups. The man called Uncle Zhao walked up to Shut up. Slap. He struck her across the face. Let me tell you, including you media people, everyone here today is implicated. Zhang Li is the child of a martyr, do you understand? His parents were martyrs. They fought to the death against the beast tide to protect the people of Qingqing and sacrificed heroically. Without them, could you stand here today? How dare you insult martyrs? Do you deserve to even speak of them? They are heroes of our daxia. What right do you have to defame our spiritual martial hall and our martyrs? His final words were almost a roar. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence, though no one dared to speak. The media reporters who had insulted Zhang Li's parents trembled inwardly. They never expected him to be a martyr's child. He is not an orphan. He is a child of our spiritual martial hall. Everything he has belongs to him alone. This is what he deserves. Show them the full hospital surveillance footage. He ordered his subordinate. The man nodded and took out a device resembling a USB drive. He walked to the multimedia machine at the front of the meeting room, plugged it in, and began playing the surveillance footage. This time the footage included audio. In the video, Zhang Li lay in bed, while a middle-aged woman sat by his side. That woman was Chen Huifeng. Ollie, you only have this one younger brother. He'll be taking the college entrance exam next year. Given your current condition, you can't cultivate anymore. You have no talent for cultivation, but your brother does. Let your subsidy go to your brother. She kept persuading him. After a while, a young man appeared in the surveillance footage. It was Zhang Hong. He held a document and tossed it onto the bed. Zhang Li, this is your subsidy transfer. A waste like you. Giving it to you is just wasting resources. You're nothing but a dog our family raised. His arrogant tone was not one of negotiation, but of coercion. A stream of insults poured from his mouth. The onlookers' faces twisted with anger. Seeing this, Zhang Defa and his wife turned pale in an instant. How? The hospital said they deleted the entire surveillance video, he muttered. The next scene showed Zhang Li getting up from the bed and striking them. In the entire meeting room, no one spoke, silently watching the surveillance video. At that moment, they also instantly understood that they had been used as pawns. The subsidies that the nation granted to the children of martyrs, this family of three had actually tried to claim them as their own. After the entire surveillance video finished playing, everyone fell silent. Even Zhang Defa and his wife lowered their heads at that moment. Since I was little, they never let me learn the breathing technique, fearing that if I succeeded in entering the ranks, the subsidies my parents left me would be beyond their grasp. I am grateful they raised me for 18 years so I did not expose their deeds to the public. I merely severed ties, but I never imagined they would steer public opinion to slander my parents. They are my pride, and I will not allow anyone to insult them. As Zhang Li spoke, his eyes reddened. None of these media outlets had anticipated such a stunning reversal today. Today's matter is clear. Take these people back. The middle-aged man from the Spirit Martial Hall instructed his subordinates. Uncle Zhao, they all insulted my parents. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been beaten to a pulp. As the man finished speaking, Zhang Li spoke again, pointing at those who had just fought with him. The media reporters who had been involved in the scuffle turned pale instantly. This charge at its mildest was just a quarrel, but at its most severe it was an insult to a martyr. It carried a prison sentence. We were just misled by this family, we didn't know. These people were terrified and quickly apologized. The person in charge was not from the Spirit Martial Bureau, but from the Spirit Martial Hall. The Bureau was merely a department under them. Principal, this meeting room has surveillance right. Zhang Li ignored these people and turned to Guo Zhongping. Yes, I'll have someone copy it immediately. The other nodded, knowing full well what needed to be done. After all, standing there on site were people from the Spirit Martial Hall. Before long, a school teacher walked in and handed over a USB drive. Arrest everyone here who insulted the martyr. The man called Uncle Zhao took the USB drive, handed it to his subordinate, and said coldly. Subsequently, more than half of the media personnel present were all apprehended. They tried to plead for leniency, but the Spirit Martial Hall personnel paid them no heed. Ailey, your mother, was momentarily confused and knows she was wrong. For the sake of us raising you for so many years, you can't treat us like this. Just as the Spirit Martial Hall personnel were about to take Zhang Defa and his family away, Chun Huifeng, mustering strength from somewhere, broke free from the law enforcement officers, rushed to Zhang Li and shouted loudly. Sorry, you are not my mother. My parents died in battle 18 years ago. This is the agreement you had me sign back then. Behind it is an agreement to sever relations with me. Zhang Li cast a cold glance at her, took out the agreement he had prepared long ago from his pocket, and placed it before her. The moment this agreement appeared, everyone's gaze turned towards it. Flipping open the agreement, there indeed was a severance of relations agreement behind it, and the couple had already signed their names on it. The reporters who hadn't been arrested quickly took out their cameras and began photographing the agreement. The moment she saw the agreement, Chun Huifeng was completely stunned. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Take them away. The law enforcement officers came to her side, subdued her, and dragged her out. Zhang Hong was no exception, about to be taken away. At this point he grew frantic. If he was truly taken away, his life would be over. With a criminal record, probably no school would accept him. His eyes darted around, suddenly spotting a person standing in the corner of the meeting room. This person kept his head down, not daring to look their way. "Teacher Lu, please put in a good word for me, don't let them take me away," Zhang Hong shouted, as if seeing a lifeline. However, Lu Chunshan acted as if he hadn't heard, not raising his head or even glancing at him. "Lu Chunshan, my dad gave you money yesterday. You can't take our money for nothing. Please put in a good word for me." Perhaps seeing no response or feeling fear from being restrained by the officers, he shouted again, even louder. Lu Chunshan now truly couldn't hide, even if he wanted to. "You're talking nonsense. When did I ever take your money? As a teacher, how could I possibly take money from you? What benefit would I get from taking your money? Officer, please take him away, he is slandering me." Hearing this, Lu Chunshan quickly stepped forward and hastily explained, even urging the Spirit Marshal Hall officers to take him away. "Lu Chunshan, yesterday my dad gave you 5,000 yuan. You said you'd help us today and make sure the school Zhang Hong roared. This statement made the other's heart tremble, but he quickly steadied himself and said, "Do you have any evidence?" Zhang Hong, spreading rumors carries legal consequences. He couldn't admit to such a thing. Besides, he had only received cash yesterday with no records. The other party couldn't sue him without evidence. "Dad, bring out the evidence. Didn't you record it yesterday?" Seeing the other's denial, he spoke again. Lu Chunshan was frozen on the spot. "Teacher Lu, well done. I was wondering what was going on with you today. So you've been taking bribes." Guo Zhongping looked at him and said coldly, "Principal, let me explain. It wasn't my idea, they forced me to do it. This family often asked me about Zhang Li's situation at school, whether he was learning the breathing technique. They just didn't want him to learn anything about martial arts." He quickly explained to the principal, even revealing a shocking piece of information. "Teacher Lu, didn't you say you'd keep an eye on Zhang Li for us at school, and tell us if anyone taught him the breathing technique? And for every time you stopped him, you'd ask us for 2,000 yuan. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Defa also spoke. He had decided to go down in flames. Since he was being taken away anyway, they shouldn't have it easy either. The reporter's eyes lit up, not expecting so many juicy revelations. Zhang Li stood to the side, watching them tear into each other, coldly saying nothing. "Teacher Lu Chunshan, you are hereby removed from your post and formally dismissed. Our school has no place for a teacher like you." Guo Zhongping made the decision on the spot. He never imagined that today's incident would implicate a teacher from their school. Fine. Zhang Defa, don't think I don't know. That car accident Zhang Li had. You hired someone to do it. Since you won't let me off easy, then no one has it easy. I know everything about how your family plotted to take Zhang Li's subsidies back then." Seeing that explanations were useless, Lu Chunshan immediately dropped another bombshell. You are slandering me." Zhang Defa's heart trembled upon hearing Lu Chunshan's words, and his face turned even uglier. "Whether it's slander or not, you know it in your heart." Lu Chunshan sneered. The media reporters were all inwardly exclaiming, "What a scoop." They had made the right decision to come today. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. If at first it was merely scheming to embezzle the subsidies for the children of martyrs, now it was premeditated murder. Moreover, it was the murder of a martyr's child. If this charge were to be substantiated, it would be extremely severe. Even the people from the Lingwu Hall furrowed their brows. In the end, all of these people were arrested. As for how they would be dealt with, it would be up to the Lingwu Hall. "Little one, call me if you need anything," the man addressed, as Uncle Zhao patted Zhang Li on the shoulder before leaving, speaking with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Zhang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. The other man nodded, glanced at the remaining media reporters, and said, "Regarding tomorrow's news, I hope you will report truthfully. Say what should be said, and do not talk nonsense about what should not." Understood. The reporters nodded in unison. They naturally knew what to say and what not to say. After giving his instructions, he left the place. As for why Zhang Li knew him, it was because when he had been certified as a martial artist at the Lingwu Hall, he had told the man about his situation. He had also mentioned the incident where the family of 3 had pressured him into signing a transfer agreement. The Lingwu Hall naturally placed great importance on such matters. They immediately went to the hospital to retrieve the surveillance footage. As for why they did not arrest the family at once, it was at Zhang Li's request. He felt that simply arresting them would be letting them off too easily. So he was waiting for the retaliation of Zhang Defa. He had thought they would resort to some other special tactics. Who would have expected such a low-level form of moral blackmail? The moment he saw that video, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. More than half of the media reporters in the conference room were also taken away. After everyone had left the conference room, the 2 other teachers who had initially called for Zhang Li's expulsion now lowered their heads, not daring to say another word, afraid that they might be the next to be fired by the principal. Lu Chunshan's case served as a warning. As for the martial arts teachers of the elite classes, they had never discussed Zhang Li's issue from beginning to end. They were shrewder than anyone. Since the principal had said nothing, they naturally would not attack this student. "Alright, notify the students to gather for a meeting later and announce what happened today," Guo Zhongping said slowly, then turned and left the conference room. The school's reputation issue had been resolved without any further action needed from him. He believed that before tomorrow the media would have already published everything about today's events. Zhang Li, as if nothing had happened, walked straight into the classroom. Zhuo Pingyang, seeing him return, hurriedly asked, "Zhang Li, what did Olden want you for?" As soon as he asked, all the students in the classroom turned their heads. "Nothing much, just asked how I felt at school lately, did a survey," Zhang Li said indifferently. "No way, that's all." The other was obviously skeptical and puzzled. "Yeah, after all, our school is quite humane." He also asked about my recent training progress. What else? What else could he call me for? As soon as he finished speaking, the other students in the class showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. It wasn't about the video after all. That couldn't be. Seeing that they couldn't get any useful information, these people straightened up, took out their textbooks, and prepared for class. "Zhang Li, are you sure he didn't call you about the video?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If the principal really tries to expel you, he'll think of something for you. At worst, he'll ask my dad to invest more in the school." Zhuo Pingyang clearly didn't believe him and looked worried. "Old Zhuo, I wish you were a girl." Zhang Li looked him up and down and said flatly. Zhuo Pingyang was stunned and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" "Then I could get you directly and save 60 years of struggle." He laughed heartily. The other shuddered and stared at him with a strange expression. "Damn." Zhang Li, feeling a bit creeped out by the stare, said, "I was just joking. You don't think I'm into guys, do you? Isn't that how it's written in novels?" Zhuo Pingyang muttered under his breath. "Bro, read fewer novels from now on. You're already ruined." Zhang Li patted his shoulder. This guy was a pure Chinibu teenager with a thought process completely different from normal people. After a while he turned his head again and asked, "Really? Not about the video?" "Alright, it was indeed about that. But it's just a small matter, no big deal." Zhang Li finally admitted without hiding it. "But it's not what you think. I got them locked up." Zhuo Pingyang was stunned for a moment, then realized and gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. Just basic operations." Just as the two were talking and Qiming walked in. Class begins. The regular class had 7 cultural courses, and Qiming taught martial arts history. The class passed very quickly. Zhang Li could barely keep his eyes open in his original world. He had been a poor student. As soon as class started, he wanted to go meet the Sandman. After class, everyone gather on the playground. The school has something to announce. After class, and Qiming said to the students in the classroom. After he left the classroom, the students in the class turned their heads and looked at Zhang Li again. "Haha, it's probably about—" "Definitely. Didn't you see some people online commenting that the school should expel him?" Zhang Li naturally heard their discussions, but paid no attention at all. He stood up from his seat and walked outside. Lin Liqiang, seeing no reaction from him, directly blocked his way. His attitude was very arrogant. Zhang Li glanced at him. "Something? Aren't you arrogant? I heard you're about to be expelled, right?" "Huh? Oh." He was just about to mock him when, like swatting a fly, he was directly slapped hard across the face. He fell to the ground, and the desk behind him was also smashed by the fall. After doing this, he clapped his hands and looked down at Lin Liqiang lying on the floor. You're right. I am indeed arrogant. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate again." "Ding, well done. Your arrogant attitude has fully demonstrated your villain identity." Villain points 300. Looking at the person in front of him, Zhang Li suddenly felt that being a villain had no future at all. This guy in front of him, in a world where killing was not a crime, would at most survive 1 chapter. He clearly had no strength, yet he kept jumping around in front of him. This guy was the real villain, wasn't he? If this were a novel world, the author must have a hole in his brain to write. Lin Liqiang covered his face, wanting to slap himself twice. This guy was a very ruthless person who even dared to go against his own adoptive parents. Not to mention himself. He had picked a quarrel with the wrong person too early. He lowered his head and dared not speak again, afraid that another word would earn him another slap. Seeing no reaction from the other, Zhang Li shook his head helplessly and stopped bothering him. Glancing at the broken desk, he said, "By the way, remember to pay for the desk you just smashed. You're a grown man, and you still trip while walking." After saying that, he swaggered out of the classroom. The other watched his leaving figure and muttered, "Let's see how arrogant he can still be. He'll be kicked out of our school soon." He was obviously still holding a grudge about being beaten earlier. "Let's go, guys. Let's go watch the show." The students in the class seemed to be all about that video. They had no goodwill toward Zhang Li at all. Zhang Li arrived at the playground to find all the students of No. 1 high school already gathered there. A school with thousands of students, all murmuring in hushed tones. "Silence." Guo Zhongping walked over and barked at the noisy students. Instantly, the entire playground in front of the students stood all the teachers of No. 1 high school. Seeing this setup, they could guess what was about to be announced today. Just as the students were speculating, the principal spoke first. "Today, I will announce several matters. The elimination competition for the bottom rank of the sophomore elite class will officially begin next Wednesday. Students from regular classes are all eligible to sign up. This year is different from before. After regular class students sign up, it will no longer be like before, only taking the top 10 or even the top 20. A successful challenge will earn entry into the elite class, and the last-ranked student in the elite class will be eliminated to the regular class. The ranking of the elite class is no longer limited to a single class, it will be the collective ranking of both elite classes. The last place will be considered eliminated. Uproar. No sooner had Gua Zhongping finished speaking than a commotion broke out. With the ability to challenge freely, I feel I have a chance to enter the elite class. I think I can too. Before I could only challenge the top 20 of the class, but now it's different. I can directly challenge the last place of class 2. The regular class students were extremely excited, buzzing with discussion. In contrast, some elite class students wore calm expressions as if they hadn't given it a second thought. Others, however, showed a hint of worry. If it were just the previous challenge system for the top 20, there was a high probability that regular class students could not succeed. With the rule change this year, it meant they were very likely to be eliminated. Being sent back to the regular class was worse. Next is the second matter. After school investigation, Lu Chuanshan, the head teacher of regular class 1, used his position as a teacher to accept bribes. The circumstances are very serious. After deliberation, the school has decided to dismiss him and never rehire him. He has already been taken away by the Spiritual Martial Bureau for interrogation. This news left the students below extremely surprised. Who did your head teacher take bribes from? A student nearby whispered to Class 1. No idea, replied the Class 1 students, equally bewildered. Especially the students of regular Class 1 were stunned. Their head teacher was fired. Just this morning their head teacher had come to the classroom and told them to study hard. How could he be taken away in the blink of an eye? What had happened this morning? Had they missed something? And he was taken away by the Spiritual Martial Bureau. The teachers standing in front, however, showed no surprise at this news. Watching the students' reactions, Gua Zhongping, I hope all teachers and students will take this as a warning. Students should focus on their studies, not on these crooked paths. As a teacher, the most important thing is to educate students. After his lecture, he continued, the third matter, I believe you can all guess. It's about the online video. According to the Spiritual Martial Bureau's appraisal, the video was manipulated. Regarding this matter, the school has expelled the student in the video, Zhang Hong. The internet is not a lawless place. The student, along with his parents, has been taken away by the Spiritual Martial Bureau. From today onward, any student who deliberately defames others will be expelled by the school. Uproar. Each announcement was more shocking than the last. Ha ha, Lin Liqiang heard the principal's words, and a smug look appeared on his face. I told you Zhang Li would be expelled. Damn, still daring to show off in front of me. A boy next to him poked his arm and whispered, Brother Chang, the one expelled is Zhang Hong, not Zhang Li. Huh. Lin Liqiang was stunned. What did you say? Not Zhang Li. It's Zhang Hong. The boy pointed toward Class 1's area. Yes, don't you see Zhang Hong from Class 1 is not here. He quickly looked in that direction. After scrutinizing for a while, he indeed saw no sign of Zhang Hong. When he turned back, he happened to see Zhang Li smiling at him. Whoosh, the color drained from his face. A chill crept up his back, cold sweat pouring down. Damn it all. Why wasn't Zhang Li the one expelled? I'm really damned for this. Why did I have to run my mouth and offend this menace? Damn, is he going to come over and slap me? Gulp, he swallowed hard. With difficulty, he turned his neck back, no longer looking at the other. Terror had reached its peak in his heart. That guy really doesn't hold back. Recalling the scene yesterday in the training room, where Zhang Li beat Zhang Hong, his heart couldn't help trembling. Damn, that guy beat Zhang Hong half to death yesterday. Yet today Zhang Li is fine, while Zhang Hong, the one who was beaten, got expelled. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Can't provoke him, absolutely can't provoke him. In his heart, he had already labeled Zhang Li as someone not to be messed with. Besides Lin Liqiang, other students also couldn't believe what they heard. That video was fake. It was doctored. Holy crap, that's too absurd. Fabricated to this extent. All the students began discussing among themselves. I said no normal person would do such a thing. I commented online that the video was fake, but I got cursed out by many. Damn, I was just cursing online. Just after I finished, they tell me the video was doctored. I don't believe it. What skill can make a video like that? As everyone knows, videos can't be faked. I believe what I saw with my own eyes. Despite the principal's explanation, some still refused to believe. Some even had thoughts strikingly similar to Lin Liqiang's. They all believed Zhang Li must have used connections to get the school to expel Zhang Hong. Gua Zhongping spoke again. Such a student has caused great damage to our school's reputation. The school will sue him and claim compensation for reputational damage. At the same time, the school will provide financial aid to student Zhang Li, waiving all his school fees. He did not explain the full story to the students below. He simply announced the school's decision. He believed that the news media would definitely report the entire incident. Official information would be far more persuasive than his own words. When he finished, the crowd erupted again. What kind of identity does this Zhang Li have? He beat someone up and got off scot-free, and the school even waives all his fees. Damn, could he be the child of some big shot? They began speculating about Zhang Li's identity. Such a bad behavior, yet the school not only didn't punish him, but even rewarded him. Where the hell can you find justice? The students below were all speculating about the reason. Their gazes toward Zhang Li subtly shifted. This guy's background was undoubtedly unfathomable. The school did not elaborate on the matter. After dismissal, everyone returned to their classrooms. The moment Zhang Li entered class 3, the students fell silent. Lin Liqiang did not show up for the afternoon martial arts class, reportedly taking sick leave. Until school ended, some students were still murmuring about these events. Zhang Li, as if nothing had happened, returned home. The moment he arrived, a staff member clad in the attire of the spiritual martial hall appeared at his doorstep. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Li?" the staff asked with a very friendly demeanor. Zhang Li nodded. "Yes, I am." "All right, let me verify your information." Saying this, he took out an unknown device and conducted a verification. A beep sounded from the device, followed by a prompt confirming his identity. "This is the cultivation method you purchased from our spiritual martial hall." Then the other party produced a very exquisite small box from his person. "All the cultivation methods you purchased are inside. Additionally, as a first-time buyer on our official website, a blank spirit storage card is included as a gift. For future purchases, you can use the spirit storage card to download free cultivation methods through a special channel on our website." He handed over the small box and patiently explained. "Thank you." Zhang Li took the box and expressed his gratitude. "Wishing you great success in your cultivation. Goodbye." After the spiritual martial hall personnel left, he eagerly returned home. Opening the small box, he found 5 spirit storage cards inside. Each card bore a few tiny characters. These cards were single-use. After learning the technique within, they would vanish. He already knew how to use the spirit storage cards. Picking one up, he pressed it against his forehead. A stream of mysterious text instantly appeared in his mind, as if etched into his consciousness the moment. It felt as though he would never forget it. Following the movements in his mind, he stood still and assumed the starting posture of cloud-pushing palm. Just as he was about to begin cultivation, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A new technique detected. "Does the host wish to spend villain points to learn it?" Zhang Li was startled, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. So villain points could be used this way. Who would bother cultivating when they could cheat? He opened his status panel. Seeing his villain points at 7,800, he decisively chose to spend them. Immediately, vast knowledge of cloud-pushing palm flooded his mind. It was as if he had practiced it tens of thousands of times. In just a few minutes, he had mastered cloud-pushing palm, even reaching the proficient realm. The proficiency levels for martial techniques were beginner realm, proficient realm, expert realm, mastery realm, and perfection realm. Yet this was not the end of the knowledge of cloud-pushing palm, and his mind was immense. His head felt as if it would explode from the pressure, throbbing with pain. As he continuously absorbed the martial technique knowledge, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body at a terrifying speed. But it still couldn't keep up with his Bodhis consumption. The vast knowledge continued to pour in. Zhang Li quickly took out the spirit-gathering pills he had received from the spiritual martial hall. He placed one in his mouth. Host detected consuming a pill. "Does the host wish to spend villain points to enhance?" Zhang Li was puzzled. Villain points seemed capable of almost anything except directly raising his cultivation. Enhance it. 100 villain points spent. Pill enhancement successful. The moment the spirit-gathering pill was swallowed, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy. It exploded within him, easing the pain from the overwhelming knowledge. Seeing it work, he quickly took more pills and consumed them. He was completely immersed in the joy of cheating. "Congratulations, host. After spending 2,000 villain points, cloud-pushing palm has reached the perfection realm." Half an hour later, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Wow, just wow. It reached perfection realm, just so this is the joy of being a cheater." Although cloud-pushing palm was only a crade technique, reaching perfection realm had cost just 2,000 points. Few people could train a crade technique to perfection realm. The talented wouldn't waste time on it. To them, crade was merely a transitional phase. Those with less talent naturally could never achieve perfection realm with a crade technique. His status panel had also changed. Name: Zhang Li. Techniques: nameless breathing method, perfection realm, cloud-pushing palm, perfection realm. Villain points: 5,800. Zhang Li assumed the starting posture of cloud-pushing palm. With a gentle wave, immense spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He struck out, and the sofa 2 meters away shattered directly. His eyes widened. So this was the perfection realm of cloud-pushing palm. With minimal consumption, it could unleash. "Damn, that sofa cost me $1,000. He snapped back to reality. The new sofa, barely used, was now ruined by his palm strike. His cultivation had also risen from first stage 5th rank to first stage 7th rank during the process of learning cloud-pushing palm. With the help of the system, the 3 spirit-gathering pills he had consumed boosted his cultivation like a rocket. After briefly cleaning up the sofa fragments, he took out another spirit storage card. This one was in a grade basic breathing method. He pressed it against his forehead again. As before, text appeared in new breathing method detected. Its grade is lower than the nameless breathing method. Learn it. Wow, was the system really this intelligent? He had assumed the unrated breathing method he bought from a scalper for $50 was below a grade. Who knew it was actually higher than a grade? He thought to himself, "System, what grade is cloud-pushing palm? Unrated technique." Damn, he should have known. The system's standards were naturally high. This made him curious about the actual grade of the breathing method from the scalper. But clearly it couldn't be too high, since it only cost 500 villain points to reach perfection realm, while cloud-pushing palm had cost a full 2,000. He made a rough guess and decisively gave up learning the basic breathing method. There was still a movement technique and a basic sword technique left. He pressed the 2 spirit storage cards to his forehead in turn. Spending 2,100 villain points, both Snowstep Art and Basic Sword Technique reached Perfection Realm. In his room, he used Snowstep Art. His movements were as swift as a ghost, almost like the Qin Gong from the wuxia novels he had read in his past life. With the slightest leverage, he could leap great distances, almost capable of scaling walls and running on rooftops. The Basic Sword Technique also brought him great gains. Few people could train a Kraid technique to Perfection Realm, let alone a Basic Sword Technique. After reaching Perfection Realm with Basic Sword Technique, his entire demeanor shifted. A tremor stirred within him. He recognized this feeling. It was the precursor. He quickly activated his breathing method, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward him in a frenzy. Combined with the 4 spirit gathering pills he had consumed while learning the techniques, his blood seemed to boil, surging rapidly through his body. The terrifying spiritual energy within also rapidly tempered his bones. If he could see internally, he would notice his bones now shimmering like jade. This was the peak of the bone-tempering realm, just one step away from the second-grade organ-refining realm. With a muffled sound from within, the last trace of his bones was tempered. The aura around him surged, becoming... His blood surged like a rainbow, and wisps of spiritual energy emanated from his body, giving off an oppressive pressure. He had perfectly broken through to the second grade. The breakthrough delighted him. He hadn't expected that cultivating martial techniques could also lead to such a significant increase in cultivation. Indeed, this grade martial talent combined with the system's enhancement effects was truly monstrous. Without even deliberately cultivating, he had effortlessly broken through to the second grade. Just how terrifying would the cultivation speed be with SS grade martial talent? After breaking through, Zhang Li did not immediately rest. Looking at the 8 remaining nailing pills on his body, he felt the urge to consume them all, since he could strengthen the pills by spending villain points anyway. He acted on the impulse. Swallowing the nailing pills, he continued his stance, training on the spot. The enhanced pills transformed into a vast surge of spiritual energy. The blood and chi within his body churned rapidly, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. The energy absorbed by his body gradually strengthened his internal organs. An indescribable feeling of comfort washed over him. At that moment, he was completely immersed in cultivation. However, the online world had erupted into chaos. Several news items dominated the trending searches. Shocking. The real reason behind the beating of the foster mother a few days ago was finally revealed. Explosive. Foster son beats foster mother, yet the crowd cheers. A family of 3 committed such beastly acts. Heaven's net is wide, but it lets nothing escape. Several consecutive hot topics stormed the news homepage. Netizens who had been eating popcorn and cursing in the morning clicked on the news. The young man in the video beating his foster parents was the child of 2 martyrs. His parents heroically sacrificed themselves 18 years ago while repelling the beast invasion. They left him alone in an orphanage. Zhang Mao and Chun Mao, the couple, adopted him from the orphanage. People thought they were kind-hearted, but who would have expected that in the second year of adoption, they gave birth to a son. Over the following 18 years, they despised the adopted son and abused him at home in various ways. Fearing he might have talent for cultivation and become a martial artist, they even forbade him from learning breathing techniques. When he turned 18, they forced him to sign a transfer agreement for the martyrs' children's subsidies. The news detailed the entire incident. Then came the complete surveillance video from the hospital. This time the video had sound. Everyone could see they were forcing him to sign the agreement. At the end of the news, several photos were attached. The photos showed the transfer agreement and the contract severing the relationship. As soon as the news broke, those who had been cursing Zhang Li instantly felt ashamed. Damn it, the previous video was maliciously edited. This family is worse than beasts. I think the beating was too light, they should have been killed. Especially when people heard Zhang Han's words in the video, "You're just a dog our family keeps." It made everyone damn, the beating was too light. If it were me, I'd chop them up and feed them to the dogs. What are they? The kid is too soft-hearted, they don't deserve to be called human. Holy crap, the child of a martyr. My dad told me that 18 years ago during the beast invasion, our Dachau warriors suffered heavy casualties. I never expected. Salute those heroes. Salute the heroes. Your son should not be treated so disgracefully. That family deserves to die. I beg for their address. I want to go teach them a lesson. The online sentiment flipped instantly. Those who had cursed Zhang Li now began to vilify the couple Zhang Defa and his wife. They started digging up past incidents, and they actually found something. A year ago, when Zhang Li first entered high school, the school asked students to pay for breathing technique lessons. The couple made a big fuss at the school, claiming their son was in poor health and couldn't learn breathing techniques. They eventually forced the school to apologize. After this was exposed, another wave of curses erupted. That pair of dogs, they can't even be called human. They're worse than beasts. The son of our Qingqing hero has fallen to such a state. I smell a conspiracy in this news. Is it possible they adopted the martyr's child from the very beginning, just for the hiss? You know you really do. Otherwise, why would they give birth to a son the very next year? Damn, they must have planned it from the start. So vicious. The martyr's subsidies are for trash like them to claim. While they were discussing, the Spirit Marshal Hall also issued a note. Martyrs' children must claim the subsidies in person. Any transfer agreements are invalid. This notice was clearly targeted at something. Some people even found the media outlet that had posted the earlier video. They left comments under their posts cursing them in the harshest terms. All sorts of insults were hurled. They were called beast-raised. In less than an hour, the media account received thousands of reports. Soon after, the media account that had posted the video was directly deactivated. Even the host who narrated the video, under their private accounts, a similar wave of reports ensued. Even those who had cursed Zhang Li's parents earlier were under their accounts. People left messages and reported them. People in Qingqing City even used special methods to find where the family of three lived. Graffiti and patterns were painted on their doorstep. It was truly infuriating. Warriors who had once participated in repelling the beast invasion also expressed their feelings. They hoped to find Zhang Li and were willing to offer him help. At the same time, they made clear their stance, urging the Spirit Marshal Bureau to take the matter seriously. They were all soldiers of the Spirit Marshal Hall's Demon Suppression Army. If this was not handled properly, it would break their hearts. They fought tooth and nail for Daxia, yet their own children were abused. This matter must have an explanation. But Zhang Li was completely unaware of this. He was focused on his cultivation. The news spread not only in Qingqing but across the entire Daxia. Everyone was paying tribute to the heroes, then cursing the family of three. Soon after, another piece of news broke. The family had been taken away by the Spirit Marshal Bureau. Their charge might be attempted murder. Good job, making them so in prison is too lenient. Such people should be thrown into the wilderness to feed the beasts. The family of scum. Besides this, Qingqing No. 1 high school also became famous. Someone revealed that when the earlier defamatory video appeared, the school stated they would not expel a student without verifying the facts. That evening, students said the school had expelled Zhang Han. Even Zhang Han's homeroom teacher was fired. Parents who had wanted to transfer their children began to regret it. They called the teachers at No. 1 high school saying they no longer wanted to transfer. But the school's attitude was very clear. For those who insisted on transferring, the procedures had already been completed in the afternoon. While the heated discussion was ongoing, the Qingqing City Spirit Marshal Bureau posted a message. The internet is not a lawless place. 5 people who maliciously smeared the martyrs have been arrested. Those who had insulted Zhang Li's parents under the video were directly taken into custody. This post from the Spirit Marshal Bureau was a response to the soldiers of the Spirit Marshal Hall's Demon Suppression Army. Everyone who dares to insult a martyr will be punished. They also announced that over a dozen media reporters arrested in the No. 1 high school meeting room that afternoon had been given criticism and education. Some were even detained. Zhang Li had finished absorbing the 8 nailing pills, expecting to break through another but he only reached the second stage of the second rank. He was a bit disappointed. Indeed, the gap between the first and second rank is very large. His villain points had also dwindled to only 2,200. This was a good thing. He needed to find a way to get more. Advancing in cultivation depended entirely on this. The next day, when Zhang Li arrived at school, everyone was buzzing about the online news. Their gazes at him were peculiar, yet he paid them no mind. He headed straight for the martial arts teacher's office. Arriving at Zheng Guohua's door, he knocked. "Come in," came Zheng Guohua's voice from within. "Teacher Zheng," Zhang Li said, pushing the door open to find him alone inside. Zheng Guohua smiled warmly and asked, "Zhang Li, what brings you here?" Teacher Zheng I'd like to visit the school's library to select some martial techniques. He stated his purpose directly without preamble. "I haven't learned any martial techniques yet. With the elimination tournament for the elite class coming up, I need to pick up." He had come because that morning he recalled what the principal had said the day before. All his school expenses would be covered by the institution. As the saying goes, a fool doesn't take advantage of a good deal. Zheng Guohua nodded. "You can enter the library with your student ID. However, regular class students have very limited access, mostly basic techniques like breathing methods and simple boxing forms. Wait a moment, I'll check for you." He picked up the phone and dialed, exchanging a few brief words before hanging up. Then he produced a special card from his pocket. This is an elite class student card with elevated privileges. You can learn any technique in there, but only choose 2. Biting off more than you can chew is unwise. After you've made your selection, come find me. All techniques must be registered given your current strength. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. Zhang Li accepted the card with gratitude. Your situation is unique and the school grants you this privilege. Also, if anyone bullies you here, don't hesitate to tell me. Zheng Guohua waved dismissively. Leaving the office, Zhang Li headed straight for the elite class library. Upon arrival, he swiped the card at the gate. The door swung open. The elite class library was impressively upscale, housing dozens of individual meditation chambers. These chambers allowed elite students to practice martial techniques in solitude, and there were also several large training grounds dedicated to honing their skills. Zhang Li was stunned. No wonder the elite students were so formidable. Unlike regular classes with fixed schedules, their time was far more flexible. Their martial arts teachers tailored specific training regimens based on their individual cultivation progress. Students admitted to the elite class were destined for martial arts universities. For regular class students, martial arts classes were merely a bonus for college entrance exams. For elite students, academic courses were a breeze. With their remarkable martial talents, mastering cultural subjects was effortless. All academic classes were self-study. Generally gifted students who had reached the rank could simply purchase spirit storage cards containing the curriculum. These cards could imprint knowledge directly into their minds. Of course, memorizing and truly understanding were two different things, much like with cultivation techniques. This was another distinction from regular classes. Most regular students had yet to reach the rank and couldn't use spirit storage cards. Everyone here was absorbed in their own tasks, and no one noticed Zhang Li's arrival. The library had 3 floors. The first was almost entirely meditation chambers and training grounds. Martial techniques were on the 2nd floor. He bypassed the first and climbed upward. The 2nd floor was sparsely populated, resembling an ordinary library, except that each shelf compartment, these compartments were sealed and locked, each containing a technique manual. On the glass exterior, the grade and name of the technique were labeled. Rumor had it that these weren't the real books. The originals were stored elsewhere to prevent damage. The selection mirrored what had seen on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website, though here, most were drank techniques, with only a few crank ones. He had assumed these were free, but to his surprise, prices were marked beneath the compartments holding spirit storage cards. Everything came at a cost. He glanced casually at the listings. Drank technique, mountain splitting fist, price $8.00. Rank technique, basic blade art, price $1.00. The drank prices were indeed slightly cheaper than on the Spirit Martial Hall's website. This was the school's advantage. On the official site, decent drank techniques could cost tens of thousands. All techniques were learned via spirit storage cards. These cards were far more convenient than traditional books. Surveying the dazzling array of techniques, he began browsing slowly. That despicable Su Chaoyu swindled me out of a nourishing spirit pill. A young man cursed angrily from a meditation chamber on the 2nd floor. This isn't over. Brother Zhang, calm down. The elimination tournament's coming up. You can teach him a lesson on the field then. A companion tried to soothe him. Damn it, just wait. I can't swallow this. 1 pill a month, and that bastard got it so easily. The young man stormed out of the chamber cursing. If he fought you fair and square, he wouldn't stand a chance. So underhanded, the other student chimed in. Hey Brother Zhang, look over there. How did a regular class student get into our elite class library? He quickly changed the subject, pointing to a student browsing techniques nearby. The uniforms of regular and elite classes were distinct. It was easy to tell which class someone belonged to. The fuming young man followed the gesture and strode over. Standing arrogantly nearby, he demanded, "Are you a regular class student?" Zhang Li turned at the voice. 2 young men stood not far off. The speaker was about 1.8 meters tall. Zhang Li didn't recognize them, so he merely nodded without a word. The other student approached, irritated by the silence. My brother Zhang is talking to you. Are you deaf? This brother Zhang was Zhang Tianrui from Elite Class 2. Frustrated and looking for an outlet, Zhang Tianrui added, "This is elite territory. A regular student like you has no business here." Zhang Li glanced at him dismissively and flashed the card from Zhang Guohua. See this? School approved. He then resumed browsing, ignoring them. Zhang Li's nonchalance stung Zhang Tianrui's pride. In the elite class, no regular student dared act so arrogantly. How could he tolerate this? It was bad enough that Su Chaoyu had snatched his nourishing spirit pill. But who did this nobody think he was? Brother Zhang, he's that guy from the news. Zhang Tianrui now recognized Zhang Li sneering. So it's the one who claimed his parents were martyrs, played the victim, and beat up his foster parents to make headlines. Zhang Li right. A malicious thought struck him, and he continued with a sinister tone. I hear you get a nourishing spirit pill every month from the Spirit Martial Hall, don't you? Seeing that he remained silent, he approached him again, placing a hand on Zhang Li's shoulder. I'm asking you a question. Can't you understand me? I suspect you sneaked in using someone else's card. The elite class library isn't a place you can enter just by playing. Be smart. Hand over 2 spirit gathering pills, and he'll let this trespassing incident slide. Zhang Li sidestepped to avoid him. He slapped the opponent's arm, sending him stumbling. Then he grabbed his collar and lifted him off the ground. Can you see clearly now? He took out the card again and tapped it on Zhang Tianrui's face. I was ignoring you, but you just had to push it. Let brother Zhang go, you're asking for death. Another person, seeing his comrade hoisted by one hand, panicked and kicked at Zhang Li. Zhang Li dodged to the side, evading the attack. He then kicked back with equal force. With a boom, the man was sent flying over 10 meters. He crashed heavily into a bookshelf. With a clatter, the entire shelf toppled over, scattering books all. The man lay on the ground unconscious. As Zhang Li struck the youth, he was holding through a punch at his head. Zhang Li tilted his head, dodging the blow, and grabbed the opponent's fist with one hand. With his other hand still gripping the collar, he slammed the youth heavily to the ground. The impact shook the nearby. The force was immense. The youth called Brother Zhang was dazed and disoriented. You'd better let me go, or you're finished. They'll have the school expel you. Zhang Tianrui couldn't believe how formidable this guy was. He hadn't even had a chance to react before being utterly. Zhang Li glanced at him indifferently and took out a bottle. It was the same one that had held spirit-gathering pills, but now it contained spirit-gathering powder. These were the 2 portions the scalper had given him earlier. Only 1 portion remained as he had consumed 1 last night. Even with the system's enhancement, it had been nearly ineffective. Pure medicinal waste. You want this? Zhang Li held the bottle before his eyes. The label read Spirit. Jiang Tianrui's eyes flickered with greed. He had only mentioned it casually, never expecting the guy to actually have. If these were from the Spirit Marshal Hall, their quality would be top-notch. Was this guy really going to give them to him? As he pondered, Zhang Li said, "Here," and placed the bottle into his pocket. Before Jiang Tianrui could react, he grabbed his collar again and slammed him down with another deafening crash. A crack sounded as the bottle in his pocket shattered into pieces. The spirit-gathering powder spilled all over his pocket. "You..." Jiang Tianrui's eyes blazed with fury as he stared in disbelief. Had the spirit-gathering pill really been crushed by a single kick? Several thousand yuan gone just like that. His mind struggled to process the loss. With another thud, Zhang Li kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying several meters. The powder traced a line from his pocket onto the ground. "You broke the 5 spirit-gathering pills I had inside, so I can't use them now. You'll have to compensate me. These were given to me by the Spirit Marshal Hall. If they find out you stole and destroyed my pills, you know the consequence." He spoke calmly, looking down at Jiang Tianrui, who lay limp on the ground like a dead dog. "Of course, if you don't want to pay, the Spirit Marshal Hall will be informed." Jiang Tianrui's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Li sneered at his expression. "I know what you're thinking. Do you think the Spirit Marshal Hall will believe you or me?" Shameless. He had never encountered such brazenness, framing him so openly. Jiang Tianrui choked on his rage and passed out. The commotion drew the attention of nearby students who emerged from their meditation rooms. They saw Jiang Tianrui discarded like trash, surrounded by shards of a porcelain bottle. On the other side, another person lay motionless with an overturned bookshelf behind him. Everyone was stunned. Who was this guy? How dare he fight in the library? They were even more puzzled about his identity. Suddenly someone spoke up. "He looks familiar. Isn't he that Zhang Li from the news, the one at our school?" "Oh, you're right, I remember now." People online said he was arrogant. It's true. He even dares to cause trouble here. Someone sneered. Does he really think the Spirit Marshal Hall will back him up? Isn't that Jiang Tianrui on the ground? Isn't he at the 1st rank, 3rd stage? No way. How could he lose? I heard Zhang Li doesn't even know breathing techniques. He's too ruthless. Look, Jiang Tianrui is bleeding. Zhang Li glanced around. Nothing to see here. Everyone disperse. He resumed browsing martial arts techniques unfazed. Just then a woman with a furrowed brow stepped out from the crowd. "Regardless of which class you're in, isn't it too much to assault a classmate in the elite library?" As she spoke, the crowd gasped. "Su Yuqing. I didn't expect the goddess Su to be here too. They say she's already broken through to the 2nd rank, far surpassing seniors. She's our school's top prodigy. Some martial arts teachers predict she'll reach the peak of the 2nd rank by the college entrance exams. Incredible. Even with daily spirit-gathering pills, that kind of speed is insane. She has grade martial talent, the only one in our school. The highest cultivation among the senior elite class is only at the 1st rank, 8th stage. She's the school's top beauty, unrivaled in both strength and looks." Her appearance stirred excitement among the male students who stared with googly eyes. Su Yuqing frowned at the fallen students and continued. "No matter why you started this fight, assaulting classmates in a public place is wrong. Take them to the infirmary and Her tone was haughty, as if she hadn't even considered him worth noticing. "Fighting is forbidden in our elite library. That's the rule here." Her voice brooked no argument. As she spoke, she released her 2nd-rank martial aura, intending to intimidate him. Zhang Li shot her a glance. "Are you crazy? Was there no one normal in this school? I don't care who you are, if you assault a fellow student, you must apologize." Zhang Li cast a cold glance at the other party and said, "Are you from Paris?" "What do you mean?" Su Yuqing was taken aback, puzzled by his words. "Did Notre Dame collapse, leaving you? So you came here, insisting on an apology regardless of right or wrong. Who do you think you are? Do I even know you?" He showed no respect, and the other's face stiffened as she pointed at him. "You. Fighting in the library is wrong. Don't force my hand. Apologize now. You don't understand the rules of the elite class, so let me teach you how to respect your peers." Though she didn't grasp his full meaning, she knew it was nothing good. Instantly, her 2nd-rank aura surged toward Zhang. Yet Zhang Li remained unmoved, calmly watching her. "I underestimated you. To stand firm under my pressure, you do have some skill. If you apologize now, I'll pretend you said nothing. And if I don't..." Zhang Li finished, then vanished in a flash, employing the snow-treading technique. His footwork, perfected to its peak, made his figure appear as elusive as a specter. The onlooker's vision blurred, unable to track his movements. A gust of wind swept by, followed by a muffled crash. A figure was sent flying before anyone could react. Another streak shot forward. With a light toe tap, each stride covered over 10 meters. The ejected figure had barely landed. When hit by another kick, a dull thud echoed. A nearby bookshelf collapsed, burying the person beneath it. As everyone's vision cleared, they saw Zhang Li standing still, while their goddess, Su Yuqing, had vanished. How is this possible? My goddess was taken down in one blow. Despicable. How could he ambush her? The surrounding students were stunned, but Zhang Li paid them no heed. When her aura locked onto him, he sensed her cultivation level 2nd rank, 1st stage, merely a single stage below his own. Even with the boost from his villainous traits, he wasn't certain of victory. After all, she was hailed as the #1 prodigy of 1st high. To reach 2nd rank 1st stage at such a young age, she must possess extraordinary abilities. Geniuses like her often had ultimate techniques. For such talents, being invincible within their rank and fighting above, it was almost routine. He was only a minor stage ahead. That minor gap meant nothing in a genius' eyes. He could easily stumble and become a stepping stone for her, so he gave her no chance to strike. Catching her off guard, he nipped the threat in the bud. Both of his attacks were delivered at full force, exploiting her unpreparedness for a successful ambush. Yet he doubted the so-called top genius of 1st high would be so easily defeated. Ignoring the crowd, he warily watched the collapsed bookshelf. With a thunderous roar, the debris exploded outward. A figure burst forth, kicking up a cloud of dust across the 2nd floor. Su Yuqing now looked disheveled. Her once neat training uniform was tousled and torn in places. Her eyes icy, she stared at him. So you're a 2nd rank martial artist too? No wonder you're so arrogant. Since you're at 2nd rank, those two were clearly no match for you. Why hurt them? Zhang Li watched her emerge from the wreckage, marveling inwardly. Truly, geniuses were beyond human measure, not to be judged by ordinary standards. His 2 strikes would have floored an average person, yet she emerged unscathed, and still had the breath to speak. His decisive action had been wise. Had he wasted words, he might be the one on the ground now. He fixed a solemn gaze on her. Su Yuqing's words drew gasps from the students. A 2nd-rank martial artist. The news had said he couldn't even breathe properly. Even if he had obtained a breathing technique from the Spirit Martial Hall, breaking through to 2nd rank so quickly seemed impossible. What kind of talent did he have? Their contempt for Zhang Li grew. Why ambush their goddess when he was already a 2nd-rank martial artist? The infatuated boys grew indignant. They hurled insults. Zhang Li, you coward. You're a 2nd-rank martial artist, why not fight our Su goddess fair and square? Shameless. Resorting to such dirty tricks. Disgusting. Face her like a man instead of sneaking around. Worry for their goddess surfaced. Su goddess, beware of his underhanded ways. Don't waste words on him, he's not worthy. Watch out. He might have even more despicable tricks up his sleeve. Ignoring the crowd, Su Yuqing glared coldly at him and continued, it's too late for an apology now. The elite class rules, no matter who you are. Zhang Li didn't listen, he attacked again. This time he was even more cautious. With only 4 or 5 meters between them, he stepped forward and raised his palm in a striking motion. This was the opening stance of the cloud-dispelling palm. As his hand descended, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy gathered in his palm, his breathing technique spinning at an unprecedented speed. An ominous pressure filled the 2nd floor, instilling fear in the students. Spiritual energy coalesced in his palm with astonishing speed. The violent energy materialized into a massive palm, nearly 2 meters wide, so dense that even its lines were visible. The instant the giant palm appeared, it voraciously absorbed ambient spiritual energy, swelling further as it struck. This was the perfected cloud-dispelling palm. With a thunderous crash, the colossal palm slammed toward her, its overwhelming force deafening the onlookers. Though the motion seemed slow, it happened in an instant. Before Su Yuqing could finish speaking, she was sent flying by. She crashed heavily into the wall behind her, the impact reverberating through the floor. The library's walls were built with special materials. Ordinary bricks would have crumbled into a crater. Her internal organs trembled violently, as if displaced, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Her furious eyes fixed on him. She was utterly stunned. You lack even the basic martial ethics. You don't deserve to be a martial artist. She had never encountered anyone who attacked without a word. She had barely started reasoning with him when he struck. Facing such a fearsome technique, Su Yuqing's eyes shed their former arrogance, replaced by solemnity. His last attack had made her feel threatened. The terrifying palm felt like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean, on the verge of being shattered at any moment. Zhang Li said nothing. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot once more. A genius indeed. Even at this level, he could still speak with such arrogance. This time Su Yuqing was prepared. When Zhang Li's fist came crashing toward her, she countered with a punch of her own, a faint golden light flickering across her knuckles. Thud! A dull sound rang out as their fists collided. A terrifying force surged from her fist. Staggering back step by step, she retreated several paces, the hard ground beneath her feet cracking with each step, a testament to the immense power behind the blow. Su Yuqing stared at him in disbelief. She had thought her previous attack was her strongest martial technique, never expecting his strength to be equally fearsome. What kind of freak is this? She shook her slightly numb fist, her gaze growing solemn. Zhang Li, on the other hand, looked somewhat surprised. Her power wasn't as overwhelming as he had imagined. Knowing she was on guard this time, he hadn't used his full strength. He had held back 3/10 of his power to deal with any unforeseen variables. Who would have thought she would be so easily overwhelmed? Perhaps her earlier attack was merely a probe to test his abilities. Zhang Li paid no mind to whether it was a test or not. His figure flickered and disappeared, once more reappearing instantly behind Su Yuqing. Her reaction was swift. She turned to meet him. A terrifying aura erupted from her, not like that of a martial technique. Zhang Li sensed a hint of danger. She threw a straightforward punch aimed directly at him, laced with a savage energy. A blood-red glow enveloped a combat technique. Damn, my goddess is serious. She's using a combat technique. Zhang Li is dead meat. Last time I saw Miss Su use a combat technique was during sparring with our martial arts teacher. This aura, it's definitely a combat technique. Even the teacher praised her extraordinary talent. As the punch was about to land, Zhang Li tapped the ground with his toes. His entire body seemed to defy gravity, floating backward as he swiftly distanced himself, exuding an air of effortless grace. Though he didn't know what the crowd meant by combat technique, his instincts told him it was a power far superior to ordinary martial techniques. He avoided a direct clash. Su Yuqing's attacks appeared fierce and domineering, yet they couldn't even graze his clothes. Zhang Li dodged her strikes with leisurely ease. What kind of movement technique is this? Su Yuqing felt a surge of frustration. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't touch him. She was like a headless fly, unable even to track his figure. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. When he had struck her with that palm earlier, she knew he was no ordinary opponent. She recognized the cloud-pushing palm, a mere crade martial technique. But when that enormous palm materialized before her, she realized she had underestimated him. His cloud-pushing palm had undoubtedly reached the realm of perfection. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder, was he really the person the news claimed couldn't even perform a basic breathing technique? The movement skill before her was beyond her comprehension, so she shed her initial disdain and unleashed a combat technique right away. A combat technique was a power far greater than a martial technique. It wasn't a cultivation method. Unlike martial techniques, combat techniques had no rank. They could only be acquired through a special inheritance, an extremely rare form of martial skill. Those who could use combat techniques usually came from significant backgrounds. By using it from the start, she intended to show him that there was always someone stronger. Yet she had misjudged. Both in cultivation and martial techniques, he surpassed her. Though he seemed to be evading, she felt he was toying with her. Huh. Su Yuqing let out a furious shout. Golden energy swirled around her, and a golden phantom materialized behind her. This was the peak state of her combat technique. The phantom lunged at him from a distance. Zhang Li's eyes grew wary as he beheld the apparition. It only strengthened his resolve. He must not give her a chance to strike. This combat technique was something he had never even heard of before. So he stopped dodging. He raised his palm and pressed downward. Above the phantom's head, an enormous hand appeared, incredibly fast. His breathing technique surged to its peak speed, revealing his second-rank aura. A massive hand of spiritual energy took shape in an instant. The perfected cloud-pushing palm descended with unstoppable momentum. She raised her fist to meet it, the phantom behind her striking out as well. Boom. Fist and palm collided with a thunderous roar. Su Yuqing's body shuddered, panic spreading across. She nearly fell to her knees. The phantom conjured by her combat technique dispersed under that single palm strike. She never imagined that her proud combat technique would crumble so easily before him. Seizing the advantage, Zhang Li didn't relent. Strike while the iron is hot. He delivered another palm. Thud. Su Yuqing was sent flying once more by the giant hand. Thud, thud, thud. He showed no mercy. He couldn't afford to give her a chance to counter. In no time, Su Yuqing was like a punching bag, blasted away again and again by successive palm strikes. Blood spilled from her lips. Unable to withstand the relentless cloud-pushing palm any longer, her aura instantly withered. The savage energy that had radiated from her vanished without a trace. Yet Zhang Li didn't stop. He approached her, grabbing her by the collar just as he had done with Jiang Tianrui. He slammed her heavily to the ground with a resounding crash. You think I trained so hard just to listen to idiots like you lecture me? Wouldn't that make all my efforts pointless? With strength like yours, you call yourself the top genius of first high. Go back to ringing bells in Paris. You're the biggest joke. Zhang Li sneered at Su Yuqing. You what? Am I wrong? He grabbed her head and slammed it down again. Thud. The dull sound made everyone's heart shudder. She had completely passed out. Strike first to gain the upper hand, hesitate, and suffer. Trampling the top genius of first high underfoot, with overwhelming power. Villain points, 1200. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone on the second floor stared at Zhang Li in shock. The top genius of first high, defeated in an instant. She had been dominated from start to finish. Brutal. Zhang Li stood up, dusted off his hands, and acted as if nothing had happened. What a buzzkill. Can't even pick a martial technique without being interrupted. Looks like today isn't the day for it. He muttered under his breath and turned to leave. Zhang Li assaulting a student in the library. You're going to get expelled. Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you're strong. This is a school. You hit someone and think you can just walk away. Someone's already gone to fetch the martial arts teacher. Don't assume your special status will save you. He glanced at the speakers and said flatly, do you have a problem with that? Inside the principal's office, Guo Zhongping sat in his chair gazing at the teachers seated before him and spoke slowly. I believe you all saw last night's news. The teachers in the office were all martial arts instructors, some from regular classes and others from elite classes. They nodded in unison. Every media outlet had been reporting on that incident yesterday. It was impossible for them not to know, especially since they had witnessed it firsthand. Yet what surprised them was how such a trivial matter could stir up such a massive public outcry. The family of three had been thoroughly vilified online. Guo Zhongping took a sip of water and continued, I'm sure you're all familiar with the student Zhang Li. His background is exceptionally unique. Our school can leverage this wave of attention to boost our reputation. Zhang Li has already drawn significant. This morning people from other schools were even inquiring about his contact information here, hoping to transfer him to their institutions. He's a hot commodity now. Whichever school he joins will gain the favor of the Spirit Martial Hall. So keep a tight rein on your students, especially the troublemakers. Don't let them provoke him. As he finished, his gaze settled on the two elite class martial arts teachers. Students from regular classes likely wouldn't dare to trouble Zhang Li. But the elite classes were a different story. Surely not. How could a simple act of bullying attract the attention of the Spirit Martial Hall? The teacher from elite class 1 looked puzzled. He had always thought the online frenzy was merely because that family was foolish enough to think they could fool everyone with a maliciously edited video. No, you're mistaken. Zhang Li's case might just be a trigger, a spark. If that family hadn't posted the incident online, the Spirit Martial Hall would have simply dealt with them discreetly. But once it went public, the nature changed. The Spirit Martial Hall isn't just responding for Zhang Li, it's a response to all the warriors and soldiers who sacrificed their lives defending against beast invasions. It's also a message to the Spirit Suppression Army guarding the frontiers, assuring them to fight without worry. So Zhang Li must not be bullied anymore. It's not about his personal prestige, but the honor of all the warriors, soldiers, and fighters who battle for Daxia. Do you understand? Guo Zhongping took a deep breath, laying out his thoughts. These martial arts teachers had only seen the news and hadn't considered the deeper implications. Listening to his analysis, someone immediately questioned, Principal, what you say is true. But since the Spirit Martial Hall values this so much, why not take him in directly? Wouldn't that be better? Guo Zhongping shook his head. It's not that simple. Taking in 1 or 2 might be feasible, but what about more? Daxia faces countless beasts and alien races. How many warriors fall each year? If we take him in, how do we handle the children of others? Would we take them all in? Reality was harsh. Everyone fell silent, realizing they couldn't set such a precedent. Once said it would be endless. Though the final thought went unspoken, they all knew it. If they did this, the Spirit Martial Hall would cease to be a sacred hall and become a welfare home. This morning the Spirit Martial Hall called me. Under no circumstances is he to be bullied at school. I believe you understand the implication. Then the teacher from elite class 2 frowned in confusion. Since Zhang Li is such a hot potato and other schools want him, why don't we let him go? Because the Spirit Martial Hall promised our school 3 slots for comprehending combat skills every year. Guo Zhongping sighed. He was well aware of the stakes. But the offer was simply too generous. All the martial arts teachers, combat skills, those were the dreams of every martial artist. How could they not be excited? A warrior who could comprehend a unique combat skill would see their power multiply exponentially. Even from the same heritage, each person's combat skill was different, almost like a unique special ability. Principal, are you sure it's 3 slots every year? Not just 3 in total. They seemed even more excited. Yes, 3 slots annually, and they're for students. As for our school's martial arts teachers, you'll each have 1 chance per year to train at the Spirit Martial Hall. Now do you understand why I called you here to stress this? Before they could recover from the shock, Guo Zhongping dropped another, Damn. Principal, rest assured he'll go warn those little rascals right now. A teacher immediately pounded his chest in assurance. The Spirit Martial Hall was the sacred ground for all Daxia's warriors. Countless fighters would give anything to enter. Training there was a heavenly privilege. They had all become teachers after graduating from martial arts universities, likely stuck at their current level without a The Spirit Martial Hall had exclusive cultivation secret realms. Training there meant a chance to break through again. This incredible fortune had just fallen into their laps. How could they not be thrilled? Principal, from now on he's my ancestor. They'll treat him like royalty at school and never let him suffer. They'll treat him better than my own father. The martial arts teachers were too excited to express themselves properly. It doesn't need to go that far. Just make sure he isn't bullied. Everyone is watching. If he's wronged and complains to the Spirit Martial Hall, that would be a real disaster. Guo Zhongping waved his hand, simply explaining the stakes. Don't worry, even if he pees on my neck, I'll praise him for Old Zhao, you're so spineless I look down on you. Oh, you're so noble. Then don't go to the Spirit Martial Hall's secret realm for training. Only a bastard would pass that up. Just as they were teasing each other, the office door suddenly burst open. An elite class student rushed in, exclaiming, Teacher, it's bad. A fight broke out at the library. Who's fighting? Calm down and speak slowly. They're all registered martial artists. A little sparring is nothing to fuss about. A teacher dismissed it nonchalantly. The student caught his breath and said, Su Yuqing and Zhang Li are fighting. Many students are gathered there. What a... Guo Zhongping slammed his hand on the desk and shot to his feet. The elite class teachers all stood up, one asking, You're saying Su Yuqing is fighting Zhang Li? Panic set in instantly. Damn it, they had just been about to warn the students. No sooner said than done. What did you say? Who? Su Yuqing and Zhang Li. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's name, it was as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Yes, she and Zhang Li got into a fight in the library. The student nodded hurriedly. At the mention of that name, the color drained from Guo Zhongping's face. He asked anxiously, How bad is it? Is it serious? Su Yuqing was the strongest prodigy at the school, having already reached the second rank. He knew that well. How could he not worry? If she struck too hard, not only would the school's reputation suffer, but at this critical moment, he might even end up in trouble himself. Not only him, but the other martial arts teachers present also wore grim expressions. The news had just broken yesterday. That family had been taken away. The spiritual martial hall had just issued an announcement. Before half a day had passed, another fight broke out. Their earlier excitement was instantly doused like cold water. Their hearts turned cold. This might really be the end. Who was Su Yuqing? She was the gifted student who had mastered combat techniques. Let alone Zhang Li. Even a martial arts teacher from the regular class would find no advantage against her. It was a brutal fight. He was spitting blood, and all the bookshelves on the second floor of the library were smashed. The student continued. Though he didn't understand why the teachers wore such expressions, he assumed it was because they had heard about Zhang Li's fight in the library. He exaggerated the damage to the library even further. Zhang Li, aren't you cocky? Let's see if the school he thought maliciously. Sure enough, blood was spat. Their anxious hearts finally died. They couldn't stay excited for more than 3 seconds. Guo Zhongping even slumped into a chair, his expression turning extremely grim. Under normal circumstances, a student brawl was nothing more than an ordinary affair. But at this juncture, taken to the extreme, it was a blatant disregard for the spiritual martial hall. Not only would he be in trouble, but the entire school might be destroyed by his hands. How did Zhang Li get into the elite class library? He shouldn't have permission, right? A teacher was the first to react somewhat. Zhang Guohua smiled bitterly. It should be Zhang Li. This morning he came to me saying he wanted to learn a few martial techniques. The elimination tournament for the elite class is about to start, and he has already signed up. At the time, I thought since he wanted to learn martial techniques, I would directly grant him access to the elite class library. But I never imagined that as soon as he went, trouble would happen, and with Su Yuqing of all people. They had still been fooling themselves, hoping it was just a coincidence of names. Now that illusion was shattered. Not only Su Yuqing, but Jiang Tianrui and another student also fought Zhang Li. The student spoke again. These words were like a nuclear bomb, shattering their already dead hearts completely. Guo Zhongping looked at the teachers. Don't just stand there, go check it out. See if there's still a chance to salvage this. Hopefully he didn't strike too hard. As soon as the words left his mouth, several teachers rushed out. Guo Zhongping hurriedly followed, muttering nonstop. I must find a way to calm things down first. He'll figure out a solution. No one feared Zhang Li getting into trouble more than he did. That morning the people from the spiritual martial hall had solemnly warned him. Yet within half a day the elite class had beaten him up. The sudden appearance of so many teachers at the library immediately drew the attention of students in the meditation rooms on the first floor. They were all wondering what had happened. They followed the teachers up to the second floor. When they entered the elite class second floor, several teachers stood. The scene before them was utterly shocking. More than half of the bookshelves on the second floor had toppled over. The martial technique manuals that had been placed on the shelves were scattered everywhere. Although these were only samples, they were still extremely valuable. Besides the fallen bookshelves, there were over a dozen students lying haphazardly on the floor, clearly unconscious. A teacher swallowed hard. What happened here? Guo Zhongping was the last to reach the second floor of the library. Seeing the teachers standing at the top of the stairs, his heart sank. Why are you all crowding here? What's the situation? Is anyone seriously injured? The others snapped out of it and began looking around. All right, where is Zhang Li? Where did he go? He scanned the students on the floor, but none of them were Zhang Li. Where is Zhang Li? Didn't you say a student just fought with him? Where did he go? He turned to the student who had reported the fight. Who's calling for me? Before that student could say anything, a figure emerged from beside a bookshelf in the corner. Zhang Li, you're fine. Guo Zhongping felt a wave of relief upon seeing the person emerge. Where's the one who fought you? Don't worry, I'll back you up. What exactly happened? Seeing that he was unharmed, he asked again. I came here this morning to pick a martial technique. Then someone asked me for nailing pills. They were the monthly allowance given to me by the spiritual martial hall. I hadn't even used them yet when they snatched them away. I was furious and fought back. At first only 1 or 2 attacked me. When they realized they couldn't beat me, another joined in. Finally, these people out of spite tried to gang up on me, and this is the result. Zhang Li pointed at the students lying on the floor, briefly explaining the situation. He did not embellish. Everything he said was true. What did you say? You mean to say that all of these people together couldn't beat you? Zhang Guohua was stunned. When he first entered the second floor, he saw so many students on the ground. He never imagined that Zhang Li was the one who had done this. Where is Su Yuqing? Suddenly, a martial arts teacher from the elite class spoke up. Su Yuqing. Zhang Li was momentarily puzzled, then a thought struck him, and he pointed to the side. That one over there. Everyone followed his gaze. There lay a person on the ground, face covered in blood, identifiable only by the figure as a girl. Is that Su Yuqing? What? That's the school beauty Su. The students who had followed them up looked at the person lying in the distance, their faces full of doubt. How is that possible? She was beaten that badly. Damn, our top prodigy and school beauty got beaten like this. How could he have the heart to do it? Are you all missing the point? Su Yuqing is a second-rank martial artist, and she has mastered combat techniques. That means... The student didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. All eyes fell on Zhang Li. Guo Zhongping took a deep breath, his expression calm on the surface. But inside he was utterly shaken. This Zhang Li, who usually kept a low profile, had already reached the second-rank martial artist level. And he had single-handedly crushed over a dozen elite class students, leaving them on the ground. Among those dozen were the school's most talented student. Judging by his condition, he seemed completely unharmed. Thinking about it, what kind of martial talent did this guy possess? Seeing that Zhang Li was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. First, send these injured students to the infirmary, Guo Zhongping said. Only then did the teachers snap out of their daze, hurriedly calling over the surrounding students. They carried the unconscious people on the ground into the infirmary. Principal, how much are these damaged bookshelves? They'll find a way to compensate. After all, this incident was caused by me. If it weren't for the Lingwu Hall giving me the spirit-absorbing pill, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Li watched the others busy, so he approached Guo Zhongping and asked in a low voice. His attitude was extremely sincere. However, upon hearing the words, Lingwu Hall, the other couldn't help but shudder inwardly. Damn it, what's coming has come. No need for you to compensate. This is all their own fault. You were acting in self-defense, they deserve it. Guo Zhongping quickly waved his hand, his tone surprisingly gentle. Fortunately, you weren't injured. Otherwise, every single one of them would have been punished. As he spoke, he turned to a teacher beside him and said coldly, Teacher Zhao, as for their bullying behavior, give them all a major demerit. Yes, our first high school has always had a zero-tolerance policy towards student bullying. This teacher Zhao seemed to detest such behavior, and his attitude was very firm. Then with a smile he looked at Zhang Li and said, Principal, I think Zhang Li's behavior today should be commended. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have discovered these problematic students. Guo Zhongping heard this, and surprisingly did not refute. Not bad, he should indeed be praised. This made the elite class students who were busy working twitch their mouths, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell was going on? The one who fought wasn't punished fine, but the one who was beaten was the one getting a major demerit. Although it was true that those lying on the ground were at fault, but to praise him as well, wasn't that a bit too much? Could it be that Zhang Li really was, as the online comments said, that his background was extremely extraordinary, and he might be from a major family out on a training mission? Otherwise, why would a matter about his adoptive parents have blown up so big? Coupled with the current attitude of the principal and teachers, the more these students thought about it, the more they believed their guess was correct. There's no need for praise, after all I'm also at fault in this matter. Zhang Li also twitched his mouth. He never expected the teacher to have such an attitude. Then he sighed. The only pity is that the spirit-absorbing pill that Lingwu Hall gave me this month was crushed by that classmate Jiang before I could take it. After saying that, he seemed to feel it was inappropriate, so he added, But it's fine, classmate Jiang was careless. Anyway, I can just go to Lingwu Hall next month to collect it. Hearing this, Guo Zhongping and teacher Zhao beside him trembled inwardly again. Guo Zhongping quickly spoke to reassure him. Zhang Li, rest assured, the school will compensate you for your loss. Then he instructed teacher Zhao again. Teacher Zhao, go get 10 spirit-absorbing pills for Zhang Li. The extra 5 are his reward. After saying this, even he felt a bit pained. 10 spirit-absorbing pills cost tens of thousands. Would he dare not compensate? Laughable. He simply didn't dare. Okay. What if next month this guy went to Lingwu Hall to collect his subsidy, and casually said, I haven't used last month's that was crushed by a classmate? That would be the real disaster. If he really didn't compensate, the next day's headline would definitely be, Shocking. A first high school principal for his own selfish desires actually shielded a student who stole another's pills. At that time, first high school would definitely become the target of public criticism. He would also be cursed by thousands. This Zhang Li was truly a hot potato. If it weren't for the fact that Lingwu Hall gave too much at this moment, he really wanted to make the other transfer. The dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes the dragon. You sure know how to morally blackmail. Villain points 500. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Damn it, you dog system, you sure know how to be sarcastic. What do you mean by moral blackmail? I Zhang hate moral blackmail more than anything in my life, okay? Getting villain points is a good thing, but can you not spout nonsense with that previous sentence? Zhang Li was already speechless in his heart. He cursed the system out. After the library incident was handled, everyone left the place. The second floor of the elite class library was completely closed. It needed to be renovated. Zhang Li was a bit helpless. He had originally come here to pick a few martial skills. But not only did he fail to pick any martial skills, the library was also closed. What a mess. In the meeting room, Guo Zhongping spoke. What are your views on this morning's incident? Principal, about the major demerits you mentioned for these students, is it real or not? Asked teacher Zhao. He was the martial arts teacher of elite class 1 Zhao Xingmin. Record them, of course. Well, make a school-wide announcement as a warning to other students. Guo Zhongping nodded and said very affirmatively. No problem with the other students, but should Su Yuqing also be recorded? She is from the Su family, the most talented genius of the Su family. Will they cause trouble for us? Zhao Xingmin voiced his concern. What's there to fear? No matter how strong the Su family is, can they be stronger than Lingwu Hall? Give her a major demerit. The Su family might even come to thank us. This is also an opportunity for us to show goodwill to Lingwu Hall. As long as we do well enough now, the benefits in the future will definitely be plenty. Everyone nodded. This was true. After all, at a time when the situation was at its peak, their school's defense of Zhang Li indeed indirectly enhanced Lingwu Hall's prestige. Have you watched the surveillance video of the second floor of the library? Is it the same as what Zhang Li said? Then he asked again. Another teacher put the surveillance video on the big screen in the meeting room. The video began to play. Everyone watched the footage carefully. After watching the surveillance, it's basically the same as what he said. It was Jiang Tianrui who started the trouble. When they saw Jiang Tianrui come out of the meditation room and talk to Zhang Li, someone immediately spoke up. The footage continued. The fight between the three lasted less than 2 minutes. These two directly fainted. We didn't notice how the spirit-absorbing pill got onto the other person, but the bottle of the pill was indeed broken, and the pill inside had turned to powder. As for how it got like that, it wasn't seen in the surveillance footage. They watched the video while discussing the incident. Then Su Yuqing appeared. The two exchanged a few words, and then started fighting. In the video, Zhang Li's martial skill, a giant palm appeared in an instant. The people in the meeting room gasped. Wow, is this the cloud-dispelling palm? If I'm not mistaken, this is definitely the cloud-dispelling palm. Looking at the form of the cloud-dispelling palm, could it have reached the perfect realm? It's absolutely the perfect realm. How monstrous is this guy's talent to have trained the cloud-dispelling palm to the perfect realm? Everyone swallowed hard. A grade martial art trained to the perfect realm. Even with grade martial talent, it probably would take several years. Did you notice his footwork just now? At this moment, Guo Zhongping, who had been silent, slowly spoke. Footwork. They really hadn't noticed. All eyes were fixed on the cloud-dispelling palm. From the moment the two began their bout, Su Yuqing had been suppressed by Zhang Li throughout the fight. Although the initial strike carried an element of surprise. However, in the eyes of these martial arts instructors, a battle is ever-changing. No sensible person wastes time on words. The surveillance footage continued to play. The footwork Guo Zhongping had mentioned earlier now drew their attention. Su's combat technique is more refined. Indeed, look at the phantom image behind her. It's much more solid than before. This technique boosts strength. If she masters it to the great perfection, she may have no equal within her rank. Watching Su Yuqing unleash her combat technique, these men nodded in approval, evidently satisfied. Pay attention to Zhang Li's footwork. In the footage, Zhang Li constantly evaded his opponent's attacks. His body seemed weightless, capable of movements that defied belief. He dodged with an effortless grace, as if strolling leisurely. This is impossible. Is that the snow-treading art? Someone said uncertainly. Given the footwork's pattern, it's definitely the snow-treading art. But can it be used this way? This is the first time I've seen it taken to such an extent. Their eyes widened in disbelief. I recall the snow-treading art is a grade footwork, but this evasion and positioning rival in a grade technique. Suddenly someone spoke incredulously. Could this also be at the perfect realm? Impossible. Absolute. Who could master two martial arts to the perfect realm at the second rank? Have you ever seen that? The words were met with immediate denial from the group. Ridiculous. Even for basic grade techniques, no one had achieved the perfect realm at the second rank, let alone. Martial arts differ from other skills. To improve proficiency, two conditions are essential: relentless practice and extraordinary martial talent. How old was he? 17. 18. Had he been training since birth? It is indeed the perfect realm of the snow-treading art. Guo Zhongping, who had remained silent, spoke slowly. I once saw the perfect snow-treading art at the Spirit Martial Hall. It matches Zhang Li's current state exactly. If there's any difference, it's that his execution is even more flawless than what I witnessed. Silence fell. After a long pause, everyone watched the battle on the monitor. Throughout, Zhang Li's cloud-pushing palm was used with endless variation. His snow-treading art was applied in astonishing ways, unlike any newly promoted second-rank martial artist. Su Yuqing was entirely on the defensive. Her combat technique barely withstood 2 strikes from the cloud-pushing palm. Principal, do you know Zhang Li's martial talent level? At this point, they truly grasped his terrifying nature. No, I've never tested his talent. Guo Zhongping shook his head, genuinely unaware. Old Zheng, you're his martial arts teacher. You should know him better. All eyes turned to Zheng Guohua. He shook his head. You know that couple didn't even let him learn breathing techniques. Since his first year of high school, he never attended martial arts class. It's only been a few days since he started coming. His talent is remarkable. A few days ago during his first stance practice, he entered a state of enlightenment. At that moment, I sensed his aura had entered the ranks. He was a first-rank martial artist. He briefly recounted the stance practice from earlier. What? Enlightenment? It's been years since anyone entered that state. Enlightenment requires immense talent. Even grade martial artists rarely achieve it. Never before had they been so shaken by a student. Amid their astonishment, Zhao Xingmin suddenly spoke. Wait, old Zhang. You said during those stance practices he was a first-rank martial artist. Zhang Guohua nodded. Yes, though untested, he was likely at the 4th or 5th stage. When he applied for the elite class elimination match, remember, I recommended him during your review. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The surveillance shows he's now 2nd rank, even stronger than Su Yuqing. The room fell silent again. What kind of prodigy breaks through to the 2nd rank in mere days? He likely hid his strength. If that couple hadn't gone too far, he might never have revealed it. Guo Zhongping offered the most plausible explanation. He's steady with extraordinary talent, a genius among geniuses. Everyone nodded, finding this most reasonable. But no one spoke further, all eyes fixed on the screen. Later in the footage, the other students on the 2nd floor, unable to stomach the defeat, swarmed him. Yet before him, they were utterly helpless. It was a one-sided beating, grinding them into the ground. The video ended there. Principal, we've struck gold. Had we known his talent and strength, we wouldn't have let him transfer even without the Spirit Marshal Hall's terms. Indeed, a student like this has immeasurable potential. Our school may soar to new heights. Faced with such talent, their smiles stretched to their ears. Su Yuqing was formidable, ranking in the top 10 of Tianwu province. Yet against Zhang Li she was ground down. How could this not delight them? I called you here to discuss Zhang Li's entry into the elite class. Any objections? Guo Zhongping, noticing the excited teachers, calmed himself and inquired. He understood the principle well. A student of extraordinary talent is invaluable to any school. No objections. Our class welcomes. Zhao Xingmin was the first to speak. Damn it, old Zhao, have you no shame? Why your class? The elite 2nd class's martial arts teacher retorted angrily. My cultivation is higher than yours. Zhao Xingmin said calmly. Get lost. Just one level higher, and you dare say that. Su Yuqing was originally for our class, but you tricked her into yours. Give up this time. The 2nd class's head teacher stood firm. My cultivation is higher than yours. You already have a genius like Su Yuqing. Have you no shame? My cultivation is higher than yours. Damn it, is that all you can say? I'm stronger than you. Come on, let's fight. My cultivation is higher than yours. Screw you. Inside the school infirmary, Jiang Tianrui lay on the hospital bed. Fortunately, he hadn't sustained serious injuries. Upon waking, aside from some bodily aches, there was nothing else amiss. Damn, Zhang Li, just wait and see. They'll make you pay. His first words upon regaining consciousness were a curse directed at Zhang Li. Brother Zhang, I'd advise you to swallow this humiliation, whispered a student beside him, offering a caution. He's just an ordinary class student. He only caught me off guard. In a fair fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Jiang Tianrui was seething with resentment. He felt utterly humiliated for having been knocked unconscious in the library. Brother Zhang, do you know what happened afterward? The other student asked, seeing his defiance. What happened? After you were knocked out, Su Yuqing showed up and asked Zhang Li to apologize to you. I won't accept his apology. Who does he think he is to apologize to me? Brother Zhang, can you let me finish? The student looked at him with some exasperation. Su Yuqing initially wanted Zhang Li to apologize, but they barely exchanged a few words. Then Su Yuqing ended up worse than you. Beaten to a terrible state. She still hasn't woken up. Jiang Tianrui's eyes widened. Impossible. Su Yuqing is at the 2nd grade level. That's the truth. She's in the room next to yours. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. The once arrogant Jiang Tianrui instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. He still couldn't believe Zhang Li was so formidable. After all, he was just an ordinary class student. You think that? Later, other students from the 2nd floor saw their goddess beaten and, unwilling to accept it, charged at him all at once. The result is that they're all lying in the infirmary now. Just look beside you. He pointed to the adjacent hospital bed. Only then did Jiang Tianrui notice that there were 8 people lying in this ward. Normally, the infirmary's wards had at most 2 beds. Now 6 extra beds had been crammed and each one occupied. Do you know how the school reacted? All of you involved in the fight received a major demerit. Seeing his silence, the other student spoke again. Why? Jiang Tianrui was stunned upon hearing about the major demerit. Because you bullied the weak. Even Su Yuqing received a major demerit. You also have to compensate Zhang Li with spirit-nourishing pills. At noon, the school issued a notice on the bulletin. Zhang Li was acting in self-defense and was even commended by the school. Hearing this, he felt utterly disheartened. Could this get any more absurd? Compensate with spirit-nourishing pills and get a major demerit. No benefits, just a beating for nothing. Brother Jiang, don't be so defiant. It's best not to provoke him from now on. According to inside information, Zhang Li is a disciple of some major family here only for training. Impossible. The news said his parents are. Jiang Tianrui's mouth fell open as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. If it were really as the news said, do you think he could have broken through to the 2nd grade? and his strength surpasses Su Yuqing's. The news was deliberately fabricated to add difficulty to his Otherwise, why do you think the school reacted this way? Think about it. If he were truly an ordinary person bullied by his family and untrained, could he break through to the second grade in just a few days? Although Jiang Tianrui found this far-fetched, he had to admit the analysis made sense. Even Su Yuqing got a major demerit, and she's backed by the Su family. The school didn't even spare the Su family's face. Do you realize what that means? He looked at the other student in bewilderment. Is the force behind Zhang Li stronger than the Su family? The family behind Zhang Li is likely among the high ranks of the Spirit Martial Hall. The other student nodded and lowered his voice. In our Great Xia, the so-called major families are nothing before the Spirit Martial Hall. So Brother Zhang, it's best to keep a low profile around him from now on, or you might not even know how you die. Jiang Tianrui was completely dumbfounded. He had thought Zhang Li was a pushover relying only on his parents' meager merits. Who would have guessed this guy was high? Impossible, I still can't believe it. The news reported that his foster parents wanted to claim his subsidies. Those foster parents in the news were just actors hired by them. The other student spoke with conviction. If they directly said he was from a major family, would you dare to provoke him? Only by fabricating such news could they make more people covet him and cause him trouble. This is just a test set by the force behind him. And people like you, Brother Jiang, to put it bluntly, are just experience points on his assessment record. With that, the student mimicked, pushing up his glasses, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, why wouldn't they give him a major demerit? If they did, it would be a stain on his life. Jiang Tianrui completely broke down, utterly dejected. His earlier anger vanished without a trace. He even found it somewhat amusing. He was merely a stepping stone for someone else. As they chatted, the others in the ward gradually woke up. Upon hearing their conversation, they were all stunned. So he really was a disciple of a major family. They were all filled with regret. And so the entire student body of First High seemed to have caught wind of this news. Have you heard? Zhang Li from our school is the direct heir of a major family. Coming to our school is just a test set by his family. Really? Absolutely true. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Elsewhere. Do you know Zhang Li's real identity? His grandfather is the current head of the Zhang family in the Great Xia capital. What Zhang family? Zhang Li is just his alias. His real surname is Yi. He's from the Yi family of Great Xia. Whoa, how do you know? I have a relative near the Great Xia capital. I showed them Zhang Li's picture, and they said they've seen him. He's the young master of the Yi family. Holy crap. The principal and teachers said during the meeting that the force behind Zhang Li is actually the Spirit Martial Hall. Impossible. How could someone from the Spirit Martial Hall come to our school? It's true. His grandfather is the hidden power behind the Spirit Martial Hall. Speculations about the force behind Zhang Li were flying everywhere in all sorts of versions, each more outlandish than the last. Returning home after school in the afternoon, Zhang Li was completely unaware of these campus rumors. In class, only Zhou Pingyang spoke to him. He had almost no friends. He had wanted to pick a few martial skills during the day, but the library was closed. Back home, he eagerly summoned the system. After beating up that group in the library today, the system had notified him that his villain rank had increased. But he hadn't had time to check it yet. Previously, during the group beating of the elite class students, the system's voice had already prompted. The system notification villain points have accumulated to 15,000 points. The villain level upgraded from minion to thug, and obtained the thug level villain trait. Opening the system, he looked at the introduction of the villain levels. Villain level thug. Through your unremitting efforts, you have finally shed the most insignificant identity among villains. Keep it up, you might manage to survive a few more chapters. Keep going. Zhang Li was speechless. This damn system had not a single kind word. He even suspected that this thing must have made a mistake. It's not like he was transmigrating into a novel. He simply couldn't understand what the other meant by survive a few more chapters. Thug level trait. As a villain with some strength, you have become somewhat afraid of death. Before acting, you will proactively learn about the opponent's strength and can read the opponent's cultivation level and information. Looking at the description of this thug level trait, he didn't know whether to be happy or complain. Being able to read others' information was a good thing. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. But he always felt that the trait was insulting him. What does somewhat afraid of death mean? He was already afraid of death, okay. Host, do you wish to retain the minion level trait? Yes. Congratulations, host. 2,000 villain points spent. The minion level trait has been saved successfully. He opened the attribute panel. Villain points 5,200. Today in the library, he had beaten up those students, gaining over 4,000 villain points in total. Villain points were a good thing. Except that they couldn't be used directly to enhance cultivation, they were almost omnipotent. During the day in the library, he hadn't found any suitable cultivation techniques either. However, Su Yuqing's combat technique interested him greatly. But such a thing was obviously not something the school could possess. After dealing with the system, he opened the official website of Lingwu Hall. On the techniques interface, he searched for information about combat techniques. But to his great disappointment, the official website's technique library contained no information on combat techniques at all. He planned to go to school the next day and asked the teacher about combat techniques. He could feel the power of combat techniques. He was now at the second rank, but the authority on the official website was still first rank. He intended to find time to go to Lingwu Hall for a new certification. The second rank authority would surely allow him to obtain more advanced techniques. Looking at the 10 spirit absorption pills in his hand, he ultimately chose not to take them. He wanted to wait until he had selected a technique, and then take them when improving his technique proficiency. These pills were very expensive. Just now on the official website of Lingwu Hall, he saw spirit absorption pills for sale. One pill cost 8500 yuan, and that was even after a discount. An ordinary person's 2 months' salary could only afford one spirit absorption pill. His savings, seemingly a lot, were actually only enough to buy over 300 pills. Moreover, the spirit absorption pills were only useful for martial artists below the third rank. He had to save where he could. High school was fine, but he still needed to save money for university. His current cultivation second rank second segment was sufficient for now. After finishing everything, he began his stance training. He had a very clear understanding of his own strength. To survive well in this world, one must have sufficient cultivation. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, he arrived at school. Just as he reached the school gate, a person came toward him. Upon seeing him, the person quickly ran over. Zhang Li, I didn't expect you to hide so deep. Zhou Pingyang, upon seeing him, ran over excitedly. Just as he was about to say something, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Name Zhou Pingyang. Cultivation Awakener 9th segment. Huh. It was the effect of the trait. So everything written in novels is real. Then do you have any fiancé? That fellow sized up Zhang Li and asked himself, what the hell? Fiancé already? Zhang Li was utterly bewildered. He completely couldn't understand what the other was saying. Of course it's a family marriage alliance. How many brothers do you have? Huh. Did you forget to take your medicine today? Hearing this fellow's incoherent words, he reached out and touched the other's forehead. No fever. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop pretending. The whole school is buzzing. Tell me quickly, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I understand. Zhou Pingyang winked at him, his movements looking very comical. Explain clearly. What is all this about marriage alliance and hiding? As the two were chatting, 2 female students walked past them. These 2 female students, as they passed by, also sized up Zhang Li. Who would have thought Zhang Li looks so ordinary, but his grandfather is actually the hidden power behind Lingwu Hall. One of the girls said, this is what they mean by you can't judge a book by its cover. Otherwise, why do you think he's so arrogant? He has the backing. The other girl chimed in. No wonder when he beat Su Yuqing yesterday, he showed no mercy. With his family's strength, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? She deserved the beating. I heard that yesterday, Su Yuqing was beaten because she confessed to him, and when he rejected her, she flew into a rage and attacked him. Really? I thought it was because she was standing up for someone else. Of course it's true. Someone as arrogant as Su Yuqing would ever stand up for others. It was just her shame turning into anger. That makes sense. Zhang Li is so handsome. Su Yuqing probably only went after his family background. Tsk tisk tisk. The 2 girls chatted as they walked, occasionally glancing back. Although their voices were very low, Zhang Li was a second-rank martial artist. Naturally, he could hear every word clearly. What they were saying. All in Mandarin, every word recognizable. Why couldn't he understand a single sentence? Could he have transmigrated again? At that moment, a piece of information popped up again. Name Lu Xueme. Cultivation Awakener 6th segment. Name Li Hongya. Cultivation Awakener 7th segment. This trait worked. When he looked at someone, the information automatically appeared. This trait was indeed good. When he saw someone stronger, he could completely avoid them. Was what those 2 girls said just now true or false? Did Su Yuqing confess to you yesterday? Zhou Pingyang looked at Zhang Li in surprise. He had also heard the girl's words, but not very clearly. Only a rough idea. Before the other could answer, he spoke again on his own. But you were right to refuse. After all, with your family background, everything must have been arranged for you. I say, Zhou Pingyang, what on earth is going on? Why can't I understand a single word you're saying? Zhang Li glared at him, utterly speechless. Stop pretending. Your situation has been all over the school. But there are many versions of your background. I think the most reliable one is the Lingwu Hall version. Zhou Pingyang then told him all the versions he had heard. When a person is speechless, they are truly speechless. Damn it, who the hell spread this? He was a bit angry. Zhang Li, don't be angry. Only people in our school know. It won't affect your family assessment. Seeing Zhang Li was a bit angry, Zhou Pingyang quickly comforted him. What I'm angry about is why these rumors aren't, he said with irritation. He wasn't actually angry about the rumors. He was frustrated that none of what they said was true. If only it were true. Damn it, if his grandfather were really the power behind Lingwu Hall, would he still need to come to this? He would have been out having fun long ago. He was grinding his molars. Huh, what do you mean? This left Zhou Pingyang completely confused. Zhang Li couldn't be bothered to explain and walked toward the classroom alone. When the 2 arrived at the classroom, the once noisy room fell into an instant hush. As Zhang Li walked past them, he could overhear their hushed whispers. This is what it means to have connections. Look at him. Yesterday he beat up the elite class students, and today he's perfectly fine. Exactly. If it were us, we'd probably get a major demerit or even expelled. It's frustrating how unfair life is. We're just ordinary people. He beats someone up and gets praised instead. No choice. The power behind him is something even our principal dares not offend. Isn't it natural for him to be praised? With all that wealth and influence, why come to a place like this? I really can't understand. Probably not favored in his own family, so he comes here to show off. The two continued their hushed exchange, trading. Zhang Li turned to glance at the two of them. Wang Maoquan Cultivation Awakener 5th stage, Zhou Pengqing Cultivation Awakener 6th stage. Slap, slap. Two crisp sounds of slaps echoed through the silent classroom. Two figures were sent flying. They were the very ones who had been speaking. Though he controlled his strength, their physiques they were knocked unconscious by the slap and collapsed. This time he controlled his strength perfectly, not damaging a single desk. The two lay silently in the aisle between the desks. You can speak ill of me, but don't let me hear it. If you can't understand words, I'm also somewhat versed in martial arts. He clapped his hands and said calmly, knocking people out before reasoning with them. You're cut out for this. Villain points 200. After dealing with them, he acted as if nothing had happened. He returned to his seat. The entire classroom was dead silent. No one dared to speak. The two he had knocked out lay quietly on the floor, and no one dared to help them up. They feared drawing Zhang Li's attention. Too brutal. This guy simply had no regard for reason. Ring the bell for class rang. And Qiming entered the classroom, book in hand. Seeing two empty seats, he was puzzled. After a quick scan, he noticed two people lying in the aisle. These two students, you can't sleep in the classroom. He joked, looking at the motionless figures on the floor. But there was no— And Qiming pointed at the two on the ground and asked, what happened to these two? The classroom remained silent. Oh, no, I don't know. When I came in, that's how they were. The other students saw it too, Zhang Li said quietly. Everyone's heart trembled, but not a single person dared to speak. This was clearly a threat. Who would dare? The next one to lie on the floor would be them. Yesterday he had sent the elite class students to the infirmary, and the principal dared not punish him, let alone their homeroom teacher. They knew well what was more important. Everyone nodded silently in agreement. Seeing this, and Qiming stepped forward to check, and found they were merely unconscious. He then instructed two students to take them to the infirmary. The students here were not so delicate. After the two were carried out, and Qiming finally began the lesson. Zhang Li, the school has decided to transfer you to the elite class. You can report to class 1 now. He spoke from the podium. Don't I need to participate in the elite class elimination tournament? Zhang Li asked, puzzled. Why was he suddenly in the elite class? Given your strength, it's completely unnecessary. You can take your bag and report now. And Qiming had high hopes. He was genuinely happy to see him join the elite class. Thank you, teacher. In the original owner's memories, and Qiming had treated him well. Because the elite class library was under renovation, the students were not cultivating in the meditation room. When Zhang Li arrived at the classroom door, the teacher inside was explaining the application of martial techniques. Whether it's a crank martial technique, a brank, or even in strength, they all rely on the most fundamental aspects. Don't underestimate basic martial techniques. If someone can cultivate them to perfection, they will handle other Master one, and you master all. That's the principle. Once there was a powerhouse in Daxia who, when martial techniques were not yet widespread, cultivated all basic techniques to perfection. Later he integrated all the basic techniques and created his own unique combat skills. You should know him. He is the founder of the Lingwu Hall and the first in Daxia to surpass the 9th grade. Of course, I'm not saying you should all focus solely on basic techniques. When you hit a wall with advanced techniques, it's worth revisiting the basics. Knock knock, report. Zhang Li stood at the elite class door and shouted, enter. The voice of Zhao Xingmin, the martial arts teacher of class 1, came from inside. All eyes turned to the door. Zhang Li pushed it open and entered. Teacher, I'm here to report to the elite class. Student Zhang Li, welcome to our elite class. Zhao Xingmin's face lit up with a smile, and he addressed the students in the classroom. Let's welcome our new class. The students froze at the sight of Zhang Li. How did this guy end up in our class? So this is Zhang Li. He looks ordinary, not as handsome as the rumors say. Some were confused, others curious. Sparse applause broke out. Student Zhang Li, introduce yourself, so everyone can get to know you. Starting today, you'll be living together for a year. Embarrassed by the weak applause, Zhao Shengmin rubbed his nose. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Li. I'm new here, but I already know many of my classmates. This statement piqued some curiosity. Just as they wondered who he knew, Zhang Li pointed at a male student in the front row. I don't know your name, but your fall was quite graceful. The student's face darkened. Most people just rub salt in wounds, but you drive a knife in. Villain points 200. He had been knocked down by a single punch from Zhang Li in the library yesterday. And you weren't bad either. You shouted the loudest and charged first. Did your goddess get moved? He then turned to a male student in the second row. You might be a bit foolish, but you're also weak. Your goddess didn't fancy you, yet you're not discouraged. Admirable courage. Damn. This guy's face was even uglier than the first. If he weren't no match for Zhang Li, he would have killed him already. Listen to that. Was that human speech? Hit them where it hurts, and then stab their heart. Too despicable. Villain points 200. And this one, you're the only one knocked out by a classmate. Died before your mission even started. Zhang Li chatted as if they were old friends. And you next time you charge, watch your step. Tripping over a classmate and falling flat on your face. I remember that vividly. This classmate was also a warrior charging for love. You're one of the few who held out against me for 2 seconds. Too bad your goddess fainted too early to see it. Next time make sure to seize the moment before they pass out. Zhang Li commented on each person he had fought yesterday. His villain points soared. With every comment the system chimed in. The entire class fell into a strange, tense atmosphere. Zhang Li paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. Suddenly he felt a piercing stare directed at him. Following the gaze, he looked over to see Su Yuqing, her eyes radiating an icy coldness. Zhang Li waved casually at her like an old friend, saying, "Su, why didn't you ring the bell today?" Su Yuqing abruptly stood up, her face darkening instantly. Alright, introductions are over, as Zhang Li here has quite the sense of humor. From now on we will all be classmates, so let's not dwell on the past. Zhao Xingmin quickly intervened, feeling a twinge of regret for placing Zhang Li in this class. They had barely entered the classroom when he had already offended the entire class. The worst part was that he had no way to defend himself. This guy was ruthless, and there were people from the Spirit Martial Hall watching from behind. He was practically a ticking time bomb. In a few days, wouldn't he end up tearing their class apart? The key was that the people in the class couldn't even fight back. After arranging a seat for Zhang Li, the class continued. Due to some temporary renovations in our school's library, we will have a martial theory class today. We just discussed the role of foundational martial arts. At this point, the instructor's gaze unintentionally drifted towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li, however, seemed unfazed, looking around casually. All martial arts derive from foundational tech. At your current stage, do not aim too high. Even with grade techniques, your bodies cannot bear the immense burden. Today we will discuss foundational sword techniques. Whether it's swordplay knife techniques or spear techniques, the goal is always to counter an opponent. They all share commonalities. As he spoke, he drew a sword from his possession. Now let me demonstrate for you. The elite class classroom was exceptionally large. Without desks, it resembled more of a training hall. Zhao Xingmin held the sword with one hand and performed a flourish. Pay attention, this is Crade martial technique Gale Sword. He positioned the sword into the starting stance of Gale Sword. He then made a light slash forward. With the naked eye, 3 transparent sword lights shot out in a triangular formation. With a bang, they struck heavily upon a nearby metal post, leaving 3 deep sword marks on it. Crade martial technique Gale Sword. When you can unleash 3 sword lights, it indicates that your Gale Slash has reached a proficient level. Now here is the foundational sword technique. Zhao Xingmin took a deep breath. This time his speed with the sword was noticeably faster. A sword light shot out in an instant. Bang! The metal post shook and left a 1 centimeter deep sword. My foundational sword technique has reached great perfection, only a line away from perfection itself. Once the foundational sword technique reaches great perfection, the Crade martial technique Gale Sword can be mastered with minimal practice. The difference between advanced martial techniques and foundational martial arts lies solely in the application of spiritual energy. To enhance your martial techniques, you must first master the fundamentals. As he demonstrated, he explained to the students. The elite class listened attentively. I trust you all noticed that the power of foundational sword techniques is even greater than that of Crade techniques. Do you know why? The crowd shook their heads. Your cultivation level is akin to a container, and its capacity. Advanced martial techniques require a significant amount of spiritual energy. When your spiritual energy is insufficient, you cannot unleash the full power of the techniques. That is why I consistently emphasize not to aim too high. With your first grade cultivation, Crade martial techniques are already your limit. It's not true that higher level martial techniques are inherently more powerful. The legendary Crade martial techniques, even if given to you, you wouldn't be able to master them, and it could instead trigger a backlash of spiritual energy. Everyone seemed enlightened, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. I believe you all have registered accounts on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website. Have you noticed that with first grade cultivation, you can only purchase Crade techniques, which are often quite ordinary? This precisely conveys that martial cultivation is a step-by-step process. It cannot be achieved overnight. The foundational martial arts are the most crucial. Zhang Li couldn't help but admire that the teaching in the elite class was indeed vastly different from the ordinary class. In terms of martial teaching alone, they were incomparable. In his impression, the higher the level of martial techniques, the greater the power they wielded. He had always thought about purchasing a martial technique above Crade from the Spirit Martial Hall's official site. It was only at this moment that he abandoned that thought. Zhao Xingmin looked at the serious expressions of the students below and felt a sense of satisfaction. However, when he glanced at Zhang Li, he noticed that the latter was not paying attention at all. He had his head down, seemingly preoccupied with something else. I trust you all have grasped the foundational sword technique we just discussed. Is there anyone who would like to demonstrate it? Zhao Xingmin spoke up. All the students turned their gazes towards him. Su Yuqing, I remember you use a sword. Step forward and give us a demo. He chose the student with the highest talent, not calling Zhang Li up right away. He intended to teach Zhang Li a lesson, reminding him not to get complacent just because he had beaten a few students. Zhao Xingmin was well aware of Su Yuqing's strength. Even though she lost to Zhang Li in the library, it was due to a special circumstance. Moreover, her combat skills required the coordination of weapons. Zhao Xingmin planned to let a talented student demonstrate first before allowing Zhang Li to take the stage. He wanted to deflate Zhang Li's arrogance. Although this guy possessed two perfect techniques, he could never surpass Su Yuqing in swordplay. He believed that being able to cultivate two techniques to perfection was already the other's limit. Su Yuqing stood up and walked forward. Please demonstrate the foundational sword technique we just discussed. He handed her the sword. Su Yuqing received the sword and waved it a few times in her hand. Seemingly casual, a sword light even more fierce than Zhao Xingmin's shot forth hurtling towards the metal post. Bang! A crisp sound resonated. The metal post shook violently, leaving a deep sword mark on it. Am I imagining things? The power of my goddess foundational sword technique seems even greater than the teacher's. You aren't mistaken, you must have forgotten that Goddess Su is renowned as our school's #1 swordsmanship genius. Her foundational sword technique has likely reached perfection. Some people thought they could defeat the goddess simply because she wasn't using a weapon. The speaker's eyes all turned towards Zhang Li as if deliberately speaking for his benefit. Very impressive, your foundational sword technique is nearing perfection. Zhao Xingmin nodded in approval. The other party's talent in swordplay was indeed formidable. Even after practicing for over 20 years, he had only reached this level. He had not even surpassed her. Su Yuqing's gaze turned towards Zhang Li, seemingly carrying a hint of provocation, but then she felt disappointment. Zhang Li was not looking in her direction at all. He had his head down, seemingly engaged in something else. Is there anyone else who would like to step up for a demonstration? You can use this opportunity to point out your shortcomings. Just as Su Yuqing was contemplating how to get him to come up, Zhao Xingmin spoke again. Several male students in the classroom raised their hands, eager to impress their goddess. Zhao Xingmin turned his gaze to Zhang Li, who seemed utterly uninterested in the matter. Not knowing what he was doing, his head bowed low. Zhang Li, since you've just joined our class today, why don't you come up and demonstrate? So he called out his name directly. Huh. Zhang Li was visibly taken aback. He had just been studying his attribute panel. During his self-introduction, he had gained 1,800 villain points. In his mind, he was weighing whether to learn all the basic techniques. After all, he had so many villain points now. Keeping them idle would be a waste. When Zhao Xingmin called his name, he hadn't even heard what was said. Zhang Li, please demonstrate the basic sword technique for everyone. He repeated his words. Zhang Li stood up and walked forward. Su Yuqing, completely unaware of the person beside her, was still pondering how to save face. Give me the sword, or why are you just standing there? A voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She hastily looked up, finding him staring at her. His eyes held a hint of impatience. Zhang Li, seeing Su Yuqing still dazed, simply snatched the sword. To be honest, this was his first time holding a sword. Yet the moment he grasped it, it felt as if he had wielded it for ages. The sword in his hand moved as naturally as an extension of his own arm. He made a couple of casual swings. The students below sneered, believing he was imitating their Su goddess. Only Zhao Xingmin and Su Yuqing felt a flicker of astonishment. Though it seemed like simple waving, one could tell he was a master of the sword. His proficiency in the basic sword technique was no less than theirs. Zhang Li stared at the sword in his hand for a long time. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and he finally understood what he had read in novels. The sensation described in books, of wielding a sword with chi. When he held the blade, it felt as if he had already swung it hundreds of thousands of times. The spiritual energy within his body, the instant he grasped the sword, formed a mysterious connection with it. This feeling made him forget he was in a classroom. His entire mind and spirit were immersed in the sword in his hand. It was a sensation entirely different from when he practiced the cloud-dispelling palm. Perhaps it was because the palm was part of his body while the sword was an external object. What are you posing for? Just demonstrate it already. Could it be that he doesn't even know the basic sword technique? How is that possible? Even if we don't use them, we're supposed to understand these basic techniques. Don't forget, he just transferred here from an ordinary class. Zhang Li was oblivious to the chatter around him, completely absorbed in a peculiar state. Zhao Xingmin was astonished once more. From the moment he picked up the sword, his entire demeanor seemed to have undergone a radical transformation. Su Yuqing also noticed the change. Just as they were puzzling over it, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. Before they could react, boom! A deafening sound erupted in the classroom. The metal stake not far away was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind. A crack appeared on the wall. Before anyone could process what happened, Zhang Li placed the sword on the table and looked at the— I've finished my demonstration. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. With that, he turned and left the podium. Silence. The entire classroom was dead silent. Perfect realm. Even the basic sword technique had reached the perfect realm. Was this guy even human? Zhao Xingmin wasn't angered by his words. Only shock filled his heart. Now he understood why his demeanor had changed. This was the manifestation of the basic sword technique at the perfect realm. The final line of the basic sword technique only mentioned when you become one with the sword, you have reached the perfect realm. He had never understood that sentence, thinking it was just a vague notion. Today he truly grasped its meaning. A moment ago Zhang Li had been like a sword incarnate. He had believed his basic sword technique was at the grand completion stage, only one step away from perfection. Now he realized there was a vast gap between him and the perfect realm. Even Su Yuqing stood frozen in place. Not only could she not defeat him, but she couldn't even surpass him in her most proficient sword technique. Those who had been boastful earlier instantly fell silent. Not because they recognized Zhang Li's basic sword technique had reached the perfect realm, but because they saw the metal stake in the distance. On the stake now almost embedded in the wall was a deep cut. It looked as if it had been nearly severed. The cut had gone more than halfway through. What kind of power was this? A casual swing produced such an effect. Zhang Li returned to his seat feeling as if he had opened a new world. That single strike had made him fully understand what the perfect realm truly meant. This destructive power was no less than his cloud-dispelling palm. In terms of lethality, it even surpassed it. When he used the cloud-dispelling palm, he hadn't felt that peculiar sensation. Zhang Li's basic sword technique has reached the perfect realm. Zhao Xingmin, his throat dry, swallowed hard, and spoke with difficulty. In his heart waves of shock surged. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Such aptitude, not just in their one high school, but probably across the entire Great Xia, only a handful could match. Even the basic sword technique was at the perfect realm. Could it be that all his techniques were also at the perfect realm? He knew that the more fundamental a skill, the harder it was to reach perfection. Basic techniques, when created, were meant to give martial artists a starting point. In the hundreds of years of Great Xia, only a few had managed to cultivate basic techniques to the perfect realm. Each of them was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Even he began to wonder if the rumors at school were true. Could this guy really be a descendant of some VIP from the spiritual martial hall? This morning you will practice basic techniques. You've just seen the power of the perfect realm. If you have any questions about the basic sword technique, you can ask Zhang Li. Now free practice. After giving brief instructions, he hurriedly left the classroom. He needed to see the principal to verify something. Was Zhang Li really a descendant of some major power? With talent like that, no one would believe he was self-taught. Who could master 3 techniques all at the perfect level by the age of 10 plus? Su Yuqing glanced at the metal stake nearly cut in half and felt utterly disheartened. Faced with the perfect realm basic sword technique, she wanted to ask him for advice. She was a highly competitive, and after a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage. Approaching Zhang Li, she asked softly, "Zhang Li, you said earlier that if we had any questions we could ask you. Is that true?" "No, that was just a polite remark." "You actually believe that?" he replied expressionlessly. Su Yuqing was left speechless. For a moment, she did not know how to respond. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Li glanced at her, his tone somewhat cold. "Zhang Li, I know this might be presumptuous, but I want." After hesitating for a moment, she finally decided to seek his advice. After all, mastering the basic sword technique to perfection held great significance for her. "If you know it's presumptuous, then don't say it." Before she could finish, Zhang Li cut her off directly. Then he turned and left the classroom. "You have deeply understood that beautiful women are factors that lead villains to disaster. You resolutely refused contact with her." Villain points 300. As Zhang Li left the classroom, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Su Yuqing's face turned ugly. She stood there frozen in place. This stunned the boys in the classroom. Damn, who does Zhang Li think he is, daring to give my goddess a cold shoulder? Isn't he just at the perfect level of basic sword technique? What's so great about that? They indignantly voiced their discontent. "Goddess, don't be angry. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll ask the teacher for you." A male student even approached her to console her. "Get lost." Su Yuqing uttered a single word coldly, then turned and left the classroom as well. At school she had always been like this, extremely cold in temperament. Just now taking the initiative to exchange a few words with Zhang Li felt like she was already doing him a great favor. Unexpectedly, he could not even be bothered to glance at her. The elite class was relatively free. Aside from regular martial arts instruction, the rest of the time was for self-cultivation. Those who could enter the elite class were invariably self-disciplined individuals. After leaving the classroom, Zhang Li directly left the school. He planned to go to the Spirit Martial Hall to certify his martial artist rank. He informed the teacher, who readily agreed. For a student of Zhang Li's caliber, just informing them was sufficient. Leaving the school, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Spirit Martial Hall. Inside the Spirit Martial Hall, martial artist certification required a test of various physical data. Upon arriving, he once again encountered the man he called Uncle Zhao. "Young lad, what brings you to the Spirit Martial Hall today?" the man asked with a chuckle upon seeing him. At this moment, a message appeared before him. Name Zhao Mingfei, cultivation 4th grade, 3rd stage. Seeing the man's cultivation level, a 4th grade martial artist, filled him with some surprise. This unremarkable middle-aged man was actually a 4th grade martial artist. "Uncle Zhao, I want to update my martial artist information." Zhang Li stated his purpose. "Update your information? Broke through a small stage, did you? You don't need to come here for that. You can modify it yourself on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website. You only need to come here for certification when you break through to the 2nd grade. Zhao Mingfei was slightly surprised inwardly, but patiently explained to him. In just a few days this young lad had actually broken through another minor realm. Although he was only a first-grade martial artist, this speed was still somewhat astonishing. He knew the young man's talent, and grade martial arts talent. Uncle Zhao, I'm here to certify as a second-grade martial artist. I broke through yesterday. Breaking through 2 minor realms. You can also update on the official. Wait, what did you say? Second grade. Zhao Mingfei was about to explain further when he suddenly froze. He thought he had misheard. Yes, second-grade martial artist, that's why I'm here for certification. Zhang Li nodded, affirming. How was this possible? It had only been a few days since his last certification. He was at first grade 5th stage last time. Now he's second grade. Come, I'll take you. He hurriedly pulled the young man and headed to the second floor of the Spirit Martial Hall. Upon entering the second floor, many martial artists were lining up for rank certification. All martial artists needed to obtain certification from the Spirit Martial Hall before they could apply for martial artist-related jobs. It served as an official credential. All sorts of people were there. Looking at the long queue ahead, Zhao Mingfei directly led Zhang Li through his staff. This left those waiting in line exchanging bewildered glances. Who was that young man Lord Zhao was with? His son? I don't know, but he looks somewhat familiar. You too. I was just thinking I'd seen him somewhere, but can't recall where. As they discussed, one person in the crowd stared at Zhang Li, retreating back lost in thought. Entering the martial artist certification room, Zhang Li walked familiarly to the testing device and connected the detection instruments to his body. Immediately, a peculiar energy entered his body. This energy circulated once within him. On the instrument screen, cultivation, second grade, second stage, martial arts talents grade. Zhao Mingfei rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he had misread. He really was at the second grade now. Had you really never cultivated before? Uncle Zhao, you know my situation. I only recently started cultivation. Zhang Li nodded, not intending to hide anything. Zhao Mingfei nodded dumbly, momentarily at a loss for words. He had known the young man had great talent since last time. This guy's talent was among the top in the entire Qingqing city. But his advancement speed was simply incomprehensible. His own talent wasn't great, but it was at least grade martial arts talent. How many years had it taken him to reach the 4th grade? Truly, comparing people only leads to frustration. Come, I'll take you to update your information. Everyone has their own opportunities. He didn't press further. Recalling the combat technique Su Yuqing had used, Zhang Li asked, Uncle Zhao, do you know how one can obtain combat techniques? Why ask about that? Combat techniques aren't like martial skills that you can buy with money. Zhao Mingfei was surprised, but began to explain. Every combat technique is unique. Combat techniques are generally heirlooms passed down in large families. A combat technique is more like a special ability of yours. As for the methods you mentioned, the Spirit Martial Hall also has them. However, the conditions for obtaining a combat technique inheritance from the Spirit Martial Hall are extremely stringent. When he said this, he gave Zhang Li a meaningful glance. Zhang Li couldn't help but feel curious. Under normal circumstances for the city where the Spirit Martial Hall is located, the top 3 scorers in the annual college entrance exams martial arts test receive 1 chance at a martial skill inheritance. Top 3 in the city. Yes, top 3 in the city. Hearing top 3 in the city, Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief. That didn't seem so harsh. With your talent, you think it's not too difficult, don't you? Zhao Mingfei seemed to read his thoughts and spoke slowly. Zhang Li nodded without denying it. If it were before, he would have thought it very difficult, but with his advantage, he found it quite simple. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence. I knew you'd think that way. But a combat technique isn't something you can comprehend after just 1 inheritance. In our great Xia, even the most talented person succeeded only after comprehending it 9 times. Combat techniques differ from martial skills. This kind of inheritance is not like martial skills, which teach you how to maximize the power of your spiritual energy. A combat technique is more like awakening a special ability within you. Do you understand what I mean? Special ability. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. Indeed, a battle technique is akin to you creating a unique cultivation method, or it can be understood as an ability exclusive to you. The same inheritance, when comprehended by different individuals, yields distinct battle techniques. Zhao Mingfei explained to him with great patience. Nevertheless, Zhang Li remained somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp what this battle technique truly was. When you encounter a battle technique inheritance, you'll understand. I have received 2 such inheritances. Just think of a battle technique as your special ability. In any case, it is extremely difficult, exceedingly so. He knew the other party couldn't comprehend, so he didn't elaborate further. This kind of inheritance originates from a peculiar crystal that emerged in the world during the initial resurgence of spiritual energy. The first generation referred to battle techniques as superpowers. They awakened their superpowers through these special crystals. The warriors of that era were called superpowered individuals. They did not cultivate the body, but rather their superpower. That is spiritual power. Their superpowers communicated with spiritual energy through their mental strength. Superpowered individuals. Zhang Li murmured. This was his first time hearing of such a concept. According to his memories from his original world, superpowered individuals and martial artists were almost synonymous. Indeed, their abilities were terrifying. Some were born awakening SS-level superpowers. In that era, martial artists were judged not by their martial talent, but by their superpower rank. The higher the superpower rank, the greater the potential for strength. There were many types of superpowers. They could wield various elemental abilities in battle or use them to enhance themselves. Zhao Mingfei narrated patiently, as if telling a story. Zhang Li listened with rapt attention. This was knowledge not found in books. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. However, as time passed, the crystals were eventually depleted. When the crystals were completely exhausted, it became impossible to awaken such superpowers. Humanity would then be unable to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts and alien races. It was at that time that the strongest humans sought to create a cultivation system unique to humanity, one that would break free from dependence on crystals. They began to develop their own bodies using spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. Through the efforts of several generations, the breathing techniques and cultivation methods we have today were born. All current martial skills are created based on the fundamental techniques. I believe your school teachers have also told you that fundamental techniques are the foundation of all cultivation methods. The advanced martial skills we have today merely allow us martial artists to take fewer detours. Our current martial talent differs from the superpower talent of our predecessors. Our martial talent is a combination of your comprehension and innate ability. He was profoundly shaken. In those brief words, he could sense the vision and determination of that generation of powerhouses. Creating a cultivation system was no trivial matter. They were the ones who truly considered humanity's future, the ones worthy of being called heroes. Every era has its own pioneers, and those superpowered individuals were the pioneers. He also understood why his martial arts teacher always emphasized practicing the fundamental techniques. He truly grasped what his teacher meant. It is not that the more advanced the martial skill, the more powerful it is. One should learn techniques suited to one's cultivation level. That was the principle. He also resolved to learn all the fundamental techniques. Since they were the foundation of all martial skills, no technique was more suitable for him at present. After a moment of contemplation, the other party continued. After creating the breathing techniques and fundamental methods, they did not wish for superpowers to vanish. Thus they researched further, hoping to pass down these superpowers. But in their lifetime they could not find a substitute for the crystals. At this point he couldn't help but sigh. One could imagine the despair of that time. Heaven never seals off all exits. They discovered by chance that when a powerful figure perishes, their spiritual world does not collapse immediately. They used their remaining spiritual power to condense a similar crystal. This is what we now call a battle technique. His expression was solemn, his tone more serious than ever. Those great families possessed battle techniques because their ancestors were powerhouses who upon their fall chose to leave the inheritance crystal within the family. The battle techniques here come from other powerhouses who on the verge of death entrusted their inheritance crystals to our spirit martial hall, hoping more talented individuals could receive the legacy. Zhao Mingfei's words were filled with reverence. Zhang Li was once again astounded. Such selflessness evoked an inexplicable sense of respect. It also reminded him of his past life. In his country, the reason people could live so peacefully was that countless ancestors had paved the way with their flesh and blood. The battle techniques in Spirit Martial Hall can be learned by anyone, but there are thresholds. The inheritance crystals of those predecessors have a limited number of transmissions. Now do you understand why I said the conditions for obtaining a battle technique inheritance are extremely harsh? With that he let out a long sigh. Whether he was sighing over the limited uses of the inheritance crystals or mourning the selfless predecessors, Zhang Li nodded silently. This was his first true understanding of battle techniques. He finally grasped the significance of Spirit Martial Hall. Zhang Li, did you see someone using a battle technique? Zhao Mingfei set aside his earlier emotions, changing the subject with curiosity. Earlier during a spar at school, I saw someone use a battle technique. Still immersed in the shock, he briefly described what he had witnessed. It must be that girl from the Su family. In Qingqing City, the only one who could comprehend a battle technique in high school is likely from the Su family. Zhao Mingfei was not at all surprised. Yes, her name is Su Yuqing. As for whether she is from the Su family you mentioned, I don't know. Zhang Li answered truthfully. The time at the second floor of the library was his first encounter with her. That must be her. The Su family has a battle technique inheritance. That girl probably started receiving the inheritance at a very young age. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to comprehend a battle technique at such an age. Zhao Mingfei was very certain. In all of Qingqing City, only this one family possessed a battle technique inheritance. The Su family is a prominent clan. If you want to learn a battle technique, there is an even better way. He then looked at Zhang Li with a grin. Uncle Zhao, what is this better way? Seeing his expression, Zhang Li suspected it wasn't a good suggestion, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the battle technique, and asked. Zhao Mingfei did not answer directly, instead, asking with a mischievous tone. That Su girl is about your age, isn't she? She must be quite pretty, right? She's just average, has eyes and nose, arms and legs. Doesn't look disabled. Zhang Li replied with a deadpan. You rascal. Zhao Mingfei laughed and scolded him. If you marry her, the battle technique would be yours. From what I know, the Su family only has this one daughter, no sons. That would save you decades of detours. He never expected such words from Uncle Zhao. He had misjudged him. You're not getting any younger, Zhao Mingfei said earnestly. One day you'll have to marry and start a family. Dad. No, Uncle Zhao, I'm only 18, still a minor. You're practically encouraging a crime, don't you know that? He felt a headache coming on, an inexplicable sense of being pressured into marriage. He almost slipped up thinking he was back in his past life being nagged by his parents. The laws of Daxiao state that anyone over 16. Uncle Zhao. Zhang Li quickly waved his hand, cutting him off. Enough anymore, and this will get censored. You work at the Spirit Martial Hall, why are you studying Daxiao law instead of doing your job? Huh. Zhao Mingfei laughed heartily. You're not happy about it. The girl might not even fancy you. Someone like you, a straight-laced brute, who knocked her flat on the first meeting. I'm doing this for your own good. If you can't catch prey in the zoo, what makes you think you can outside it? Zhang Li. He had never felt so speechless in his life. The last time he was this speechless was, well, the last time. Uncle Zhao, let's talk business. Besides the college entrance exam, is there any other way to obtain a legacy at the Spirit Martial Hall? He clearly wanted to drop the subject and quickly change the topic. Yes, you can use contribution points from the Spirit Martial Hall to exchange for attempts. The other man also dropped his smile and spoke seriously. Spirit Martial Hall contribution points. Zhang Li was puzzled. Right, haven't you checked the mission module on the official website? Don't tell me you only know how to play games and have never logged in. Missions are posted every month. Completing them rewards you with corresponding prizes and contribution points. These contribution points are like the currency of the Spirit Martial Hall. You can buy anything here, including the combat legacy you mentioned. Zhao Mingfei explained slowly. A mission module? How come I didn't see it? A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. When he had browsed the official website before, there was only news and a cultivation technique module. He hadn't seen the mission module at all. The other man slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. With your first rank cultivation, of course you couldn't see it. You lack the permission. But you should be able to see it when you go back now. Uncle Zhao, how many contribution points does it take to exchange for one chance at a legacy combat technique? Since there was no other way, he might as well start with missions. A lot. Let me put it this way, I've worked at the Spirit Martial Hall for nearly 20 years, and I've only saved up enough for 2 exchanges. And we get fixed contribution points every month. Good grief, Zhang Li could only exclaim. At this rate, saving enough contribution points to exchange for a legacy combat technique would take until the year of the monkey. Is there any other way? He asked, unwilling to give up. Then you'll have to wait for the college entrance exam. But you could ask your school, they might have a solution. Zhao Mingfei said vaguely. Ask the school. He was puzzled. What could the school do about Spirit Martial Hall? Could the school really have authority over the Spirit Martial Hall? Yes, go ask your school. You might get a pleasant surprise. Alright, you've completed the certification. As for the other data tests, you can do them yourself. Then go update your data with the staff here. I have things to do, so we'll be off. With that, he turned and left, leaving Zhang Li dumbfounded. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally understood that the other man didn't want to continue the conversation and had used an excuse to leave. He didn't press further. The rank testing area had various physical data tests, including body strength, power, and reaction speed. All of these were optional. Since he was already here, Zhang Li decided to test his physical data. He walked up to a human. This puppet was for testing strength. Without using any martial techniques, he clenched his fist, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. He threw a punch at the puppet. Thump. A dull sound. The puppet shook slightly. The instrument connected to it displayed a number. 2,200 kilograms. Good grief, that punch had over 2 tons of force. In his original world, almost no one could withstand a single blow from him. This punch had no enhancement, no power from any traits, just pure physical strength. It showed just how formidable the human physique was in this world. He then tested his bodhi's durability. By the time Zhang Li left the Spirit Martial Hall, it was nearly noon. On his way back to school, his mind was preoccupied with the matter of combat techniques. Zhao Mingfei had told him to ask the school. He couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind those words. When he arrived at school, it was just lunchtime. Today was his first day transferring to the elite class. It was said that the food in the elite class was made from high-grade ingredients. When Zhang Li entered the cafeteria, many people were already eating there. The food here was almost all beast meat, sometimes paired with spiritual herbs. He spotted a familiar face. Zhuo Pingyang was actually there too. He walked over and patted his shoulder. Little Yang, how come you get to eat here? Zhang Li. Zhuo Pingyang turned around, surprised to see him. I've always eaten here. Didn't you know? I was just thinking if I'd run into you here. Zhang Li nodded. I see. The power of money. After they got their food, they found an empty seat and chatted while eating. Just then a commotion arose in the cafeteria. They both looked over. It was Su Yuqing who had entered the hall. She was always surrounded by a group of boys. Goddess, what would you like to eat? Let me get it for you. Goddess, I've got the best cut of thorn rabbit meat here. Without even glancing at them, Su Yuqing walked straight to the counter and ordered her meal. Don't you think these guys are pathetic? She doesn't even acknowledge them, yet they keep flocking around. Zhuo Pingyang couldn't help but complain. We'll never understand the world of simps, Zhang Li sneered. It's best to avoid getting tangled up with a girl like that, otherwise you'll face endless trouble. He had seen this happen too many times. Why, oi? Zhou Pingyang asked, puzzled. Haven't you heard the saying? Women are like tigers. Just stay away from them, that's all. He was about to make up a random excuse when he realized the analogy wasn't quite appropriate. The other man nodded, half understanding. Oh no, Zhang Li, she's coming this way. Su Yuqing was carrying her tray, scanning the cafeteria. She walked straight toward their table. May I sit here? She asked softly. Zhang Li wolfed down the remaining food on his tray in 2 or 3 bites. Little Yang, take your time. I'm off. With that, he picked up his tray and walked out. Zhou Pingyang watched him leave. Suddenly, he felt countless murderous glares fixed on him. Only then did he understand why Zhang Li had left. He quickly stuffed the food from his tray into his mouth. Take your time. You can sit anywhere. He too scurried away. Am I that scary? Su Yuqing's face stiffened. At this point, she began to doubt her own existence. The only reason she had approached him was to ask about the basic swordsmanship and the state of perfection. Who would have thought he would flee from her, as if she were a venomous snake? The elite class sessions were extremely free. In the afternoon, they engaged in stance training. Regardless of rank, stance training was the foundation. After school, Zhang Li returned home. He couldn't wait to turn on his computer and log into the official website of the Lingwu Hall. Sure enough, after updating the information in the morning, this time there was an additional mission module. He clicked on it, wanting to see what tasks the Lingwu Hall had released. Each mission had a difficulty rating. The tasks were of many types. Some involved collecting items, others required helping to eliminate aberrant beasts. All kinds. This mission module felt like a low-quality mobile game. Find an NPC to accept the task, and upon completion receive corresponding rewards. He randomly clicked on a task. Eliminate aberrant beast, 3-star difficulty, Kaiyuan Town, Xianbei District, Shanyun City. A 3rd-rank aberrant beast musk spirit tiger has been appearing and dozens of villagers have been injured. Contribution points, 1800. There were many tasks like this basically in some suburban areas where aberrant beasts appeared. The Lingwu Hall personnel, unable to handle everything, would release these tasks. Some martial artists could take them, and upon completion, they would receive generous rewards. It was a win-win situation. He then opened the contribution point exchange module. Here, contribution points could be exchanged for various martial arts techniques, elixirs, weapons, and so on. He scrolled all the way to the bottom and saw the combat technique he had been longing for. Combat technique enlightenment, count 1 contribution points, 50000. Staring at the long string of zeros, Zhang Li clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens. Exchanging for 1 chance at combat technique inheritance enlightenment actually required 50000. That 3-star difficulty task, just now killing a 3rd-rank aberrant beast, only gave 180 contribution points. It was exactly as Zhao Mingfei had said. It took him nearly 20 years to exchange for it twice. Moreover, as a staff member of the Lingwu Hall, he had a discount which allowed him to exchange twice. If it were him, even 40 years might not be enough. His mood instantly sank to the bottom. He closed the exchange interface and casually browsed the mission module. There were almost no tasks he could do. The minimum requirement was a 3rd-rank martial artist. Tasks for 2nd-rank martial artists were nearly non-existent. Just as he was about to close it, he suddenly saw a help request task. This task was not released by the Lingwu Hall, but by an individual. In the mission module, besides the Lingwu Hall being able to release tasks, martial artists could also post them as long as they paid the corresponding contribution points. Zhang Li casually clicked on this help request. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Is there any senior who has cultivated the basic blade technique to the perfect realm? Seeking guidance. 100 contribution points. Seeing 100 contribution points, Zhang Li's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes and carefully confirmed it once more. That's right, it was exactly 1000 contribution points. Below this help request, a group of people had left comments. Damn, 100 contribution points. I really want them, but unfortunately, I don't practice blade techniques. I've worked my ass off this month and only got 300 points. Perfect realm basic blade technique. This probably requires a true master. We small fries should just forget it. Envious expression. My basic blade technique is a hair's breadth away from advancing to the perfect realm. I wonder if I could make it. Definitely not. If they require perfect realm, either their martial technique is stuck at a bottleneck, or they are creating a blade-related martial technique. Below this help request, all the discussions were about perfect realm basic techniques. Basic techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate to the perfect realm. Many people are stuck at the great success realm their entire lives. Watching these discussions, Zhang Li had an idea. Although he had never practiced blade techniques, he had a cheat. So he replied under this help request. However, he chose to reply anonymously. How do you need guidance? In-person guidance. As soon as his comment was posted, someone immediately replied under him. Damn, this is a real master. Perfect realm basic blade technique, I bow to the master. Brothers, come see the god. A master appears, worship, worship. He watched the replies coming one after another and twitched his mouth. Good heavens, were these people all so idle? He waited for a long time, but didn't see the task poster reply. Just as he was about to close the mission module, a message suddenly popped up in his backend. Senior, where are you? This was a private message from the task poster. Qingqing City. Zhang Li replied with 3 simple words. The other party replied quickly. I'm in Shangyun City, it's quite far away. I have something urgent recently, and can't get away. Senior, could you record a video? The person hesitated for a moment, and then sent another message. I know this puts you in a difficult position, Senior. I can offer more contribution points. I promise I won't spread your video. Zhang Li's reply was still very simple. When do you need it? If possible today. Is that okay? Zhang Li, no problem, in 1 hour. Thank you, Senior. He no longer replied to the other party. Instead, he opened the technique module. He remembered that the Lingwu Hall had given him a spirit storage card. Basic techniques could be downloaded directly from the Lingwu Hall. He inserted the spirit storage card into his computer. He found the basic blade technique. In less than a minute, it showed download successful. He unplugged the spirit storage card and pressed it against his forehead. A peculiar energy from the card surged into his mind. Immediately, the content of the basic blade technique appeared in his mind. It seemed magical, but it was all due to this peculiar energy within the spirit storage card. He could transfer the text from the spirit storage card into his mind through this special energy. However, this was limited to basic techniques, more complex techniques. It had to be copied to the spirit storage card through special instruments. Ding, detected a new technique. Host, do you wish to spend villain points to learn it? Learn. Instantly, countless knowledge about the basic blade technique appeared in his mind. The vast amount of knowledge almost felt like it would burst his mind. He picked up a chi-nourishing pill and swallowed it. Then he spent another 100 villain points to strengthen the pill. Half an hour later, spent 100 villain points. Basic blade technique cultivated to perfect realm. The system's voice rang in his mind. Although he had already learned several martial techniques, he still found it astonishing. It was indeed reasonable that people didn't like playing games with cheaters. This was too overpowered. A realm that others couldn't reach even after years of cultivation. For him, it was so easy to reach the perfect realm. Half an hour to perfect realm. Who would believe that if he told them? He didn't have a blade. He turned his hand into a blade and slashed through the air. A wisp of white blade light appeared out of thin air. Bang! The blade light embedded into the wall. It was just a casual swing using only a trace of spiritual energy. It didn't go through the wall. Seeing the blade mark on the wall, he was very satisfied with his cultivation results. He only had a kitchen knife at home, and a kitchen knife counted as a blade. The perfect realm was not about power, it was a state of being. Zhang Li picked up his phone, adjusted the position, and covered his face with a piece of black cloth. Holding a kitchen knife, he looked quite ridiculous. He performed the basic blade technique he had just learned. The moment his hand gripped the kitchen knife, he seemed to transform into a blade himself. A sharp aura radiated from his body. The kitchen knife in his hand felt like an extension of his body. Each slash gave a sense of seamless unity, smooth as jade. The blade movements were very slow, but the fierce aura emanating from them could be clearly felt. After recording the 1-minute video, he logged into the Lingwu Hall backend, found the person, and sent the video he had just recorded. In a certain place far away in Shangyun City, a young man with a trace of anxiety on his face stared intently at his computer screen. Feng Shao, are you really planning to create a crank martial skill? Another young man beside him spoke. Yes, I've been researching this crank martial skill for 4 years. I'm only missing the final step. If I can complete it, it might even be rated as rank. The young man called Feng Shao said resolutely. For our university graduation, we only need to create an rank martial skill. Why go through all this trouble? I, Ling Yunfeng, am determined to become the most legendary man in our university, he said with great theater. Come on. Even if your basic saber technique has reached the perfect level, you might not be able to create a crank technique. The young man beside him poured cold water. A senior just agreed to guide me. My basic saber technique is only a hair's breadth away from achieving the Just wait. Once I create a crank martial skill, countless beautiful women will throw themselves at me. They'll give you 2 then, he said smugly, unfazed by the other's discouragement. Come on. Which senior would be so idle as to guide you for just 10,000 contribution points? The young man didn't believe him at all. As they were talking, a message arrived on his computer. Haha, see. The senior is fast. It's only been half an hour, and he's already sent it. He opened the message, which contained a video. He pressed play. In the video, a person with a covered face was holding a kitchen. Haha, Feng Shao, this is the senior you're talking about. Which senior demonstrates saber techniques with a kitchen knife? The young man burst out laughing before the video even played. Ling Yunfeng's expression also darkened. Even without watching the video, a kitchen knife seemed utterly incongruous. What do you know? The senior's realm is beyond your comprehension. Although he had lost hope inwardly, he remained stubborn. Haha, play it. Let me see what realm this kitchen knife is from. The young man was almost doubled over with laughter. Ling Yunfeng braced himself and opened the video. And it was Zhang Li holding a kitchen knife. He made a simple starting posture of the basic saber technique, the first form. The moment the blade was swung, Ling Yunfeng's eyes widened. Even just watching the video, he could feel the sharp aura of the kitchen knife in the other's hand. At that moment it seemed as if the person had transformed into the blade itself. Seeing this, he quickly closed the video. Damn, he really is a senior. Why did you close it? I didn't get to watch. The young man beside him was also stunned. He too had studied the basic saber technique. Just that single starting posture had already benefited him greatly. The other's basic saber technique was definitely at the perfect realm. I promised the senior that this video cannot be shown to outsiders, Ling Yunfeng said with a serious expression. He then took out a spirit storage card, copied the video onto it, and directly deleted the original video from the computer. Damn Fengzi, how would the senior know? Take it out, let's watch it together. The senior didn't say you couldn't show others, the young man persisted. No, I promised the senior. Maybe he was just bored and casually guided me. Although the senior didn't say anything, I can't betray that trust. Otherwise, do you think any senior would guide you for 10,000 contribution points? His stance was unwavering. If you want guidance from a senior, send him a private message yourself. With that, he picked up the spirit storage card, left the dormitory, and headed for the meditation room. The young man's mouth twitched, and he said no more. Meanwhile, Zhang Li waited for a reply. Before long, a notification popped up on his screen. Help request completed, received 10,000 contribution points. Zhang Li was dumbfounded. He had actually received 10,000 contribution points. He hadn't held much hope for it. Who would have thought it would actually work? A bold idea suddenly sprang into his mind. This was practically a path to riches. If he mastered all the basic techniques and sold each video for 10,000 contribution points, soon he would have enough to exchange for a chance at battle skill enlightenment. Without delay, he downloaded all the basic techniques from the official website. They were free anyway. Basic spear technique, basic palm technique, basic fist technique, basic leg technique. Over a dozen basic techniques in total. He began to cultivate them one by one. Of the 10 nourishing spirit pills the school had given him 9 remained. With the pills it took half an hour to master a basic technique to the perfect realm. Without the pills it took over an hour. He didn't sleep all night, completely immersed in cultivation. The next day he skipped school and bought nourishing spirit pills from the Lingwu Hall official website. He also bought the necessary weapons, all the most basic ones, and continued cultivating at home. By evening he had finally mastered all the basic techniques. He also cultivated breathing methods, but those couldn't be demonstrated via video. After his basic palm technique reached the perfect realm, he faintly felt that his cloud-pushing palm had become somewhat different. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed more powerful than before. He had spent more than half of his villain points in the process. His cultivation had risen from the second grade 2nd stage to the second grade 5th stage, but he paid it no mind. The basic techniques were what mattered most. He recorded all the techniques into videos and logged into the Lingwu Hall official website. He entered the task module and directly posted a task guidance on various basic techniques. Videos of perfect realm basic techniques available. Contact me directly if needed, starting from 10,000 contribution points. The moment this task was posted, the entire task module was shocked. Fortunately, it was posted anonymously, so no one knew who the poster was. But the comments section below the task exploded. Damn, this guy is way too bold. Scamming even on the Lingwu. This is obviously a scam. Who can master all basic techniques to the perfect realm? Everyone report this quickly. This guy is clearly trying to trick newcomers. Perfect realm. If you can master even one technique to the mastery realm, I'll livestream myself doing a handstand while eating. Haha, count me in. What era is this? Still scamming on the Lingwu Hall website. Report him, everyone. If Lingwu Hall confirms he's a fraud, well, get contribution points. With that, people began reporting in mass. Nearly half of the martial artists across Daxia who could access the Lingwu Hall website chose to report him. The staff in charge of the Lingwu Hall official website were terrified. Tens of thousands of messages flooded the back end. What happened? Why so many reports? A staff member casually opened a report message report of suspected fraud. Below it was the link to the post. Thousands of reports came in every minute. The entire Lingwu Hall staff was baffled. After posting his task, Zhang Li fell asleep. He was unaware of what was happening on the website. Having stayed awake for a full day and night, even though he was cultivating, his energy was nearly depleted. Overnight, the back end of Lingwu Hall's official website nearly crashed. When they saw the flood of identical reports, the staff immediately opened the reported link, pointing out various basic techniques, with videos of perfect level basic techniques those in need can contact directly, starting from 10,000 contribution points. After seeing the content posted in the task module, everyone's reaction was, how is that possible? Almost no one could cultivate all basic techniques to the perfect realm. Good heavens. Who is this person so audacious? Scammers dared to come to the official website of Lingwu Hall. The hall immediately responded by deleting the task. Furthermore, they posted an announcement below telling everyone not to believe it. At Lingwu Hall headquarters, what happened last night? A middle-aged man arrived at the place responsible for the back-end data of the official website. Director Luo, last night, someone posted false information in the task module, and the back-end received a large number of reports. A staff member with a hint of fatigue on his face. Last night, the entire back-end received tens of thousands of... The entire night was spent dealing with the reports. He briefly explained what happened last night. Since the establishment of Ling Wu Hall's official website, such a thing had never happened. Who is this person? Have you found out? Director Luo's face showed no emotion. We only temporarily deleted the task information posted by that person and blocked their back-end private message function. As for the person who posted it, it was a martial artist from Qingqing City. We only have his name. For specific details, we have contacted the Lingwu Hall branch in Qingqing. The entire Lingwu Hall official website is the gathering place for all martial artists of Daxia. Everyone's information is encrypted. Personnel information from each branch is submitted directly to the headquarters. These staff members responsible for back-end data do not have the authority to query. They can only see approximate information. Only the high-level officials of Lingwu Hall can access the details. This is also to protect the personal information of martial artists, especially those talented ones, from being exposed. You handled this matter well. This is the first time we've encountered such a malicious incident. I will contact the person in charge in Qingqing. Director Luo nodded. This kind of thing must be found out. Make an example of him. Otherwise the task module of Lingwu Hall will become a place for scams. These contribution points, some people would privately exchange them for money. There is a black market specializing in this. Lingwu Hall naturally knows this, and as long as it's not too excessive, they won't be too strict. When Zhang Li woke up in the morning, he eagerly logged into the official website, wanting to see if anyone had sent him private messages. After a day and night of hard work, it was time for the harvest. However, as soon as he logged in, he was stunned. His account directly showed that it was banned. He couldn't even access, he could only see his personal information. The 10,000 contribution points he had just earned last night had vanished. Damn it. Was my account hacked? Zhang Li's first reaction was that his account had been stolen. After fussing in front of the computer for a long time, he finally came to a conclusion. His account was stolen. Damn it, even in this world, there are people stealing accounts. Thinking about those 10,000 contribution points, he felt inexplicably heartbroken. Since his account was banned, he naturally couldn't receive private messages. This won't do, he muttered. Without even washing his face, he took a taxi directly to Lingwu Hall. Getting the account banned was a minor issue, but he had to recover the 10,000 contribution points. That was his hard-earned reward. As soon as he rushed into Lingwu Hall, he encountered Zhao Mingfei walking toward him. Uncle Zhao, my Lingwu Hall account was stolen. Can it be recovered? Zhang Li asked hastily upon seeing him. I was just about to go find you, but I didn't expect you to show up. What did you do on the official website last night? The headquarters wants to retrieve your personal information. Zhao Mingfei was first stunned, then asked. Early this morning, he received a call from Lingwu Hall headquarters. They said they wanted to retrieve Zhang Li's information related to an incident on the official website last night. At first he thought it might be a namesake. Qingqing City has hundreds of thousands of people. There are many people with the same name. But when he saw that the person whose information was requested was 18 years old, among recently registered martial artists, the only 18-year-old was this guy in front of him. That's why he was thinking of going to ask him. Off. Zhang Li was confused. Last night, I was sleeping. You little rascal, don't play dumb. The people sent by headquarters will be here soon to investigate you. The other said with a tone of disappointment. Investigate me? Why investigate me? He was stunned. I was just about to ask Uncle Zhao to help me check. The 10,000 contribution points I earned before were stolen, and my official website account has also been banned. Upon hearing that the guy's account was banned, he became more certain that the person the headquarters was looking for was him. He immediately asked, tell me, what did you do on the official website? And how did you get those 10,000 contribution? I didn't do anything. Zhang Li said blankly. I accepted a task and the task module completed it, and got 10,000 contribution points. But when I logged in this morning, the 10,000 contribution points were gone. Uncle Zhao, if the account was hacked, can the contribution points be recovered? The contribution points, still warm, were cleared to 0. What task could give 10,000 contribution points? With your second-rank cultivation, you can't even complete a task worth 1,000 contribution points. Zhao Mingfei clearly didn't believe it. What a joke. The tasks released in Qingqing were all reviewed by him. The highest offered was only over 3,000 points, and a task worth 3,000 points had a difficulty of 4 stars. Even he would find it difficult to complete alone. It was just a help request task. The other party needed a perfect level blade technique video. I recorded a video and sent it over, and they gave me 10,000 contribution points. Zhang Li said nonchalantly. Zhao Mingfei finally understood why this guy was being investigated by the headquarters. He must have heard yesterday that one could earn contribution points in the task module. This guy was also very interested in combat techniques. Seeing someone asking for help, he wanted to complete the task. He probably didn't even know what perfect realm meant. He casually recorded a video for someone. What happened next was predictable. After the other party paid the contribution points, they found that the blade technique video they received was not at the perfect realm at all. They complained to the headquarters. That's why they sent people to investigate. This guy still didn't know the seriousness of the situation. Fraud on the official website could likely result in the revocation of martial artist qualification. Once disqualified by Lingwu Hall, that person would be basically finished. He sighed. Come on, follow me to the con. He thought, let's first see if there is any way to salvage it. Ignorance is a mitigating factor, a strive for leniency. He didn't want this young lad's life to be ruined like this. Zhang Li followed behind Zhao Mingfei. They came directly to the meeting room on the 5th floor of the Lingwu Hall. Zhang Li, remember what I'm about to tell you. Later when someone comes to ask you, just say what I tell you to say. Zhao Mingfei lowered his voice and whispered, the headquarters will send people soon. If they ask you, just say you don't know, that you've just started with the task module. Then you apologize to them, say some nice words, and maybe this whole thing will blow over. Got it. Zhang Li was completely bewildered. What did he mean? His own 10,000 contribution points had been stolen, and he still had to speak nicely to them. Apologize? What kind of logic was that? When had this society become like this? Uncle Zhao, if I do as you say, will I get back my 10,000 contribution points? Although he didn't understand the other's meaning, he knew Zhao would never harm him. Right now his biggest concern was his 10,000 contribution points. If speaking nicely could get them back, that might— You still want contribution points? You'll be lucky if you keep yourself out of trouble, he scolded angrily. You little brat, you have no idea how big a mess you've caused. If they don't pursue it against you, consider yourself lucky. If they do, you'll be in deep trouble. Alright, wait here. You don't need to go to school today. They'll go handle some matters. Remember what I said, or else I won't be able to save you. Without giving Zhang Li a chance to speak, Zhao Mingfei finished his instructions and turned to leave. In the meeting room, only Zhang Li was left dazed. He felt something was off about today's events, but he couldn't put his— Could it be that he got out of bed the wrong way? He came here to unseal his account, so how had he become the subject of an investigation? Considering what Zhao Mingfei had just said, had the perfect realm video he sent to someone been reported? Damn, did this world also have such a thing as refund-only complaints? Despicable, utterly despicable. For a moment, he felt that the combat technique that had been within reach was suddenly distant. Had he wasted all those villain points? Just as he was inwardly despising the person who had made the refund-only complaint, the meeting room door was pushed open. An old man entered. Edge. Someone's here, the old man exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhang Li. Zhang Li looked up at the elder before him. A dialogue box appeared in front of his eyes. Name Zhu Rongguang, cultivation 8th grade 2nd segment. Holy crap. Zhang Li blurted out. Suddenly realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth. This old man was actually an 8th grade martial artist. It was the first time he had seen an 8th grade. Previously in Qingqing City, the highest cultivation he had seen was Zhao Mingfei at 4th grade. 4th grade. The elder before him was actually 8th grade. The other could probably kill him with a single breath. Is this old man so frightening? Zhu Rongguang looked at him with a cheerful smile, teasing. No, not at all. Senior has the look of a kind and amiable person. Zhang Li quickly explained. This was a true big shot. How could he dare offend him? Kid, you have good eyes. The other nodded, looking pleased. Ah. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Senior's demeanor is elegant and admirable. From your words and actions, one can see that Senior possesses profound cultural knowledge and outstanding cultivation. Zhu Rongguang's face showed a satisfied smile, nodding. Anything else? My admiration for Senior is like the endless flowing river or the yellow river flooding beyond control. He racked his brain, pouring out every compliment he could think of. He had to say it after all. Who was this? An 8th grade big shot. All those sayings about not being moved by poverty or subdued by force, they were all bullshit at this moment. You've truly mastered the art of sycophancy and bullying the weak. Villain points 300. Zhang Li. This damn dog system was truly a dog. Haha, I must say, little one, you are the most discerning person I've ever met. The other laughed heartily, strongly agreeing with the words just spoken. Everything I said is sincere, Zhang Li said, feeling relieved inside. Damn, that was terrifying. Not bad, Zhu Rongguang repeated, not bad, twice. Little one, what are you doing here? Where's Xiao Zhao? I'm here waiting to apologize to someone. He quickly replied. Uncle Zhao just left saying he had matters to handle. Should I go ask for you, Senior? The other waved his hand. Waiting to apologize. For what? I got a refund-only complaint from someone. Zhang Li answered without thinking, blurting it out. Refund-only? What does that mean? This question put a big question mark on Zhu Rongguang's face. Earlier on the task module of the Lingwu Hall official website, I saw someone asking for help, so I helped them, and they paid me a reward. I helped, and the other party was satisfied. But who knew that today they were reported to headquarters, and the reward they gave me was taken back? Isn't that just a refund only? They took back my reward, the other party lost nothing, and they got my help for free. He just gave a rough summary of the matter. There's such a thing. Zhu Rongguang looked him up and down. He was somewhat puzzled. This little guy in front of him seemed to be only at 2nd grade 5th segment. What help did you provide? The night before last I saw a help request task posted. Someone needed guidance on perfect realm basic saber technique. So I recorded a saber technique video for that person. He didn't hide this. The big shot before him was 8th grade. His status in the Lingwu Hall must be very high. Even if he didn't say it, the other could easily find out by asking someone. Your basic saber technique has reached the perfect realm. Zhu Rongguang was shocked, somewhat surprised. Show me. Basic techniques were the root of all martial arts. To cultivate basic saber technique to the perfect realm. What a monstrous talent. There's no saber here. Here, take this. With a casual flip of his hand, a saber appeared in his grasp. A storage ring. That was the first thing Zhang Li thought of when he saw the saber appear out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he took the saber from the other's hand. This saber was far better than the kitchen knife he had used that night. The moment he grasped the hilt, his entire demeanor underwent a radical transformation. Zhu Rongwang was greatly alarmed. In his eyes, the other had become one with the saber. Standing before him was not a person, but a razor-sharp blade. A sharp aura emanated from his body. He was the saber, and the saber was him. It was as if he could cut through any obstacle before him, displaying an unstoppable momentum to the fullest. Just a few simple movements, yet they gave off an inexplicable pressure. Zhu Rongwang swallowed hard. What monstrous talent was this? It was truly perfect realm basic saber technique. Moreover, he could tell that the other's saber technique was at the peak of the perfect realm. He had seen many who had reached the perfect realm in basic saber technique, but none possessed the seamlessly integrated artistic conception of this young man before him. Excellent saber technique, he couldn't help but praise. The seemingly casual blade techniques vividly demonstrated the realm of perfection in every single move. Even Zhu Rongwang found himself somewhat captivated by the display. These basic techniques were easy to learn, yet achieving the realm of perfection was exceptionally difficult, comparable to high-level martial skills. So senior, wasn't I telling the truth? As Zhang Li ceased his movements, the sharp aura emanating from him also dissipated. Remarkable. Who is your master? Zhu Rongwang, recovering from his astonishment, inquired. I have no master. I am self-taught. He shook his head. Self-taught. This left the other even more astounded. To reach the realm of perfection without guidance would require at least several years of cultivation and immense comprehension. Just what kind of prodigy was this young man before him? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Upon learning he had no master, he immediately proposed. Huh. Senior, are you sure you want to take me as your disciple? Isn't this too hasty? Zhang Li's mind struggled to process the situation. This was an 8th-rank martial artist. Zhu Rongwang glared. What, am I not worthy to be your master? Senior, with your cultivation, being your disciple would be my honor. But I have a question. Zhang Li waved his hands. What question? Do you possess any battle technique inheritance? No, the other replied bluntly. No battle technique inheritance, huh? He felt a tinge of disappointment. For him, now battle techniques were what he desired most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have labored so hard to learn so many basic techniques. Do you even know what a battle technique inheritance is, eh? Seeing his expression, the other spoke with slight exasperation. Yes, after a high-rank martial artist with battle techniques dies, they condense their spiritual power into an inheritance crystal. Zhang Li nodded, speaking earnestly. You also know it's condensed by a dead high-rank martial artist. I'm standing right here alive. Where am I supposed to get an inheritance crystal for you? Should I die right now, eh? Zhu Rongwang stared at him, his beard bristling with anger. He was almost infuriated. He just wanted to take a disciple, not a living demon. Zhang Li quickly waved his hands to explain. No, senior, misunderstood. I was just asking casually. If I said I wanted a disciple, countless geniuses would be breaking down my doors to become my student. Yes, senior is absolutely right, he nodded hastily. This old man was clearly angered by him. Very well, since you've agreed to be my disciple, your master will give you a meeting gift. Saying this, he took out a crystal the size of a thumb from his person. When did I agree? Did I say that? But before he could voice this, he was captivated by the crystal in the other's hand. He asked instinctively, this isn't an inheritance crystal, is it? Dream on. Can an inheritance crystal be taken out so casually? This is my cultivation insight for achieving the realm of perfection in the basic palm technique. A hint of pride appeared on the other's face. With your comprehension, you'll definitely cultivate the basic palm technique to perfection in a few years. Zhang Li didn't reach out to take it. Well, senior, I've also cultivated the basic palm technique, and it's at the realm of perfection. He then casually executed a few moves. The smooth, jade-like artistic conception of the palm technique was instantly revealed. Huh. Zhu Rongwang's mind went completely blank, staring at the young man's palm technique. His eyes widened instantly. Damn, this little bastard had even reached the realm of perfection in the palm technique. He couldn't help but curse. The other's perfection was even more flawless than his own. What the hell? Not bad. Your palm technique, though still a bit lacking compared to mine, is indeed at the realm of perfection. Huh. He forced a dry laugh, a trace of embarrassment flickering across his face. Small matter. Your master knows much more. Take this. To cover up his previous embarrassment, he took out another crystal from his person. This is the cultivation insight for the realm of perfection in the basic movement technique. It's rarer than the palm technique. He spoke proudly again. The basic movement technique ranks among the top 5 in difficulty among basic techniques. If you can master it to great accomplishment, learning other movement techniques will be very easy. Zhang Li rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. He seemed to disappear into thin air. His figure flashed continuously throughout the meeting room. It was as if he was unaffected by gravity, constantly performing movements that defied common sense. His figure sometimes resembled a falling leaf drifting with the wind. At other times it was like a fierce gale whistling past. Zhu Rongwang's jaw dropped. It was only with his 8th rank cultivation that he could discern every single movement. If he didn't use his cultivation and merely watched with his naked eye, the young man before him truly seemed to have vanished into thin air. After executing the entire set of movements, his breathing was perfectly steady. Ahem. Watching the other lost in thought, Zhang Li feigned a cough. Senior, I've actually learned a bit of the movement technique at the Realm of Perfection. Would you care to evaluate it? Zhu Rongwang snapped back to reality, feeling utterly defeated. Damn. Fuck. Was this guy just— Every time the old man brought out something, this guy had mastered it. One for one, he countered everything. Are you trying to be crazy? He cursed the other in his heart. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Just as he was about to say something, he realized. Holy shit. This guy had actually cultivated 3 basic techniques to the Realm of Perfection. How old was he? 18. What kind of person at 18 could cultivate 3 basic techniques to the Realm of Perfection? The reason he valued basic techniques so much was that at his level of cultivation, he understood their importance. No matter what level of martial skill you learn to reach the Realm of Perfection, there is one necessary condition. That is, the basic technique must first reach the Realm of Perfection. Only then can the corresponding martial skill have the potential to reach perfection. A basic technique is like the foundation of a building. If the foundation isn't perfect, no matter how well you build above, you can never reach the Realm of Perfection. That's why he was so shocked. Even he only had 2 martial skills at the Realm of Perfection. This is also why the current schools and the Spirit Martial Hall don't provide very high-level martial skills. Below the 3rd rank, most focus is on basic techniques. High-level martial skills are only taught for 2 or 3 types. The most difficult of the basic techniques should be the breathing method. The movement technique ranks in the top 5 because even with recordings and guidance, it's exceptionally hard to learn. Being stared at by him, Zhu Rongwang felt a bit guilty. Ahem. Your movement technique is indeed at the Realm of Perfection, but it's only barely there. There's still plenty of room for improvement. Unable to bear the shame, he fabricated this casually. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will work hard. He quickly changed the subject and continued discussing the matter of becoming a disciple. So, young man, have you considered becoming my disciple? My cultivation is at the 8th rank, 9th stage, the Great Grandmaster realm, just 1 step away from the Transcendent realm. Zhang Li's mouth twitched upon hearing this. If it weren't for his ability to see the other's information, he might have been fooled. Seeing his silence, Zhu Rongwang, I can still live for another 20 years. When the time comes, the inheritance crystal will all be yours. Zhu Rongwang had never seen an 18-year-old martial artist who could cultivate 3 basic techniques to perfection. This was not just perseverance, it was more about talent. An extraordinary martial talent. At least he had never seen anyone who could master a single basic technique to perfection at the age of 18. Now as he looked at Zhang Li, he found him increasingly agreeable. This was practically the disciple of his dreams. Zhang Li was also somewhat tempted by the old man's offer to take him as a student. After all, an 8th rank martial artist was a formidable patron. To enhance his strength, he would inevitably offend many people. Even with his system, everything was meaningless before he grew strong. Though this old man before him was highly skilled and very suitable to be his master, he did not know his temper. What if he caused trouble in the future? He didn't want to end up like the bell ringer from Notre Dame had encountered on the 2nd floor of the library a few days ago. That would be truly disastrous. But of course he couldn't ask such a question. The man opposite him was an 8th rank martial artist. With a thought he said, Senior, I'm sorry I lied to you just now. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. What do you mean? Zhu Rongwang asked, puzzled. I actually had a master when I was a child. He taught me all these basic techniques. My situation, I believe the Spirit Martial Hall is well aware of it. My parents died resisting the beast tide shortly after I was born. Later I was adopted by a couple. When I was 4, my adoptive brother bullied me and wouldn't let me go home. His words were half-truths and half-lies. Even if someone investigated, they would find nothing wrong. Zhu Rongwang frowned as he listened. He never imagined that this young man's childhood had been so tragic. It was on that very night on the street that I met an old man. He took pity on me and said he would teach me some basic techniques for self-defense. After school, every day, he would teach me techniques. This went on for 10 full years. When I was 14, he said he had matters to attend to and had to leave. Before he left, he told me not to tell anyone that I was his disciple. As he spoke, Zhang Li's mind wandered to TV shows and movies he had seen. Thinking of a particular scene, his expression naturally took on a hint of nostalgia. But when I met you, Senior, I felt a strange sense of closeness, which is why I told you this. I hope you can understand, Senior. Even though he forbade me from calling him my master in my heart, he has always been a teacher who was like a father to me. After saying this, he sighed. As he fabricated this story, he almost believed he really had such a master. That final sigh was a stroke of genius. Zhu Rongwang fell silent. He hadn't expected the young man to truly have a master. This made things difficult. He genuinely wanted to take him as a disciple. With a sudden inspiration, he asked, how many basic techniques did your master teach you? He taught me all the basic techniques, and I've cultivated them all to perfection. Zhang Li said slowly. He didn't intend to hide this fact. After all, he planned to use this to earn contribution points. What? All the basic techniques. All at the perfection. Now it was Zhu Rongwang's turn to be completely shaken. He had assumed the old man had only taught him 3 or 4 basic techniques, allowing him to offer to teach the rest. After all, he had ways to obtain visual records of basic techniques at the perfection stage. Yes, besides what you saw earlier, senior, my basic breathing method, swordsmanship, spearmanship, fist techniques, body tempering, and more are all at the perfection stage. Zhu Rongwang was even more unsettled now. He felt that calling him a prodigy was an understatement. Who could cultivate all basic techniques to perfection at the age of 18? What did this mean? It meant that if this young man grew up in the future, all martial skills would have almost no bottleneck. Since that senior has already left, you'll need a master when you go to university. Aren't you planning to attend university? Zhu Rongwang racked his brains for reasons to persuade him. He was determined to take this disciple. If he had initially been amazed by the young man's talent, he was now utterly. Where could one find such an all-round genius disciple? You couldn't find one even in the whole of Great Xia? Zhang Li's face showed a trace of difficulty. Senior, I would very much like to become your disciple, but my former master said that if anyone wanted to take me as a student in the future, there were 3 conditions for refusal. What 3 conditions? Zhu Rongwang asked curiously. I dare not say for fear of angering you, senior. He hesitated before speaking slowly. Speak your mind freely. I wouldn't stoop to arguing with a child. My previous master instructed that when choosing a master in the future, there are 3 conditions for refusal. First, do not take one with low strength, for if you get into trouble, they wouldn't dare to back you up. I am a peak 8th rank 9-segment grandmaster. I shouldn't be too far behind your previous master, right? Hearing the first condition, Zhu Rongwang said confidently. Zhang Li continued. Second, do not take one who fears their disciple causing trouble. Such a person lacks a sense of responsibility. As long as it's not heinous crimes like murder or arson, he'll have your back, no matter how big the trouble. He said, in all of Great Xia, there were very few who would dare to provoke his disciple. He himself was a restless soul, and hoped his disciple would be like him. Zhang Li paused. Third, do not take one who constantly prattles on about morality and righteousness. They are the most treacherous. Haha, your master's 3 conditions are interesting. Rest assured I am not that pedantic type. Zhu Rongwang burst into laughter after hearing the 3 conditions. I naturally understand your master's good intentions. These so-called conditions were simply meant to prevent this young man from being bullied. He had already suffered enough in his childhood. Naturally, he didn't want him to be bullied in the future. For a genius of this caliber, given enough time to grow, his future achievements might surpass his own. He himself hadn't reached such a high cultivation level at that age. Senior, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. These are the rules my previous master set for me, he said with some embarrassment. What's the problem? I meet all the conditions. From today on, you are my disciple Zhu Rongwang's. Why haven't you paid your respects yet? Disciple Zhang Li pays respects to master. He quickly performed the ritual. As a villain, you have learned to latch onto a powerful backer. Villain points 500. Haha, good. The other party was clearly overjoyed. Coming to Qingxing today was purely accidental. He never expected to find such a talented disciple here. Take this. Your master has some standing in Great Xia. So saying, he took out a token from his person. Zhang Li took it. It was a palm-sized token. On the front were 2 large characters, Spirit Marshal. On the back was a character Zhu. Clearly this was his identity token. Tell me which university you want to attend in the future, and he'll secure a guaranteed admission spot for you. For my disciple to attend their university is an honor for them. Wow, Zhang Li thought to himself. He had just wanted to find a backer, but he never expected such a powerful one. This master of his seemed even more arrogant than he was. Zhu Rongwang harbored no suspicion whatsoever regarding Zhang Li's claims. If he had no master to guide him, yet managed to cultivate all foundational techniques to perfection on his own, that would indeed arouse suspicion. He inwardly congratulated himself on his foresight in coming to Qingxing today. Otherwise, how could he have stumbled upon such an extraordinary disciple? A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Li's lips. He had successfully secured a patron. Both seemed thoroughly satisfied. Master, is there a particular reason you've come to Qingxing? Zhang Li inquired. This year's martial arts examination venue for Tianwu province has been finalized. It's located here in Qingxing, so I was dispatched to inspect the area and assess any potential threats. Zhu Rongwang stated calmly. The Great Xia has a total of 15 examination venues. For the Empire, the martial arts examination is of paramount importance. How about it? Interested in accompanying me to take a look at the venue? He suddenly recalled that his newly accepted disciple had yet to witness his true strength. Bringing him to the examination grounds would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his prowess, letting Zhang Li know that he was in no way inferior to his previous master. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment, then slowly replied. I still need to wait here for the arrival of the Lingwu Hall headquarters personnel. Zhu Rongwang waved his hand dismissively. Leave the Lingwu Hall matters to me. Come, let me show you the exam. He was also eager to see the examination site. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to lay eyes on a single beast. Is it permissible? I heard that before the examination, no one is allowed entry into the venue. According to the rules, yes, but the rules are in my hands. Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. Let's go. No time to waste, we should get this done today. Before Zhang Li could say another word, the world before his eyes blurred. The next instant he found himself suspended in midair. He was being carried aloft, soaring through the sky. Gazing down at the rapidly receding landscape, he felt not a trace of fear. Instead, a strange exhilaration surged within him. This was the ability of a high-rank martial artist, soaring through the heavens. To fly in the sky, how many dreamed of such a feat? The examination venue is still some distance from Qingqing. I'm going to accelerate. Activate your breathing technique. Before Zhang Li could react, a powerful force slammed into him. In that instant it felt as though his body was flying ahead while his soul lagged behind. The scenery below grew increasingly blurred. It nearly merged into a single streak. A fierce wind battered his face, making it almost impossible to breathe. Only then did he recall Zhu Rongguang's instruction to activate his breathing technique. He hastily set his internal breathing technique into rapid motion. Spiritual energy from all directions surged into his body in an endless stream. The suffocating sensation gradually subsided. Though the violent wind still lashed against him, the feeling of being choked had vanished. When the breathing technique is cultivated to its pinnacle, it no longer relies solely on the mouth and nose to absorb spiritual energy. Every pore on the body becomes capable of drawing in qi. In this state of extreme speed, they flew for over half an hour. The towering buildings of the city had long disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of mountain ranges. The mountains below were shrouded in lush verdant foliage. From above, the view was breathtaking. Before he could fully appreciate it, his body plummeted rapidly. Then his feet touched the ground. Perhaps unaccustomed to flight, his legs buckled the moment he landed, and he knew, how was that? Thrilling. Zhu Rongguang laughed at Zhang Li's disheveled state. The speed was too great, my body hasn't adapted yet. Zhang Li's expression was somewhat unnatural. The sudden weightlessness of the rapid descent still sent a chill down his spine. The examination venue is just ahead. Let's walk from here. The airspace above this venue has been sealed with special measures. If we fly over and damage something, it would be troublesome. He pointed to the distance and explained. Zhang Li followed his gaze. Not far away, a camp came into view, dotted with numerous military tents. Spirit suppression army soldiers were patrolling the camp. He followed Zhu Rongguang toward the encampment. Just as they reached the entrance, a soldier approached and said in a cold voice, "This is a restricted examination zone. No approach is permitted." Zhu Rongguang produced a token from his person and handed it over. After inspection, the soldier allowed them passage. The Spirit Suppression Army recognized only passes, not people. The two entered the camp and headed straight for one of the tents. Before they could step inside, a middle-aged man emerged. Zhang Li took a glance at him. Name Wang Xianjun, cultivation 5th grade 3rd stage. Good heavens, this man was also an expert, a 5th grade martial artist. Upon seeing who had arrived, Wang Xianjun hurried over and said in a very respectful tone, "Elder Zhu, you've come. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have come to receive you." Zhu Rongguang waved his hand, then gestured to Zhang Li beside him. "This is my disciple. I've brought him today to see the venue. He'll be taking the examination next year. This is Director Wang Xianjun, the person in charge of the examination. The Spirit Suppression Army here is under his command." "Hello, Director Wang." Wang Xianjun was inwardly surprised to learn that this was the other's disciple. He had never heard of Elder Zhu taking on any apprentices. He gave Zhang Li a thorough once-over and praised, "Truly a hero is known in youth. Anyone accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhu must be a genius among geniuses." You have a good eye." Before Zhang Li could respond, Zhu Rongguang chuckled cheerfully. "Elder Zhu," he then lifted the tent flap. After the three entered, Zhu Rongguang got straight to the point. "How is the venue? Any unexpected developments?" The other shook his head. "No. The core area has been secured under our control. The third-tier beasts have almost all been confined to the central zone. With the past few days of patrols, no major incident should occur." Wang Xianjun then pressed a button on a device on the table. An electronic projection appeared before them. This map depicted the layout of the examination venue. The map was dotted with various colored lights: red, green, yellow, gray, and black. He pointed to the central area. "As long as nothing goes wrong here, we should be fine. However, it still needs your final confirmation, Elder Zhu. Many beasts may have deliberately concealed themselves during our patrols." On the map, 3 white dots were moving within the venue. Zhu Rongguang pointed at them with some confusion. "There are people inside." He knew what those white dots represented. Wang Xianjun pointed and explained, "Yes, these are the last group conducting a simulated examination drill. Before every examination, we invite some martial artists to simulate the examinees and also to rehearse emergency scenarios. These people took on the task through the official Lingwu Hall mission system. Qualified martial artists come here to participate in the simulation. They all sign confidentiality agreements before entering. Are there any remaining slots? Let him go and Zhu Rongguang said, pointing to Zhang Li beside him. Zhang Li blinked in surprise. "What are you ahhing for? I told you I'd bring you here early to familiarize yourself with the martial arts examination grounds. Zhu Rongguang chuckled and scolded him. Then he turned to Wang Xianjun and asked, so can you let him have a try? Since he's Elder Zhu's disciple, of course. He'll arrange it right away. The other man didn't hesitate for a moment. Moreover, since he was his disciple, there was no need to worry about safety or security issues. He took out a wristband from beside him and explained, this is the wristband for entering the martial arts examination grounds. Inside, every time you kill a ferocious beast and extract its core, you can place it in this wristband. It has a small storage space inside. You can open it by touching it with your spiritual energy. At the same time, we can track your location from here. If you encounter any danger, you can press this red button. Our people will arrive within minutes. Zhang Li took the wristband and put it on. Just wander around the outer area, don't go too deep. We haven't finished clearing it yet, and there might be high-level ferocious beasts. Wang Xianjun explained responsibly. Zhang Li nodded, looking curiously at the wristband. The fact that it contained a storage space made the person who invented it a genius. All right, do your best in there, and aim to pass. Zhu Rongguang patted his shoulder encouragingly. A soldier from the Spirit Suppression Army walked in from outside. He led Zhang Li toward the martial arts examination grounds. The entire perimeter was sealed off. At the entrance was something resembling a teleportation array. As soon as Zhang Li stepped onto it, he felt the space around him warp. Then with a flash before his eyes, he appeared inside the examination grounds. The teleportation from the entrance placed everyone at random locations, preventing candidates from being targeted upon. Damn, I forgot to tell him that people inside can spar and steal each other's cores. These cores can be taken out and sold for money. Everyone who takes these missions is after that. I need to tell him right away in case he runs into others. None of the people who took this acting mission are below the second rank. They're ruthless. Don't let anything happen. Wang Xianjun slapped his forehead and said urgently. He was about to contact Zhang Li through the wristband, which could communicate with those inside. Zhu Rongguang waved his hand to stop him. No, don't tell him yet. Let him experience the harshness of the world. A flower raised in a greenhouse must endure the storms outside. Consider this the first lesson as his master. I want to see how well he scores. The martial arts examination grounds were vast. Mountains rose around them, and within the dense forests the roars of wild beasts echoed faintly. When Zhang Li touched the wristband with his spiritual energy, a 1-cubitor space appeared. Inside were only a blade and some food. He took out the blade and held it in his hand. After looking around, he chose a direction and headed that way. He still remembered the map of the grounds from earlier. He roughly knew where he was. In this unfamiliar environment, instead of fear, he felt a strange excitement. As he entered a forest, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Without turning his head, his blade seemed to have eyes. He swung it backward. A white blade light flashed. Thud! Something hit the ground. When he looked back, he saw a gray python cleaved in two. The gray python was as thick as an adult's calf. Its two halves writhed on the ground, seemingly in agony. A rock python. Zhang Li recognized it from books. Its scales resembled mountain rocks, and it was skilled at. He walked over with his blade and stabbed it straight through the head. The upper half went still while the lower half continued to thrash. With a swift cut, he split its head open. Inside was indeed a nail-sized gray crystal. This must be the core Wang Xianjun mentioned. This rock python was at most a first-rank martial artist. Against him it naturally couldn't last a single move. He tidied up briefly. Then he pressed deeper into the grounds. Along the way, the ferocious beasts he encountered were almost all around the first rank. None could withstand a single blow from him. All of them were cleanly split in two. Not far from him on the other side, two people were slowly approaching his. One, a very thin man, whispered, "Are there many people taking this mission? We've wandered around for ages and haven't seen anyone else." The other looked around and replied slowly, "Plenty. Earlier I saw over 100 people signed up for this on the official website, but the map here is too big. This grounds can hold tens of thousands of candidates. With just 100 of us in here, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." The thin young man sighed. "I thought we could make a fortune in here, but we haven't even seen a soul." The slightly chubby man holding a sword and casually cutting away branches in his path said unhurriedly, "What's the rush? We've only been in for half a day. There's still over a month until the exam. We have plenty of time to lie and wait for others. Give me the thing I told you to buy." The thin man quickly took off his backpack and opened it. He pulled out a device resembling a tablet and handed it over. "This cost me 30,000, but it can detect all living things within 2 kilometers. The other took the device and pressed the power button. A large radar pattern appeared on the screen. The moment it did, small dots appeared on it, flickering and moving slowly. "Boss, are these dots the people who took the missions?" The thin man pointed at the screen, puzzled. "No, these dots aren't necessarily people. They could be nearby, ferocious beasts. Let's go. Well, search slowly and start with the largest dot nearby." The other studied the device, carefully confirmed a target, and set off after it. By now Zhang Li had crossed a forest. Before him lay a small lake. As far as he could see, small animals were drinking. Along the way he had killed 6 or 7 ferocious beasts, all first rank. So far he hadn't seen a single second rank one. "Is this exam really this easy?" he muttered to himself. In his mind, the beasts here should have been in packs. Fierce and relentless chasing after him. Who would have thought he'd be the one searching for them? After more than half an hour, he had only obtained 5 cores. Some of the beasts had no cores at all inside their bodies, likely just ordinary wild animals. The strange beasts were far too scarce. He wondered how many points these few cores would earn in the martial examination. Resting by the lakeside, he decided to venture deeper. He was still at the periphery, where danger was minimal. He traveled intermittently, occasionally encountering a fierce beast, all of which were only first grade. Since entering, he had not seen a single second-grade strange beast. Yet Zhang Li did not let his guard down. In this unfamiliar environment, caution was always wise. Passing the lake, a valley lay before him. He couldn't help but marvel that the martial examination venue seemed to encompass almost every terrain. Forests, lakes, valleys, peaks, a variety of landscapes. Different environments harbored different fierce beasts. Every examinee was randomly teleported to any location within the grounds. Most, however, ended up on the outskirts. To earn high scores, one had to venture into the core zone. Just as Zhang Li stepped into the valley, he sensed something watching him from one side of the valley. As he was about to survey his surroundings, a white shadow suddenly lunged at him from the flank. He lightly tapped his toes and sidestepped, evading the attack. Focusing his gaze, he saw it was a leopard over 2 meters long. It resembled a cheetah, but had black spots on its white fur. A message appeared before him: fierce beast-type shadow leopard, second grade, first tier. He was startled that even the beast's information could manifest. Why had this never appeared before? Could it be that he had struck too swiftly for the system to display it? He recognized the shadow leopard from lessons taught in class. This strange beast was famed for its speed, attacking with such velocity that one could barely discern its form, only a blurry white streak. Zhang Li gripped his blade with one hand, staring at the beast before him. Without waiting for it to move, he flashed forward and struck. In combat, the key was to seize the initiative. The shadow leopard instinctively tried to dodge. Its speed was formidable, but against his perfect realm movement technique, it was utterly inadequate. Zhang Li's attacks seemed to predict its evasive direction. With a poochie sound, the blade pierced through its neck. The shadow leopard brushed past him, then fell to the ground. With a thud, its head rolled off its neck. Blood spurted over a meter away. Finally, its body collapsed. Zhang Li approached, split open its skull, and found a green core inside. It was the size of a cherry tomato, plump and round, radiating faint strands of energy. This beast was far stronger than those he had encountered before, yet it did not strike him as particularly formidable. A single strike sufficed. The gory scene did not unsettle him. He stored the core in his wristband and advanced deeper into the valley. Meanwhile, not far behind him, just as he had entered, 2 figures lingered. Big brother, there was a large green dot here, but it vanished shortly after appearing. The slender man pointed at the screen, then at the valley not far from them. The other man, also gazing toward the valley, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, said flatly, "I saw it. That dot was probably a second-grade strange beast, but that's not the point. Did you see the white dot on the map just now? That's a martial artist." The slender man asked someone else on the same mission. The other nodded. "Exactly. Anyone appearing here is likely after the beast cores. That green dot disappeared in less than a minute. Do you know what that means? Either the beast was killed by this person, or it was scared off. This guy's strength should be considerable. Let's follow him." They had taken this mission to earn extra money. The contribution points from the task were meager. The cores were where the big brother, if this person can kill that beast so swiftly, can we take him on? The slender man voiced his concern. That green dot was indeed a second-grade beast. To slay it in such a short time indicated overwhelming strength. It's just a second-grade low-tier beast. We'll trail him from a distance. When he fights another beast while ambushed, I bet this guy has a lot of cores on him. The other man licked his lips, his gloomy eyes gleaming with greed, showing no regard for their target. Big brother, want this evil bring its own retribution. Shut your crow's mouth. The man called Big brother glared at him. This fool was a jinx, muttering incessantly since they entered. Won't we get eaten by beasts? Are there 4th-grade beasts here? Won't someone rob us? Words like these. Hurry up and follow. He's disappeared from the map. The man looked down at his device again and rushed after. Big brother slowed down. What if he was eaten by a powerful beast? Would just be adding to their meal. Shut up, follow me. Say one more word and he'll kill you. Their speed was not slow, and soon they reached the valley entrance. Big brother, look over there. The slender man cautiously scanned the area and spotted the shadow leopard's corpse not far away. The other man approached, bent down, and examined it closely. A master, killed in one blow. Even I could only manage this level. After inspecting the beast's remains, they grew even more cautious. Just as they entered the valley, the white that reappeared on the map. The slender man suddenly shouted, "Big brother, he's just a kilometer ahead of us. It seems he's fighting a beast." The white dot and a green dot are clashing repeatedly. The man took the device, looked at the displayed info, and sneered, "Seems this guy's strength is mediocre. A second-grade beast, and he's struggling this long. I overestimated him. Let's go. We'll strike when his fight ends." They silently advanced deeper. Drawing closer, they indeed saw a person locked in battle with a rhinoceros-like beast. The man and beast were evenly matched, trading blows. Neither could overpower the other. Fortunately, the man's movement technique was excellent. After half an hour of combat, he finally slew the beast. Seeing the fight, the two made a gesture and crept closer. The weeds in the valley stood over a meter tall. They perfectly concealed their forms. Big brother, he's gone. Only the beast's corpse remains. The slender man first to reach the battleground exclaimed. Impossible. I just saw him here. The other man's face also showed shock. He had just witnessed the man extracting the beast's core. How could he vanish the moment they approached? You're surrounded. Surrender, and you won't be killed. A cold voice rang out behind them as they hesitated. Zhang Li had indeed encountered some trouble just now. Before him stood a fourth-rank iron ring rhinoceros. According to the information displayed by the system, this beast was at the 4th rank, but had suffered severe injuries. It had almost no combat capability left when it appeared before him. However, the massive creature's body was his attacks only left shallow marks on its body. Fortunately, it was already gravely wounded, and could not attack Zhang Li at all. Under his relentless assault, the iron ring rhinoceros finally collapsed. As for why a 4th-rank beast had appeared here, he had no idea. It seemed the danger had been resolved without incident. During the battle, he had sensed someone watching him from afar. Perhaps owing to their excellent concealment, he observed for a long time without spotting anyone. Fighting while maintaining vigilance around him had dragged the battle out. After slaying the beast, he did not hesitate, and immediately dashed toward the side of the mountain to hide. His instincts had been correct. No sooner had he left than 2 figures stealthily appeared beside the beast's corpse. Name Lu Daong. Cultivation 2nd rank 4th segment. Name Feng Yusheng. Cultivation 2nd rank 1st segment. The information of these 2 men appeared before him. The lean man was Feng Yusheng. After seeing their cultivation levels, his anxious heart finally settled. The 2 men heard the sound behind them and quickly turned around. Seeing they had been discovered, one of them quickly started to speak. However, Zhang Li gave them no chance to. The moment they uttered 2 words, he acted without hesitation. He struck with a powerful technique. In a single stride, he closed in on them and raised his hand to unleash cloud-pushing palm. The 2 only saw a massive palm rushing toward them. They hurriedly dodged, but they were a step too slow. With a thunderous boom, they were sent flying. They slammed heavily into the mountain beside them. The violent impact sent some rubble tumbling down. Wait. Lu Daong dodged the falling rocks and hurriedly tried to speak. Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't heard, completely ignoring their words and giving them no chance to react. He unleashed another cloud-pushing palm. The 2 men's faces stiffened at the sight. They scrambled to the side, using every ounce of strength, rolling like donkeys to barely evade the attack. Another thunderous boom. The gigantic palm struck the mountain solidly, leaving a massive palm imprint dozens of centimeters deep in the rock. Rumbling echoed as the mountain trembled, rolling dust and dirt surging forth. The terrifying force caused boulders to tumble down the slope. The 2 dodged again. With difficulty, they barely evaded the falling stones. Big brother Lu Daong tried once more to speak. Yet what greeted him was another attack. Zhang Li leaped forward and struck again. The man hastily drew a long sword from his body. He attempted to counterattack, trying to use the sword to break the opponent's offensive. But the moment the sword was drawn, it was snapped in 2 by a single slap. As he stood stunned, Zhang Li rushed in close and delivered a flying kick to his chest. A crisp crack of bone echoed. Lu Daong was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding another 3 or 4 meters before stopping. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire aura wilting. The blow had completely incapacitated Lu Daong. He opened his mouth, but lacked the strength even to speak. Seeing this, Feng Yusheng turned to flee. If even Lu Daong was no match, he certainly wasn't. Witnessing his comrade's miserable state, he only wanted to escape. He ran headlong toward the valley exit. How could Zhang Li let him get away? His perfect movement technique was fully displayed. In a few breaths, he appeared before the man. Seizing his arm, he yanked upward with force. Feng Yusheng's body was thrown into the air, followed by a flying kick that sent him back like a soccer ball. This was the flying kick style from basic footwork, immensely powerful. A wretched scream tore from the man's throat. With a heavy thud, the man also flew backward, crashing to the ground and sliding 6 or 7 meters before. The clothes on his back had been worn away, leaving his back a bloody mess. He ended up right beside Lu Daong. A clear depression had formed in Feng Yusheng's chest. Zhang Li clapped his hands and walked slowly to the 2 men. Looking at Lu Daong, he said calmly, "All right, what were you trying to say earlier? You can speak now." Lu Daong was cursing in his heart. When he wanted to speak earlier, you wouldn't listen at all. Now you suddenly remember. What the hell can I still say? Despite cursing the man 1,000 times in his mind, he dared not show any discontent on his face. Forcing a strained smile, he said, "A big brother, I wanted to say we were just passing by." Slap. Zhang Li struck him across the face. A tooth flew from his mouth. "Who's your big brother? Don't claim kinship, are we close?" he said with disdain. Lu Daong felt immensely aggrieved, but dared not show any displeasure. Forcing a smile even uglier than crying, he spoke again. "I was wrong. I misspoke. Senior, we meant no offense. We saw you fighting the Iron Ring Rhinoceros and wanted to help." Slap. Another heavy blow landed on his face. His right cheek was already deformed. with Zhang Li's current strength and the boost from the villain system. The man could not resist at all. Zhang Li had even pulled his strength back, otherwise his skull would have cracked open. Calling me senior. Am I that old? After the slap, Zhang Li grumbled. Damn it. Lu Daong was utterly distraught. How the hell was he supposed to talk? The man's words were clearly lies, so he might as well just attack directly. The truth would eventually come out. Zhang Li turned to look at Feng Yuxing lying nearby, and said flatly, you tell me. Was what he said true? Lu Daong's heart trembled at these words. He knew his brother's character all too well. He quickly signaled him with his eyes. Big senior dad. Feng Yuxing caught his big brother's signal and immediately reacted. But when he was about to call out, big brother, he remembered Lu Daong's fate and hastily changed address. He tried senior, but that was wrong too. Flustered, he blurted out, Dad. Zhang Li. Father, everything my eldest brother said is true. Seeing that he didn't strike, a flicker of joy rose in his heart, and he secretly sighed in relief at his own cleverness. He silently gave himself a mental thumbs up. Smack. Zhang Li's palm once again landed on Lu Daong's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Feng Yuxing quickly covered his face only to realize the slap wasn't meant for him and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, indeed calling him father worked. Just as he was congratulating himself on his wit, Zhang Li spoke again. I don't have a son like you. Lu Daong. In his heart he had already cursed the other 1,000 times. Damn it, did I even say anything just now? Zhang Li paid no attention to Lu Daong and continued looking at Feng Yuxing, asking slowly. Are you sure everything he said is true? The other nodded in terror. True. We were just passing through here. Smack. Another slap. Do I look that scary? You stammer when you speak. Are you looking down on me? This time the force was even greater than before. The slap still landed on Lu Daong. 2 more teeth flew straight out of his mouth. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. His appearance was utterly pitiful. No, not at all. You're not scary. The other hurriedly explained. Smack. Not scary. Then why are you stammering? Clearly you look down on me. Another solid slap followed. The target was still Lu Daong. Lu Daong could no longer hold it together. What the hell did I do to deserve this? When I speak I get slapped. And now when I don't speak I still get slapped. Seeing Feng Yuxing about to speak again, he quickly interrupted him and explained. Father. He stammers when he's nervous. It's not that he finds you scary. He was also uncertain whether this guy in front of him actually liked being called father. But at least with this address the other didn't make an issue of the title. Zhang Li glared at him. Did I ask you to speak? Trying to show off. Smack. A slap nearly knocked him unconscious. Lu Daong wished he could pass out right then and there, but his wish was not granted. You continue. He turned back to Feng Yuxing, signaling him to speak. We came here. The moment the guy opened his mouth 5 words stretched into 50. Zhang Li frowned, raising his palm to strike again. When Lu Daong's face twisted with panic, and he blurted out. Father, I was wrong. We took the mission from the Lingwu Hall's official website. The martial examination grounds. We came to the examination grounds for a practice pretest. Earlier we saw you killing beasts there, and we wanted to snatch the beast cores from you. That's why we followed you. We were wrong. I have cores on me, I can give them to you. Not just us. Everyone else came with the same purpose. Taking the mission was just a side thing. The main goal was to kill beasts here and steal others' cores. The Lingwu Hall only issues this kind of mission 1 month before the martial exam every year. The beasts in the examination grounds aren't of high quality, so they're easy to kill. And the cores obtained here can be bought back by the authorities at a high price. That's why so many people risk coming here. Father, you have to believe me. Look, I also have a wristband just like yours. I got it from the Jinling army camp at the entrance. He was thoroughly beaten into submission. He couldn't rely on his useless teammate. He raised his arm to show the wristband on his own wrist. Rather than being slapped for every question, it was better to spill everything at once. So the other might finish him off quickly. It was torture. This guy was a living devil. Damn it, he had never been beaten like this in his entire life. He was terrified that the other might speak again. His words came out in a frantic rush. He poured out the entire chain of events in one go. Zhang Li saw the wristband on the other man, which was indeed identical to his own. He guessed that what the man was saying now was probably true. But he had his own way to verify. Smack. Did you rinse your mouth? Speaking so fast. How can I hear clearly? Another slap. Repeat everything you just said word for word and slow down. This slap was purely to rack up some villain points. He had already made up his mind once he got out of here. He would buy spirit absorption pills to boost his strength. A mere 2nd grade was far from enough. Just earlier he had been badly wounded by a 4th grade beast and had struggled for ages. That made him feel very insecure. What if during the martial exam he encountered an uninjured beast like that? He'd be done for. Lu Daong's heart was filled with grief and fury, but he dared not resist in the slightest. So he had no choice but to repeat everything he had just said. Smack. Zhang Li slapped him again. What you said just now differs from what you said earlier in 2 places. With that he pulled out his phone. That's right. He had already recorded the conversation when the other was speaking. There were indeed some discrepancies between the 2 recordings. Lu Daong felt like dying. Was this even human behavior? What kind of person records someone else's This move completely threw him off. Damn it, he couldn't win in a fight, and he couldn't argue his way out. After he repeated it a third time, the other finally let him off. He quickly opened the storage space in his wristband. A small pile of beast cores appeared before Zhang Li. The multicolored cores glittered under the sunlight. They were quite beautiful to behold. He picked up one core from the ground and asked casually, "Is this core worth a lot?" Lu Daong dared not be negligent. He immediately explained, speaking very slowly to avoid provoking another beating. The smaller ones go for 5,000 each. The price depends on the energy contained in the core. The one in your hand, for example, should be worth about 15,000. It's a second-grade core. This small pile was at least 20 cores. Did that mean there was over 100,000 here? No wonder so many people came here to take missions. In just a short while he had made over 100,000. He seemed to have spotted a way to get rich. Wasn't this like picking up money? Once he got out, he would have the money to buy spirit absorption pills. Without changing his expression, Zhang Li tucked all the cores into his own wristband. Alright, since you've been sensible, I'll let you off this time. But I'm confiscating this device to prevent you from harming others. We martial artists must have a sense of justice and not go around stealing from others. Learn from me. After confiscating the tablet-like device from the other, he lectured them. Yes, whatever you say. The two, but in their hearts they were already cursing him. Damn it, they had never seen such a shameless person. Yet they dared not. They even had to thank him with gratitude. After stuffing everything from the other's wristband into his own, he said, "The wristband has an alarm function. He'll press it for you, and the Jinling army will come soon. No need to thank me." But Lu Daong, who had been feeling somewhat relieved, turned pale at the mention of pressing the red button on the wristband. Don't press it. Zhang Li hesitated, somewhat puzzled by why this fellow was so nervous. Lu Daong pleaded again, "Whatever you do, this thing, once pressed, I'm not sure when the spirit-suppressing army will arrive, but it will definitely draw the people near." He seemed somewhat afraid. Zhang Li, hearing his explanation, couldn't quite understand. What harm could it do if people... They had already lost everything on them anyway. Seeing that his words had no effect, he hurriedly explained again. "Pressing it does you no good. It could very well bring about your death. You're a sly one, aren't you?" Zhang Li said with a chuckle. "Tell me, how many more slaps do you want?" At these words, Lu Daong trembled. When others said such things, it might just be a threat, but this man before him would actually follow through. He quickly explained. "Really, once you press it, the first to sense the location won't be the spirit-suppressing army, but when they come, they'll rob you too. Among them are martial artists of the third rank." Zhang Li frowned. The man's words were surely false. Earlier, when entering the martial examination grounds, he had casually asked a spirit-suppressing army soldier. He was told that all martial artists participating in the exercise were of the second rank. None were of the third rank. Though he didn't know why this man was so terrified, he felt it wasn't for the simple reason he claimed. There must be some dark secret. Ignoring the man, he picked up the wristbands from the two men and pressed the red button. "You." The man's eyes widened as he saw the distress button pressed. Drawing strength from some unknown source, he who had been too injured to move stood up with a jolt. Abandoning his companion, he turned and fled toward the valley exit. Zhang Li naturally wouldn't let him escape. He flashed behind him and delivered a chop to the neck. Thud! A dull sound, and the man collapsed unconscious. Zhang Li dragged him back. Then he knocked the other man out as well. He placed both of them about 3 or 4 meters from the iron horn rhino, then turned and hid himself. He was determined to see what these two were so afraid of. They were clearly no good men, and Zhang Li cared little for them. Both sides of the valley were overgrown with thatch, making it easy to hide. No sooner had he concealed himself than he heard the rustle of footsteps in the distance. He held his breath, suppressing all traces of his aura, eager to see who was coming. The spirit-suppressing army couldn't arrive this quickly. The footsteps grew closer. It sounded like several people. "Brother Lu, the coordinates show those two are right here," a man's voice called out from afar. "Damn it, we finally found them. Smash their wristbands, take the men, and let's go. The spirit-suppressing army will be..." Another man's voice, somewhat hoarse, spoke. Zhang Li cautiously peered in their direction. 3 men, the leader appeared to be in his 40s. A scar ran down the left side of his face, extending to his jaw like a centipede crawling across his skin, giving him a fierce look. The other 2 looked to be in their 30s. Then information about these men appeared before Zhang Li. Name: Lu Xingbing, cultivation 2nd rank 7th stage. Name: Hu Jiming, cultivation 2nd rank 4th stage. Name: Hu Ziyuan, cultivation 2nd rank 3rd stage. Zhang Li assessed their cultivation levels. He calculated his odds of taking down all 3. The men arrived beside Lu Daong. Hu Jiming crouched, checked their breathing, and said slowly, "Brother Lu, they're unconscious." Hu Ziyuan scanned the area, noticing the beast corpse nearby. "Brother Lu, look, there's an iron horn rhino carcass here. It seems its core hasn't been taken yet." He drew his weapon to extract the core. "Don't move." Lu Xingbing quickly stopped him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued, "Leave the core. With this beast corpse here, it saves us the trouble. Well, kill these 2 and make it look like a beast attack. Let's get out of here." They dared to steal the young master's things and thought they could leave this place alive. Yes. The other 2 dragged the unconscious men next to the iron horn rhino. Lu Xingbing picked up their wristbands and opened the storage space within. He found it empty. Damn it, they hid the gun. He cursed, tossed the wristbands aside, and asked the others, are you done? We need to leave. The spirit-suppressing army will be here any moment. Brother Lou, it's done. Even the spirit-suppressing army won't find a thing. Let's go. With that brief exchange, the three hurried away. Zhang Li's heart sank at their words. He cared nothing for whether Lu Daong and his companion lived or died. If this weren't the examination grounds, he would have killed them himself. But the mention of a young master made him suspect this was no simple matter. Still, he had no intention of getting involved. However, these three clearly had money. They must be carrying plenty of cores, which meant profit. As they turned to leave, Zhang Li made his move. He put away his phone and stealthily followed them. Seizing the moment they were off guard, he circled behind and struck with a cloud-dispelling palm. A giant palm seemed to descend from the heavens. Boom. The three were sent flying before they could even react. Who? Lu Shengbing's face showed shock. Despite being at the second rank 7th stage, he took significant damage from the unexpected blow. Blood trickled from his lips as he glared at Zhang Li. The other two fared even worse. Their bodies were smashed into the mountainside. Zhang Li had put all his strength into that strike, even more powerful than when he fought Lu Daong. Ambush is the true path. Discarding martial honor is the villain's creed. Villain points 600, who are you? Seeing no response, he asked again. His answer came in the form of another giant palm. Boom. He was sent flying, once more crashing heavily. Zhang Li lightly tapped his toes, darting forward in a flash. He grabbed the man by the throat and drove a knee into him. Crack. The sound of breaking bones. The man's ribs were shattered. Do you know who I am? Lu Shengbing gasped out. Zhang Li's face was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. From such close range, he struck again. Thud. Lu Shengbing felt his organs might burst. Striking while the iron was hot was Zhang Li's style. In mere minutes, the man was beaten beyond recognition, lying like a dead dog, barely breathing. Since he was the strongest of the three, Zhang Li gave him extra attention. The other two were slightly better off, but not by much. Lu Shengbing glared at Zhang Li and threatened, you'd better let me go. The people behind me are not someone you can afford to offend. Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't heard, taking their wristband. He opened the storage space. Within the storage space, there were densely packed cores. At a rough glance, over 100 of them. Zhang Li's mouth watered at the sight. This was worth millions of spirit stones. He never expected that this guy, despite his mediocre strength, would possess so many cores. Seeing that he was about to take the cores, Lu Shengbing threatened, if you dare touch those cores, you're dead. These are not something you can touch. If you dare, your entire family will. Slap. Zhang Li didn't even glance at him. He raised his hand and struck him across the face. How noisy. This slap made blood flow from all 7 orifices of the other party. You're already in such a state, and you still dare to threaten me. Are you really not afraid of death? You can't tell who's in charge. At a time like this, you're still putting on airs. Can't you see the situation? He clapped his hands and muttered. He suddenly felt that being a villain was a very unpromising career. Then he poured out all the cores from the wristband. He stuffed them all into his own wristband in one go. I've struck it rich, he thought excitedly. If he exchanged all these for spirit convergence pills, he felt he could break through to the 4th grade. Lu Shengbing saw all his cores being pocketed by the other man and panicked. You, kid, I advise you to put down those cores. They belong to the young master. You might have the guts to take them, but you won't have the life to spend them. Slap. Shut up. This slap knocked the man unconscious. How had someone like this even survived? And they had no idea what it meant to be a captive. The wristbands of the other two also contained cores, but only about a most were of the 1st grade. A mosquito's leg is still meat, he thought, and took them all. As for the threats, just now he wasn't afraid at all. Was this so-called young master more formidable than his master? Let him try going head-to-head with his master. As for what this young master was plotting here, he didn't want to know. Based on his years of experience, anyone called young master or young lord was never a good person. This was just after easily convincing himself, he took the cores with a clear conscience. He destroyed all their wristbands, and then severely crippled them. He left them with only a breath of life. To be honest, Zhang Li was still a bit uneasy about killing, but he didn't want them to live, so he dragged them to a very secluded spot on the side. Using the cloud-pushing palm, he blasted a large pit into the ground, and threw all 3 into it. He covered them with soil and stamped it down. Then he fetched some dry earth from nearby, and sprinkled it on top. From the outside, it looked as if nothing had been disturbed. He also scattered some dry leaves over the top to conceal it thoroughly. He erased all traces around the area. After surveying the surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction. It suddenly occurred to him that if he ever lost his job, he could offer a complete funeral service. The cloud-pushing palm was quite efficient for digging pits. He believed that even if the spirit suppression army passed by, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. After finishing everything, he muttered, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I've left you with a breath of life. Even though I've broken all your limbs and you're unconscious. I believe these difficulties won't be too much for you. I didn't even bother to use the cloud-pushing palm to pack the soil tight. Whether you live or die depends on how hard you try and how strong your will is. I'm sure you can crawl out and walk away alive. Of course, if you're feeling generous, you could also be a snack for the spirit. As for what you choose, it's entirely up to you. If you have any objections, you can speak up." I'm a very reasonable person. After a moment of silence he added, since you're not saying anything I'll take it as your agreement. Good luck. With that he turned and left. I'm still too soft-hearted. Shaking his head and sighing he swiftly departed from the area. The spirit suppression army would likely arrive soon. He didn't want to become a suspect. He opened the device he had taken earlier, scanned the map, chose a direction, and sped. Not long after Zhang Li left, 2 members of the spirit suppression army appeared in the valley. They held a tracking device and followed the signal to the location where the wristband had last sent a distress call. Seeing the 2 bodies lying on the ground, one of them checked for a pulse and shook his head. These 2 show no. At the same time he used the device to scan their faces, confirming their identities. The other soldier pointed at the nearby spirit beast carcass and exclaimed in shock, "Is this a 4th grade iron-horned rhino? How did a 4th grade beast appear here?" It was a good thing this was just a martial arts exam simulation. If a 4th grade beast had appeared during the actual exam, it would have been a complete disaster. Most senior high students are only at the 1st grade, and only a handful are at the 2nd grade. That would have been a major incident. Even the spirit suppression army would have to bear responsibility. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Quickly notify the camp to send a squad to search the area for any other 4th grade beasts. The 2 soldiers checked the surroundings. Also alert the martial artists in the area to be cautious. These martial artists participating in the exam drill had accepted the mission through the Spirit Martial Hall. Everyone involved knew that the drill came with inherent risks. Every year a few martial artists died. This was an unspoken understanding. Before long a squad of the Spirit Suppression Army arrived. They thoroughly searched the entire valley, confirming there were no other 4th grade beasts. Unaware of the events in the valley, Zhang Li continued on his way, stopping and going. Half a day had already passed. He had just crossed the outer perimeter. The martial arts exam grounds were incredibly vast. He wondered when this drill would end. Before him lay a dark, gloomy swamp. Using the device he had taken from Lu Daiyong, finding spirit beasts, but what puzzled him was that aside from the first few martial artists he encountered, he hadn't seen anyone else. His grand plan to get rich might be in jeopardy. This swamp was home to a spirit beast that resembled a crocodile, the bloodthirsty crocodile. It was a social creature, and practically the ruler of this swamp. Although most of these bloodthirsty crocodiles were below the 1st grade, they were incredibly numerous. When he first arrived, the device displayed a dense cluster of green dots. The sight made Zhang Li's scalp tingle. He didn't dare get close. He couldn't understand why such a place existed within the exam grounds. Just as he was thinking of going around it, a bloodthirsty crocodile appeared before him. It was only about a meter long, with a gaping maw full of sharp, chilling teeth. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on him. He didn't make a move. Killing even one of these beasts would attract a whole. The best way to deal with them was to not engage and just run. Zhang Li quickly turned and fled from the area. No sane person would come to a place like this. Fortunately, these beasts weren't fast. He managed to leave the area safely, albeit with a scare. Leaving the swamp behind, bypassing this area would clearly require a lengthy detour. He unfolded the map in his hand, preparing to select a relatively safe route. He was convinced that no one would come into this swamp to hunt ferocious beasts. As for his grand scheme to get rich, it would inevitably rely on others' charity. Solo hunting was far too troublesome. Studying the map in his hand, he was searching for a suitable location. Suddenly, dense clusters of green dots appeared on the map. Ahead of them were a few white dots, all moving rapidly in his direction. Damn it. Seeing this, Zhang Li couldn't help but curse. It was obvious someone had encountered a beast tide. Staring at the dots on the map, he instantly understood why there were so many beasts. Damn it. These idiots had actually charged into the swamp. Judging by the map, they had clearly killed several bloodthirsty crocodiles. Otherwise, so many beasts wouldn't be chasing them. Zhang Li didn't flee immediately. He wanted to see what kind of morons could pull off something like this. Most importantly, he wanted to see if these martial artists might drop some equipment. Outside the swamp was a mountainous area littered with enormous boulders. Zhang Li leaped onto a giant rock, staring at the device in his hand. The white dots on the map were drawing closer. Looking up, he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of people in the distance. After more than 10 minutes, over half of the green dots on the map had vanished. A few white dots were also gone, leaving only 3. It seemed that after leaving the swamp, the bloodthirsty crocodiles had stopped chasing. Perhaps they were feasting on the disappeared white dots. For a moment, he had considered sneaking through the swamp while the crocodiles chased this group. Now it seemed hopeless. There were few martial artists on the periphery. The interior should be crowded. Word had it that over 100 martial artists were participating in this martial exam exercise. The few people were getting closer to his position. The opposite party seemed to have noticed Zhang Li. They ran straight toward him, with dozens of bloodthirsty crocodiles in pursuit. These crocodiles were noticeably larger. Clearly they were all above the 1st rank. No wonder they could keep up with these. They were 2 men and 1 woman. One man's arm was soaked in blood, clearly injured. The beasts behind them were in hot pursuit. Let's go over there, someone's there. The woman among the trio spotted Zhang Li and shouted to her companions. It was obvious they intended to drag him into this mess. As they approached, he could make out their features. They all looked to be in their 20s. They bore varying degrees of injury. The man with the injured arm. Up close, Zhang Li realized it wasn't just his entire arm was gone. The number of bloodthirsty crocodiles had dwindled from dozens to just over 10. These remaining crocodiles exuded a formidable aura. Their movement speed was also incredibly fast. Upon seeing Zhang Li, the trio didn't greet him. Instead, they all gathered beneath the boulder he stood on. The bloodthirsty crocodiles encircled them. There were 8 crocodiles, their eyes fixed on the trio. Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't noticed, casually studying the map in his hand. He paid them no mind. Their bodies were injured, and they couldn't leap onto the massive rock. The crocodiles pressed. Suddenly one of them lunged, clamping its jaws onto one person's arm. Before the victim could react, crack, half his arm was bitten off. Oh! The man screamed in agony. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. In a flash he appeared beside the crocodile. With the swing of his blade, a flash of white light split the bloodthirsty crocodile in two. Zhang Li lightly tapped his toes, snatching the bracelet from the severed arm that had just been swallowed. With another leap, he landed back on the boulder. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. He had seen the bracelet being swallowed. Since it was swallowed, it became ownerless property. And ownerless property was his. Unfazed by the bloodstains on the bracelet, he opened the storage space of the bracelet. Inside lay over a dozen spirit cores. With a clatter, he poured them out and stashed them all into his own bracelet. Then he tossed the now useless bracelet lightly into the midst of the crocodiles. Perhaps having witnessed Zhang, the beasts dared not attack. "What are you doing? That's my bracelet." The owner of the bracelet roared. Zhang Li couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. His eyes were fixed on the crocodiles. It had to be said that second-rank beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. Having seen his skill, they began to retreat slowly, as if planning to flee. He couldn't let the core's head nearly obtained escape. Zhang Li struck out with his palm. With a thunderous boom, a giant hand materialized out of thin air, slamming down on the beasts. Before they could react, he had vanished from the boulder. Then his blade flashed continuously. With each strike, a bloodthirsty crocodile was cleaved in two. In less than 2 minutes, all the crocodiles lay dead. He took his knife and methodically sliced open the beasts' heads, extracting the spirit cores. There were 11, all second-rank cores. He nodded in satisfaction. "Hey, give my friend's core back," the woman said indignantly now that the threat was gone. Zhang Li raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Name Du Ruoxing, cultivation second rank, second stage. Seeing his silence, Du Ruoxing thought her words had an effect and spoke again. "Forget the cores from the beasts you killed. Just return my friends. After all, we lured these beasts here. Well, forego our share as payment for saving us." Smack! Zhang Li's palm connected with her face, sending her crashing heavily onto the boulder. In a flash, he yanked the bracelet from her arm. Opening the storage space, he found over 30 spirit cores inside, along with some food and other items. He dumped everything onto the ground. He picked up the cores and placed them into his own bracelet. "This is my payment for saving you," he said flatly. Smack! Another heavy slap landed on Du Ruoxing's face. "This slap is to teach you a lesson." Zhang Li's expression remained utterly calm. He hadn't left earlier because he had his eye on their equipment. He was initially a bit hesitant to take it, planning to scavenge after the beasts killed them. But things didn't go as planned. He was looking for an excuse, and now, before he could speak, this woman had piped up. "With such high cultivation, bullying a woman. What kind of man are you?" Another man glared at Zhang Li and cursed. Boom! Zhang Li kicked Du Ruoxing in the chest. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. Her chest was visibly caved in. "See that? That slap was just a lesson. This is what bullying looks like." With that, he kicked each of the 2 men, sending them crashing heavily into the boulder behind. The 3 of them were stunned. That single kick had broken several of their ribs. That was even with him holding back. However, Zhang Li didn't even glance at them. He walked straight to another man and yanked the wristband off his body. He dumped all the cores from the storage space into his own wristband. "How dare you hurt me? My father will never let you off. You're as good as dead. If you've got the guts, kill me. Once I get out of here, it'll make your life a living hell, worse than death." Du Ruoxing spat out a mouthful of blood, her face twisted with rage as she glared at him, shouting curses and threats. "Do you know who she is? She's the young lady of the Du family in Yunlu City. I advise you to let us go now. Otherwise, when we get out, well, make your life a living hell." At this point, one of the men also spoke up, threatening him. "The Du family of Yunlu City is not someone you can afford to offend." The other man, seeming to have caught on quickly, added his voice. Their arrogant tone almost made Zhang Li die of laughter. He slowly walked over to the 3 of them, looking at them mockingly, without saying a word. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Du Ruoxing thought he was afraid, and continued. "If anything happens to me, you'll die a horrible death. I have a tracking chip on me. Let me go now, and well, pretend nothing happened." Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking. Cries of agony rang out one after another. Zhang Li cleanly and swiftly broke their limbs, then stuffed stones into their mouths to gag them. Then he stripped off their clothes, cut them into strips, and wove them into a rope. He tied the 3 of them up. Their eyes were wide open, utterly clueless about what he was going to do. Zhang Li looked at one of them and murmured, "Thank you for reminding me, otherwise I wouldn't have known how powerful your background." In your next life, keep your eyes wide open and remember not to threaten others with your own life. Then he turned to Du Ruoxing. He'll grant your request. After saying that, he grabbed the rope with one hand and dragged them swiftly toward the swamp from earlier. When they arrived at the swamp, the bloodthirsty crocodiles that had been rampaging earlier had now calmed down. Zhang Li dragged them to the edge of the swamp, looking at the hundreds of bloodthirsty crocodiles inside. Du Ruoxing had been stunned earlier when she heard him say he would grant her request, not understanding what he meant. Now she understood. Terror filled her eyes. Only at this moment did they realize what fear was. But it was a stench of urine wafted from the three of them. The terrifying beast before them, enough to make anyone's scalp crawl, had scared them into losing control of their bladders and bowels. He covered his nose and frowned. With such a lack of courage, you still try to threaten others. When they had run out from the swamp toward Zhang Li, it had already sealed their death sentence. No matter the reason they had run over to Zhang Li, they all deserved to die. It was only because it was him. If it had been a first-rank martial artist, the moment they ran over, they would have already become a snack for the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Woo-woo. Du Ruoxing wanted to say something, but her mouth was stuffed with a stone, so she could only make muffled sounds. Her eyes were filled with a pleading look. This was the first time she had felt the threat of death. Ignoring the pain in her body, she kept making muffled sounds. She seemed to be begging for mercy. She kept banging her head against the ground as if kowtowing. Don't be so moved. Look, you're even kowtowing. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Didn't you want course? Here, they're all yours. How many you can take depends on your... After saying that, Zhang Li ignored them. He cleanly and swiftly tossed the three of them into the swamp. In an instant, countless bloodthirsty crocodiles pounced on them. The three of them didn't even have a chance to scream. Their bodies were devoured without a trace. In your next life, be a better person, he muttered under his breath. He pressed the red distress signal on all three wristbands, then tossed them into the swamp. He turned and left. He didn't plan to cross through here. There was no telling what dangers lay ahead. He still hadn't figured out why such ferocious beasts were in the martial examination grounds. If any examinees appeared here, they would surely face certain death. He fled at an incredible speed, vanishing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Ever since he first witnessed Liu Daong being killed, he understood in this place only the survival of the fittest mattered. Strength was the only truth. The appearance of these three people solidified his once hesitant heart completely. This place was, after all, a dog-eat-dog world. Here the most dangerous things were not the ferocious beasts, but rather the martial artists participating in the drill. In the camp outside the martial examination grounds, the distress signal sounded again. This time it was for three people. Wang Xianjun looked at the instrument showing the three distress signals and was visibly stunned. The signal disappeared less than a minute after it appeared. Watching the signal vanish, his heart sank. He knew exactly what this situation meant. The person who had just sent the distress signal was most likely already dead. Nevertheless, he still chose to send a rescue team. He shouted to the people outside, "Someone go to the bloodthirsty swamp. Someone's in trouble. Move fast." "Yes, sir." Then a 7-man squad quickly set out from a special passage toward the martial examination grounds. He had a bad feeling. He felt that there was a major problem in this year's martial examination grounds. It had only been half a day, and already several people had pressed the distress signal. Mind you, these were not high school seniors. They were martial artists who had already reached the second rank for many years. These people, whether in combat experience or survival skills, could not be compared to students. Moreover, those who entered were almost all second-rank martial artists. For them to send out a distress signal, they must have encountered a ferocious beast of terrifying strength. In previous years' martial examination drills, distress signals were almost never seen. Most people, even if they couldn't win, could still run away. But this year there was an anomaly. The two people who had sent distress signals earlier were already dead by the time the Spirit Suppression Army arrived. This time was probably no different. Just as he was thinking about these things, suddenly 2 more distress signals appeared on them. What's going on? Why are people encountering danger one after another? By now he had realized the seriousness of this. 1 or 2 were still acceptable, but several people in a row had sent distress signals. Could it be that there were still many high-level exotic beasts in the martial examination grounds that they hadn't discovered? The only things that could make these people send distress signals were probably ferocious beasts above the 3rd rank. Immediately dispatch a large number of Spirit Suppression Army troops into the martial examination grounds. If this matter isn't handled well, the martial examination a month from now might be delayed. Although there had been accidents in previous years, at most 1 or 2, and they were caused by fighting over cores. Moreover, those people would never send out distress signal. Yet in just half a day, 7 or 8 martial artists had pressed the emergency distress on their wristbands. This inevitably made him worried. If an accident occurred in this martial examination grounds, the greatest responsibility would fall on him. At that time, it would probably not be as simple as getting a scolding. Zhang Li arrived at the martial examination grounds, encountering 2 ambushers on the way. The martial artists here were mostly over 20 or 30 years old. They struck with ruthless precision and possessed exceptional escape skills. Perhaps this was why they were chosen for the martial examination drill. Yet they ultimately overestimated themselves and underestimated their opponent. Within less than 2 minutes of combat, they were defeated. Zhang Li's method of handling them was straightforward. He intended to cripple them first. "You're wasting them," a voice suddenly remarked as he was digging 2 deep pits in the ground. The voice sounded hoarse as if deliberately disguised. Zhang Li spun around to see a figure clad entirely in black, standing not far away. The person was wrapped from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes. Named Qitong, Cultivation 3rd grade, first stage. His pupils contracted. A 3rd grade martial artist. There really was a 3rd grade here. Zhang Li tensed and asked slowly, "What's a waste?" He refrained from attacking, immediately unwilling to act rashly. Against a 3rd grade opponent, he had no confidence. He decided to feign conversation while waiting for an opportunity to strike. The opponent was an entire major realm above him. This was a first for him. Qitong squinted, sizing him up, and said flatly, "What's with that look? Planning to pretend to chat, and then ambush me?" A flicker of shock passed through Zhang Li's eyes before he regained composure. Damn, had his thoughts been read already. "Looks like I guessed right," the other said before Zhang Li could respond. "What did you mean by a waste?" Zhang Li asked again, struggling to control his expression. Qitong pointed at the pits. "Were you going to bury them?" He neither denied nor confirmed it, still uncertain of the other's intentions. His heart was filled with caution. Burying them alive like that, isn't it wasteful? Everyone here is after the cores. Don't kill them. Use a blade to cut a few openings, then toss them in a... The scent of blood will spread quickly with the wind, drawing in many ferocious beasts. Isn't that faster than searching one by one? Zhang Li gave a thumbs up. "You're a pro at this. What kind of creature was this guy?" Qitong shot him a disdainful glare. "What do you know? This is called recycling, squeezing every last drop of value out of them. These people just want to reap without sowing. If they die, they die. This isn't a real martial examination. Isn't it normal for a few to die inside?" His tone showed no regard for the two on the ground as human beings. "You, on the other hand, are clearly a rookie, who kills people so openly without even covering their face. You're a disgrace to our line of work." He looked Zhang Li up and down with contempt. "Wanting to let you have them." Zhang Li kicked the unconscious pair and offered. "No too much trouble," the other replied with disgust. "Damn it, our line of work. I'm not in that line." Zhang Li was speechless. "If I could beat you, I'd have slapped you already. You think it's trouble, but don't I?" Seeing Zhang Li's silence, Qitong spoke again. "Luring beasts is nowhere near as fast as stealing from others. Want to go for a big score? Your moves are decisive. You're made for big things." Zhang Li said nothing, kicking the two into the pit and unleashing the cloud, dispelling palm, slamming it against the cliff beside the pit. With a thunderous rumble, avalanches of earth and rubble cascaded down, instantly filling the pit. The power of his 2 strikes was immense. This served both to bury them quickly and to intimidate the other. With intentions still unclear, he wanted to show he was not to be trifled with. Qitong stood there calmly sneering. If the creator of the cloud dispelling palm knew his martial skill was being used for burying the dead, I wonder what he'd think. "Farewell." Zhang Li threw out the word and fled at top speed. This man seemed anything but trustworthy. Even knowing his name, he still couldn't tell the other's gender. His speed was extraordinary, pushing the snow-treading art to its limits. With light steps on the ground, he propelled himself forward, each stride covering several meters. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. He simply couldn't gauge the other's true strength. If he capsized in a ditch. But the other's words reminded him he couldn't go around barefaced like that. After putting some distance, he began to regret. He should have found a way to ambush the other. Now that his face had been seen, would it bring him trouble? It was too late to go back. After reaching a secluded spot, he remembered the spoils from the 2 men. He took out their wristbands. Opening the storage space, he found 40 or 50 cores inside along with other items. He pulled out a bottle. It was spirit absorption pills. Besides these, there were other elixirs he couldn't identify. The one he knew best was the spirit absorption pill. Exactly 10 pills, no more no less. Spirit absorption pills could be used for cultivation or to restore depleted spiritual energy, though few used them as mere recovery aids. That would be too extravagant. Since he had the pills, he decided to find a hidden spot to boost his cultivation. If he could break through to 3rd grade, he'd go back and eliminate Qitong. Otherwise, he'd never feel at ease. After destroying the 2 wristbands, he left the area. He found a crevice in a mountain and used the cloud dispelling palm to widen it. This spot was so concealed that even passers-by wouldn't notice it. After hiding the entrance, he took out the spirit absorption pills. Opening the bottle, he poured out a pill and swallowed it. Ding, spend 100 villain points to strengthen the pill. The system's prompt chimed as soon as he swallowed. The system-strengthened spirit absorption pill had its efficacy multiplied several times over. Moreover, it was much easier to absorb. During the strengthening process, the system seemed to have removed all impurities from the pill. As his cultivation advanced, his absorption speed increased. Now he could fully absorb a spirit absorption pill in just over 10 minutes. After 1 pill, he could clearly feel his spiritual energy becoming abundant. His internal organs were continuously fortified by the surging spiritual energy. 1 pill after another, the torrent of power within him grew. His nameless breathing technique and basic breathing technique were both operating at full speed, and a faint connection emerged between them. The two techniques began to resonate with each other. The spiritual energy in the air around him converged rapidly toward his location. Zhang Li sensed that his internal organs had reached their limit of endurance. He seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Even Zhang Li himself had not noticed. At his location, spiritual energy was converging wildly. The faint whistling sound of spiritual energy could be heard. His body seemed like a massive vortex. The spiritual energy entering his body instantly transformed into spiritual power, continuing to strengthen his internal organs. Whether it was an illusion or not, he now sensed a faint glow emanating from his internal organs, a sign that they had been enhanced to their limit. He could break through to the third grade at any moment. Perhaps due to the connection between the two breathing techniques, spiritual energy was gathering more and more at his location. A faint cloud of spiritual energy formed overhead. Such a cloud only appeared when spiritual energy was dense enough. Zhang Li was completely unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he was fully focused on charging toward the third grade. Throughout the martial examination area, martial artists turned their gazes toward the distance. What's going on over there? Why has a cloud appeared? Someone pointed into the distance where white mist had appeared halfway up the mountain. Can you feel it? All the spiritual energy in the air is converging there. Another person sensed it carefully and spoke slowly. Damn, you're right. Do you think some relic has appeared within this examination ground? Very possible. Let's go take a look. The two dashed off in that direction. A treasure seems to have appeared there. To stir such a massive amount of spiritual energy, it must be an extraordinary treasure. Could it be an undiscovered inheritance crystal? You know, you really have a point. Legend has it that inheritance crystals appeared like this during the initial spiritual energy resurgence. Hurry and check it out before anyone else sees it. Witnessing the anomaly, all the martial artists in the field began. Various theories circulated, but the common conclusion was that a great treasure lay there. It could be a spiritual herb, or perhaps a relic. Those who noticed the anomaly were not far from the location. As spiritual energy gathered more densely, the base of the mountain was already shrouded in thick spiritual mist. Since the mist appeared, over a dozen martial artists had arrived. They did not charge into the mist immediately, but observed silently from a distance. No one dared to approach, fearing some terrifying entity within. Deep inside, Zhang Li, striving to break through, had no idea that over a dozen martial artists had gathered outside. But even if he knew, he could not move. His body was on the verge of being torn apart by spiritual power. The two breathing techniques within him seemed beyond his control. Even though the Na Ling pill had been fully absorbed, their operation did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated. His internal organs were all strengthened to their limit. They could no longer accommodate any trace of spiritual power. But the breathing techniques raged on uncontrollably like madness. External spiritual energy seeped into his body through every pore. He felt like a balloon about to burst, one prick away from exploding at any moment. His blood and chi began to flow rapidly. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead, and his face showed a hint of anxiety. He had no idea about the process of breaking through to the third grade. He hadn't even had time to look up the information. His body had reached its limit, with veins bulging all over. It seemed as if he could explode at any moment. He struggled to control the breathing techniques, compressing the spiritual power within him bit by bit. Surprisingly, his blood and chi began to merge slowly with the spiritual energy. Just as he was about to give out, the blood and chi fused with the spiritual energy, forming a single drop of spiritual liquid. The moment this drop appeared within his body, his entire aura began to surge rapidly. Crack! He seemed to hear something shatter within him. Then a second drop of spiritual liquid appeared. A third drop. One after another, they continuously formed within his body, traveling through every part of him. The meridians, which had been aching from being stretched by spiritual power, instantly felt relieved as the spiritual liquid passed through, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. At that moment, Zhang Li felt immense relief. Upon breaking through to the third grade, he realized the vast gap between the second and third grades. Fortunately, he had not fought that Qitong earlier, otherwise he would have been the one lying down. The difference between the two was insurmountable by any technique. Even though his martial arts talent was great in this world, attempting to fight across grades seemed laughable to him. At least now he felt the gap between the second and third grades was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud, utterly incomparable. The spiritual power that had almost burst within him, after merging with his blood and chi, formed only a dozen or so drops of spiritual liquid. No wonder the third grade was also called the spirit transformation realm. After reaching the third grade, there was no longer any distinction between blood and chi and spiritual power. The two had fused into something new. Spiritual liquid was also known as true essence. The disparity in spiritual power between the third and second grades was not even on the same level. A single drop of true essence was equivalent to the total spiritual power of a second-grade martial artist. Though he had already broken through, he did not stop. Terrifying amounts of spiritual energy continued to be absorbed by him. True essence flowed slowly within him. Each time it circulated through his body, his organs, bones, and flesh, he could clearly feel his physique enhancing at an extremely slow rate. The breathing techniques no longer relied on the mouth and nose to absorb spiritual energy. All the pores on his body could absorb spiritual energy from the air, which eventually gathered in the area below his abdomen. He felt more powerful than ever before. With a wave of his hand, he could sense the sound of air being split. Third-grade martial artists were essentially immune to conventional firearms. After stabilizing his cultivation, Zhang Li slowly rose. The spiritual mist outside had not yet dissipated. Over 20 martial artists had gathered outside, all discussing what might be inside the mist. Zhang Li stepped out of the cave. As a third-grade martial artist, his perception was extremely sharp. The moment he emerged, he sensed a crowd outside. He quietly slipped around from the side, wanting to see what these people were doing here. Due to the dense mist, those outside did not notice Zhang Li at all. He found a spot and hid. There's definitely a treasure here. I'm going in first. Seeing the crowd growing, some grew impatient and decided to enter. Who do you think you are? Why should you go first? I was the first to discover this place. Got a problem? Yeah, I do. What are you going to do about it? Want to fight? Come on, let's brawl. You think I'm afraid of you? Whoever grabs the treasure inside gets to keep. That's right. Whoever grabs it keeps it. Everyone charge. Faced with such a bizarre phenomenon, everyone wanted to claim it for themselves. Damn it, get out of my way. Stand in my way and die. Move. I got here first or I'll kill you. What the hell do you think you are? You got here first. I was here. Chaos erupted instantly. Just then a group of about 7 or 8 people arrived, emanating power. All of you get lost. Anyone who dares to touch it dies. The leader of the group, dressed in black, barked at the martial artist ahead. The shouts silenced the chaotic crowd. Who the hell are you? Why should I move just because you say so? Someone immediately retorted. No sooner had he spoken than the man in black charged forward and kicked him in the chest. Bang! The man flew over 10 meters and instantly fell unconscious. Zhang Li eyed the unconscious man's wristband, his mind stirring as he planned to retrieve it unnoticed. The man in black spoke again. Our young master has set his sights on this. How dare you even think of touching it? That young master again. Zhang Li glanced over, puzzled as to what kind of figure this young master truly was. The 3 men he had previously given a funeral service to had also mentioned something about a young master. While he was still perplexed, a young man walked out from the group. He looked at him. He appeared to be about 18 or 19 years. A hint of arrogance lingered on his face, as if he held no regard for these people at all. Name Lu Zekin. Cultivation 2nd grade 2nd stage. Seeing this information, Zhang Li curled his lips. With such measly cultivation, how dare he act so arrogantly? Ignoring these people, he tore off the inner lining of his clothes and covered his face. He quietly crept toward the man who had fainted earlier. He had noticed the bracelet on that man's wrist just now. None of the other martial artists paid any attention to the unconscious man. They stared resentfully at Lu Zekin's group. Zhang Li moved swiftly, reaching out to remove the bracelet from the man's wrist. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand beat him to it. The hand snatched the bracelet off the man's wrist and stashed it into its owner's storage space. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. What the hell? Zhang Li was stunned. It was none other than the fellow practitioner he had met earlier, Qi Tong. After putting the bracelet into his storage space, Qi Tong said smugly, "First come, first served. This bracelet is mine." He turned to leave. But Zhang Li was quick as well. He flashed forward and blocked his path. You? A flicker of surprise crossed Qi Tong's eyes. He had not expected that this seemingly simple-minded fellow could possess such impressive movement skills. He hadn't noticed it when they met earlier. Didn't expect you to learn so fast, covering your face. Not bad, not. Brother, that's not fair. Cut the crap half and half. I spotted it first. He was now at the 3rd grade and not. Consider this your tuition fee. Qi Tong pointed at his own covered face. Why don't you just rob me? Zhang Li's eyes widened. He had finally witnessed what true shamelessness meant. If not for the fact that the other's cultivation was the same as his, making it hard to gauge his real strength, he would have attacked long ago. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Qi Tong rolled his eyes and said flatly. Damn it, he had been outsmarted by a seasoned player while walking by the river. After a moment of silence, the other spoke slowly. Next one, I won't compete with you, okay? Perhaps he was surprised by Zhang Li's movement, or maybe he feared being noticed by the others. Do you think there'll be a next one? These people are clearly no match for that young master's men. Zhang Li glared at him irritably. Qi Tong said in a worldly wise tone, Young man, you're still young. You don't understand. When there's a difficulty, you must face it. When there isn't, you must create one. Good grief, it was a good thing the other's face was covered. Otherwise, Zhang Li would have suspected he was stroking his goatee while saying that. What the hell? You're not planning to? Zhang Li suddenly realized, asking uncertainly. Qi Tong glanced at him in surprise, never imagining that this simple-looking fellow would have the same idea as him. How, young man, you have good insight. How about we team up? We work together and split the spoils 50-50 when the time comes. What do you say? Zhang Li shook his head. There are too few people here, it's basically useless. What do you know? Soon more martial artists will arrive here. At least half of them will come this way. Are you sure? He was a bit skeptical. Of course. A man of great xia doesn't lie to another man of great xia. Qi Tong patted his chest in assurance. Fine, but we split the contents of the bracelet half and half. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll sell me out. Why don't you just rob me? The other clenched his teeth. Zhang Li glared back without fear. Isn't that exactly— Hurry up, don't mess up our plan later. Fine. Qi Tong took out a portion from the bracelet and tossed it over. Without hesitation Zhang Li stored the items into his own bracelet. Alright, it's settled. Which side will you take? They'll take the side with fewer people. Good, your black outfit makes you look like one of them. They'll take the side with more people. Having made their decision, they silently parted ways and moved to different spots. Due to the spiritual mist, the area was hazy and gray. The two groups were still confronting each other. The black-clad man who had attacked earlier said arrogantly, "If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise that man over there will be your fate." But none of the surrounding martial artists moved. They glared at him angrily. The swift and decisive strike from before had indeed startled them. They all felt a measure of fear toward the black-clad man. Yet leaving empty-handed made them reluctant. While they were locked in a stalemate, just as Qi Tong had said, martial artists began arriving one after another. Zhang Li scanned the crowd. Most were at the second grade with no one at the third grade. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 martial artists had gathered. Zhang Li stood to the side watching quietly. They needed a point of entry. They were waiting for an opportunity. The spiritual mist began to slowly dissipate, and the mountain gradually became clearer. As more martial artists gathered, their eyes were fixed on that spot, as if trying to see what treasure lay inside. Lu Zekin's group also wore grave expressions. What's in here is not something you can covet. They'll give you 1 minute. If you don't leave, you'll face the consequences. The black-clad man drew a weapon and pointed it at the crowd. This is a martial examination ground, not your private property. Why should we leave? Amid the previously silent crowd, a voice suddenly spoke out. Yeah, why should we leave? Is this your home? You tell us to leave, so we leave? Who do you think you are? As soon as someone spoke, others immediately chimed in. The black-clad man's face grew even darker. Just as he was about to say something, a voice from behind him shouted arrogantly, "Our young master letting you leave is already giving you face. What do you think you are? Do you even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as our young master? You bunch of trash, would you dare touch a single hair on our young master? Don't be ungrateful." A flicker of surprise crossed the black-clad man's eyes, but he didn't deny it and continued. "Leave now, and we won't pursue the matter. Otherwise, once you leave this place, there will be no place for you in Great Xia." This statement thoroughly intimidated the surrounding people. Indeed, what would happen when they left? The so-called young master clearly had a powerful background. What if he came? Although they didn't know what this young master was here for, it was definitely not for the monster cores like them. Could it be for the treasure ahead? They hesitated. How could ordinary people compare to major families and powerful forces? They could crush them with a single finger. Just as they were wavering, another voice rang out from the crowd. "Is not every man born to a station? Heavenly treasures and earthly riches belong to those who are capable. There are so many of us here, do you really think we're afraid of you? Each of us could spit on you and drown you. The town spirit army is all around. At worst, we'll call them over and nobody gets anything." As this voice fell, those who had been hesitating about leaving suddenly felt as if they had taken a calming pill. Exactly, with so many of us here, are we afraid of you? Either we all go in together or nobody gets anything. Do you really think this is your home? This is the martial examination grounds under the jurisdiction of the town spirit army. Is your family more powerful than the town spirit army? What bullshit, young master. With so many of us, are we afraid of you? Laughable. Still a young master. Go home and drink milk. This isn't your home. These martial artists also fired back. None of the people here were easy to deal with. They were all there to make money. As long as someone took the lead, they would speak more fiercely than the next. Lu Zekin's face darkened completely. As he hesitated over what to do next, another voice sounded from behind. "Are you too pampered? Trash like you. My young master can take on a whole crowd of you alone. We're being polite by telling you to leave. If you don't, you'll be waiting for death. How dare you insult my young master? Useless scum like you. Any one of us could kill you with a flick of our fingers." Lu Zekin turned to look, but didn't see who had spoken. But those words certainly pleased him. "If you don't leave now, you'll bear the consequences." The man in black beside him glared with murderous intent. He stared fixedly at the opposing group. "Damn it, do you really think we're scared of you? We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who's afraid of whom?" At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke again. "Exactly, we outnumber you. If anyone should leave, it's you. Get lost now. What kind of damn young master is this? Get the hell out of here." Being called trash and scum, how could they tolerate it? They shot back with even more venomous curses. "You bunch of trash. Do you really think our young master is afraid of you? Leave now or die." Their attitude remained arrogant, their tone dripping with contempt. "Damn it, come on then. Who's afraid? They'll take down this so-called young master today. Brothers, charge." Another voice yelled. "You trash, you dare to fight. Have you lost your minds? Boss, let's— Damn it, I've had it with you lot. Come on, fight. Who's afraid?" They'll beat you so badly your own mother won't Damn it, come on. We told you to leave. You're asking for it. Charge. I'm not taking this crap from you here. What young master? Brothers attack. For our dignity, kill them. Protect the young master. Charge. As the insults continued to fly, the two factions clashed in close combat. Their tempers were running high. They didn't care about any young master. The battle erupted instantly. Everyone was bloodthirsty. These 20-odd martial artists were mostly around the second rank. They fought with ruthless brutality. Various martial techniques flew everywhere. Lu Zekin frowned as his men joined the fray. Curses and screams rose and fell in waves. Amid the fighting, two figures darted through the chaos. Their movements were incredibly swift. Whenever the black-clad group was at a disadvantage, they helped them. When the independent martial artists were losing, they struck the black-clad ones. Each strike was lightning fast, so fast that almost no one noticed. Even the black-clad fighters thought the fully cloaked figures were on their side. During the scuffle, they deftly snatched the bracelets from their opponents' wrists. The fighting grew fiercer. People were already wounded, on both the independent side and the black-clad side. Injuries varied in severity. The two figures weaving through the crowd exchanged a glance. They both focused on Lu Zekin, who stood not far away. They charged at him in unison. Before he could react, they knocked him unconscious with a single strike. After stripping everything from him, they swiftly. On an empty field over 10 li away, two figures appeared. One was Zhang Li, the other was Qi Tong. It was these two who had instigated the fight. Zhang Li said disdainfully, "Your acting was terrible. I almost didn't know how to keep the conversation going." Qi Tong glared at him. "Kid, if it weren't for my few words, how would they have started fighting?" "Enough chatter. I picked up 11. How many did you get?" Zhang Li, not wanting to argue, asked. "I got about the same, 15. Qi Tong said carelessly. Zhang Li gave him a thumbs up. "Damn, buddy, you're a natural at this. You're ruthless. Bring them all out. Let's split the loot and leave. There's nothing valuable here anymore." Then they began taking out the bracelets. They emptied everything onto the ground. A huge pile of cores dazzled the. "You didn't hide any, did you?" Qi Tong asked with a sly look. Zhang Li was exasperated. "Damn it, do you take me for some kind of thief? I have standards. You look simple, but you're ruthless." Qi Tong sneered. "Did you get that young master's bracelet?" "Isn't this it?" Zhang Li pointed to one of the bracelets. They began tallying their haul. There were over 1,000 cores with that young master's alone, containing several hundred. There were also pills, and even a few martial technique manuals. They couldn't understand why anyone would keep manuals and. After leaving the exam grounds, the bracelets had to be surrendered. They flipped through them, one grade technique and one grade. A disagreement arose over dividing the spoils. "Bro, that's not fair. We said split evenly, so why are your second-rank cores more than mine?" Zhang Li complained. Qi Tong said with righteous indignation, "I did the most work. I deserve it." "What do you mean you did the most work? I had over 20 people to deal with. Wasn't that harder? Your group was a mob. My side was smaller and easier to expose. I risked my life. Don't give me that." We agreed on an even split. They argued vehemently again, finally dividing all the loot. Zhang Li said contemptuously, "Working with you was the worst mistake I ever made. Farewell. You're the worst partner I've ever had. Never see you again." "Fuck." The other retorted without backing down. After exchanging insults, they were about to go their separate ways. "Aren't you going to check what's inside that spiritual mist over there?" Zhang Li's heart stirred, and he asked, "What's there to see?" "Some idiot broke through to the third rank here, causing a spiritual mist phenomenon. Those fools actually thought it was some treasure." "Zhang Li, shouldn't you thank that person? Without that breakthrough, how could you have grabbed so much?" "Thank my ass. Hurry up and toss the bracelets back to where they were fighting, then trigger the distress signal. That's basically it." Qi Tong left these words and turned to disappear into the distance. When Zhang Li stealthily returned, the group was still fighting. Many of them were wounded. He pressed the distress signal on each of their wristbands. Then he silently placed these wristbands there and turned away. Finding a secluded spot, he began to inspect his game. From the unconscious Lu Zekin, Zhang Li had also retrieved an item, an ancient-looking ring. It had been worn on the young master's hand. When Zhang Li snatched the wristband, he had skillfully removed the ring as well. He held it up for inspection. He could discern nothing extraordinary about it. Could this be a legendary spatial ring? He wondered, a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. After all, a scion of such standing wouldn't wear an ordinary ring. He probed the ring with his spiritual energy. To his surprise, he felt a slight resistance, as if something was obstructing his power. Seeing this, Zhang Li was not dismayed but elated. This further confirmed the ring's extraordinary nature. It was highly likely a spatial ring. He wondered if an old sage resided within the ring, but quickly dismissed the thought. If such a being existed, the ring wouldn't have been so easily stolen. The ring resisted his spiritual energy, but the resistance was not insurmountable. He continuously channeled his power into it. At the third rank, it should no longer be called mere spiritual energy. The moment his true essence entered the ring, the resistance lessened. After over half an hour of effort, he finally breached the barrier on the ring. Instantly, a space exceeding 15 cubic meters materialized before his eyes. Damn, it really is a spatial ring. Inside, densely packed, were piles of cores and numerous elixirs. He couldn't identify most of the elixirs. He had hoped to find some cultivation techniques inside, but instead it was filled with unfamiliar pills. He reasoned that techniques were now stored on spirit cards, so no one carried paper manuals anymore. Still, these elixirs would suffice for his needs. At the very back, he discovered a minuscule scroll. His heart stirred. Could this be a peerless secret manual? However, upon opening it, disappointment clouded his face. The scroll was merely a map. A treasure map, he murmured. The map seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't— Damn! Zhang Li slapped his forehead, realization dawning. This map was of the martial examination ground. Why would someone have a map of the exam grounds? Every location was specially marked. With nothing else to do, he followed the map on the scroll to the nearest marked spot, a valley. It was the very same valley he had visited. Arriving at the valley, he walked to the marked location and looked around. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. Perplexed by the purpose of these marks, a thought struck him. He released his true essence. A third-rank martial artist could project their true essence outward to probe or sense their surroundings. However, he could currently only perceive within a 50-meter radius. His true essence slowly expanded, exploring the area. Every blade of grass and tree branch became vividly clear in his mind, as if a new world had opened up. Everything was so distinct, he could even sense the faint sound of ants crawling in the distance. He meticulously probed the marked spot. Suddenly, he detected a faint ripple of spiritual energy beneath the marked point. Intrigued, Zhang Li suspected this might be what the mark indicated. He dug at the source of the energy fluctuation. Not far down, he unearthed a box. The wooden box was exquisitely crafted from an unknown material. Opening the box, he found a small porcelain bottle, likely containing pills. As he uncorked it, a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Zhang Li frowned, finding the scent unsettling. He quickly recorked the bottle and placed it back in the box. He tossed it into his wristband, planning to show it to his master later. Though he didn't understand its purpose, the fact that someone had hidden it suggested it held some significance. He picked up the scroll again, looking for the next marked spot. Meanwhile, back at the camp outside the exam grounds, Wang Xianjun's expression was grim. All those who had sent distress signals earlier were gone, every one of them devoured by beasts. He had already dispatched 4 squads of spirit suppression troops to investigate. The first squad had discovered a 4th-rank iron ring rhinoceros. This was a serious matter. Fortunately, the martial examination hadn't started yet. If such a beast had appeared during the exam, the casualties among students would have been catastrophic. Just as he was fretting, another distress signal sounded from the camp. A spirit suppression soldier urgently reported, "Captain Wang, it's bad. Nearly 30 martial artists have sent distress signals." "What did you say? How many signals?" Wang Xianjun asked, stunned. 28 martial artists have activated their distress signals, all from the same location. He could no longer remain seated. He immediately ordered, "Send a message to their wristbands immediately. Notify all martial artists still inside to return at once." What was happening inside? This year's exam drill was wearing him down. Several martial artists had already perished. If there were mass casualties this time, his position would be in jeopardy. Just as Zhang Li reached the next marked spot, his wristband received a message. All martial artists in the exam grounds are to evacuate to the designated assembly points. The drill is terminated. He was taken aback. It was over already. He hadn't even unearthed all the items at the marked locations. Though a bit regretful, he was glad to leave. The sky was already darkening. He had spent the entire day within the grounds. Following the map on his wristband, he made his way to the evacuation. By the time he returned to camp, night had fully fallen. Zhu Ronguang was standing in the camp. Seeing Zhang Li, he approached with a smile. "Well, little one, how did the exam feel?" He was ready to lecture his disciple, hoping to find him in a disheveled state to assert his authority. "There weren't many beasts. I spent half the time just looking for them," Zhang Li complained. Zhu Ronguang chuckled, pleased with his apprentice. He explained, "It's normal that there were few beasts. Most are kept under control and only released during the actual exam. The drill is just to check for potential threats. I heard there was some danger inside, and several martial artists died." "Do you know what happened?" Feigning surprise, Zhang Li asked. "Did many die?" "I don't know. The place is huge, I didn't even run into anyone. As long as you're safe. We'll find out what happened when the spirit suppression troops return. Come, although you only spent a day inside. The exam usually lasts 2. Let's see what score you managed." Zhu Ronguang led Zhang Li towards another part of the camp. All those emerging from the martial examination grounds gathered here. Many bore injuries. As the town spirit army passed, they naturally witnessed 2 factions engaged in a brawl. After leaving the examination grounds, everyone was required not only to register, but also to surrender their wristbands. They could also sell the cores they had obtained. The official side purchased these beast cores at a very high price. By the time the master and disciple arrived, a crowd had already formed. All were waiting in line to register. Upon arrival, Zhang Li did not push forward like the other martial artists. Instead, he stood at the very back. Wang Xianjun spotted the master and disciple entering and quickly greeted them. "Little one, you're out. Come, let me register you first." As his words fell, those in front turned their heads to look at Zhang Li. All were curious who this person was, that the head of this military camp would speak to him with such courtesy. Zhang Li quickly waved his hand to decline, saying, No need, Uncle Wang. There are so many people here who arrived before me. Let them go first. It's just registration, it's no trouble. The other looked at him with surprise and spoke again. Really no need, Uncle Wang. My master taught me from a young age to be humble and courteous. They arrived first, so let them go ahead. Wang Xianjun said no more, letting out a hearty laugh and praising him. Haha, truly a disciple of Elder Zhu. Virtuous and excellent, admirable indeed. This is all due to my master's excellent teachings, he said with great modesty. However, most of the martial artist cores here had been snatched by him and Qi Tong. If he stepped forward now and produced so many cores, it would surely arouse suspicion. Though he was not afraid of these, but as the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear but the thief who covets. Among this group was even that Lu Zekin. His expression was clearly off, and Zhang Li was still uncertain of the power behind him. His master couldn't be by his side all the time. If someone launched a sneak attack, he would be done for. So he decided to register last when no one would be watching. There was one other who shared his thoughts. This person also stood at the very back, silently watching those ahead register. Upon hearing the previous conversation, his mouth twitched, and he turned to look back. Qi Tong. Zhang Li also spotted the figure, though his attire differed from before. His arms and legs were wrapped in several bandages. Faint traces of blood were visible on the bandages. The only constant was the cloth still covering his face, but the aura emanating from him allowed Zhang Li to recognize him at a glance. Seeing Qi Tong look his way, he curled his lips into a friendly smile. The other shot him a glare, and then looked away. That glare confirmed his identity. This guy was definitely Qi Tong. It seemed he had the same idea, wanting to register, afraid of being recognized by these martial artists. Zhu Rongwang, however, thought differently. He looked at his disciple with a strange expression. Such humility felt odd to him. He guessed that Zhang Li must not have performed well in the examination grounds. Afraid of being seen and embarrassed if he registered first. He didn't call him out on it, snickering inwardly. Young people thin-skinned, it was normal. He said, haha, let them register first. We're not in a hurry. Uncle Wang, could you give this spot to someone in need? Just as Wang Xianjun was about to instruct his men to begin registration, Zhang Li suddenly spoke. The question caught the other off guard. Someone in need, he asked, puzzled. Zhang Li pointed to Qi Tong, who was at the front, and said with righteous indignation, Uncle Wang, look at this brother. He's so badly injured. His wounds are still bleeding. I believe our town spirit army is a humane military. So I propose letting him register first so he can get treated promptly. Qi Tong's body visibly trembled upon hearing this. He turned back and glared at Zhang Li fiercely. Everyone's gaze shifted backward. At that moment, Qi Tong wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He quickly waved his hand in refusal, explaining, No, I'm fine here. My master taught me to be civilized and polite. They arrived first, and my injuries. Zhang Li cut him off, continuing, Don't be so polite. Look, your wounds are bleeding. Don't tough it out. Register early and get treated early, or you might end up with a disability. If something goes wrong, you'll regret it for life. And I'm sure Uncle Wang would let you go first. Right, Uncle Wang? Though bewildered, Wang Xianjun nodded. Indeed, the injured can register first. Young brother, please come forward. Qi Tong tried to refuse again. I don't. Zhang Li interrupted him once more. See, Uncle Wang agrees. Don't be modest. Before he could react, Qi Tong was pushed to the very front. Zhu Rongwang's expression grew even more puzzled. Could his disciple truly be so kind-hearted? Though he had only known the lad for a day based on his previous actions, he didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Could there be some reason behind it? If looks could kill, Zhang Li would have been slain by Qi Tong's glare hundreds of times. The people in line were also stunned. What was going on? One person being humble was one thing, but now another was acting the same. Were martial artists now so virtuous? Was he the only one lacking manners? All right, young brother, no need for such modesty. We'll start with you. Wang Xianjun said, slowly looking at the person before him. Take out your wristband and place the cores on the table. Do you wish to exchange the cores for daxia currency or for contribution points at the Spirit Martial Hall? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. You've openly betrayed your own partner. Villainy points 500. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Li's mind. So it really was Qi Tong. If it was just speculation before, the system's prompt now confirmed with absolute certainty that this was the person he had snatched wristbands with. Qi Tong wanted to back out, but it was too late. He wished he could tear Zhang Li limb from limb. He should never have cooperated with this bastard. Don't let me see you again. He turned and glared, thinking viciously. But it was all in vain now. Left with no choice, he took out his wristband. Half to be exchanged for Spirit Martial Hall contribution points, half for daxia currency. The staff member pointed to the table. Place all your cores on the table. Gritting his teeth, Qi Tong activated the storage space on his wristband. With a clatter, a massive pile of multicolored cores appeared on the table. The table, not small by any means, could not hold them all. Cores spilled onto the floor. The entire ground was littered with them. So many. The staff member was dumbfounded. Before them lay at least several hundred cores. But before his words faded, another cascade of cores poured from the wrist. Another huge pile. Still not done. The staff member swallowed hard. Just a bit more, Qi Tong said, having given up hiding. Since they had seen it anyway, and he was still masked. He gritted his teeth and emptied the last of the cores. With a loud clatter besides the table, several piles lay on the floor. Initially, there was only one staff member. Seeing so many cores, he immediately called over 5 more people to carefully count them. How many cores were there? The martial artists behind were also stunned. Suddenly someone spoke up. Do you think it's possible that our cores were all snatched by this guy? It's definitely him, damn it. If I struggled for days in there only to end up working for someone else. Chi Tong naturally heard these words from the martial artists. However, his expression remained impassive as if he hadn't heard them at all. Damn, these are definitely our cores. Who is this guy? Do you recognize him? No, I don't. We all accepted the mission on the Lingwu Hall official website. We can't let him get away. Let's block him later. Damn, how shameless. I said why he was so reluctant to step forward earlier. I thought the martial artist's quality had improved. Damn, that young man was being polite because he actually knows Senior Wang. This guy is clearly scared. Lu Zekin stared fixedly at Chi Tong. He had lost not only his wristband, but also his storage ring. Initially, he thought it had fallen off during the previous fight. When he came out, he searched for a long time, but found nothing. Now it seemed certain that this guy ahead had stolen it. He turned his head and signaled to the person behind him with a glance. A black-clad figure behind him understood. When no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped away. Chi Tong's expression was equally grim, though no one noticed. He began to calculate in his mind how to leave. Everyone's gaze when they looked at him was full of ill intent. He had already cursed Zhang Li 10,000 times in his heart. Damn, what kind of person was this? Just after cooperating, he turned around and sold him out. It took 5 people over half an hour to tally everything. You have a total of 2,800 cores, of which first grade one's number 1,900. There are 900 second grade cores. If there are no mistakes, we will follow your instructions and convert half into contribution points and half into money. Chi Tong nodded, not even wanting to speak. A first grade core can be exchanged for 10 contribution points or 6,000 yuan. We'll exchange it for you now. Please fill in your Lingwu Hall account number and bank card number. This operation was very quick. In just a few minutes, everything was registered. Once everything was settled, Chi Tong turned to leave. The martial artists here all looked over, intending to follow. Please register first and hand in your wristband before you can leave here, the staff member said. Those who had wanted to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. Helpless Chi Tong hurried out. As he passed by Zhang Li, he shot him a fierce glare. Zhang Li completely ignored his gaze, waved his hand, and said with great politeness, "Don't thank me. Go get treated quickly or your wounds will heal soon." Chi Tong was speechless. Cursing him again in his heart, he quickly left the place. Little guy, since when did you become so kind? Zhu Rongwang asked with a fake smile. Looking at his master's expression, he remained expressionless and said righteously, "Master, what are you saying? Your disciple was born with a warm heart. I can't stand seeing others suffer." Is that so? Absolutely. In school, I'm a model student who loves helping others. The students in my elite class admire me wholeheartedly. Zhu Rongwang twitched his mouth, silently retracting his earlier impression that the kid had a thin skin. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was incredibly thick-skinned. All right, next, the staff member called out after finishing. Then Lu Zekin stepped forward. He took out a wristband and handed it over. This wristband was not his, he had grabbed it randomly before leaving. Although the wristband was not expensive to him, if anyone found out he had lost it, he would lose all face. Take out the cores inside the wristband, the staff member said. Lu Zekin's face stiffened and he gritted his teeth, saying, "There are no cores." No cores. The staff member was puzzled, picked up the wristband, and checked it. Indeed, there was none. He thought it was a formidable expert, but instead it turned out to be a novice with not a single core. He glanced at him with contempt. Fill in your Lingwu Hall account number. Completing the martial exam exercise mission will earn you contribution points. No need. He waved his hand, refused, and turned to leave. Next, another person stepped forward, repeating Lu Zekin's action. He directly handed over the wristband. No cores. The staff member was somewhat speechless. Since they had previously brought in 5 people to help count cores, now they didn't even need to count. Fill in your account. After that, next. No cores. Next. No cores. Next. 2 first grade cores. Next. No cores. Good heavens. The staff member was astonished. What was going on? How could so many people have not a single? What had this group been doing in there? Could they even be considered to have completed the mission? Although the martial exam exercise was forcibly terminated, they had already been inside for several days, yet not a single core. In previous years there were a few without cores, and everyone knew that those were just robbed. But this year this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Suddenly they thought of the first person to register. Could it be that all of them had been robbed by that one person? The staff member was getting bored with registering. Those responsible for counting felt the same. Some even started to doze off. Watching from behind, Zhu Rongwang, could it be that his own disciple also had no cores? If he ended up with none, he as a master would probably lose. If only he had gone into the arena earlier to check on him. If necessary, he could have killed a few beasts for him. He knew that the martial exam exercise allowed fighting among martial artists for cores. But he hadn't expected it to be so fierce this year. Could it be that his disciples' cores were also taken by the first person? That was why he let that guy go first. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. No wonder he was so kind. It was all about revenge. Ha. He found it somewhat amusing. After all, the kid was still too young. This kind of revenge was completely useless. Once they left here, finding that person would be impossible. Finally, the martial artists ahead finished registering. The registration was extremely fast with no need to count cores. The entire tent now only had Zhang Li left. He stepped forward. Wang Xianjun asked with a chuckle, "Little guy, you don't have any cores either, do you?" "I have some, but not many." Zhang Li said. "Put the cores on the table and he'll calculate for you. If this were the actual exam, how many points would these cores earn you?" Hearing that there were cores, Wang Xianjun became interested. Beside him, Zhu Rongguang was also calculating in his mind how many cores his disciple might have. As long as there were some, it would be fine. At least it wouldn't make him as a master lose too much face. "I don't have many, Uncle Wang. Please calculate for me." Then he opened the storage space of his wristband. With a clatter, a pile of cores appeared on the table, nearly 100 in number. The table was not small, but 100 cores occupied almost half of it. Wang Xianjun's eyes lit up. So there really were cores, and that many. As the cores poured out, people immediately, "There are a few more." With another clatter, another small pile appeared again, nearly 100 cores. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhu Rongguang's face. He had thought there wouldn't be many, but it turned out to be so many. "Any more? If not, well, start the count," Wang Xianjun said with a chuckle. "There's still some." With a rustling sound, small piles continuously appeared on the table. The entire table was covered. Zhu Rongguang and the staff, initially surprised, gradually turned to shock. What a haul. This pile of cores must number over 1,000. Yet it was not over. Zhang Li poured them out more gently than Qi Tong, none falling to the ground. Everything was in piles. Even the adjacent table was filled. A total of over 1,500 cores. After placing the last batch on the table, he said, "That's all, just this little bit. Just this little bit. This damn well counts as little. As a villain, showing off is a necessary skill. Well done, villain. Points 300 Zhang Li." He felt the system was insulting him again. The staff shot him a glance. This guy was too good at showing off. This damn well counts as little. Can't he survive without showing off? Despite their internal complaints, they said nothing. After all, his master was standing right there. They wouldn't dare voice it, even if given 10 times the courage. "Old Zhu, this disciple of yours is truly remarkable." Wang Xianjun swallowed hard beside them. "This little fellow is indeed very talented." Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily, looking even more favorably upon Zhang Li. Who wouldn't like a disciple who brought them honor? Then he asked, "Did you get all these from killing spirit beasts?" "Yes," Zhang Li stated undeniably. Everyone present twitched their mouths. Like hell, it's true. But no one exposed it. During the college entrance exam, 1 first-grade core equals 1 point, and 1 second-grade core equals 5 points. Wang Xianjun picked up a core and explained. However, during the exam, the wristband has a recording function. Only spirit beasts killed by yourself count toward the score. Stealing others' cores not only doesn't count, but will deduct points if discovered. He seemed to be explaining, but Zhang Li felt it was directed at him. Clearly, they didn't believe these were all killed by him alone. "I understand, Uncle Wang, but I'm taking the exam next year, so there's no rush." After these words, everyone was taken aback. "This guy is taking the exam next year?" Wang Xianjun asked doubtfully. "Aren't you 18 yet?" "I am, but due to some special reasons I was held back a year." He didn't elaborate further. Hearing his explanation, the other turned to Zhu Rongguang and asked, "Old Zhu, Zhang Li is old enough to take the exam this year, and with his strength he surely can. Have you considered letting him participate this year?" Zhu Rongguang nodded. "His age and strength are indeed sufficient. I need to communicate with his school. Once matters here are settled, I'll go discuss it with them." Zhang Li was startled inwardly. Taking the exam early. But considering his master's strength and background, nothing seemed impossible. Suddenly remembering something, he took out a scroll and asked, "By the way, Master Uncle Wang, I found this inside the martial arts exam grounds." "What is this?" Zhu Rongguang took the scroll, puzzled. Unrolling it, he sneered. "A map. A map of the exam grounds. I knew there would be troublemakers among the participants." Wang Xianjun also looked at it. A map of the exam grounds, not a big deal, but it has marked areas with many spirit beasts. "Master, at these marked spots, I dug this up." He took out a box from his person and opened it, retrieving a small. Zhu Rongguang took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. His expression instantly turned cold. "Spirit desire pill. Are you sure this was at every marked spot?" "I didn't dig all of them, only 2 spots. These were all buried underground." Zhang Li then described his excavation process. "You've broken through to the 3rd grade. Upon hearing that he used true essence to sense it, disbelief filled his eyes. What was this lad's cultivation earlier? He struggled to recall the morning when he met Zhang Li. The aura on him. 2nd grade, 9th level. An accident, purely an accident. I broke through inadvertently inside." Zhang Li nodded, then asked, "What is the spirit desire pill?" Zhu Rongguang didn't dwell on his cultivation. "This thing, once exposed to air, emits a peculiar scent. It is fatally alluring to spirit beasts, potentially triggering a beast tide." "What?" He was greatly shocked. "Where did you get this scroll?" Wang Xianjun pressed. If Zhang Li hadn't discovered this when the exam came and a beast tide occurred. The students inside would likely face grave danger. I got it from someone named Lu Zekin. He then produced surnamed Lu. Xiao Wang, is there anyone surnamed Lu among the participants? Let me check. Recognizing the seriousness, the other immediately began searching. No, among those registered there's no one named Lu. Zhang Li quickly said, Uncle Wang, the second person to register today, wasn't he called Lu Zekin? The second registrant. Let me see. The second registrant is Yang Cheng. How could this be? He was also stunned. The system shouldn't make mistakes. That person is Lu Zekin. I got this from him, and I heard his name from his subordinates. He couldn't explain the system, so he made up an excuse. Zhang Li'll send you back now. Don't mention this to anyone. Zhu Rongwang called him by name for the first time. He nodded. Xiao Wang, have the town spirit army begin the arrest of that Yang Cheng. Yes. After their discussion, Zhu Rongwang lifted Zhang Li and soared into the air. They headed toward Qingqing. Meanwhile, in a small village on the outskirts of Qingqing, inside a dilapidated house, a very beautiful woman's phone rang. Answering it, a crisp female voice came through. Tong Tong, is your mission over? How was the martial arts drill? I've been calling you but couldn't get through. Was the signal blocked inside the exam grounds? This woman was Qi Tong. Just hearing that voice made her furious. She gritted her teeth and said, it's done pretty well. The other was puzzled. From your tone, it doesn't sound like. Qi Tong sighed frustrated. It was going well, but then I ran into a bastard who sold me out. I'm still in a small village near Qingqing, and someone might be following me. Huh, you got sold out. The other woman sounded surprised, then asked gleefully. Tell me, sold where? As a child bride. How thrilling. Is your husband tracking you to tie you up? Qi Tong's face stiffened, and she cursed angrily. Shut up. That's not what I meant. I was set up. That bastard, if I ever see him again. Tell me what happened. I've never seen our little witch Tong Tong suffer a loss. The #1 beauty of Kyoto University being sold as a child bride in the countryside. That news would explode. The other woman, unconcerned about being followed, gossiped. If I ever see him again, I'll skin him alive. Qi Tong clearly wasn't in the mood to discuss it. Alright, I'll talk to you later when I escape and get back to school. With that, she hung up. After hanging up the phone, Qi Tong approached the window and cautiously surveyed the outside. Several figures were indeed lurking there. The people outside seemed to be searching for something, and a chill settled in her heart. If I ever run into you again, you'll be sorry, she muttered under her breath. She carefully concealed herself within. It was already midnight when Zhang Li returned to Qingqing City. Tomorrow morning, if I'm free, I'll go to the school with you and discuss your college entrance exam with the principal. Zhu Rongwang gave a few instructions before hastily departing. The day's events had left him deeply unsettled. He had managed to break through to the 3rd rank by sheer luck. With his current strength, he could practically dominate the school grounds save for a few martial arts instructors who were slightly more advanced in cultivation. He turned on the computer and logged into the Spirit Martial Hall's official website. Damn, I completely forgot about this. He suddenly realized his account was still suspended. He had been too busy today to remember. The cores he had obtained inside the martial examination grounds hadn't been exchanged for contribution points yet. He picked up the phone to call Zhu Rongwang, but the line was dead. He wasn't sure if his master had entered the examination grounds or was pursuing that individual. Just as he was about to put the phone down, it rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, Hello, who are you looking for? Zhang Li, it's me, Zhao Mingfei. Zhao Mingfei's voice came through the line. Uncle Zhao, what is it this late? He was puzzled. The other man said irritably, Where the hell did you run off to today? The Spirit Martial Hall people came, and I told you to wait in the meeting room, didn't I? Only then did he remember the arrival of the Spirit Martial Hall representatives. He quickly explained, Sorry, Uncle Zhao, I forgot to tell you. My master took me out today. You little rascal, sneaking off is one thing, but where did you get a master? I told you not to wander off. Zhao Mingfei clearly didn't believe him, thinking it was a flimsy excuse. I was going to explain for you, but the Spirit Martial Hall people ended up waiting here all day. You need to come over first thing tomorrow morning, and they'll figure out an explanation for you. Despite the reproach in his tone, the man genuinely cared for him, treating him like his own child. Zhang Li felt a surge of warmth. This was the second person in this world to show him true kindness. He wanted to explain to ease the man's worry. Uncle Zhao, my master really did take me out today. My master is. Alright, get some rest, it's late. Remember to come to the Spirit Martial Hall tomorrow morning. Zhao Mingfei cut him off, leaving no room for explanation. With that, he hung up. Zhang Li gave a wry smile. His Uncle Zhao probably didn't want to hear what he thought was a made-up story. He planned to clear things up in the morning. As for the Spirit Martial Hall people looking for him, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he mentioned his master, everything. He put down his phone and skipped his usual stance training for the night, collapsing into bed. The day's events had left him utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. It was also the first time in his 2 lives that he had killed someone. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. But in that situation, if he had shown even a hint of mercy, endless trouble would have followed. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Spirit Martial Hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Mingfei waiting. Seeing him, Zhao Mingfei hurried over. You idiot, I told you to wait yesterday, but you wouldn't listen. You ran off, and I had to explain for ages. They wanted to go to your school yesterday. I stopped them worried it would cause you trouble at school. Zhang Li felt a warmth in his heart and explained again, Uncle Zhao, my master really did take me out yesterday. Kid, listen to me. When you see the people from headquarters, don't say that. Zhao Mingfei scolded with a laugh. He naturally didn't believe Zhang Li had a master. He figured the boy was just saying that to avoid blame. He lowered his voice, just say you didn't know about it yesterday, that I forgot to inform you. They won't do anything to me. Zhang Li gave a wry smile, touched yet helpless. But he didn't want the man to misunderstand, so he explained again. Uncle Zhao, it's true. I just took a master yesterday, and you know him too. Old Zhu Rongguang is my master. Old Zhu. Are you serious? No joke. Zhao Mingfei was stunned. He naturally knew the man. In fact, everyone in the Spirit Martial Hall knew him. The reason he was taken aback was that he hadn't expected Zhang Li to mention Old Zhu's name. Really? Yesterday when I was in the meeting room, Old Zhu came in looking for you and saw me. He briefly recounted the morning's events. The more Zhao Mingfei listened, the stranger his expression became, his mouth hanging wide open. Later Old Zhu said he was going to the martial examination grounds and decided to take me along to see the sights. I didn't see you then, Uncle Zhao, so I couldn't tell you. That's how it went. We didn't get back until midnight. He didn't mention what happened inside the examination grounds. He only gave a simple account of the process. As for the later events like the spirit desire pill, he kept those to himself. Such matters weren't for him to disclose. Is that true? The man still sounded skeptical. Of course it's true. How else would I know Old Zhu's name? Zhang Li nodded without hesitation. Suddenly remembering the token Old Zhu had given him, he pulled it out, and Zhao Mingfei took it and examined it, his eyes widening with shock. Holy shit, it really is Old Zhu's. Then with a mix of envy and approval, he patted Zhang Li on the shoulder. Kid, you've stumbled onto a goldmine. Do you even know who Old Zhu is? Of course he's one of the 10 great grandmasters of the Spirit Martial Hall, Zhang Li said nonchalantly. Damn, your tone is infuriating. I feel like hitting you myself. He's one of the 10 great grandmasters. Zhao Mingfei glared at him. Old Zhu has never taken a disciple, you know. I say you're lucky, and you're not happy. Come on, follow me to the meeting room. He'll explain things to them. Your problem is nothing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried sick thinking you ran off out of fear. He started leading Zhang Li toward the meeting room. Uncle Zhao, I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you didn't give me a chance to. You hung up before I could finish. I was pretty helpless too. He shrugged, putting on a troubled expression. Why didn't you call me back? I stayed up all night thinking of excuses, the man said fiercely. Phone calls are expensive. Even a landlord has to save where they can. Zhang Li joked. Oh, come off it. You're just asking for a beating. The two chatted as they walked toward the meeting room. He pushed open the door. Inside sat 3 men. 2 appeared to be in their 20s, dressed in Spirit Martial Hall uniforms. The third looked about the same age as Zhao Mingfei. The man's sinister gaze swept over Zhang Li as he entered, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. Minister Fan, this is. Are you Zhang Li? Zhao Mingfei pointed at Zhang Li, about to speak, but was interrupted by the other man who Zhang Li glanced at him. A dialogue box appeared before him. Name Fan, Xinyuan, cultivation 4th rank, 1st stage. Zhang Li nodded. Yes, I am Zhang Li. The other's attitude displeased him greatly, so naturally, he did not show any kindness in return. Zhao Mingfei gave him a warning glance and quickly spoke. Zhang Li, let me introduce you. This is Minister Fan from the Law Enforcement Department at the Lingwu Hall headquarters. Fan Xinyuan frowned and said coldly, truly without any upbringing, when meeting a senior, do you not know how to show respect? Not even a trace of courtesy. Minister Fan, he is still young and unaware of etiquette. Zhao Mingfei's expression stiffened as he hurriedly explained. Supervisor Zhao, when did the Law Enforcement Department's questioning allow you to interrupt? He cut him off sharply, his face displeased. What kind of senior are you? My master never asked me to bow. Zhang Li was greatly annoyed by the other's tone and attitude and retorted directly. Since the other refused to show him any respect, he naturally would not offer warmth in return. What kind of thing is your master to be mentioned in the same breath as mine? Before Fan Xinyuan could respond, a young man beside him shouted, cursing. Zhang Li glanced at him. Zhuang Jiaping, cultivation 2nd rank, 8th stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingfei, who originally intended to mediate, immediately abandoned that plan, his gaze turning strange as he looked at the other. This was truly audacious. Smack. Zhang Li swiftly moved in front of him and delivered a slap. Bang. The man was slammed heavily against the wall behind him. The slap distorted his face, his left teeth, staring at the man against the wall with a blank expression. Zhang Li said, what kind of scum are you, eh? My master is not someone you deserve to mention. Already has backing, yet still arrogant, as if asking for trouble. Well done, villain. Points 400. He was not truly provoked by the insult to his master. Perhaps it was his cold-blooded nature. Having taken a master without much affection, he merely sought an excuse. He had long disliked the man before him. If the elder could not be beaten, how could the younger fail? How dare you lay hands on someone from Lingwu Hall? Seeing his disciple struck, Fan Xinyuan's expression darkened, and he immediately moved to intervene. Zhang Li looked at him without fear, calmly saying, Minister Fan, as a senior, is it not improper to lay hands on a junior? I am young and ignorant fine, but you are so old and still clueless. Have you all lived like dogs? Zhao Mingfei beside him could barely hold back laughter. These words turned Fan Xingyuan's face ashen. No one had ever dared speak to him like this, let alone insult him so harshly. A flash of killing intent appeared in Fan Xingyuan's eyes. You little bastard sharp-tongued, today, I will teach you what respect truly means. Minister Fan, bullying the weak is not the style of Lingwu Hall. Zhao Mingfei blocked him directly. Supervisor Zhao, what do you mean? Do you intend to stop me? Fan Xingyuan asked coldly. You misunderstand, I am saving you. If you insist on fighting, I am willing to exchange a few moves. Zhang Li knew that Uncle Zhao would block for him when he acted. He was naturally unafraid. Even if Uncle Zhao did not intervene, he was confident in his ability to escape, for his agility was not learned in vain. Fan Xingyuan looked at his blocker coldly. Supervisor Zhao, are you sure you want to stop me? Zhao Mingfei met his gaze calmly and said, Minister Fan, I think Zhang Li is right. As a senior, attacking juniors is truly shameful to admit. His strength was naturally superior to Fan Xingyuan's, so he was not afraid. Moreover, this young man's master was none other than old Zhu. Very well. Since that is so, Jiaping, you and the others teach this insolent fool a lesson. A ruthless glint flashed in Fan Xingyuan's eyes as he addressed the two young men behind him. Hearing that his two disciples were ordered to attack, Zhao Mingfei cursed. Fan Xing, when did you become such a shameless man? He immediately turned to go to Zhang Li's side, but Fan Xingyuan intercepted him, first smiling yet cold-eyed. Supervisor Zhao, I can exchange a few moves with you. Despite his gentle tone, a trace of coldness was clearly visible in his eyes. Zhuang Jiaping rose from the ground, glaring venomously, with killing intent in his eyes. He fully understood the meaning behind his master's words. If you dare hit me, die. He drew a dagger and lunged straight at Zhang Li's chest with incredible speed. At the same time, another silent youth rose. He also drew a dagger, attempting a stealth attack from behind. His strike was ruthless and precise. The dagger gleamed coldly, thrusting directly towards Zhang Li's back, seemingly aiming for a fatal blow. As a third-rank cultivator, his perception was keen. The moment the attack came, he sensed the overwhelming killing intent from behind, far stronger than any he had encountered before in the martial exam grounds. As if his body had eyes at the back and was influenced by gravity, Zhang Li leaned forward, effortlessly dodging the Then he raised his leg, delivering a whip kick to his attacker's back. A fundamental leg technique, famed for its boom. The man was kicked, flying, crashing heavily into the wall. The entire conference room shook violently. The man didn't even scream, collapsing limply on the floor unconscious. One could faintly see his spine slightly. He would likely survive, but be crippled. Die. Meanwhile, Zhuang Jiaping's dagger was about to pierce Zhang Li. The opponent's move was cunning, appearing before Zhang Li in the blink of an eye. Yet to Zhang Li the motion seemed He tilted his body slightly to evade, caught the dagger-wielding wrist with his hand, and forcefully twisted it upward. Crack! A crisp, bone-breaking sound echoed. The back of the man's hand pressed tightly against his arm. Ding-dong! The dagger dropped to the ground. Ah! The man screamed in pain. But Zhang Li did not intend to let him off so easily. Grabbing the wrist, he pulled hard, and as the man was drawn closer, he kicked him in the chest. Bang! The man was sent flying, crashing into the wall, and sliding down slowly like a boneless corpse. His chest caved in. As a second-rank cultivator, his organs were strengthened, granting him strong vitality. An ordinary person would have died instantly. You little bastard, you are so vicious. Fan Xingyuan, seeing his two disciples' injuries, was enraged. He immediately charged toward Zhang Li. Minister Fan, you as an elder should not interfere in the sparring among the juniors. Let the young ones settle their own disputes. He'll accompany you for a few moves. Seeing Fan Xingyuan about to strike, Zhao Mingfei also blocked him. He returned the same words to the other. Just now he witnessed Zhang Li effortlessly cripple those two. He was deeply shocked. Zhao Mingfei, you have audacity, colluding with an outsider to harm the people of my spirit martial hall. Do you know the severity of this crime? Fan Xingyuan's face turned ashen as he glared at him, gnashing his teeth. He had just seen his two disciples crippled by the opponent. How could he endure this? After Zhao Mingfei blocked him, he said calmly, Minister Fan, I am saving you. You should thank me. Let the juniors resolve their own sparring. The other showed no gratitude and instead threatened, get lost, Zhao Mingfei. Your position as supervisor is likely over. If you step aside now and let me cripple that little bastard, I might spare you. Otherwise, you know the rules of the spirit. Do you know who his master is, eh? Zhao Mingfei asked, unfazed. I don't care who his master is. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he would have to pay for my disciple's life. By now he regarded Zhang Li as a dead man. Zhao Mingfei, don't tell me you are his master. How could I compare to his master? His master is old Zhu. He reluctantly revealed the truth. He had intended to inform the other upon entering. But before he could speak, he was interrupted repeatedly. What old Zhu, old donkey? Even if his master is old turtle, he must pay with his life. Seeing his disciple's tragic state, Fan Xingyuan was completely enraged. He paid no heed to the other's words. Zhao Mingfei's eyes widened. He looked at the other in disbelief. Such words dared to be spoken. The situation was tense, and the other had even drawn his weapon. Like the weapons of the two youths earlier, it was a blood-red dagger exuding a chilling aura. A waste like him must have a worthless master. Cripple him, and cripple his master too. With that he was about to act. Are you sure you want to make a move against my master? Zhang Li asked mockingly. What is your master? Not even worthy of my effort. I could crush him with a flick of my finger. Crushing you and your master is like crushing an ant. Fan Xinyuan's face twisted with malice, showing no regard for the other. Who gave you the audacity to insult my master? Zhang Li rebuked. What is your master? I could curse him to his face, and he could do nothing to me. Isn't your master so formidable? Call him here now. I will slice you into 1,000 pieces before his eyes. Let's see who dares to touch me. My master is here right at the door. Zhang Li sneered as he looked at the meeting room door. As his words fell, the door was pushed open. I am his master. Do you have a problem with that? Zhu Rongguang walked in, casting a cold gaze at the other. Fan Xinyuan let out a cold laugh and looked toward the door. Let me see which wast. Zhu. Old Zhu. Upon seeing the newcomer he froze instantly. His face turned deathly pale. Suddenly he recalled Zhao Mingfei's earlier words. The other had been saying he was saving him. He had paid no attention. As a villain, bullying others, setting traps, and using every means necessary is the true path. Villain Hall 400. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Li's mind. Delightful. Having a powerful backer is truly satisfying. He was beginning to understand why villains in novels were so arrogant. With such a formidable master and being a little cunning, who would dare provoke him? From initially questioning why villains were so arrogant, utterly unable to comprehend, to later understanding the thrill of that arrogance. Now, having been cultivated by the system into a villain, he realized that being a villain was the most satisfying existence bar none. Zhu Rongguang looked at him expressionlessly, as if gazing at a dead man. I am the old Zhu, old donkey you spoke of. In all his years no one had ever dared to curse him like this. Zhu. Old Zhu, I didn't mean it. He quickly explained. Damn it, how had he not heard that old Zhu had taken a disciple? And that disciple was Zhang Li. Had he known, he would never have come, even if it meant death. Seeing the other enter, Zhang Li immediately approached, a hint of grievance on his face. Master, this minister Fan ordered me to kneel and bow, saying I had no upbringing. I had no choice, my cultivation is inferior to his. I tolerated kneeling and bowing, but his two disciples spoke disrespectfully of you. They insulted you, saying what is master worth? How could he compare to their master? The words were unbearably harsh. I could endure their insults and demands for me to kneel, as I am indeed a junior, but they insulted you, master. At this point his eyes brimmed with indignation. How could I tolerate that? So I taught them a lesson. Please punish me, master. I just broke through to the 3rd grade, and cannot perfectly control my strength, thus crippling his two disciples. Zhao Mingfei's eyes widened. What was happening? Had he misheard? Broke through to the 3rd grade. Hadn't he just been certified as 2nd grade? A trace of relief flickered in Zhu Rongguang's eyes as he comforted. You are too soft-hearted. If it were me, I would not have given them a chance to breathe. Zhang Li nodded. Master's lesson is well taken. I will correct it. He continued, perhaps I should not have crippled his disciples. Minister Fan then wanted to cripple me. If Uncle Zhao hadn't stopped him, I would have been ruined by now. He used his higher position in the Spirit Martial Hall to threaten Uncle Zhao. If you had arrived a moment later, you would not have seen me. You have initially mastered the villain's T-art skill. Villain points 300. Fan Xinyuan's eyes widened, his heart trembling with each word. Sweat poured down his forehead. Though the account was embellished, the facts were undeniable. His disciples had indeed insulted the master. He himself had just insulted old Zhu. Good, very good. Zhu Rongguang laughed in anger, uttering several goods. He had called Zhang Li earlier. The other answered without speaking, and through the phone came the conversation of two. Which department are you from? The elder of your department is truly exemplary. Old Zhu, this is all a misunderstanding. Fan Xinyuan hurriedly explained. He regretted it deeply. Damn it, he now wished he could slap himself twice. In all my years, this is the first time I've been cursed to my face. You're something else, really something else. Zhu Rongguang stared at the other man with a sardonic smile. These words only deepened Fan Xinyuan's terror and dread. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly struck by an idea, he hurriedly said, Master Zhu, this is all a misunderstanding. The headquarters sent me here because your disciple posted false information on the official website. Master Zhu, you know that headquarters takes this matter very seriously. Regarding your disciple, it was the headquarters' decision. I had no choice. At that moment he finally remembered the purpose of his visit. You mean headquarters sent you here to curse my master? Before Zhu Rongguang could speak, Zhang Li retorted directly. Good heavens. Hearing this, Fan Xinyuan, who had been secretly gloating, instantly plummeted into despair. No, that's not what I meant. Don't talk nonsense. Master Zhu, I didn't mean that. Master Zhu is of such exalted status. I wouldn't dare, even if I had 10 times the courage. Damn it, he couldn't let that kind of talk slip. What nonsense. As if headquarters had sent him to curse anyone. If word of this reached headquarters, his own survival would be the least of his worries. If that caused a rift between Master Zhu and headquarters, it would be a real disaster. And it wouldn't just be his own down. He was painfully aware of the weight a grandmaster carried. Even a minor department head like him in the enforcement division, let alone several ranks higher, would never dare to offend such a powerhouse. Of course you wouldn't dare to curse my master directly, so you brought your 2 disciples. Traveling all this way you intended to humiliate me, to humiliate my master. What are your disciples' cultivation levels? One at 2nd rank 8th stage, the other at 2nd rank 9th stage. If it weren't for my master's help yesterday, allowing me to barely break through to 3rd rank, I would be the one lying on the ground today. As Zhang Li said this, his voice carried a note of grievance. Although Zhu Rongguang knew that everything his disciple said was false, he still found it immensely pleasing. A gratified smile appeared on his face. So don't say those big shots are fools. Who can resist a disciple who is both talented, speaks well, and cares for his master? Even if he knows it's a lie, he's still happy to hear it. He was even willing to play along with his disciple. Cooperating fully, he glared at the other man with a darkened face. Good heavens, Fan Xingyuan was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Damn it, do you even hear what you're saying? When did I ever think like that? He quickly stammered, I didn't. That's not it. Absolutely not. But before he could finish, Zhang Li struck back again, giving him no chance to explain. You didn't do it. You just wanted your disciples to defeat me and thoroughly humiliate me. To prove that your disciples are better than my masters. Would my master fall for that? My master is a mighty 8th rank peak powerhouse. Though my cultivation is low, I will never bring shame to my master. You, Fan Xingyuan, point. A surge of blood chi overwhelmed him, and he spat a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground. You what? You insulted me, which is insulting my master. Insulting my master, who is a grandmaster of the Lingwu Hall, is insulting the Lingwu Hall itself. Insulting the Lingwu Hall is insulting Daxia. I never expected you to be a traitor. Speak. Which faction spy are you trying to sow discord between a grandmaster and the Lingwu Hall? You. He felt darkness closing in. What the hell was going on? How had he become a spy in the Lingwu Hall? Such words were not to be uttered lightly. If the Lingwu Hall ever got wind of this, he and his family would truly be— Even if nothing came of it, when weighing a grandmaster of the Lingwu Hall against a 4th-rank martial artist, the choice— Master Zhu, let me explain. I didn't mean that. Headquarters just sent me to investigate the person who posted false information on the official website a few days ago. I used that attitude because I wanted to scare him a bit, maybe squeeze some benefits out of him, and then let the matter drop. I'm definitely not a spy for the Lingwu Hall, and I wasn't trying to sow discord. Zhang Li wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, then slowly said, Master, look. He confessed himself. Whatever you decide, he'll follow your lead. Good. Very good. Zhu Rongguang's face darkened. According to the martial law, there's no need to keep your cult. He reached out and gently tapped the man's head. A dull thud. Fan Xingyuan bled from all 7 orifices. The spiritual energy fluctuations around him vanished instantly. He seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, collapsing feebly to the ground. Xiao Zhao, take all 3 of them away. You know what to do next, don't you? Zhu Rongguang ordered without expression, looking at the 3 unconscious men on the floor. Zhao Mingfei quickly nodded. Master Zhu, rest assured. I know what to do. I'm good. This will count as your contribution. Zhu Rongguang said calmly. Thank you, Master Zhu. Zhao Mingfei's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. You deserve it. Zhu Rongguang glanced at Zhang Li beside him and spoke again. The implication was unmistakable. Master Zhu, Zhang Li's parents were my comrades from the same batch. I've always regarded him as my own kin. Zhao Mingfei had initially wanted to say son, but remembering that Zhang Li was someone else's disciple, he quickly corrected himself. Enough, go handle it. I'll inform headquarters about what happened here. He waved his hand and led Zhang Li toward the exit. Uncle Zhao will take my leave now, Zhang Li said as Zhao Mingfei felt as if he were dreaming. The junior he had always favored had suddenly become Master Zhu's disciple. After a moment of daze, he called a few people to escort the 3 away. Having their cultivation abolished was the least of these men's worries. A grandmaster-level powerhouse could have killed them outright without a second thought, and the higher-ups wouldn't have said a word. After leaving the meeting room, Zhang Li asked, Master, have you dealt with the matter over there? Did you catch the person? Zhu Rongguang shook his head and sighed helplessly. No, but based on the scroll you found, I've already sent people to search the venue. The marked locations all contain spirit desire pills. But we can't rule out unmarked places. This is no small matter. It seems the martial arts exam in Tianwu province will have to be postponed this year. Since the exam began, this would be the first postponement. They'll report the scroll you discovered. Haven't you always wanted a combat skill inheritance? Maybe this will earn you. Really? Zhang Li's eyes lit up instantly. I'll do my best to report it and apply for it. After all, I don't want to die too soon. After handling the matters at the Spirit Martial Hall, Zhu Rongguang and Zhang Li walked toward the school. Once I've communicated with the school on your behalf, I'll have to track down the one who distributed the desire incense pill. This is a very serious matter. It's likely that some external forces are deliberately targeting us. On the way to the school, he briefly explained the situation to him. The martial arts exam will be postponed not for long, at most a month. With your current strength, the exam is just a formality. Do you have any martial arts university in mind? If you don't want to take the exam, I can secure a direct admission slot for you. Zhang Li shook his head, having no concept of martial arts universities. No, master. Do you have any The original owner of this body had never even been allowed to learn martial arts, so naturally, he hadn't looked into martial arts universities. I think you should consider Jingdu University. Is Jingdu University that good? Zhang Li was puzzled. Zhu Rongguang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. There's no significant difference between martial arts universities, but Jingdu University possesses a battle art inheritance. What? A battle art inheritance? He was astonished, having always believed that aside from the great families, only the Spirit Martial Hall had such a thing. He hadn't expected that a martial arts university would also have one. He had to admit this battle art truly tempted him. But then he reconsidered. Master, if I learn this battle art inheritance at our Spirit Martial Hall, can I still learn the one at the university? Theoretically, there's no limit to how many battle art inheritances one can learn, but as they say, bite off more than one can chew. Hearing his question, he initially wanted to lecture him, but then thought again. This disciple of his had already mastered all basic cultivation techniques to perfection. Perhaps he could learn 2 more battle arts. With that thought, he quickly changed his tune. Well, maybe you could give it a try. Really? Can I, master? The moment he heard he could learn more, his interest was piqued. Though he didn't know what a battle art inheritance was truly like. He had the system, so it shouldn't be too hard to learn. Yes, you can give it a try. There have been people who learned 2 battle art inheritances before. The more Zhu Rongguang thought about it, the more he felt that this disciple of his was no ordinary person. Perhaps he really could master 2. Jingdu University. Zhang Li silently noted the name of this school. Master, could you secure a direct admission slot for me at Jingdu University? The other man paused, then laughed and scolded. You little rascal, with your current strength, getting into Jingdu University is a piece of cake. Why do you need a direct admission slot? He explained with righteous indignation. Isn't it double insurance? And with a direct admission slot, I wouldn't have to take the martial arts exam, right? Who would take the exam if they had a direct slot? It's a thankless task. You little rascal, fine. I'll ask around for you when I have time. A direct admission slot to Jingdu University is nothing. Zhu Rongguang didn't dwell on the issue. You don't need to focus too much on learning martial techniques right now. Once you successfully comprehend a battle art, you can choose your martial techniques based on it. For now, the most important thing is to lay a solid. He paused. Never mind. Just focus on improving your cultivation. Having such an outstanding disciple could sometimes be a headache. He had initially wanted to lecture him about the importance of basic techniques to assert his authority as a master. But then he remembered that his disciple had already perfected all basic techniques. He was even more accomplished than his own master. Understood, master. Zhang Li nodded silently. The two arrived at the school, where Zhu Rongguang had a brief conversation with the principal. Upon learning that Zhang Li had already reached the 3rd rank and had even become the disciple of an 8th-rank grandmaster, the principal agreed, without a second thought. The school wasn't foolish. Who could refuse a student with such formidable talent? And who was his master? A grandmaster-level powerhouse. A being whose mere footstep could shake the entire Daxiao nation. Even Zhang Li hadn't expected the communication to go so smoothly. After a brief exchange, Zhu Rongguang left. Inside the principal's office, Guo Zhongping picked up his phone and dialed a number. Soon a woman in her 30s entered. This is Su Yuli, the martial arts teacher for the elite senior class. Guo Zhongping introduced her to Zhang Li. Zhang Li looked at her. Name Su Yuli, cultivation 3rd rank, 3rd stage. Hello, teacher Su. He greeted her. It was his first time seeing a female martial arts teacher. Most martial arts teachers at the school were male. Su Yuli nodded at Zhang Li, then turned to the principal. Principal, what do you need me for? This is Zhang Li. He'll be transferring to your class today. Guo Zhongping pointed at him and introduced him. Principal, our elite class only has a month left before the martial arts exam. Isn't it inappropriate to add a new student now? Su Yuli frowned, displeasure evident on her face. Our students are already in the middle of combat simulation training. He won't be able to keep up. She looked at Zhang Li with undisguised disdain. Teacher Su, rest assured, he'll just be borrowing your class. It won't affect your training. As for the exam results, don't worry. This kid has already broken through to the 3rd rank. Seeing her displeasure, Guo Zhongping patiently explained. Every school highly valued its martial arts teachers, especially the more powerful ones. So he took great. After all, she was currently teaching the elite senior class 1. Then just put him in any ordinary senior class. There's no need to bring him into our elite. Despite the explanation, she remained displeased. All right, teacher Su, it's settled. You don't need to guide him in martial arts. Just wait for the exam. He'll explain the reasons later. Guo Zhongping raised his hand to cut her off. He was afraid that if she continued, she might upset the young prodigy. During the time when Zhang Li had made headlines, the senior martial arts teachers hadn't been at school. They had been leading elite class students on combat training in specific areas. The elite senior class had only returned to school a few days ago after completing their combat training. They were unaware of Zhang Li's situation. In senior year, the martial arts classes focused primarily on training. They had also added combat training to the curriculum. Come on, follow me to the class. Despite her displeasure, Su Yuli complied since he was the principal. Zhang Li didn't mind and followed her out. On the way to the elite senior class, Su Yuli glanced at him. I don't know what connections you used to transfer into our class, but I should warn you, keep a low pro. There's only a month left until the exam. Don't hold us back. To me, your cultivation achieved through pills is nothing but flashy moves. It's best not to provoke your classmates. They've undergone real combat training and have fought against fierce beasts. That's all I have to say. Whether you can stay and for how long is up to you. Her tone was exceedingly arrogant as don't think that being a third-rank martial artist makes you invincible. If you get hurt, don't say, I didn't warn you. Zhang Li looked at the other person with some speechlessness. She was merely a third-rank martial artist. He really had no idea where her sense of superiority came from. Aren't you also just at the third rank? Can I be compared to you? My third-rank cultivation was built up bit by bit through my own hard work. Your cultivation is nothing but a pile of medicinal pills. Don't measure everyone by your own standards. I despise people who take shortcuts more than anything. Hearing Zhang Li's words, her face darkened as she said coldly, ahead is the training ground for our elite class. Once you enter, don't disturb their practice. This is for your own good. Then she pointed to the adjacent training ground. This was the senior year's exclusive training area. Without waiting for Zhang Li to speak, she strode directly into the training ground. The senior training ground was indeed vast, completely different from the sophomore elite class. The students inside were all sparring with each other. Su Yuli clapped her hands upon entering. Everyone stopped for a moment. We have a new transfer student joining our class today. From today on, he will be your classmate. You there, come and introduce yourself. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Li and said expressionlessly. But anyone could detect the thick disdain in her tone. Who does this guy think he is transferring into our class? Obviously a backdoor entry. Our senior class has a transfer student. What is the school thinking? Who knows? Isn't this dragging down our class level? Look at teacher Zhu's tone. She's clearly unwilling to have him here. Probably arranged by the principal, another rich idiot. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear, or our principal's sugar daddy might get angry. Ha ha ha. The students below discussed loudly upon hearing Su Yuli's words. Their tone was equally dripping with contempt. They laughed without restraint. Zhang Li swept his gaze over the students in the training ground. Most were at the first rank 8th or 9th stage. Only a few had reached the second rank. Among them, one had attained the second rank 3rd stage. Admittedly, the students in this elite class had some skill. Normally, becoming a martial artist by the sophomore year was already considered excellent. Reaching the second rank by senior year was generally deemed a genius. This teacher Su something wants me to then he'll give a brief introduction. I'm new here, and since I've transferred to your class, we're classmates now. If I do something wrong, you'd better just bear with it. If anyone disagrees, then come and fight me, damn it. As for my name, you're not worthy of knowing it. Silence fell over the entire area. With strength, why not be arrogant? Wouldn't that make the cultivation pointless? Villain points, 300. Arrogant, damn arrogant. Damn it, are you out of your mind? Do you know where this is, eh? A student shouted loudly. Where did this clown come from? Do you really think this place is a garbage dump? Another sneered disdainfully. But before their words faded, a thunderous boom echoed across the training ground. Those around only saw a blur before their eyes. Turning around, they saw a student sent flying by a kick. The student flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He skidded another 5 or 6 meters before stopping, then fell unconscious. As everyone was stunned, another dull thud rang out. Another student was kicked flying. The force was immense. This person also slid several meters and lay side by side with the first. Both had fainted. Only then did the others react, their faces changing. But even as they reacted, it was useless. Another dull thud. A third person was kicked flying. So fast that everyone only saw an afterimage flash before their eyes. The third person didn't even let out a groan. He fell stiffly to the ground, lying in a neat row with the previous two. It looked very orderly. This was not over. Thud, thud, thud. One after another dull sounds rang out. Student after student like sandbags. Everyone who had mocked him was kicked flying and knocked unconscious, lying in a neat row together very orderly. From a distance, it was quite a spectacle. You were even more arrogant than me when you mocked others. I thought you were something special. And this is all you've got. Zhang Li appeared again beside the row of unconscious students and said indifferently, a gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years. A villain seeks revenge within a minute, or it dishonors his status. Villain points, 500. Damn, the system is getting stingier, having knocked out over a dozen people and only getting this many villain points. Hearing the system's notification, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Zhang Li, what are you doing? Don't you know the martial arts exam is coming soon? Seeing over a dozen students all kicked flying, Su Yuli's face changed as she shouted harshly. Zhang Li glanced back at her, feigning surprise, and said, oh, so you do know my name. I thought you had Alzheimer's and forgot already. You. This nearly infuriated her to death. Pointing at him, she scolded, Zhang Li, do you know what you've done? Do you want me to have the school expel you right now? Zhang Li looked at her without a word. He raised his hand and unleashed a cloud-pushing palm. A massive palm appeared before her almost instantly. Su Yuli never expected him to attack her. She hurriedly raised her hands to block. The moment she made contact with the palm, she felt a terrifying force surging toward her. With a dull thud, she was sent reeling back over 10 meters before barely stabilizing herself. How is this possible? Such immense power. Su Yuli was horrified. Her heart trembled. That strike had nearly injured her. Before she could recover from the shock, another cloud-pushing palm struck. Su Yuli was sent flying several more meters. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Who is this guy? How is he so strong? She couldn't even resist. Zhang Li attacked again. His movement technique was so fast that afterimages trailed behind him. In the blink of an eye he appeared before Su Yuli. A crisp slap echoed through the vast training ground. She was sent flying by the slap. This time, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. This teacher Su something your third-rank cultivation must be built on pills, right? With such weak skills, how did you become a teacher? I thought you were something special. You're the one who took shortcuts, aren't you? Zhang Li threw her own words back at her. Faceta-face provocation since the opponent is weaker naturally slapped them satisfyingly. Villain points 1000 U. Su Yuli's face turned ashen as she stared at him, unable to utter a word. Right, with someone like you can't teach good students. They can't even withstand one kick from me. If I were you, I'd resign immediately and go hit myself with a tofu block. Staying here is just misleading the youth. I'm embarrassed for you. I despise people who take shortcuts the most. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Li. Overcome by rage, she spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. What a joke. I was worried for nothing, thinking you were so formidable. Seeing her faint, he brushed off his hands disdainfully. Anyone else still dissatisfied? He glanced at the dumbfounded students and asked calmly, is this person really a student? Their teacher is a third-rank martial artist. Yet before him, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Where could one even seek justice? The entire training ground was dead silent. Only faint breaths could be heard. No one dared to move. Looking at the rows of classmates lying on the ground and the martial arts teacher Su Yuli who had fainted nearby, they were all terrified out of their wits. Seeing that the surrounding students remained silent, Zhang Li slowly spoke. What are you still standing here dumbfounded for? Don't you have any compassion? They are your classmates' comrades who fought alongside you against the murderer. And this one is your teacher who labored tirelessly, feeding you with all her heart. Are you just going to watch them lie there, not worried they'll catch a cold? Doesn't your conscience ache? Teachers always taught us to help each other and respect our educators. He sighed. You've disappointed me deeply. They're in this state, and you still stand by as cold spectators. The world is cold and heartless. If this continues, how can they trust you to watch their backs during the martial arts responsibility, classmates? All students. Listen to him. Were those words fit for a human to speak? Was this something a person would do? Didn't he have any self-awareness of how they ended up on the ground? How could he even... Hearing Zhang Li's words, they ranted inwardly. But none dared to voice it. Everyone was nearly bursting with suppressed fury. You truly know moral blackmail, standing on the high ground to lecture. Villain points 200 ding, total villain points reach 25000. Congratulations host, your villain rank has risen to lackey level. Congratulations host, you have obtained the lackey level villain trait. Damn, finally leveled up again. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Li's face lit up with joy. Looking at the crowd, he sighed deeply again. I believe my words have touched your souls. I won't say more, the rest is for you to ponder. With that, he left the training ground without looking back. He couldn't wait to see the newly upgraded villain trait. After he left, everyone in the training ground exchanged glances. They quickly carried the students and teacher to the... Zhang Li didn't leave school directly, he went to the library of the elite second-year class. There were meditation rooms there. Entering the first floor, he randomly chose one. He opened his system panel. Indeed, his villain rank had risen from hooligan level to lackey level. A new villain trait appeared. Lackey level villain. As a lackey level villain, you've escaped the fate of a cannon fodder and can now serve as a stepping stone. Yet a stepping stone is still the bottom of villains, mere EXP for the protagonist. Keep striving. Reading the description of the lackey level villain, he felt insulted but couldn't find proof. What nonsense, lackey. If this were a story, was he now a lackey under some big villain? He then checked the new villain trait. Lackey level villain trait. A lackey recognized by a big shot must have higher talent than others. Permanently increases martial talent by 1 level, ignoring talent cap. Good grief, this trait aside from its ugly name was quite powerful. Ding, does the host wish to equip the lackey level villain trait? The system prompted again. Upon choosing to equip it, a profoundly mysterious aura appeared in his mind. He felt his entire sea of consciousness had been vastly enhanced. His soul was nourished by this mysterious aura. His body, which had already reached its enhancement limit, seemed to be breaking some kind of shackle. The bones within him, under the nourishment of this mysterious aura, began to strengthen continuously. Crack, a faint sound of breaking came from within. Then he felt his bones crack like glass. The cracks spread like a spider web. In an instant his bones were covered in cracks. Strands of golden light emerged from the fractures. The bones seemed to shed like skin, with fragments slowly falling off. The bones, after shedding, emitted a golden radiance. If his previously enhanced bones had a hint of gold, now his bones were almost entirely wrapped in gold. The fallen fragments instantly turned into energy absorbed by his body. If anyone were in the meditation room, they would see Zhang Li enveloped in a golden glow. After the bones were strengthened, his internal organs also underwent earth-shaking changes. Not only his body but his soul was also transforming. The true essence within him was rapidly absorbing this mysterious aura. The spiritual energy in his meditation room was drained in an instant. Then he began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The library had more abundant spiritual energy than outside. Yet even so it couldn't keep up with his bonus absorption rate. Students in other meditation rooms were jolted awake from their cultivation. They could no longer sense the presence of spiritual energy. The entire library's spiritual energy vanished in an instant. They all came out of their rooms. What's happening? The spiritual energy just disappeared. I don't know. I was on the verge of breakthrough, and suddenly it's gone. Damn, what's going on? You were just near breakthrough. I was in the middle of breaking through halfway there, and the spiritual energy vanished. Damn, look outside, what is that? Suddenly someone pointed out the window and shouted. Everyone looked outward. Above the library in the clear sky a small black had appeared. The black dot began to spread rapidly. As it spread, the sky gradually darkened. In a few breaths it became completely dark. The lights in the library also failed at that moment. What is this? Why is it dark? Isn't it just noon? How is it dark? Is there a solar eclipse? Aren't there lights in the library? Who turned them off? Turned them off? I'm right by the switch and I've pressed it until it's nearly smoking. Nothing works. Is it a power outage? Everyone don't panic. Think positive. Maybe we've all gone blind. Damn, could it be that I failed my breakthrough halfway and went blind? Looks like we're all blind. That's a relief. For a moment the library was in chaos. Guo Zhongping sat in his office reading a newspaper. Suddenly the sky turned pitch black. He stood up to go to the window, but nearly tripped over a sofa. What's happening? Even my perception is gone. As the principal, he was naturally a martial artist. Perception was a martial artist's eyes. Now his perception seemed to have vanished entirely. He panicked instantly. In almost no time the entire Qingqing city was plunged into darkness. At first people could still hear each other's voices. After a few minutes they couldn't even hear their own voices. All five senses seemed stripped away in the darkness. The world seemed to fall into utter silence. Instantly the entire Qingqing city was thrown into chaos. As panic gripped everyone amidst the dead silence of darkness, a cluster of purple clouds suddenly appeared. Its resplendent purple hue was strikingly conspicuous. Even the darkness could not shroud it. After emerging, the purple clouds began to spread outward. Initially, it was only the size of a fist. Then half the sky was filled with purple clouds growing denser and denser. The moment the purple clouds appeared, the hearing and sight of all Qingqing's residents began to recover. They could now hear the voices around them. What's happening? Is it the end of the world? This thought echoed in every... However, Guo Zhongping thought otherwise. Is this a celestial phenomenon? He sensed a boundless, immense power emanating from the purple clouds. As he was pondering, a golden ray of light suddenly appeared within the purple clouds. This golden light resembled the sun breaking through the dawn. It tinged the purple clouds with a golden aura. As the golden light intensified, the purple became even more vibrant. Intertwining purple and gold gave rise to a vast and infinite force. It evoked an inexplicable sense of awe. As time passed, the golden light seemed to pierce the darkness, shattering the once dark world and restoring light. The moment this boundless force descended, everyone's soul felt purified. The five senses stripped away by the darkness were fully restored. Some martial artists found clarity in previously baffling techniques, as if receiving enlightenment. Bottlenecks that had resisted breakthroughs for ages now showed signs of loosening. The golden light blazed ever brighter as the darkness receded like a tide. The sky became a tapestry of gold and purple, then gradually contracted into a sphere the size of a fist. It shot toward a certain location in Qingqing. The sky instantly returned to its former state, clear and boundless, as if nothing had occurred. Gulp! Guo Zhongping swallowed hard. He had witnessed everything clearly. This was a phenomenon that only manifested when a martial artist's talent reached an extraordinary level. An S-rank martial artist wouldn't produce such a terrifying phenomenon. Could it be S-rank martial talent? The very thought startled him. Impossible. The entire Daxia had seemingly never produced an S-rank martial talent. He no longer cared about the phenomenon, sensing that the majestic power was fading. He quickly grabbed the microphone and announced to the entire school, all students of First High School begin practicing the breathing method immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His voice echoed across the campus. All students now felt the profound aura and sat cross-legged. They began circulating the breathing method. Not just First High School, martial artists throughout Qingqing sensed it. They too sat cross-legged. They practiced the breathing method to cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhang Li remained oblivious to the outside world, focused on absorbing the mysterious energy within his body. Qingqing erupted into chaos. Everyone speculated about the cause of this strange phenomenon. Within 10 minutes, it dominated the headlines. Everyone was curious why Qingcheng experienced such a phenomenon. Some experts even rushed toward the city. They all wanted to find the person responsible. Over an hour later, Zhang Li's body had completed its reinforcement. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Name Zhang Li, martial talent S rank, cultivation 3rd grade 3rd stage, just as he expected. His martial talent had evolved to S rank. Even his cultivation had broken through again, advancing 2 stages after the reinforcement. Now he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. The true qi within him flowed rapidly, nourishing his body every moment. Ding, do you wish to retain the hooligan villain trait? The system's voice chimed in. Retain. Ding, host has spent 5,000 villain points to successfully retain the hooligan villain trait. After handling everything, he checked his villain points. Only a little over 4,000 remained. How infuriating. He had planned to save them to comprehend the battle legacy. Having completed his cultivation, he was in high spirits. Not only had his talent improved, but his cultivation had also risen by 2 stages. He stepped out of the meditation room. By then the students who had been cultivating in the hall had finished. They were quietly discussing the recent events. Damn, my drank martial skill just broke through to the proficiency stage. That's nothing. I trained for just over 10 minutes and advanced the stage. Am now a 1st grade 5th stage cultivator. Show some respect. What do you think caused that phenomenon? Who knows? But I hope we get more of these phenomena. Then I might reach 2nd grade before senior year. Zhang Li couldn't understand what they were discussing. He had few friends at school, and most of those talking were people he had once beat. He felt too awkward to ask. So he simply headed outside. As he turned, he spotted a familiar face he had once fought. Su Yuqing. Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't seen her walking past without a glance. Zhang Li, a voice called out behind him. This woman whom he regarded as venomous didn't deter him. He quickened his pace, ignoring her, and heading straight out. Just as he stepped out of the library, he heard footsteps behind him. Zhang Li, can I ask you a question? Su Yuqing. Before she could finish, she saw him dart away, as if fleeing for his life. His attitude left her feeling disheartened. She even began to doubt herself. The moment she spoke, he ran faster than a hare. She only wanted to ask about his perfect grade basic sword technique. Why was it so difficult? At school, others would eagerly come to her whenever she wanted to ask something. Until she met, he treated her like a plague. Furious, she stamped her foot and gave chase. Her movement technique was swift, and soon she caught sight of him. Zhang Li was about to sigh in relief when a figure appeared before him. Zhang Li, Su Yuqing called again. Oh, isn't it? Sorry, my dog is about to give birth. See you later. Spotting her, he blurted out and ran off without looking back. Zhang Li, why do you run away whenever you see me? She gritted her teeth, caught up, and asked indignantly. Nonsense. It's just that when I hear your voice I feel like running. Zhang Li said flatly. Huh. Su Yuqing was taken aback. She had only spoken in anger. What was wrong with this guy? Even if it was the truth, could he not say it so bluntly? But as she stood there stunned, bang, he struck her neck with a knife hand. Su Yuqing's vision went dark and she collapsed. Finally some peace. I knew I shouldn't talk to her. She's like a crazy person. Next time I see her, I'll do the same. I'm a genius, he. Damn slip of the tongue. With that he turned and sprinted away. He paid no heed to the unconscious Su Yuqing. You understand the peril of a femme fatale and decisively avoid entanglement. Villain points 500. Guo Zhongping asked loudly, what did you say? All those geniuses from class 1 of senior 3 were injured and hospitalized. Yes, this morning more than a dozen students from senior 3 elite class 1 were all carried into the infirmary. We've examined them. All these students have sustained varying degrees of injury. Some even have severe fractures. Their martial arts exam a month from now might be jeopardized. The doctor from the infirmary briefly explained the situation. After hearing the doctor's words, he was furious. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. At a time like this, don't they know their limits when sparring? Where is their martial arts teacher? Didn't he supervise them? Call Su Yuli here. These students were the pride of his school. If they all got injured before the martial arts exam, his school's reputation would be utterly ruined. The doctor coughed awkwardly and said, cough. Cough. Well, principal teacher Su is also hospitalized. Her injuries seem even worse than the students. Guo Zhongping was stunned by this. What is Su Yuli doing? Did she spar with these dozen students? According to the students who brought them to the infirmary, they were injured by someone named Zhang Li. Principal, what should we do about this? If their parents find out, they'll probably cause a scene at the school. Their children are all hospitalized now. I estimate they'll come to the school tomorrow morning. Zhang Li, always Zhang Li. Just hearing that name gave him a headache. Originally, given the unusual phenomenon that occurred today, he had thought that among the senior 3 elite class students, there would surely be a few who could break through again before the martial arts exam. Now, not to mention breaking through it was even questionable whether they could participate in the exam. This was a damn headache. He now regretted ever agreeing to the conditions of the spiritual martial hall and keeping that. You may leave now. He'll think of something. Guo Zhongping waved his hand weakly. This guy was untouchable now, even setting aside his ties with the spiritual martial hall. Now he also had a master of the 8th rank. He dared not make a move against him. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Li's number. He called Zhang Li over. Principal, you wanted to see me? What's the matter? Zhang Li entered the office and asked, thinking to himself, could it be that crazy woman went to the principal to complain? Just as he was lost in thought, Guo Zhongping asked, how are you getting along in the Senior 3 elite class? Are the classmates easy to get along with? Zhang Li, upon hearing that it wasn't about that woman complaining, immediately felt relieved and casually replied, the teacher and classmates are all very enthusiastic. When I arrived in the class this morning, I already blended in with them. The other man's mouth twitched. Damn, if it weren't for what the doctor from the infirmary had just told him, he would have really thought Zhang Li got along peacefully with everyone. This blending in of yours, how exactly did you do it? Did you beat them all into the hospital? Principal, I don't understand what you mean. Hearing this, he was startled. Damn, so someone did rat him out. Haha, Zhang Li, our school does encourage students to spar with each other, that's true. But isn't it a bit problematic to end up with severe injuries from sparring? Think about it, the martial arts exam is coming soon. I heard some of them are seriously injured, and it might take a month to recover. Isn't this indirectly ruining their futures? Guo Zhongping tried to keep his tone calm. He had seen this guy's personality before. He was extremely vengeful. Before it was manageable, but now with a powerful master it was even harder to deal with. He himself feared that the master might come looking for him. When his master had come to discuss Zhang Li's participation in the martial arts exam, he could tell that the master valued Zhang Li greatly. Phew! Zhang Li breathed another sigh of relief upon hearing this. So the principal is worried they can't take the exam. You can rest assured on that. I guarantee they will be able to take the martial arts exam. They will definitely recover in time for the exam. He patted his chest to assure. Hearing this guarantee, Guo Zhongping's eyes lit up. He also felt a slight relief in his heart. As long as Zhang Li could ensure these people recovered before the exam, he would be able to handle the parents' complaints. He could easily fabricate some public relations excuse. Since Zhang Li was so confident, he must have some miraculous elixir to speed up the students' recovery. Perhaps he could even use these pills to slightly enhance their strength. Thinking this, the smile on his face became more genial. Oh, but I heard from the doctor that some students may not recover within a month. What good method do you have? Principal, don't worry. The martial arts exam in our Tianwu province this year will be postponed by a month, Zhang Li said nonchalantly. I'm sure they will recover within 2 months. Huh. This left him dumbfounded. What the hell? The martial arts exam postponed by a month? Is it something you can just postpone by saying so? He never expected Zhang Li to say such a thing. I can guarantee it. My master said so. He said the martial arts exam will be postponed by a month. You should receive official notice soon, Principal. Guo Zhongping. He now had a strong urge to slap the guy senseless. Your master may be an 8th rank powerhouse, but he can't manipulate the martial arts exam, can he? Do you really think your master is omnipotent? My master said it. Bullshit. Damn, if it weren't for your master's sake, I'd slap you right now. He grumbled inwardly. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone. After listening for a few seconds, Guo Zhongping's expression changed. What? The martial arts exam postponed by a month? Are you sure? Is it an official notice? Why is it postponed by a month this year? Only Tianwu province is postponed. How is that possible? What? Did the spiritual martial hall propose it? Okay, got it. After hanging up, Guo Zhongping looked at Zhang Li with a strange expression. You didn't call your master right after you blended in with the classmates this morning and told him about this, did you? He asked uncertain. This damn coincidence was too much. Right after Zhang Li said the exam would be postponed, he received the official notice. Principal, I was right, wasn't I? Now you should believe me. Don't worry, they will definitely recover before the exam. If they don't recover, postponing the exam by another month is no problem. Zhang Li originally wanted to explain, but then remembered that his master had said that the matter of postponing the exam must not be told to others. Otherwise it would cause chaos. So he just went along with the principal's assumption and casually bragged. No need. A 1-month postponement is enough. Guo Zhongping quickly waved his hand. It wasn't that he didn't believe it was that the coincidence forced him to believe. He knew the capabilities of the spiritual martial hall. It represented the power of Daxia. Is there anything else, Principal? If not, I'll go cultivate. Zhang Li, the parents of those students you blended in with might come to school tomorrow. Could you cooperate with me then and apologize to them? An apology? Zhang Li was somewhat puzzled. Guo Zhongping explained in a conciliatory tone. These are special times, the martial arts exam is imminent, and they're all injured and hospitalized. This matter demands a resolution. Those parents might come to the school seeking answers. It would suffice if they apologized to me. Zhang Li waved his hand dismissively. I'm not badly hurt. There's no need for their parents to come to school specifically to apologize to me. Guo Zhongping's mouth twitched. What nonsense about apologizing to him? The words left him utterly baffled. Hadn't he made himself clear? Suppressing his discomfort, he spoke again. Student Zhang Li, what I mean is let's cooperate and apologize to them. Zhang Li looked as if a light bulb had gone off. Apologizing to them? Why didn't you say so? I thought they wanted to thank me for delaying the martial arts exam. Yes. Rest assured this won't affect you at all, the other promised. No problem. An apology is he agreed readily. Really? You'll apologize to them? A hint of joy flickered across Guo Zongping's face. He had expected to argue, but surprisingly it was settled. He quickly praised him. Good, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You're truly responsible. Zhang Li remained calm. An apology is fine, but I'm not good with words. I might say something wrong and harm the school's reputation. Don't worry, you'll be there. They just want a gesture. Seeing his agreement, he quickly explained. As long as he was willing to humble himself, everything would be easy to handle. It might even boost the school's reputation. A win-win situation. That won't do. I'm inarticulate and weak. They'll think the school doesn't take this seriously. Zhang Li spoke with righteous indignation. A gratified smile spread across Guo Zongping's face. He never imagined this youngster would consider things more thoroughly than he did. Just as he was about to speak, the other interjected. How about this principal? He'll call my master right now. He's also highly skilled, one of the 10 great grandmasters of the Spirit Martial Hall. He has enough prestige. Guo Zongping's eyes widened. Good heavens, he thought you were considering the school's interests. Turns out you want to tear it down. Have one of the 10 great grandmasters of the Spirit Martial Hall apologize to those people. Would he survive? Were they worthy? Guo Zongping shot up from his chair, waving his hands frantically. No. How could we trouble Elder Zhu with such a trivial matter? If he actually came, he wasn't sure if the parents would forgive them. But he definitely wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Principal, rest assured, my master is very reasonable. Even though the senior teacher and student insulted me, first calling me useless before I struck. But I believe he will understand it's for the school's reputation. He will surely appreciate your good intentions. The more Guo Zongping heard, the more alarmed he became. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Damn it, how could he have forgotten this guy's nature? This fellow was notoriously vengeful. Which student at school hadn't been beaten by him? Yet they were all fine now, without any consequences. He wanted to slap himself. What madness had possessed him to think this guy would apologize? If Elder Zhu actually showed up, his school would be finished. He wouldn't dare, even with 1,000 guts, to make an 8th-rank martial artist apologize to those parents. He wanted to live a few more years. The back of his shirt was soaked through with cold sweat. Yet Zhang Li seemed oblivious to his expression and continued. Last time when people from the Spirit Martial Hall headquarters came and called me useless, I crippled that minister's 2 disciples. My master only crippled that minister's cultivation. If I explain the whole story to him, he'll surely come to a... Haha. Guo Zongping forced a dry laugh. No need to trouble him. How is it trouble? They insulted me first. My master is an upright man, he won't take sides. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, making as if to call. This motion terrified Guo Zongping. If that call went through, the consequences would be dire. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated society for years, he instantly caught the implication in those words. He quickly stopped him from dialing, changing his tune with a forced smile. There's no need to bother Elder Zhu. He's a big student. Zhang Li, I actually called you here to commend you. You did the right thing, upholding justice for our school. Well done. The school will give those students a major demerit. Our school needs students like you. We will punish them severely. Is that so? Zhang Li looked somewhat doubtful. Yes, I called you here to praise you. The other nodded quickly. Principal, no need to be so formal. It was just a friendly spar between classmates. That teacher Su didn't insult me or hold a grudge. It was all my fault for provoking him. He'll have my master apologize to teacher Su. Then his finger hovered over the dial button. Seeing this, Guo Zongping's soul nearly fled his body. He realized Su Yuli wasn't being let off either. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a smile. Someone like Su Yuli is unworthy of being a teacher. As principal, I thank you on behalf of the school. Thank you for upholding justice and rooting out this cancer for the school. Principal, you flatter me. I'm a student here, a part of this school. It's my duty, Zhang Li said calmly. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I haven't reported today's activities to my master yet. Guo Zongping squeezed out a smile more bitter than tears and assured him. All right, rest assured, the school will give you a satisfactory response. Please pass my regards to Elder Zhu. We will also commend your actions. You are a role model for all students in our school. As a sycophantic villain, you have fully grasped the meaning of bullying with backing. Villain points 500. After receiving his confirmation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Li. Damn, what did it mean by bullying with backing? Was this wretched system insulting him? After he left, Guo Zongping slapped himself twice. He felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair, as if possessed by the spirit of Xianglin's wife. Only one phrase echoed in his mind. I was truly foolish, truly foolish. How could he have been so brainless as to think this guy would apologize to those parents? Apologize, my foot. He had nearly cost himself his life. This fellow was not someone he could afford to provoke. Not to mention his master, but even the special treatment he received from the Spirit Martial Hall alone was far beyond what a school principal like him could afford to offend. It must be said that Guo Zongping's efficiency was quite impressive. The very next day, the school issued a notice across the campus. Su Yuli, the martial arts instructor of the elite class 1 of Senior 3, was dismissed for verbally abusing a student with a lifetime ban from reemployment. A group of students from the same class, led by Qi Buyun, were given a major demerit for engaging in a brawl. Early in the morning, these 2 disciplinary notices were posted on the school's bulletin board. Both students and teachers at the school were stunned. What's going on? I heard that the students from Class 1 of Senior 3 received a major demerit. Damn, even Chi Buiyun got a major demerit. He's one of the top contenders for the martial arts college entrance exam in our city of Qingqing. I don't know. With the college entrance exam right around the corner, a major demerit like this probably means he's out of the running for prestigious martial arts universities. Latest news yesterday, someone saw over a dozen people from Class 1 being sent to the hospital reportedly with serious injuries. Chi Buiyun was the worst off. It might take him a month to recover, dashing his hopes for the martial arts exam. Whoa, really? So he's done for. Could the dozen or so people mentioned in the demerit notice be the ones carried into the hospital yesterday? That's them. Beaten up and sent to the hospital, then slapped with a major demerit. Doesn't this ring a bell, as someone suddenly whispered? Whoa, now that you mention it, I recall something similar happening to Class 1 of Senior 2 a few days ago. Could it be him? It is him. My cousin is in Class 1 of Senior 3. Yesterday, even their martial arts teacher was defeated in just 2 moves. Damn, that's brutal. Has our school already fired 2 martial arts teachers because of him? Just as they were discussing this, Zhang Li appeared at the school gate. Keep your voice down, here he comes. Instantly, everyone averted their gaze, not daring to look at the approaching figure. They feared provoking him, even if it meant getting beaten up. The real concern was the major demerit. Such a mark would stay on their student records. For the martial arts college entrance exam, top-tier universities would never accept them. Once he had passed, the group resumed their chatter. Did you hear? Yesterday, our school's beauty Su Yuqing was knocked unconscious on the sports field. I saw it. It was that guy who just walked by. I was heading to the restroom yesterday and spotted it from a distance. Whoa, that's savage. Even the school beauty wasn't spared. Let's stay far away from him from now on. Right. Don't provoke him, or at the very least you'll get a severe beating. Zhang Li's actions had become everyone who saw him gave him a wide berth, as if avoiding a plague, not daring to meet his gaze. He, however, paid no attention to it. Every day at school, he either practiced stance training or went to his old classroom to chat idly with Sua Pingyang. The martial arts teachers left him alone, given that he could defeat a teacher in an instant who would dare to intervene. Since the principal said nothing, the teachers were even more reluctant. During this time, Su Yuqing sought him out twice. Each time, without exception, she was inexplicably knocked unconscious without even seeing how he moved. Zhang Li initially planned to purchase some pills from the Spirit Martial Hall's official website to enhance his strength. However, a single third-grade quenching core pill cost over 100,000, even at a discount. Given his financial situation, he simply couldn't afford it. In a villa somewhere in Qingqing City, a man lay motionless on a bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages like a... Beside the bed stood a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 40s. Her eyes were fixed on the bedridden man, her face etched with worry. Just then the door opened, and a middle-aged man entered. His face was gloomy as he looked at the person lying in the bed. The woman asked upon seeing him, "Why hasn't Xiaobo woken up yet? He's been unconscious for 3 days." The man stepped forward and embraced her. "Xiaobo suffered severe internal injuries. I've used the best healing medicine, but it may still be some time before he regains consciousness." His eyes were equally filled with concern. Who could have done this to him? "I've already sent people to investigate. We should know soon." The man comforted her. "Let's go outside and let Xiaobo rest quietly. This year's martial arts exam has been postponed. Once he recovers, he'll definitely be able to take it." The woman nodded and the two left the room. As they stepped out, an elderly man approached. Bowing respectfully, he said to the man, "Master, I found out who attacked the young master." "Who?" the man asked coldly. "A student from No. 1 high school. Here are his details," the elder replied, pulling out a document and handing it over. Frowning, the middle-aged man flipped through the pages. "He's an orphan. He was in the news recently. You probably saw it too, master." As he reviewed the document, the elder recounted what he knew. The school didn't punish him, or in fact they praised him. But the young master received a major demerit. "What? Xiaobo got a major demerit?" the woman demanded loudly. "Yes, the school has already posted the notice. This Zhang Li is no ordinary person. The Spirit Martial Hall also holds him in high regard," the elder added with a nod. "A while ago someone saw him injure the Su family's daughter, yet he's faced no consequences." "What? The Su family's daughter? You mean Su Yuqing?" the woman asked in shock. "Yes, madam." The middle-aged man casually flipped through the document a couple more times. He closed the file and tossed it carelessly onto the table, saying flatly, "He's just an orphan with no parents and no significant background." The Spirit Martial Hall's attention was drawn to him only because that foolish couple exposed the matter to the media. If they hadn't used the press, the hall wouldn't have noticed. With Xia's vast population, the Spirit Martial Hall can't possibly watch everyone. His being noticed was mere coincidence. As he spoke, a look of deep contempt crossed his face. "Then why hasn't the Su family made any move?" the woman asked, puzzled. At that time he was in the spotlight. "Anyone who acted against him would be challenging the Spirit Martial Hall," the man replied calmly. "So we just let it go? Xiaobo has a major demerit now. There's no chance of him getting into a good martial arts university. And our son's talent is so strong." The woman's eyes glistened with tears of grievance. "Even the Su family didn't dare act then, but the heat will eventually fade. He's just a second-grade martial artist. If he dares to touch my son, he must be ready for retaliation. A glint of menace flashed in the man's eyes as he asked the elder, "Have you found his address?" "Yes, I've located his neighborhood and apartment number. He lives alone," the elder Furthermore, it seems this Zhang Li has done something that displeased the Spirit Martial Hall. The headquarters even sent someone specifically for this matter, though I couldn't find out what it was. Upon hearing this, a sneer appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Excellent. He's digging his own grave so no one else is to blame. He sensed this was a perfect opportunity. This fool had overstepped his bounds and angered the Spirit Martial Hall. He could imagine that if this Zhang Li were to meet with an accident now, the Spirit Martial Hall would likely show little reaction. With this thought, he asked, "Can you confirm his cultivation level?" "Through special channels I've obtained his precise level from the Spirit Martial Hall, second grade, second stage." "Humph, just a minor character. Arrange for someone to deal with him, quietly. Make sure there are no loose ends." The man's voice was cold and ruthless. Being able to gravely wound Xiaobo at the second grade, second stage likely means his talent surpasses Xiaobo's. Xiaobo's cultivation is a whole stage higher than this Zhang Li. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the elder's words. He had assumed the opponent's cultivation was around the second grade, fifth or sixth stage. Who would have thought it was merely the second grade, second stage? This only intensified his murderous intent. Such a person, given enough time to grow, would make seeking revenge later more difficult than ascending to heaven. "Husband, I want him dead for daring to lay a hand on our Xiaobo," the affluent woman hissed venomously. "Rest assured he won't have an easy time." "Master, shall I dispose of him?" the elder asked, making a throat-slitting gesture. The middle-aged man shook his head, rejecting the proposal. "A mere second grade, no matter how formidable, is still just second grade. There's no need for you to handle it personally. Just dispatch 2 third-grade cultivators to take care of it. Make sure it's clean, leaving no trace for the Spirit Martial Hall." "Understood." The elder acknowledged and turned. In his eyes, Zhang Li was already a dead man. "Husband, what if 2 third-grade martial artists fail? I have a feeling Zhang Li is not that simple. Our Xiaobo at second grade, third stage was severely injured by him. What if he has means of survival?" The affluent woman voiced her concerns after the elder departed. "Rest assured, third grade is more than sufficient. You know the gap between third and second grade," the middle-aged man stated calmly. She nodded and fell silent. The disparity between second and third grade was immense. A third-grade martial artist could transform spiritual energy into true essence. Even the most ordinary martial techniques became extraordinarily powerful in their hands. Yet Zhang Li remained utterly unaware of all this. For the past 2 days his life had been a simple routine between school and home. As he returned home, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his master Zhu Rongguang. "Master, where have you been these past few days? I couldn't reach." After answering, Zhang Li spoke first. Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily, delighted by his disciple's concern. Nothing made him happier. Having no children of his own, taking Zhang Li as a disciple had been a spontaneous decision. Little did he know had stumbled upon such a treasure. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" "No, but 2 days ago when I transferred to the senior elite class, I got into a conflict with some classmates. And I severely injured over a dozen people." He then recounted the events of that day in detail. He even briefly mentioned how the principal had demanded he apologize to the students' parents. "I used your name to threaten the principal, and eventually the matter was dropped. Please forgive me, master. I refuse to apologize because it wasn't my fault." Zhu Rongguang laughed heartily, growing more fond of his disciple by the minute. "Haha, what's there to forgive? You're my disciple. It's only natural. Apologize to them. They don't deserve it." His disciple was considerate of his master's feelings. "You were still too lenient. Do you know what I did back in the day? Anyone who dared curse me like that would have had grass growing on their grave by now. I was worried that if you found out later it might create a rift between us, master and disciple." Zhang Li chuckled, revealing his thoughts. He had informed his master partly to avoid any future misunderstanding. He was not truly an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Even though this man was his master, their bond was only a few days. To be honest, he felt their relationship was more like a transaction. The master valued his talent, while he valued the master's strength and background. He believed in genuine master-disciple bonds, but such bonds couldn't form in just a few days. It was better to be upfront than to let the master discover it on his own. By explaining the entire situation, he ensured the master understood his intentions were righteous, not born of sheer arrogance. He understood the ways of the world. In a high martial world, it wasn't just about fighting and killing, there were also human connections and social graces. At least in the master-disciple dynamic, he saw things clearly. "Haha, your master isn't that petty," Zhu Rongguang said in excellent spirits. Once again he felt he had found a gem of a disciple. Gifted with a good character, decisive in action, truly perfect. Zhang Li suddenly thought of something and spoke again. "By the way, master, a few days ago during cultivation, I felt my talent had improved." "What? Your talent improved? How?" This stunned him. Improving one's talent was harder than reaching the... If someone initially had no martial talent, or very low talent, perhaps consuming certain heavenly treasures could yield some improvement. But his disciple, he recalled, was in grade martial talent, already the pinnacle. How could it improve further? "I don't know. I was just cultivating normally, and then during that session I suddenly felt. He then described the sensation of acquiring a new trait. What did you say? That celestial phenomenon in Qingqing City a few days ago, was it caused by you? Zhu Rongwang was dumbfounded and asked uncertainly. The day his disciple's talent improved coincided exactly with the celestial phenomenon in Qingqing City, same day, same time. Huh, what celestial phenomenon? I didn't see anything. Now it was Zhang Li's turn to be bewildered. He knew nothing of any celestial phenomenon. When he had left the meditation room that day, he heard students talking about something. Could it be this celestial phenomenon? Is your martial talent now S grade? I don't know, I haven't tested it, but I feel it has improved. Zhang Li was evasive, not revealing his exact talent level. He felt it would be more convincing for the master to see it firsthand. He had mentioned the improvement to increase his own value and gain more attention. He also shared this to guard against retaliation. Among the students he had beaten, some were bound to seek revenge. If they sent second or third grade fighters, he could handle them. But if they dispatched experts above fourth grade, he would have no choice but to call for reinforcements. He was giving his master a heads up. He understood the survival rule of this world, might makes right. He could be arrogant, but only if he had sufficient capital. Master Zhu Rongwang was now one of his assets. They'll come over immediately and take you for a test. The master's voice was excited as he hung up. Zhu Rongwang was well aware of that day's celestial phenomenon. Even he, an 8th grade martial artist, had been affected by it. How could he not be excited? Just as he put down his phone and prepared to practice his stance, he suddenly sensed 2 concealed auras approach. The residential complex where Zhang Li lived was an old one without an elevator. 2 figures clad in black appeared at the entrance of the stairwell. Do we really need to be this cautious? A mere 2nd-rank martial artist, and here we are both 3rd rank. Handling him should be a breeze, one of them muttered under his breath. Better to err on the side of caution. This target is somehow connected to the Spirit Martial Hall. Have you forgotten Steward Liu's instructions? The other man surveyed their surroundings before replying in a similarly hushed tone. A look of utter disdain flickered in the first speaker's eyes as he made a chopping motion with his hand. He's just a student. This is a gross overreaction. Well, just break down the door, finish him off with 1 strike, and be done with it. This is a residential area. If you want to court death, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. The other man frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. Come on, we'll find a way to trick him into opening the door first. The first man followed, reluctantly remaining silent. Sensing someone approaching from outside, Zhang Li quickly suppressed his own aura. He walked to the door and gently switched off the lights. The entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Holding his breath and concentrating, he stared intently at the direction of the doorway. Cautiously extending his true essence, he could clearly sense 2 faint auras outside, seemingly moving towards his location. The 2 men outside moved with extreme caution. Perhaps because of the doors separating them, the system did not display their information. A knock sounded. Zhang Li ignored it, quietly hiding by the side of the door. Another urgent knock followed. It seems no one is home. Let's find a way to open the door and get inside first. Their conversation reached his... Perhaps due to his cultivation technique, the 2 men outside failed to sense Zhang Li's presence. He moved silently and peered through the peephole. Even in the darkness, it posed no hindrance to 3rd-rank martial artists. Name Hu Dajun Cultivation 3rd rank 2nd segment. Name Wang Qinglin Cultivation 3rd rank 4th segment. Seeing their cultivation levels, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only one of them was a single segment higher than him. Even if he couldn't win, he should be able to escape. After his observation, he returned to the side of the door. The door groaned and creaked as it began to warp and deform. The strength of a 3rd-rank martial artist made an ordinary iron door as flimsy as a toy in their hands. With the sound of the lock snapping, the door swung open. 2 figures entered in quick succession. Before they could even take in their surroundings. Bang! The 2 men only felt a tremendous force slam into them. They had no time to react before being sent flying. Zhang Li's charged attack had used nearly all his strength. That palm strike sent both men crashing heavily into a nearby cabinet. The cabinet shattered instantly, its contents scattering across the floor. Regaining their senses, shock filled their eyes. How could he be this strong? That blow, caught completely off guard, had nearly cost them their lives. It felt as if their internal organs were about. Zhang Li didn't give them a chance to recover. He decided to eliminate the stronger one first. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Wang Qinglin. He kicked towards Wang Qinglin's head with incredible speed, the strike infused with his true essence whistling through the air. A flicker of panic flashed in Wang Qinglin's eyes. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from his opponent. Damn it, this is supposed to be a 2nd rank. How can a 2nd rank manifest spiritual energy externally? If that kick landed, he would be crippled if not killed. It was too fast to dodge. He hurriedly raised his arm, bending it to shield his head in a desperate attempt to block. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The man's arm seemed to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and a shard of bone even pierced through the skin. Bang! The man was sent flying again, crashing into the wall behind him. Boom! The room shook violently, the ceiling lamp swaying back and forth. The wall behind Wang Qinglin cracked open, revealing the steel rebar within. It was a testament to the immense power of the strike. If he were still an ordinary person taking that hit, he would have been scattered into pieces. Ah! A scream of agony tore from his throat. That kick had completely shattered his arm. It hung limply, connected only by tendons, barely preventing it from falling off entirely. Zhang Li didn't stop. He aimed another kick at the man's head. A powerful survival instinct drove Wang Qinglin to roll aside. Bang! Another deafening crash. Zhang Li's kick landed squarely on the wall. The reinforced concrete wall crumbled like tofu debris, flying in all directions, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Missing his target, he struck again. He stomped down on the man's chest. Crack! Wang Qinglin's chest caved in. The crisp sound of breaking bones was eerily chilling. 2. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed from his mouth, a thick metallic stench filling the air. Don't, please. Wang Qinglin's mouth opened and closed as if trying to beg for mercy, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Zhang Li showed no hesitation and delivered another heavy stomp to his chest. The man's chest seemed to flatten from 3 dimensions to 2, crushed completely. Wang Qinglin's eyes bulged wide, an expression of utter disbelief frozen on his face. In an instant the man was gone. The entire fight had unfolded in a flash. From Zhang Li's first strike to the end, less than a minute had passed. 1 dead, 1 injured. Hu Dajuan scrambled to his feet, his scalp tingling with horror. Curses raged in his mind. Damn it! You call this a second-rank martial artist? Hell, even Wang Qinglin at the 4th segment of 3rd rank didn't stand a chance against him. Zhang Li turned and walked towards him step by step. Hu Dajuan had completely lost his will to fight, his whole body trembling. The memory of the bloody scene made his legs weak, robbing him of even the strength to flee. Watching the man approach, he immediately began to plead, "Brother, I'll confess everything, just don't kill me." But Zhang Li acted as if he hadn't heard a word, remaining completely silent. He raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to the man's chest. Hu Dajuan's body slid across the floor, crashing straight into the TV wall. Hu Dajuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire aura wilting. He hurriedly begged for mercy, trying to convince his attacker to spare him. "Don't kill me. He'll tell you everything. Please let me go. Don't you want to know who sent us? Ask me, and he'll tell you." He was utterly terrified. That single kick had nearly dispersed all the true essence within his body. This guy in front of him was a complete monster. Zhang Li merely stared at him coldly, making no effort to conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. He strode over, raised his foot again, and stomped down on the man's left leg. Crack! The femur in his left leg was crushed instantly. Oh! Hu Dajuan let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his leg, grimacing in agony. "Kill me, and you're dead too. Let me go and I'll tell you everything I know." Crack! The bone in his other leg was also shattered. "You're finished. The Qi family won't let you go. If we fail, they'll just send the next wave to kill you. Do you think you can stand against the Qi family?" Seeing that the man wouldn't speak, Hu Dawei began to threaten him. The searing pain had robbed him of his ability to think clearly. Boom. This kick landed directly on his chest. The man's voice was cut short. "No need to ask. You'll tell me yourself, won't you?" "You just did." Zhang Li muttered to himself, looking down at the now-dead Hu Dajuan. Decisive and ruthless, wasting no words on the enemy, you have learned the lesson that villains are defeated by excessive chatter. Villain points 800. Zhang Li paid no heed to the system's voice. Nor did he immediately attend to the 2 corpses on the floor. He swiftly turned and dashed outward. As he left, he even fixed his slightly warped door, closing it once more. The commotion had clearly roused many from their slumber. Fortunately, the majority of his neighborhood's residents were elderly. Few ventured out to investigate the disturbance. He hastily departed his home and ascended the stairs. Zhang Li did not stray far, merely concealing himself at the stairwell's corner. He intently observed the direction of his doorway, harboring a premonition that they might send more. He suppressed his aura, crouching in the corner and waiting in silence. If they dispatched others, fleeing downward now would mean a direct encounter. As he waited, he recalled Hu Dajuan's words. The Qi family. When had he ever crossed them? Could it be that among the senior prodigies he had beaten days ago there was one from the Qi family? Upon reflection, this seemed the most plausible explanation. A flicker of killing intent gleamed in his eyes. He had anticipated trouble, but not an assassination attempt. He had thought they would merely send thugs to beat him severely. Yet they sought his life. In that moment he realized that in this world the law only protected the ordinary. As he mulled over these thoughts, he heard footsteps from below. The sound was exceedingly faint, belonging to no one would miss it without careful attention. Zhang Li's heart sank. His suspicions were confirmed. There were more than just those 2. He understood clearly that given his controversial status, which had made headlines, those daring to act against him now would not be limited to just these 2 third-rank martial artists. Even if they had succeeded, more would come. To silence the 2. Their third-rank cultivation suggested they were expendable. A powerful family would have dispensed. Sending only 2 third-rank individuals implied they were either not family members or had criminal identities. The sole purpose of sending more was to verify the mission's success, and if so, eliminate the 2. Everyone knew only the dead kept secrets. If they failed, a new plan would be devised. They trusted only what they witnessed. He held his breath, straining to hear the footsteps below. He hoped he was overthinking, curling his body to avoid it. Shrouded by the night, he concealed himself perfectly. He spotted a figure at his doorstep. Name Lu Fuhai, cultivation 4th rank, 2nd stage. Zhang Li's heart grew heavy. A 4th rank martial artist. Good heavens, even a 4th rank had appeared. The director of Qingqing City's Spirit Martial Hall was only of the 4th rank. With his back turned, Zhang Li couldn't discern the newcomer's face. The figure paused at the door, seemingly contemplative without entering. Then another set of footsteps echoed from below. Zhang Li tensed. More? The man at his door also glanced downward, warily sidestepping into the shadow. As he turned, Zhang Li caught a glimpse of his face, an old man around 60. The approaching footsteps belonged to the distinct clack of high heels resonated through the stairwell. Madam, why have you come? Lu Fuhai asked, relieved upon recognizing her. From his vantage point, Zhang Li couldn't see the newcomer. I want to watch the one who injured Xiaobo die with my own eyes. The woman's voice dripped with venom. Madam, please leave. We don't know if the two we sent succeeded. If discovered, it would be disastrous. Lu Fuhai. What's there to fear? He's just an orphan with no backing. Dead is dead, she scoffed dismissively. He's under the Spirit Martial Hall's close watch. We mustn't act rashly. Madam, leave. They'll check inside and silence the two if they've succeeded. First see if that waste is dead, she insisted, ignoring his advice. Resigned, Lu Fuhai reached for the... At that moment, Zhang Li's phone flickered. He had silenced it when fleeing his home. Startled, he quickly dimmed the screen. It was a spam call. He dared not move, fearing discovery. When the call ended, the screen lit up again. He was mere meters from the pair below. Even the faintest glow was conspicuous in the dark corner. Who's there? Lu Fuhai barked, spotting the... Zhang Li's heart tightened. He sighed, inwardly resigned to being found. He stood up, dialing Zhu Rongwang's number and lowering the volume. The call connected instantly. Before Zhu could speak, Zhang Li spoke loudly to mask any sound from the receiver. He addressed the pair below. Sorry to disturb you. What if I said him from upstairs and was just about to leave? Would you believe? So it's you. Looks like those two failed. I underestimated you, escaping 2 third-rank martial artists. Lu Fuhai recognized him the moment he stood. He didn't believe Zhang Li could have killed both, assuming he had merely evaded them and hidden in the stairwell. Seeing he was recognized, Zhang Li's anxiety deepened. They had thoroughly investigated him. They seemed unaware the other two were dead. Are you here to kill me too? His voice was loud enough for the person on the other end of the call to hear. Facing a 4th-rank martial artist, he couldn't rely on surprise as before. The gap in cultivation was attacking now would only hasten his demise. He had witnessed the disparity between 3rd and 4th rank when Minister Fan fought Zhao Mingfei at the Spirit Martial Hall. His only option was to stall, hoping his master would realize the danger and arrive swiftly. Are you Zhang Li? The woman's voice trembled with rage. You're the one who severely injured my son. Her eyes burned with venomous hatred. Zhang Li looked at her. Name Fei Qian, cultivation 3rd rank, 5th stage. Good grief, even this woman was a 3rd rank 5th stage martial artist. If it were just her, he might consider a sneak attack. But with the 4th rank old man watching, he felt utterly outmatched. Unable to fight, he had to reason with them to buy time. Before he could speak, Fei Qian shouted. Uncle Lu, kill him. I want to record his agonizing death and show it to Xiaobo when he recovers. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Seeing Lu Fuhai ready to strike, Zhang Li hurriedly spoke. When he could overpower them, naturally he wouldn't waste words. But facing a formidable foe, he chose to follow his heart. You're an orphan without parents. What consequences could killing you bring? Killing you is like crushing an ant, Fei Qian said disdainfully. Seeing that the other party didn't strike immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was actually giving them a chance to show off, letting them feel his helplessness and fear, thus relaxing their guard. Zhang Li forced a composed expression and spoke. My parents were martyrs of the Lingwu Hall. If you kill me, you'll be opposing the Lingwu Hall. I may not be able to provoke you, but the Lingwu Hall is not something you can afford to provoke. Uft. Fei Qian sneered. Do you really think the Lingwu Hall cares about you? Child of a martyr. Let me tell you, even if you were a member of the Lingwu Hall, hurting my son would still lead to your You dare to disregard the Lingwu Hall. Do you know the consequences? Zhang Li's body stiffened, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, his voice trembling. Ha ha ha, in Qingqing City the Qi family has never feared anyone. Do you think the Lingwu Hall cares about you? How laughable. Only a fool like you would believe such nonsense. They're just for show. The other's tone was extremely arrogant, showing no respect for the Lingwu Hall. There are some people you cannot offend. Since you dared to injure my son, you must prepare to die. You can't touch me. The director of the Qingqing City Lingwu Hall is my father's comrade-in-arms. If he finds out you killed me, your chief family will pay a heavy price. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, searching for the best escape route. He wasn't sure if his master could arrive in time. His top priority was to escape from here first. No one can save you today. Even if it's the Lingwu Hall, they can't. Even if they come, the chief family won't be afraid. Fei Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance, as if she truly didn't care about the Lingwu Hall. Anyone can talk big. Can the Qi family's power really surpass the Lingwu Hall? Zhang Li's heart stirred, but his face showed contempt. Do you know who backs the Qi family? Seeing his disbelief, Fei Qian spoke again. Lu Fuhai glanced at her and quickly reminded, Madam, why tell him this? They'll kill him now, and we can leave quickly. With that he moved toward Zhang Li, seemingly ready to strike. Zhang Li's pupils contracted as he gathered strength covertly. Though this old man was only 4th rank, he gave off a very dangerous aura. What's there to fear? Since he wants to know, let him die with clarity. Fei Qian waved her hand dismissively, as the other prepared to act. From the moment you injured my son, you were already dead. Today let you die with understanding. Have you heard of the Yemu organization? Yemu organization? He muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard that name. Madam. Lu Fuhai was alarmed at the name and quickly reminded her. Uncle Lu, do you think this little bastard can cause any trouble? What harm is there in telling him? He's a dead man. Her eyes glinted with cruelty as she waved her hand. All right, Uncle Lu, finish him off. Send this bastard to his death. I want to watch him die in terror, torn to pieces. Only then will my anger be appeased. She took out her phone to record. Zhang Li had planned to extract more information, but she decided to act instead. Don't you have anything else to confess? As Lu Fuhai approached, Zhang Li's demeanor changed completely. The fear on his face vanished entirely. In its place was calm composure. For instance, what rank are you in the Yemu organization? For instance, the Ling Yu pills placed at the martial examination grounds a few days ago. Or where is the young master they mentioned, Lu Zekin, now? Can you tell me about these? I'm very interested. Zhang Li said calmly. How do you know this? Not only Lu Fuhai, but even the previously arrogant Fei Qian. Upon hearing his words, their expressions changed, revealing shock. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't I be the one afraid? Go ahead, I'm very interested in all of this. Since you love showing off, just spill it all. A mocking smile curled on his face as he looked at them. He was a completely different person from before. Lu Fuhai frowned, the hand that was about to strike, now frozen in place. He made no move to attack. Seeing them both silent, he continued. Oh right, those 2 third-rank martial artists you sent earlier. Hu Dajuan and Wang Qinglen. Aren't you curious where they went? Did they tell you this? Lu Fuhai's face darkened as he asked in a low voice. Where are they? What else did they say? As he spoke, he stepped closer to Zhang Li. Do you want to know? They're at my place. Why don't you open the door and see? Zhang Li still wore a mocking smile. His tone carried a hint of provocation. He had only intended to stall for time, but he never expected such an unexpected gain. Though he had never heard of this Yemu organization. It was definitely no good. Lu Fuhai glanced toward the door. Only then did he notice the deformed marks on the door. Uncle Lu, why waste words with him? Just capture him, and well know everything. I was going to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. Fei Qian, who had remained silent, said with a dark expression. Lu Fuhai nodded and stopped looking at the door. He strode quickly toward Zhang Li. All right, since you have nothing else to confess, then die. Zhang Li shrugged and turned to speak to the side. Master, I couldn't get anything more out of them. You can come out now. The two of them eyed the direction he spoke toward warily. They stared for a long time, but no one appeared. Playing tricks. Die. Lu Fuhai cursed under his breath. He raised his hand and struck at Zhang Li. Zhang Li dodged quickly. He employed his movement technique to the utmost. He barely managed to evade the attack as it grazed him. The palm struck the stair railing. The iron railing shattered into pieces upon contact with Lu Fuhai's hand. There was no way he could withstand a 4th-rank martial artist's attack. Master, if you don't come out now, your gifted disciple is done for. Having dodged the attack, Zhang Li called out again. Yet Zhu Rongwang's figure still did not appear. Don't hold back. He knows too much. Finish him quickly. Fei Qian watched the two as they fought, speaking from the sidelines. At this moment she was uncertain whether he had called for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuhai no longer held back. The pressure of the 4th grade directly bore down on Zhang Li. From the 3rd grade onward, the gap between each major realm could not be bridged by talent alone. The 4th grade was also known as the spirit pill realm. When true essence accumulated within the body to a certain extent, it would condense into a pill. This condensed pill was called the spirit pill. The oppressive force unleashed by the spirit pill shook Zhang Li's heart. He knew there was a gap between the 3rd and 4th grades, but he had not anticipated that the disparity between them would be so vast. Even under the pressure of the opponent's spirit pill, the true essence within his body flowed less smoothly than before. The stairwell was extremely cramped, leaving him limited space to dodge. Lu Fuhai clenched his fist and drove it straight toward Zhang Li's head. At that moment, Zhang Li channeled all his true essence into his legs. He stomped hard against the wall behind him, using the momentum to leap sideways. Relying on his perfect level movement technique, he barely evaded the attack. The opponent's fist, wrapped in the power of the spirit pill, grazed past his scalp. Boom. A thunderous crash rang out. The wall opposite Zhang Li instantly fractured, forming a massive hole. The steel bars within the wall snapped with a sharp sound. The deafening noise echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Zhang Li naturally did not remain passive. He raised his fist and struck out with a cloud-pushing palm toward his opponent. A palm imprint materialized in the void and hurtled toward the foe. The edges of the originally white palm were tinged with a faint golden light. Lu Fuhai's body was enveloped by the power of the spirit pill. Boom. When the colossal palm struck him, the protective barrier of the spirit pill cracked. He was also forced back several steps by the blow. Little beast, so you've been hiding your cultivation. No wonder those two third-grade fools fell into your hands. Lu Fuhai had just endured the strike. Even with his fourth-grade strength, he felt the terror of that attack. To have reached the third grade before the age of 20, even across all of Dachau you'd be among the rarest geniuses. Killing a genius like you brings true satisfaction. A cruel smile spread across his face as if he truly meant those words. Only slaying such a prodigy could grant him a sense of achievement. A blade materialized in his hand out of thin air. Its edge glinted with a cold, deadly light. Prepare to die. The opponent's blade moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye it was already before him. At that moment Zhang Li sensed an aura of death. He activated the snow-treading technique and vanished from his spot instantly. Yet the opponent's blade seemed to have eyes of its own. No matter how he dodged, the foe appeared to anticipate his every move. Then he spotted Fei Qian standing nearby. The stairwell was already tight and the distance between them was merely a few meters. With a flicker of his figure he appeared directly behind her. Fei Qian had been recording everything on her phone. A cruel smile curled at her lips as she anticipated watching him struggle in vain. She never expected that Zhang Li would target her. As a cultivator at the third grade 6th stage, she tried to dodge. Zhang Li would not give her that chance. He seized her neck and lifted her off the ground. Her phone clattered to the floor. With one hand gripping Fei Qian's neck he swung her like a sledgehammer, directly into the path of the incoming blade. Lu Fuhai's pupils contracted in shock. He gasped sharply. He tried to retract the blade, but he was too slow. The tip of the blade pierced Fei Qian's right arm. Up. A piercing scream tore from her throat. Little beast using a human shield is beneath a martial artist. Release the mistress at once, and I might consider granting you a whole corpse. Lu Fuhai's face darkened as he looked at Fei Qian and Zhang Li's grip, his voice icy. Zhang Li glanced at him, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. At this moment Fei Qian was powerless in his grasp. He held her by the neck, lifting her with terrifying strength. He swung her toward Lu Fuhai. Amid her screams, she hurtled through the air. Lu Fuhai watched the figure flying toward him. He wanted to evade, but then saw the wall behind him. He forced himself to stop. He even dispersed the protective true essence around his body. He had no choice. He feared his protective true essence would harm Fei Qian. She was his master. Thud. Up. A dull impact mixed with a piercing shriek. Fei Qian's legs slammed violently into him. Lu Fuhai's body crashed heavily against the wall. Without his protective true essence, the blow inflicted internal injuries. Well done. Exploiting the enemy's weakness is the mark of a true villain. Villain points 500. The system's voice echoed in his mind, but Zhang Li paid it no heed. Only now did he truly savor the joy of being a villain. He understood the pleasure of the villain using hostages to threaten the protagonist as he had read in novels. One feeling consumed him. Exhilaration. You scoundrel. Release the mistress immediately, and he'll spare your life. Lu Fuhai's face was so dark it seemed to drip with fury as he stared at the hostage in Zhang Li's hands. Zhang Li lifted Fei Qian again. At this moment the power of a third-grade martial artist became evident. If the person in his grip had been an ordinary mortal, her neck would have snapped long ago. One must admit the physique of a third-grade martial artist was formidable. She could still emit agonized screams. He had no intention of letting her go. Fei Qian became a human blade in his hands. Her neck served as the hilt. Gripping her neck, he swung her through the air a few times. He traced a beautiful arc with his human weapon. Then he executed the basic blade technique. The person in his hands whistled through the air with fierce momentum. He charged at his foe again. With the previous experience, Lu Fuhai chose not to withstand the blow and sidestepped. Thud! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Fei Qian's legs collided harshly with the wall. Under the terrifying force, the bones in her legs snapped instantly. Up! Fei Qian screamed again, the excruciating pain nearly causing her to faint. Tisk tisk, look at that ingrate subordinate of yours. He doesn't care about his mistress' life. If he hadn't dodged, your legs wouldn't have broken. What a pity. Seeing the opponent evade, Zhang Li sneered. His tone dripped with biting sarcasm. This is what they call killing the soul with words. I hate being morally blackmailed, but I love blackmailing others. Villain points 500. Lu Fuhai, how dare you dodge? Are you blind? Can't you see him in his hands? Fei Qian roared in fury. She no longer called him Uncle Lu, but used his The searing pain in her legs robbed her of all reason. Manipulated by his words, she blamed Lu Fuhai for her broken limbs. Lu Fuhai's heart jolted, his expression grew even darker as he glared at Zhang Li and said coldly, Little beast, you'd better release the mistress. If anything happens to her, you won't leave here alive. See that? Your subordinate intends to let you die here. Ignoring the threat, Zhang Li spoke directly to the woman in his grasp. Lu Fuhai, have you forgotten who made you what you are today? Fei Qian, now completely losing her composure, shouted at Zhang Li's words. With her neck gripped by someone, she glared fiercely at him. If I die here today, you won't survive either. Think back to who saved you, who granted you your current cultivation. Each word struck deeply into his heart. Zhang Li watched from the side, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He disliked being morally blackmailed himself, but he loved watching others suffer it. No wonder so many people wanted to be villains. Being a villain was truly liberating. Doing as one pleased, that was life. He had now fully grasped this joy. Lu Fuhai's face grew darker, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Little brat, if you release the madam now, I'll spare you, and pretend today never happened. But Zhang Li was hardly one to be intimidated by such threats. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, feigning a warm demeanor. Tisk, tisk, madam, look at your subordinate, still daring to threaten me. Does he not realize my emotions are rather unstable right now? If I slip up and accidentally snap your neck, wouldn't your life be forfeit, madam? Oh, I see. Your subordinate is trying to provoke me with such words, hoping he'll lose control and finish you off. He wants you dead so he can flee. You. Lu Fuhai trembled, pointing at him, barely squeezing out a single. Me what, madam? See, I've read his mind, and now he's panicking. I bet his next move is to strike you down first. Only then can he kill me or escape. As he spoke, his eyes remained vigilant. If the man made any move, he would instantly use the person in his grasp. Sharp-tongued wretch. As a third-rank martial artist, you only know how to threaten with a woman. Are you even a man? Have you no shame? Release the madam. The man finally lost his composure. A third-rank martial artist daring to threaten him like this. Yet he was utterly helpless. Madam, your subordinate is disobedient. You'll have to deal with the door yourself. Zhang Li, unfazed by the man's words, spoke slowly. How absurd. He was a villain, what need had he for shame? Pleasure was all that mattered. With that, he swung Fei Qian in his grip, once more, this time not using the basic blade technique. Instead, he employed the basic staff technique. Gripping her neck, he swung her like a club and brought her down in a crushing strike. Lu Fuhai instinctively tried to dodge. But Zhang Li's voice rang out again. Madam, see how your subordinate would dodge. If he does, your thigh bone will shatter. The words made him freeze, forcing him to halt mid-motion. The descending strike sent Fei Qian's legs crashing heavily into him. Zhang Li was right. If he dodged again, she would be slammed to the ground. Not just her thigh, but the bones of her entire lower body would snap into pieces. Left with no choice, Lu Fuhai braced himself to take the blow. With a thunderous crash, 100-gene weight combined with terrifying force, he was smashed to the ground. Lu Fuhai dared not even use his protective true qi. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the impact striking his shoulder. The bones in his left shoulder were shattered. Zhang Li did not relent. He pressed the attack again, giving no chance to. Whenever he saw the man about to dodge, he would speak again. Madam, if he dodges this time, it's your spine. You'll become a. Madam, if he doesn't catch this, your ribs will all break. Madam, if this lands, your internal organs will rupture. Each utterance made Lu Fuhai hesitate, followed by another passive blow. Fei Qian's pained cries grew fainter and fainter. Even so, he had to marvel at the resilience of a third-rank martial artist, still alive after so many strikes. Lu Fuhai's face shifted from dark gloom to helpless resignation, enduring blow after blow. He feared that his actions might cause her harm. Zhang Li, however, had no such scruples. Every strike was delivered with full force. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Fuhai contemplated escape. But the moment such a thought surfaced, Zhang Li would say, see, your subordinate is about to abandon you and run. This left him rooted in place. Bound inextricably to the Qi family, if he fled, his family would surely suffer. Now he could only hope that Zhang Li wouldn't kill him. After all, he was just a student, unlikely to go that far. Throughout the stairwell, a cacophony of sounds mixed with a woman's piercing screams sent chills down the spine. Residents who had considered investigating quickly abandoned the idea. The mere cries of agony made their legs go weak. Finally, Lu Fuhai could no longer withstand the relentless assault. His body crumpled to the floor. He dared not use protective true qi to defend himself, and even dropped his blade. Even a fourth-rank martial artist without protective true qi could not endure so many blows. Fei Qian had long since lost consciousness, hanging limply in Zhang Li. Seizing the moment, Zhang Li picked up the fallen blade and plunged it into the man's chest. Lu Fuhai's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the brat to actually strike. Old fool, consider yourself lucky. What I showed you was the perfected basic staff and blade techniques. You can die with satisfaction. With that, he withdrew the blade and stabbed again, once in the left side of the heart, then the right. In some novels, people had hearts in their legs. He stabbed every part of the body until there was no sign of life, just in case the man had some life-saving trick. Finally, he severed the head. Caution is the key to a villain's survival. Villain points 500. The system's voice chimed again. Combined with the system's constant prompts during the battle, the fight had earned him nearly 2,000 villain points. Opening the system interface, his villain points now stood at 8100. He planned to use them when comprehending combat techniques. The battle also made him acutely aware that he knew too few combat techniques. Besides the basic cultivation, his offensive skills were limited to a single cloud-pushing palm. If not for his master's instruction to comprehend techniques before learning martial skills, he would have done so long ago. Glancing at Fei Qian unconscious with all her bones shattered, he prepared to finish her off as well. Eliminating all threats was his creed. Just then a figure descended the stairs. Well done, little one. How do you feel? I intended to let you witness 4th-rank combat prowess and intervene when you struggled. But you handled it so effortlessly, haha, excellent. Zhu Rongwang walked down clearly delighted by Zhang Li. When Zhang Li was discovered, he dialed his master's phone. He intended to stall for time, then seize the opportunity. He couldn't be sure when his master would arrive. After all, the opponent was a 4th-rank martial artist, leaving him deep. Just as he was about to escape, his master's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The subsequent words were what the Zhang Li watched Zhu Rongwang descend from above and asked, Master, don't you despise such actions of mine? Using others as leverage to strike down my enemy ruthlessly. The other waved his hand, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said solemnly, What's wrong with that? This isn't a game, it's a battle where it's either you or him. No matter what means you use, the one who survives to the end is the victor. Do you think your master is so pedantic? You did well, very decisive, far better than I imagined. I thought you would run since you're only at the 3rd rank, and a 4th rank presents a vast chasm. Unexpectedly, you not only didn't flee, but also turned the tables, and killed the 4th rank opponent. You've completely exceeded my expectations. You're quite impressive. I didn't misjudge you. He showered Zhang Li with praise repeatedly. Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief. His master seemed quite reasonable after all. At least he didn't have the sanctimonious mindset he had feared. What he dreaded most was the other lecturing him about martial ethics. At that moment, Zhu Rongwang spoke again. If one day someone uses me to threaten you, I hope you'll be just as decisive and ruthless. Justice is written by the victors, do you understand? These words left him utterly bewildered. He had expected his master to impart some grand principle. He never anticipated this. Zhang Li remained silent, lost in thought. All right, let's drop this. The other waved his hand, and it was clear he had only spoken casually. Little one, you've made another great contribution. He glanced at the unconscious Fei Qian on the ground, and said, Master, what exactly is the Nightfall Organization? Zhang Li asked curiously. When Fei Qian had mentioned the Nightfall Organization earlier, Lu Fuhai's reaction had been intense, as if he didn't want her to reveal it. The Nightfall Organization is, to be precise, a cult-like entity. It's not from our daxia, but an organization from another country. They often engage in shady dealings within daxia. The one who placed the lustful spirit pills at the martial arts examination site was this organization. They seek to sow chaos in daxia through various means. Hearing this, Zhang Li felt a chill run down. He hadn't expected such an organization to lurk within the seemingly peaceful nation. Hasn't daxia eradicated them completely? He asked in confusion. In earlier years, the Spirit Martial Hall did take action. At that time, the Nightfall Organization was nearly purged entirely by them. They thought they wouldn't dare reappear on Daxia's soil. But unexpectedly, they've surfaced again recently. As he spoke, Zhu Rongwang's face darkened. His tone was filled with hatred for the Nightfall Organization. Your discovery of them this time is another great merit. Come, I'll take you to the Qi family. Didn't they want your life? Let's deliver it to them, and see if they have the ability to claim it. There are 2 corpses in my room, should we deal with them? Also, the earlier commotion must have drawn the attention of the neighbors. Zhang Li pointed to his home, and then to the ground where Lu Fuhai lay dead. I've already notified the Spirit Martial Hall. They'll send people over. They'll handle these matters. Zhu Rongwang waved his hand and made a sweeping gesture. He lifted the unconscious Fei Qian from the ground. Then, taking Zhang Li with him, they vanished from the spot. After they left, the Spirit Martial Hall personnel appeared. Arriving at Zhang Li's doorstep, they stared in shock at the dilapidated state of the floor. The walls of this level were almost entirely destroyed. Such terrifying destructive power was clearly the result of a battle between experts. Fortunately, only Zhang Li lived on this floor. They swallowed hard as they looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground. Several people removed Lu Fuhai's body. Then they opened Zhang Li's door. Seeing the scene inside, even these seasoned individuals felt their scalps tingle. Was this something a normal person could do? The walls were shattered, and the 2 corpses on the floor were a bloody mess, almost reduced to meat patties. Not a single part of their bodies was intact. Their deaths were utterly gruesome. Who could have acted with such brutality? Since it was old Zhu who had notified them, they dared not ask further. After cleaning up, they comforted the residents in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Zhu Rongwang led Zhang Li toward the Qi family. As they set off, the Spirit Martial Hall also dispatched their forces. Not only the Spirit Martial Hall, but also the town spirit army of Qingqing City mobilized almost entirely. In Qingqing City, there stood a massive estate. At the center of the estate was a luxurious villa. In the main hall, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa with a grin. Before him knelt 2 men. Staring at them, he bellowed. When did the madam leave, and you didn't even know? What good are you? You have no idea who left our home. Sir, we checked the surveillance footage, but we truly didn't see when the madam departed. His reprimand made the 2 tremble, and one of them quickly tried to explain. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. What use are you? Saying this, the middle-aged man stood up and approached them. Slap, slap. He struck each of the kneeling men across the face. The two were knocked to the ground, their cheeks visibly swelling. Now send people out to find the madam immediately. If you don't find her, come back with your heads. He shouted at the men on the ground. What are you standing there for, you idiots? Get moving. Yes, yes. The two scrambled to their feet and hurried out. After they left, the middle-aged man sat back on the sofa feeling uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Zhang Li and Zhu Rongguang appeared above the estate. This is the Qi family's residence, Zhu Rongguang. Zhang Li gazed at the estate before him, silently marveling. He had thought living in a villa was the epitome of wealth. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. The estate was enormous, bathed in brilliant lights, almost like a miniature city. Damn, it truly proved the saying, he couldn't even fathom the joy of the rich. Let's wait a moment. The Spirit Marshal Hall and the Town Spirit Army will be here soon. Zhu Rongguang looked down at the estate below, his face expressionless. Being high in the air, the wind was strong, reminding Zhang Li of a remarkably cool and arrogant phrase. Take off and the Qi family shall fall. At this moment, those words were incredibly fitting. No wonder the protagonists in satisfying novels loved saying them. If he truly stood at such a height, he felt no words could be more appropriate. Before long, the Town Spirit Army arrived first. They surrounded the entire estate from the outside, wielding specialized firearms that could threaten fourth-rank martial arts. Let's go in and take a look. Zhu Rongguang led Zhang Li, stepping through the air. Go inside and stall for time. The Lingwu Hall and Jinling army personnel are searching their estate. We still have a little while. Don't alert the enemy. Strive to capture the entire Nightfall organization in one fell swoop. Zhu Rongguang glanced at the estate and spoke. When he had entered earlier, he had swept the area with his cultivation, but he hadn't found the hiding place of the Nightfall organization members. Perhaps this estate had a secret passage. His strength was certainly enough to cover the entire estate, but he couldn't guarantee that these people had no contingency plans. If they were alerted and destroyed some documents or something, the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides capturing the Nightfall organization members this time, we also need to check whether they have placed anything else in the martial examination grounds. There are also some important materials. If they are exposed in advance, we fear they might destroy them. The Nightfall organization wouldn't have only this one stronghold. With these materials, we can trace the clues and wipe out these vermin in Great Xia in one fell swoop. After all, the martial examination is a very important event in Great Xia. No problem, stalling for time is my specialty. Maybe I can even extract some information from them. But I'll need Master's cooperation later. Zhang Li agreed readily. No problem. If we can get something out, you'll be credited with the greatest merit this time. That combat technique you've been longing for. You'll probably be able to learn it soon. These words made his eyes light up. Finally, he could learn a combat technique. The two walked and discussed as they headed into the estate. After finalizing their plan, they landed at the entrance of the villa within the estate. Who goes there? The two security guards at the door, startled by the sudden appearance of the two, shouted in reprimand. Zhang Li glanced at them. Both were at the second-rank 5th stage. What more was there to say? Slap, slap. He immediately dealt 2 heavy slaps across their faces. One of them crashed into the villa's door. With a boom, the originally closed door was smashed open. He said calmly, "Call your master out. I've brought..." The loud crash at the door startled the middle-aged man sitting in the hall. He looked up and saw a young man standing at the door. His expression instantly turned cold. Gazing at the security guard sprawled on the floor, he said coldly, "How dare you? Who are you to cause trouble in my Qi family estate?" Zhang Li looked up and glanced at the middle-aged man who appeared. "Patriarch Qi, I heard you want to kill me. I'm a sensible person, so I've delivered myself here to save you the trouble of sending more people." Zhang Li sneered as he looked at the other. "You are Zhang Li." Hearing this, Qi Tianxiang's pupils contracted. Seeing the man appear before him, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. It seems Patriarch Qi recognizes me. This is my first time visiting you, and I haven't brought any gifts. I've brought you a wife. Do you want a wife? If you do, I'll send her over. Zhang Li looked at him mockingly and spoke. These words left the other man at a loss. He couldn't quite understand. Suddenly realizing something, his expression changed. "Is my wife in your hands?" His wife had just gone out this evening, and this guy had appeared in his home. It seems Patriarch Qi is a very family-minded person, he said lightly. Then he threw a human-shaped object in front of the other. Qi Tianxiang looked closely. It was none other than his wife. He crouched down to check her injuries. Almost all the bones in her body were shattered. She lay unconscious on the ground with only faint breathing. Seeing his wife in this state, his face twisted with fury. "How dare you? I haven't even come to settle scores with you, yet you deliver yourself to my doorstep. Since you're here, you won't be leaving." He extended his hand to grab Zhang Li. But the moment his hand reached out, his entire body was sent flying backward. He crashed into the stair railing. With a clang, the marble-carved railing shattered instantly. Qi Tianxiang, he hadn't even seen who struck. He only felt a terrifying force slam into his chest. Then his entire body was sent flying. Who? He looked around in panic. Only then did he see an old man standing behind Zhang Li. "Sorry, Patriarch Qi, you want my life, but I'm not willing to give it." So I had to let my master discuss it with you. This is my master and 8th rank grandmaster. Zhang Li pointed at Zhu Rongguang behind him, speaking with a tone of slight apology. 8th rank. Shi Tianxiang's eyes flashed with panic upon hearing this. Damn it. Had the previous information mentioned that the other party's master was an 8th rank martial artist? At this moment he wished he could tear Lu Fuhai into pieces. Such important intelligence, and they hadn't discovered it. A senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I was not aware of this matter. He forced a smile, and hurriedly explained. He had to explain the old man before him was an 8th rank powerhouse. Not to mention him, even in the entire Tianwu province 8th rank martial artists were rarely seen. Just kidding, a big shot of this level could kill him countless times with a flick of a finger. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, my master is also one of the 10 grandmasters of Lingwu Hall. Seeing the panic in the other's eyes, Zhang Li kindly reminded him again. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianxiang nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it, an 8th rank grandmaster of Lingwu Hall. Fuck. Wasn't it said that this guy had only coincidentally caught Lingwu Hall's attention? How could even his master be a grandmaster of Lingwu Hall? He struggled to control his expression and forced a smile to explain again. I've long admired your reputation, senior. This is all a misunderstanding. The kids were sparring at school and got a little hurt. The mother was upset and just wanted to scare him a bit. Oh, that's not what your wife said. She said that since I injured your son, I must pay with my life. Zhang Li pointed at Fei Qian on the ground, speaking with a sardonic smile. And you sent 2 3rd rank and 1 4th rank martial artists to my home to kill me. Is that also a misunderstanding? Or is killing me just a scare? The other's words made his heart sink. His mind raced, trying to find a reasonable excuse. He spoke again to explain, I knew nothing about all this. When she went out tonight, she didn't even tell me. If I had known she was going to cause trouble for you, I would have stopped them. Good heavens, at this point he didn't even call her my wife anymore, just she. I've always told her that injuries are normal in student sparring. I never expected she would do such a thing behind my back. She actually dared to send martial artists to assassinate. How outrageous. Fortunately, senior was there, so no great disaster occurred. Her ending is entirely her own doing. Senior has already shown mercy by not killing her immediately. I must thank senior for sparing her life. Zhang Li watched in utter amazement. Good heavens, he was simply speechless. Look at this man's art of speaking. His words were so flawless that one couldn't find any fault. He injured his own wife and still praised the other for a good job. It must be said this was a strong will to survive. Zhang Li silently gave him a thumbs up. This man had truly mastered the art of language. Zhang Li looked at the other with amusement. Zhu Rongguang, on the other hand, did not even bother to glance at him. His eyes were scanning around, as if searching for something. The wrath of an 8th rank martial artist was something the Qi family could not afford. Qi Tianxiang looked at the two, without speaking, his heart growing even more fearful. Please forgive me, senior. I truly knew nothing about this matter. Regardless, this is my fault. I failed to Encountering the senior and being severely injured is no one's fault but her own. Even if the senior had not acted, had I known at the time, I would have struck without hesitation. She deserved it. Her death would be insufficient punishment. I beg your understanding, senior. Oh, so you mean that doing such a thing deserves death? Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, looking at the other with a playful expression. Yes, for her actions, even if the senior killed her, she would have it coming. Qi Tianxiang nodded without hesitation. After all, the other had already fainted, he could shift all the blame onto her. As long as it could appease the senior's anger, none of this mattered. Even if she were awake, she would probably think the same way. After all, if this were not handled properly, the entire Qi family would suffer the consequences. An 8th rank martial artist could wipe out the Qi family with a flick of the hand. Moreover, the Qi family had some secrets. Then go ahead, she is not dead yet. They'll give you a chance to show yourself. Zhang Li took out a dagger from his person and threw it in front of the other. Qi Tianxiang's gaze froze. He never expected the other to pull such a move. He had just said it casually. Who would have thought the other would take it seriously? Staring at the dagger before him, he could neither if he picked it up, he did not know if he could go through with it. If he did not, the words had already been spoken. Explaining now would only stoke the other's anger. Patriarch Qi, go ahead and act. You spoke so righteously just now. I thought you were a man of integrity. One who would sacrifice family for justice. Were you lying just now? Or do you think my master is easy to fool? Seeing the other staring at the dagger without moving, Zhang Li urged again. Hearing this, cold sweat poured down Qi Tianxiang's forehead. Damn it, don't say that. What do you mean by my master is old and easy to fool? How could you say that? Damn it. He had already cursed the other's ancestors in his heart. This person before him was a pitfall, constantly digging holes for him. He had already harbored resentment toward the other. Never in his dreams had he imagined that as the patriarch of the Qi family he would one day be pushed to such a state. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, he suddenly felt a wave of coldness enveloping him. He looked up in terror at Zhu Rongguang, only to see the other's sullen face and eyes filled with chilling intent. Startled, a flash of venomous resentment flickered in his eyes before he quickly began to explain. No, everything I said is true. How could I fool the senior? Since you didn't fool my master, then go ahead. am waiting to see the patriarch's righteous sacrifice. Zhang Li crossed his arms looking like a spectator. He had to admit he enjoyed the thrill of revenge. Since the other dared to send someone to kill him, he must be prepared to be killed himself. He also understood better why villains in novels like to torment their opponents. This was truly exhilarating. You really know how to pressure people. As a villain you have surpassed your predecessor. Villain points 500. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Qi Tianxiang braced himself, and trembling picked up the dagger from the ground. Step by step he approached Fei Qian, looking at his wife who lay unconscious with only faint breathing. Intense struggle began in his heart. If he did not kill her he might end up paying with his own life today. After a moment of hesitation following the principle of better the other dies than I. Moreover, looking at the person before him, she was already a cripple. Even if she were healed, she would likely be bettered in for the— All her bones were shattered into tiny pieces. There was almost no hope of recovery. With a hardened heart, he decided to go through with it. He raised the dagger ready to stab at her neck. Suddenly Zhang Li coughed. Zhu Rongwang flicked his finger, and a stream of energy landed on Fei Qian. Her originally closed eyes suddenly opened. Startled, Qi Tianxiang fell to the ground with a thud. Qi Tianxiang, you want to kill me? Fei Qian roared. I've been with you for decades, always obedient to you, and in the end you want to kill me. Qi Tianxiang, you're something. Qi Tianxiang was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? How did she suddenly wake up? When he had examined her injuries earlier, he was certain she had lost consciousness. She was almost a vegetable. Madam, let me explain. He quickly began to explain. Explain what? If I hadn't just happened to wake up, I would have been killed by you, you heartless bastard. Seeing the other silent, Zhang Li stood by, and said softly, Madam, don't be upset. He just said that you went to kill me on your own initiative. He had no idea. If he had known, he would have sacrificed you for justice. Ha ha ha. Qi Tianxiang, is this how you treat me? Since you want me dead, then no one will live. Let you and your son accompany me to the grave. A flash of madness crossed Fei Qian's eyes. She had heard most of the conversation between Zhang Li and Qi Tianxiang. She knew very well that even if the other spared her, she would likely have a difficult future in the Qi family. No one knew Qi Tianxiang better than she did, as she knew exactly what kind of person he was. Seeming to think of something, he quickly stood up from the ground. Clutching the dagger, he was about to stab her. Bang! A tremendous force sent him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. Ha ha, you want to kill me because you're afraid I'll spill your secrets? Or are you afraid the members of the Nightfall organization in the mansion will find out? Fei Qian, seeing his actions, grew even more frantic. She was inherently a paranoid person, and the current situation only deepened her resentment. Being killed by Zhang Li was due to her own lack of strength. But being betrayed by the person closest to her was unacceptable. What nonsense are you talking? What Nightfall organization? I have no idea what you're saying. Crazy, you're crazy. Qi Tianxiang's face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic as he shouted. Then he turned to Zhu Rongwang and hurriedly explained. Senior, she's gone mad. I have no idea what she's talking about. She's sick. She's been raving before. I can't understand a word she says. As he spoke, he tried to stand up. However, he found that his body couldn't move. It was bound by some force. Ha ha, if what I say is false, then who is living in the basement beneath the rockery at the back of the manor? Fei Qian laughed loudly, the resentment in her eyes growing even more intense. A basement under the rockery. Zhu Rongwang's heart stirred. What basement? Bullshit. Isn't the basement where Xiao Bo is recovering from his injuries? Qi Tianxiang's expression drastically changed. This time, it was truly over. Qi Tianxiang's heart sank as he witnessed Fei Qian's frenzied state. He had claimed the basement was where his son was recovering, hoping to awaken her reason by reminding her of their child. Haha, you and your son will both be buried with me. I personally sought revenge for your son, yet you shift all the blame. You even tried to kill me to save your own wretched life. Haha, since I can't live, no one else will. Fei Qian had completely lost her mind. The venom in her voice sent chills down Zhang Li's spine. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Senior, she's raving and doesn't know what she's saying. Since she attempted to assassinate your disciple, let her pay with her life. Please, Senior, take action. Qi Tianxiang hurriedly spoke. He wished he could kill this woman himself, but he was immobilized. Well done, Qi Tianxiang. Since you're clueless, I'll tell you everything. Zhang Li, don't you want to know what the Nightfall organization is? Don't you wonder what tampering occurred at the martial examination? Haha, I'll tell you now. Fei Qian's words made her so agitated that blood began to seep from her lips. The Nightfall organization relied on the Qi family to infiltrate the examination grounds. They planned to trigger a beast tide during the exams, burying all the participating students within it. This would incite chaos. Tens of thousands of students dead in a beast tide. Imagine the consequences, haha. Zhang Li, tens of thousands of students, and they planned to destroy them like this. Such an act was beyond inhuman. But wasn't your son also in danger? I recall your son is a senior too, about to take the martial exam, Zhang Li casually asked. How could Qi Tianxiang let his son die? He had already arranged a safe spot for him. After the beast tide ends with only him left, he'd be crowned the top scholar of Tianwu province regardless of his performance. He might even become a hero. A perfect triple win, but now everything's ruined. None of you will have it easy. All of you die with me. With the last shout, she screamed with all her might. With a gush of blood from her mouth mixed with fragments of internal organs, her neck twisted, and she died completely. Shi Tianxiang's eyes bulged wide, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, unable to utter a word. Well done, my disciple has not disappointed me. Zhu Rongguang patted Zhang Li's shoulder in praise. This is all thanks to your identity, master. I merely stood on your shoulders. Without you, I'd likely be a corpse by now, he humbly replied. Earlier they had planned to awaken Fei Qian by stimulating her life force. Hence the scene just now. Even if she hadn't gone mad, she wouldn't have lasted long. This method drains vitality to revive someone. You rascal, Zhu Rongguang chuckled. All right, this man is yours to handle. I've already crippled his cultivation. See if you can extract anything useful. The Spirit Suppression Army and the Spirit Marshal Hall are already outside. He'll check the basement under the rockery. None of the Nightfall members must escape. After giving his orders, he vanished from the hall. Outside, the Spirit Suppression Army had surrounded the area. All members of the Qi family had been arrested. Upon hearing that the Spirit Suppression Army had arrived, Qi Tianxiang lost all hope. He knew this was the end. Once a Nightfall member was exposed, no number of heads would be enough. He collapsed completely, staring blankly at the ceiling. Patriarch Qi, do you have anything to say? Zhang Li approached, crouching down and asking calmly. But the man seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He was like a living corpse. You should have foreseen this outcome. Your own death is one thing, but if you confess what you might earn redemption and a sliver of hope. Seeing no response, Zhang Li pressed on. Do you take me for a child? Save your tricks. I won't say a word. Qi Tianxiang stared lifelessly at the roof with a sneer. Your crimes are undeniable, but have you thought about your son? If you cooperate, perhaps he might still have a chance. Was your son involved in this? The man remained silent. You have no hope of living, but your son does. Your current stubbornness is like killing him with your own hands. You were ready to kill your wife. Will you abandon your son too? Are you sure you want to doom him? Or is he not even your own? Shi Tianxiang's eyes flickered, and he glanced sideways. After a long hesitation, as if weighing something, he finally spoke. Will you spare my son? A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Uttering those words seemed to drain all his strength. That depends on your cooperation. If you provide valuable intelligence, I might plead for leniency. You know my master is an 8th-rank Grandmaster of the Spirit Marshal Hall. His word carries weight, and him is— Do you understand? Seeing Qi Tianxiang wavering, Zhang Li pressed on. Patriarch Qi, you don't want your son to throw away his life at such a young age, do you? I've heard he's exceptionally talented, the strongest senior in Qingqing City. He's only 18 in the prime of his youth. It's a pity if you remain silent. I can't help it. With a sigh, Zhang Li made to leave. Wait, can you truly guarantee my son's safety? Seeing him about to leave, Qi Tianxiang finally called out. True or false, he felt he had to try. The man was right. His son was only 18, with a bright future ahead. That depends on how much valuable information you provide. You heard my master's instructions. If your information is valuable, I swear your son will live and even attend a warrior university. Seeing him relent, Zhang Li's heart stirred, and he vowed confidently. Swear it. If I speak, you'll spare me. Qi Tianxiang was finally tempted. He couldn't doom his own son. Despite his hatred, one point struck home. If he did nothing, it would be like killing his son with his own hands. Fine, I swear. Now speak. Zhang Li's lips twitched as he made the oath gesture. What do you want to know? Qi Tianxiang sighed, as if completely surrendering. Tell me everything you know. Other bases of the Nightfall organization besides this one, or any other schemes within the examination grounds. Qi Tianxiang paused before speaking slowly. The Nightfall organization is extremely secretive. I don't know their other bases. Then he began to recount everything in detail, revealing all his secrets. Zhang Li recorded it on his phone. After a moment, that's all I know. You promised to spare my son. I hope you keep your word, Qi Tianxiang said again. Sorry I lied to you. Rest assured, I'll send your son to reunite with you, Zhang Li said flatly. You swore to spare my son. Qi Tianxiang's eyes bulged as he pointed at him. If O's worked, what would we need the Spirit Suppression Army for? Qi Tianxiang's eyes widened, glaring at the other with venomous hatred. You are not worthy of being a martial artist, going back on your word. He had never dreamed that he would be outmaneuvered by a student. You will die a miserable death, and even as a ghost, I will not let you off. Zhang Li glanced at him and said indifferently, how laughable. If curses worked, why would anyone bother to cultivate? I see you are an adult, yet you utter such childish words. Zhang Li looked at him with amusement, not taking his word. You, Qi Tianxiang, was momentarily speechless. All right, since you've said your piece, let's go. He'll take you to see your son one last time. He put away his phone, having recorded every word the man had said. He would show it to his master later to see if there was any. With one hand, he lifted Qi Tianxiang and dragged him toward the second floor of the villa. He walked straight to a room and pushed the door open. The room's decor was exceedingly luxurious. On the bed lay a figure wrapped entirely in bandages with only a pair of closed eyes visible. Is this your son? He pointed at the person on the bed and spoke slowly. Qi Tianxiang stared at him without. It seems he is indeed your son. Don't you want to see him one last time? Zhang Li ignored the man's gaze and spoke as if to himself. Well, it doesn't matter anyway since you'll meet him soon enough. With that, he dropped the man to the ground, approached the figure on the bed, and said, in your next life, choose a better father. Without any hesitation, he drew a dagger and swiftly dispatched the person on the bed. Eliminating the roots and cutting the weeds is the fundamental principle of a villain. Nip the thread in the bud. Villain points 500. You will die a miserable death. Witnessing his son's murder, Qi Tianxiang's eyes burned with fury as he cursed venomously. Don't worry, you'll soon join your son. If not for the fact that this man still needed to be handed over to the Spirit Marshal Hall, Zhang Li would have killed him right then. For him, as long as the other was alive. Even if his cultivation was crippled, he was still a threat. Only the dead are truly safe. At this moment, Qi Tianxiang felt a pang of regret. Why had he provoked this man? Your son has gone ahead. Don't worry, your turn will come soon. As he spoke, the sound of the Spirit Suppression Army assembling came from outside. They must have found the stronghold of the Nightfall organization. Come, let me take you out to see. Sometimes witnessing your own family's downfall with your own eyes is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Without further ado, Zhang Li lifted the man with one hand and dragged him outside. The estate was enormous. Behind the garden, near the rockery, hundreds of Spirit Suppression Army soldiers had surrounded the area tightly, all of them in specially crafted weapons toward the rockery. In front of the Spirit Suppression Army stood martial artists from the Spirit Marshal Hall. They held their weapons, their faces expressionless, staring into the distance. A chilling aura of death permeated the entire estate. An old man stepped forward and said defiantly to the Spirit Suppression Army, "Gentlemen, what crime has the Qi family committed?" "What crime? You, the Qi family, know best. Everyone get down on the ground." A leader among the Spirit Suppression Army said coldly to the old man, "Please explain clearly, or even if you are the Spirit Suppression Army, I will seek justice." The old man's attitude remained firm. How could he not know why the Spirit Suppression Army was here? He must have his reasons for acting this way. At that moment, Zhang Li happened to walk out of the villa dragging Qi Tianxiang. He overheard the old man's words. Seeing the Spirit Suppression Army, Qi Tianxiang knew that the entire Qi family was finished. Earlier, he had only heard that 8th-rank martial artists say the Spirit Suppression Army had arrived. He thought it was just a bluff, but upon seeing the dense ranks of the Spirit Suppression Army before him, the last shred of hope in his heart vanished. In the Great Xia Empire, very few matters required the mobilization of the Spirit Suppression Army. Once deployed, it signified a situation of utmost severity. He seemed to lose his soul, his eyes becoming vacant. Zhang Li dropped the man he was holding to the side and walked to the front of the Spirit Suppression Army. He swept his gaze over the old man before him. Name Qi Yongshu, cultivation 3rd rank, 8th stage. Oh, you want an explanation? Fine, I'll give you one. Bang! He kicked the old man square in the chest. Qi Yongshu didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. The kick sent him flying over 10 meters. Is that explanation enough? Zhang Li flashed before him again. He reached out and patted his face, mocking him. How can one be a villain without being arrogant? Well done, villain points 500. Who are you? Fear flickered across Qi Yongshu's face as he demanded harshly. Slap. Zhang Li slapped him across the face again, sending him sliding another 2 meters. He crashed into the rockery behind him. The slap nearly deformed his face. Who do you think I am? Didn't your Qi family want my life? Don't you know? This move left not only the Spirit Suppression Army bewildered, but also the martial artists from the Spirit Marshal Hall. What was happening? Who was this suddenly appearing young man? Though they didn't know him, they could only applaud his actions. They silently gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. In truth, they wanted to do the same, but their positions prevented it. At this moment, someone stepped out from the Spirit Suppression Army, signaling them not to move. They were to follow this young man's instructions. The same went for the Spirit Marshal Hall. Qi Yongshu, kicked flying, could barely catch his breath. Who else wants an explanation? Seeing the old man silent, he turned to look at the other members of the Qi family. There were over a dozen of them standing there. All of them glared at him with fury. Most of these Qi family members were at the 3rd rank of cultivation. To him, they posed no threat at all. Bang! Zhang Li looked at one of them and kicked him. What are you staring at? Do you want an explanation too? A villain is one who acts arrogantly and strikes hard at those weaker than himself. Villain points 500. The remaining members of the Qi family exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Bang! Why aren't you speaking? Do you find my explanation unreasonable? Zhang Li kicked another person, sending him sprawling to the ground. Arrogant. Not only the Qi family, but also the Spirit Suppression Army and the Spirit Marshal Hall all felt the same. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Who was this person? What a joke. You think you're worthy of demanding an explanation from our Spirit Suppression Army? You flatter yourselves. With that, he clapped his hands and turned to the Spirit Suppression Army. Carry on. I suspect that old man was stalling for time. They might be planning something. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Qi Yongshu's eyes. The Spirit Suppression Army soldiers were startled and quickly realized the truth. They shouted at the surrounding Qi family members, "Everyone put your hands behind your heads and kneel. Anyone who dares resist will be killed without mercy." At that moment, one person stepped forward. Bang! A soldier from the Spirit Suppression Army fired a shot. This specially crafted weapon used only by the Spirit Suppression Army struck the Chi family member, dropping him to the ground. Blood immediately flowed out. This move startled the remaining people. They quickly put their hands behind their heads and knelt down, their faces showing expressions of panic and fear. The Nightfall organization is in the basement beneath the artificial mountain. The entrance to the basement is the hole on the side of that artificial mountain. Zhang Li shouted again, pointing at a hole beside Qi Yongshu. Immediately the Spirit Calming Army soldiers, upon hearing the name Nightfall Organization, the man's eyes darted away and panic filled his heart. You're lying. What Nightfall Organization? I've never heard of it. What basement? He's talking nonsense. It was your own Qi family wife who said it. Zhang Li walked over to the man, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and said with a mocking tone. The moment he finished speaking, boom, suddenly a loud noise erupted. The entire artificial mountain shattered. Several black-clad figures charged out from below. Zhang Li tossed the man in his hand to the ground and instantly dodged away. The moment he moved, all the Spirit Calming Army soldiers raised their guns and fired at the black-clad figures. Muzzles flashed continuously and a dense rain of specially crafted bullets flew toward the group. The black-clad figures had no time to dodge. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they collapsed to the ground. Zhang Li swallowed hard as he watched the scene. This weapon was too brutal. With such a dense barrage of bullets, even his perfect realm movement technique would probably fail to evade. He quickly stepped back, afraid of being hit by a stray bullet. He rushed to Qi Tianxiang's side, grabbed him, and held him in front of himself as a shield against stray bullets. The martial artists of the Spirit Martial Hall in the front row all drew their weapons in unison. They subdued all the surviving black-clad figures who were severely wounded. Among the black-clad figures, a terrifying energy surged toward the Spirit Calming Army. But before it could make contact, the energy vanished. Then the black-clad figure was sent flying by a single slap. Zhu Rongguang, who had been hiding, finally made his move. He had been observing from the sidelines, all along, guarding against any tricks the Nightfall organization might have up their sleeves. Just as he knocked that one away, several more black-clad figures burst out from below. They charged at the Spirit Calming Army in a suicidal frenzy. As soon as they appeared, they unleashed martial skills and attacked directly. What greeted them was the merciless fire of specially modified machine guns. Anyone below the 4th rank would be severely wounded if hit. In an unknown situation, a 3rd-rank martial artist could dodge bullets. But with such a dense hail of bullets, dodging was nothing short of wishful thinking. Their only goal was to break through the Spirit Calming Army's encirclement and escape. But the Spirit Calming Army and the Spirit Martial Hall had already sealed off the entire Qi residence, leaving no gaps. They waited by the entrance like a trap, taking out each wave as it emerged. Even those with higher cultivation levels had no chance to strike, as they were immediately subdued by Zhu Rongguang. He had refrained from entering the basement to prevent any other exits from being used. His spiritual sense covered the entire Qi estate. The Spirit Calming Army mowed down the Nightfall Organization members. This firepower suppression was a one-sided massacre. Hundreds of Spirit Calming Army soldiers, like a steel tide, cut off the escape routes of these people. After half an hour, the battle ended. No more black-clad figures appeared at the entrance. With an 8th-rank martial artist overseeing the situation, they couldn't stir up any trouble. Then the Spirit Calming Army cautiously entered the basement through the entrance. The ground was littered with corpses. All the survivors were subdued and restrained. Zhu Rongguang flashed over to Zhang Li's side. Behind him were 2 men. One was the director who had overseen the safety of the martial arts examination venue, Wang Xianjun. The other was Zhao Mingfei, the head of the Qingqing City Spirit Martial Hall. It really is the Nightfall organization. Master Zhu, your apprentice, is truly a remarkable talent. Wang Xianjun praised after seeing Zhang Li. Haha, boy, you're my lucky star. The moment you show up, we uncover a stronghold of the Nightfall organization. Zhao Mingfei also praised. Good day, Director Wang. Good day, Uncle Zhao. He greeted them politely. So, Master, does my apprentice deserve the top credit for this operation? Hearing others praise his apprentice, Zhu Rongguang was delighted. Absolutely, he must be credited with the top merit. If it weren't for this young man, who knows what disaster might have befallen the martial arts examination. Wang Xianjun said without hesitation. Indeed, they owed this young man a great deal. The thought of the spirit desire pills found at the examination venue still sent chills down his spine. Can I learn a battle technique with the top merit? Zhang Li's heart stirred upon hearing the word merit. This was what he cared about most. After so many chapters, he still hadn't learned the battle technique he desperately wanted. Haha, I knew you'd ask that. I've already submitted the request to the higher-ups. Once the Qi family matter is settled, your study quota for battle techniques should be approved. Then he'll take you to the Spirit Martial Hall headquarters to learn the technique. Zhu Rongguang felt an indescribable fondness for this apprentice. Thank you, Master. Zhang Li quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he pointed at Qi Tianxiang, who was lying slumped nearby. What about him? He's already confessed everything. Hey, erase the recording of his confession. You really are something, boy. I didn't misjudge you. What did he say? Hearing this, a smile spread across Zhu Rongwang's face. This apprentice of his never ceased to surprise him. Zhang Li took out his phone. He played the recording. You think the spirit desire pill was the only thing placed in the examination venue? There was also the bloodthirsty pill which was fed to the spirit beasts in advance. As soon as someone attacks a beast that has ingested the bloodthirsty pill with spiritual energy, the pill inside the beast will detonate. As they listened, the smiles on their faces instantly turned grim. The bloodthirsty pill was a forbidden pill. It rapidly burned one's life force to boost power. A first-rank spirit beast that consumed it would temporarily ascend to second rank. Though the beast would eventually die from the life force depletion, just a few minutes were enough for the students to be killed. They never imagined that the Nightfall organization, in its attempt to plunge Daxiao into chaos, had planted so many traps in a single examination venue. Almost every batch of examinees who entered contained their agents. The spirit desire pill was just one of many methods. Besides that, there were 3 or 4 other schemes specifically targeting the candidates. They intended to bury all tens of thousands of candidates from Tianwu province inside the examination grounds. Even with the spirit calming army guarding the perimeter, they couldn't stop it. A chill ran down their spines. When the recording ended, the 3 fell silent. He'll immediately dispatch more men to re-inspect the entire examination venue. Wang Xianjun said solemnly. It's too late. The venue is too vast. Even with thousands of guards, we can't search it thoroughly. Zhu Rongwang shook his head, rejecting the idea. The best solution now is to change the examination venue. But switching at this point would be too hasty, and there are unknown risks involved. Wang Xianjun frowned. After the Qi family matter is resolved, we'll report to the Spirit Marshal Hall and let them decide. No conclusion was reached. Qi Tianxiang was taken to the area where the Qi family members were gathered.